Chen Jing'an traverses into the world of immortal cultivation, reincarnating in a modest qi cultivating clan within Qinghai County. With mediocre aptitude, his path to immortality appears bleak. He initially believed his life was destined for mediocrity, yet unexpectedly awakens the maternal clock. By bearing offspring, he can imprint talents from his descendants, compensating for his own deficiencies. Henceforth, Chen Jing'an expands his lineage, nurtures his progeny, and absorbs their talents. He leads his family from a minuscule qi-cultivating clan to gradually rise within the realm of immortals. Alchemy, artifact forging, formations, talismans, the convergence of talents. All laws unify. Chapter 1. The Immortal Cultivation Family, Elevation of Spiritual Roots. Qinghai County, Chen Family Town, within an ancient and elegant residence. On this day, the sound of a newborn's cries resounded. The midwife hurried out, bowing respectfully to a young man in blue robes, appearing to be in his 20s, exuding an ethereal aura. Congratulations, immortal, the lady has given birth to a son. Chen Jing'an nodded upon hearing this, remaining silent. The steward was the first to react, placing a silver ingot into the midwife's hand and urging, "Here is your reward. Now go attend to the lady." The midwife, feeling the weight of the silver, could not help but grin, thinking to herself that the Chen family indeed lived up to their status as an immortal clan. Their generosity was evident. This silver must weigh 5 or 6 taels. It seems she must employ her true skills this time, ensuring that the lady within does not alter in form, lest it affect the immortal's interest. Chen Jing'an watched the midwife depart, his heart brimming with excitement. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time as a father. Although in the realm of immortal cultivation, his offspring may not possess spiritual roots like his own. But who says a son without spiritual roots is not a son? Spiritual roots are inherently elusive and cannot be forced. Their Chen clan embarked on the path of immortal cultivation from the generation of his grandfather, Chen Jing'an. Among the 6 descendants of his father, only the 2nd uncle and 6th uncle possess spiritual roots. Chen Jing'an's father, being the 4th son, lacked spiritual roots. As for himself, he was the result of his parents' diligent efforts over a decade. Above him are 2 elder brothers and an elder sister, all devoid of spiritual roots. After much anticipation, he finally possesses spiritual roots, albeit the most ordinary of the 5, yet it has become the foundation for their branch's future, standing within the immortal clan. Chen Jing'an is now 18 years old and has attained the 3rd level of qi cultivation. Among his ancestors and parents, only 3 cultivators have emerged, yet his generation. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the 2nd-generation clan members, an astonishing 4 individuals with spiritual roots have come forth at once. Chen Jing'an ranks 2nd among these 4, thus reaping a portion of the benefits. He has fortuitously coincided with the family's initiative to nurture a new generation. Having been fortunate enough to consume several spirit fruits and absorb 2 pieces of spirit stones, he has achieved his current level of progress. Ever since the birth of the latter 2 individuals with spiritual roots, the elder, Chen Jing'an, has sensed that something is amiss. With the resources available, they're simply incapable of supporting so many cultivators practicing simultaneously. This is still under the premise that his 6th uncle, Chen Yaodong, was able to join the immortal sect due to his 3 spiritual roots. Otherwise, the situation would only become more precarious. The elder made a decisive resolution. Thus the clan's cultivators bid farewell to the days of utilizing resources for cultivation and could only diligently absorb the spiritual energy. How should one put it? Chen Jing'an is quite content with his current life. Given his 5 spiritual roots, attaining the 9th level of qi cultivation would be a remarkable achievement indeed. For qi cultivators, aside from being healthier than ordinary mortals, living to around 100 years is still an inevitability. Rather than engaging in this mental self-consumption, he prefers to think positively. No matter how inferior he may feel, to ordinary people, he is undeniably a genuine immortal. And in this world where the distinction between mortals and immortals is stark, ordinary folk would bow to him. Is that not sufficiently impressive? Or is it that, as one of the 4 great immortal families of Qinghai County, although spirit stones are scarce, gold and silver are in no short supply? Is that not enticing enough? Must he shamelessly approach female cultivators only to be insulted as useless? Is that truly the source of comfort? It makes no sense. A smile graced Chen Jing'an's lips. Even if he were to take 100 concubines as an immortal, would anyone dare to chastise him for licentiousness? Open your eyes and behold, young master is a cultivator. Of course, all of this is merely the fantastical musings of Chen Jing'an during his youthful exuberance, who among ordinary individuals would take 100 concubines. It would be exhausting, if not fatal. After all, Qi cultivators cannot endure such excesses. Perhaps at a higher realm, one could. For now, he shall simply live a tranquil life. As Chen Jing'an pondered thus, a melodious chime suddenly resonated in his mind. Immediately afterward, an ancient, luminescent bell appeared within his consciousness. Is this the small bell that fell at the hospital entrance? My golden finger. Chen Jing'an was somewhat taken aback. In his previous life, he studied nursing and transitioned to a rare profession as a male nurse after graduation. It was a dawn so dreary that even ghosts would feel drowsy. After assisting his colleagues in the obstetrics department and completing his shift, he happened upon the small bell at the entrance as he was preparing to leave the hospital. Reflecting upon the instigator of his reincarnation, Chen Jing'an felt a mix of comfort and sentimentality. According to this pattern, his golden finger would likely lean towards the progeny aspect. Had he not adhered to the Chen family's tradition of more children, more blessings, and instead believe in his sixth uncle's nonsense about a good man fearing not the passage of time. Who knows how long he would have to wait for this golden finger to unlock. Now, it is fortuitous. The timing is not too late. Subsequently, a surge of information flowed into his mind along with the bell's chime. Progeny bell, first offspring. Chen, to be determined. Aptitude, for spiritual roots, lacking earth element. Fate, good-natured, naturally possesses charisma. The bell's master may choose to imprint one of the pieces of information. My son possesses 4 spiritual roots. Chen Jing'an felt a surge of joy within, and noticing that the small bell prompted him to imprint, he did not hesitate to select for spiritual roots. This is the essence of everything. As for being good-natured, under equal conditions, this might serve as a bonus. However, if the spiritual roots are inferior, what does equal conditions even mean? Chapter 2. A blessing of offspring, family and kin. After making his decision, the Zimu bell emitted a resonant hum. As the sound rippled through the air, it seemed as though Chen Jing'an's spiritual roots had undergone a remarkable transformation. He perceived the world around him with newfound clarity, as if the atmosphere had brightened considerably. It felt as though he had developed an abundance of pores, granting him an invigorating sensation that resonated from within. For Chen Jing'an, who had endured 18 years with 5 spiritual roots, this change was particularly striking. He felt electrified, his body trembling involuntarily. Is this what it feels like to be a genius? The steward, observing his master's excitement at the prospect of fatherhood, approached with a smile. Producing a slip of paper from his hand. Ninth Master, your son ranks 5th among the 4th-generation descendants. The elder patriarch had already bestowed a name upon him. Oh, what is it? Chen Jing'an inquired, his interest piqued. The 4th generation bears the character Qing, and the elder patriarch has graciously granted the name Wang. Haha, what a splendid name. Chen Jing'an thought of the Zimu bell's revelation, realizing that his child was indeed a 4th spiritual root prodigy. Having both father and son blessed with spiritual roots was a rarity in itself. Moreover, the fact that this son could bring glory to his father made him feel as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. So much so that he wished to affectionately call the boy father himself, albeit only in thought. After a while, Chen Jing'an entered the room, where he beheld a fluffy white bundle beside a woman, her hands placed awkwardly, exuding an endearing charm. He gently poked his son's cheek, causing the little fellow to turn slightly, inadvertently waking the woman beside him. This was Chen Jing'an's lawfully wedded wife, Yushan. Yushan hailed from one of the 4 great immortal clans of Qinghai County. She was the granddaughter of the head of the 2nd branch of the Yu family, thus considered part of the direct lineage. However, lacking spiritual roots, she had become a candidate for marriage alliances. Upon seeing Chen Jing'an, Yushan softly called out, "Husband." Chen Jing'an leaned closer. "I am here." Yushan gently pushed the playful Chen Jing'an away, exhausted. "Husband, I am feeling a bit tired now." "Then rest well. I shall visit my parents. There are still people in this house. Do not hesitate to summon them if needed." Chen Jing'an, ever courteous, exchanged glances with the surrounding maidservants before heading outside. A few steps beyond the door and a right turn led him to the courtyard where his parents resided. Upon entering, he found them leisurely seated, brewing tea. His mother, Su Lingping, reclined with her legs crossed, while a small child of 6 or 7 sat before her, staring vacantly at a booklet. Upon spotting Chen Jing'an, the little boy's eyes brightened as he attempted to rush over. Third brother. Yet, having raised several sons herself, Su Lingping was well aware of these impish boys' antics. She straightened slightly, extending her hand to grasp the nape of the little boy's neck, her eyes gleaming with a hint of danger. Chen Jing'an, do you think Mother's fist has lost its strength? Hearing this, the little boy, Chen Jing'an, immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, returning to his seat with a pitiful expression. Chen Jing'an swiftly approached him, offering encouragement. Brother, Mother only wishes the best for you. If you do not study diligently, who would want to marry you in the future? Big brother and second brother went through the same trials. You are not alone. Chen Jing'an, however, found no comfort in these words, his envy only deepening. He raised his head, eyes filled with longing. Third brother, you are a celestial being. You don't need to study. How wonderful. Is that so? Chen Jing'an raised an eyebrow, placing his hand on Chen Jingliang's shoulder, feigning solemnity. In truth, you do not understand the troubles of a celestial being. Chen Jingliang perked up, believing it was finally his turn to hear his brother's grievances. Little did he know. Chen Jing'an continued. The troubles of a celestial being stem from having too few troubles. Realizing he had been tricked, Chen Jingliang's expression turned more sorrowful. Observing this exchange, Chen father could no longer bear it. He lightly kicked Chen Jing'an's backside, exclaiming, do not tease your brother. Otherwise, you will only end up making your mother comfort him. Understood, father. Chen Jing'an waved dismissively before turning to his father. By the way, Shaner has given birth to a robust little boy. Truly, he is your grandson. I see that he possesses spiritual roots. Chen Yaozu, upon hearing of his grandson's birth, could not contain his smile. However, the latter part of his third son's statement exposed the boy's capricious nature, leaving him somewhat speechless. Having confidence is good, but spiritual roots are not as easily acquired as cabbages. Do you truly believe that one can simply sow and reap? Let us wait and see. Chen Jing'an replied in a jesting tone, not expecting his parents to truly believe him. He merely sought to lay the groundwork for what was to come. For spiritual roots would only manifest after the age of 6, and a father and son both blessed with spiritual roots, especially the firstborn, would surely incite envy if word got out. Since he, as the father, had already reaped the benefits of his son's potential, he decided to play the fool to share some of the burdens of that latent jealousy. Upon learning that Yushan was resting with the child, Chen Jing'an's parents decided against visiting them just yet. Sitting on the steps, Chen Jing'an scanned his surroundings, curiosity bubbling forth. Where's Big Brother's family? His elder brother, being the firstborn, resided with their parents, but it seemed he was absent. Your sister-in-law's nephew has been awarded the title of scholar. They have gone to celebrate with them. The response came from Chen mother. Yet she exhibited a calm demeanor regarding such matters. Chen Jing'an's elder brother, named Chen Jing'an, had married a woman from a modest background, simply because they were fond of one another. Thus, his sister-in-law's family had become their kin, able to enjoy the hidden advantages that came with such ties. For instance, every year, a portion of the county's scholar examination slots were allocated to the relatives of the 4 great immortal clans. And it seemed that Chen Jing'an's sister-in-law had hit the jackpot this time. However, this was of little consequence. Compared to the cultivators themselves, it was merely an accessory. If one were to achieve the rank of Jiren in the prefecture, that would indeed be a matter of excitement. Scholars, however, were not as noteworthy. Thus, the nonchalant attitude exhibited by Chen father and Chen mother was understandable. Chen Jing'an felt no differently. As a county-level immortal clan, they had been officially recognized by the Deqian court and were assigned a hereditary official position within the clan. The Chen family held the title of Dianshi, responsible for overseeing the 3 classes of officials. At present, the Dianshi was his uncle, who, lacking spiritual roots, primarily managed the official affairs. This included placing members of the Chen family within the government, while simultaneously engaging in subtle negotiations with the county magistrate of Qinghe. This was no easy task, considering that the existence of the county magistrate was intended to balance the power of the 4 great immortal clans. The Dianshi, as the direct face of this pressure, had a rather challenging role. At that moment, Chen father suddenly spoke. By the way, with your family's new arrival, your 6th uncle should also be returning. Chapter 3. The Daily Life of Immortals, Pruning Branches and Loosening Soil. Chen Jing'an understood the implication of his father's words. His 6th uncle had entered the immortal sect, and his financial circumstances were likely to be much more favorable than those of the clan. As a time traveler, upon realizing he was in a world of cultivation and that his 6th uncle was a rare genius in the family, Chen Jing'an naturally sought to cultivate a good relationship with him. His 6th uncle had yet to marry, and after a few instances of goodwill during his 6th uncle's visits home, Chen Jing'an had seamlessly become the most compatible younger generation member with him in the clan. Chen Jing'an conceded that his initial intentions in forging friendships were rather self-serving. However, over the course of a decade and more, such ulterior motives had been largely subsumed by the bonds of familial affection. The reason he hesitated to make any guarantees was rooted in his sense of pride. Truth be told, he still harbored hopes that his sixth uncle might offer him some financial assistance, thus providing him with a chance to ameliorate his circumstances. Now that he had become a father, and his son possessed a spiritual root, it was unreasonable for the two of them to subsist solely on the art of breathing exercises for their entire lives. His son was still too young to contribute financially, so it fell upon him, as the father, to devise ways to strive for a better future. His sixth uncle had once remarked that upon the arrival of his own son, he would bestow upon him a congratulatory gift. This sentiment had lingered in Chen Jing'an's memory. While his father typically exuded an air of placidity, the fact that his second brother managed to secure a position as the chief of the most lucrative section among the family-controlled officials testified to his father's considerable standing. What Chen Jing'an could conceive, his father could undoubtedly fathom as well. The two exchanged a knowing glance, tacitly acknowledging their understanding. Meanwhile, Chen Mu feigned indifference, leaving Chen Jingli, who had been eavesdropping, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the underhanded dealings between his father and third brother. Subsequently, Chen Jing'an bid farewell to his parents and ventured to the rear courtyard, where he let out a demon horse allocated to him by the family. This creature was a hybrid, born of a demon and a steed, capable of matching the foot speed of the so-called 1,000-mile horses, though it could only be tamed by those who practiced qi cultivation. Normally, a purebred demon horse, classified as a second-generation demon, would cost 2 spirit stones. However, the offspring, or third-generation demon horse, would be half that price, with diminished capabilities. The demon horse assigned to Chen Jing'an was a 4th-generation specimen, allowing him to acquire 2 for a single spirit stone. This was the extent of what he could obtain. There was no further down the line. He named this horse Wujiao, signifying its worthlessness. Before him stood Wujiao, which represented 1/5 of Chen Jing'an's total assets. As a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi cultivation, his entire net worth amounted to a mere 2.5 spirit stones. Mounting his horse, Chen Jing'an skillfully navigated around the cluster of buildings and arrived at a sloped area in the back mountains. Here lay a Tumu spiritual field, dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual rice. After husking, the yield per mu typically ranged from 70 to 80 jin, with variations depending on the potency of the planting technique known as spiritual rain, as well as pest control measures. This was a fundamental spell comprising 4 tiers. For years prior, Chen Jing'an had mastered the 1st tier, leading the family to entrust him with the management of this idle spiritual field. The spiritual rice matured biennially. The family had stipulated that for the first 4 years, all yields belonged to them, while he would receive only the rice husks as compensation. After 4 years, the rice husks would remain his, and he would also be entitled to 20% of the rice yield. Thereafter, his share would increase by 10% every 4 years until the field was wholly his. This entire process was, in essence, a means of repaying the family's kindness. Chen Jing'an had calculated that if he persevered from this point onward, it would take nearly 60 years to fully repay the family's debt, after which he could revel in the joys of being a small landowner. This timeline felt excessively protracted. Consequently, his second uncle, who oversaw the cultivators, had painted an enticing picture. Should he enhance his spiritual rain technique, the rate at which he received his share could accelerate. At that time, not only would he have more spiritual fields to cultivate, but he would also acquire a greater total area of land. At first glance, this appeared quite reasonable. Yet in reality, it seemed he was destined to be forever entwined with the toil of farming. Chen Jing'an was certainly not one to resign himself to such fate. Manifesting this defiance, he would annually report a slightly inflated yield to the family, discreetly retaining a portion for his own consumption. For instance, the total yield of spiritual rice for the first 2 cycles was 147 jin and 149 jin, respectively. Chen Jing'an had extracted 10 jin of spiritual rice for himself as a special reward, coupled with the 80 jin of rice husks that rightfully belonged to him. He had managed to amass a modest fortune of half a spirit stone over 4 years of arduous labor. This narrative underscores a truth. Cultivating spiritual rice is akin to writing a book, a path fraught with futility. In addition to the spiritual field, there were 3 Qingyuan fruit trees, whose produce constituted the primary material for the 1st tier's spiritual pill, Qingyuan Dan. The trees bore fruit every 3 years, collectively yielding approximately 10 jin, equating to a single spirit stone. Chen Jing'an engaged in a bit of self-deception, pilfering only a modest amount of spiritual rice. The Qingyuan fruit was designated for his grandfather's alchemical endeavors, and he would also receive a few Qingyuan Dan annually, making it impractical to indulge in fruit theft, at least not at this moment. With an air of a mischievous rogue, he surveyed the spiritual field and fruit trees with hands on his hips, before turning to enter Wu Jiao's modest shed, where he concealed his remaining assets. Aside from the rice husks and spiritual rice, which were valued at half a spirit stone, the rest comprised his personal gains: a first-tier spiritual herb, Baiwa ginseng, worth a spirit stone, and 2 jin of aged huangjing, valued at half a spirit stone. This constituted Chen Jing'an's little treasure trove. As he contemplated the Baiwa ginseng, he also attuned himself to the changes within his body. His spiritual root had transformed from 5 to 4, and he sensed not only an enhancement in his breathing efficiency, but also the release of spiritual energy that had been accumulated over 12 long years. This surge of spiritual energy, once unleashed, seemed capable of overcoming the first minor bottleneck of the 4th level of qi cultivation. Should he succeed, it would signify a transition from the early to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, leading to a substantial shift in his overall strength. As Chen Jing'an's gaze shifted back and forth between the huangjing and Baiwa ginseng, he resolved to take a bold gamble in the face of this impending bottleneck. If he were to break through, it might unlock avenues for acquiring even greater quantities of spirit stones. His eyes gleamed as he fixated on the most valuable Baiwa ginseng, determined to wager everything on it. After all, his family did not possess the formula for the Baiwa Dan, and entrusting it to his grandfather would yield no medicinal pills. Thus, the most straightforward course of action was to consume it raw. With this thought in mind, he seized the Baiwa ginseng, neglecting to wipe it off, and promptly shoved it into his mouth along with the dirt, quickly chewing it into a pulp. Almost immediately, a wave of warmth surged into his abdomen, igniting a sensation of heat coursing through Chen Jing'an's body. The spiritual energy within him surged with unprecedented agility, rolling and churning until it rapidly submerged into his dantian, akin to crashing waves that instantaneously shattered the fragile barrier of his realm. The air currents in the forest shifted, converging before Chen Jing'an. His total spiritual energy continued to skyrocket, more than doubling compared to before his breakthrough. This was the boon bestowed by overcoming a minor bottleneck. The entire process unfolded far more smoothly than he had envisioned. Reaching the 4th layer of qi training, Chen Jing'an gradually rose, his gaze once again settling upon the spiritual field before him, particularly the untouched droplets of spiritual rain. Suddenly, he felt an enhanced comprehension of the spiritual rain technique. Seizing the moment of abundant spiritual energy, he swiftly formed a hand seal once more. Soon, a larger and more solid mass of dark spiritual clouds gathered overhead. Swish, swish, swish. The originally gentle raindrops transformed into a torrential downpour. The rice in the spiritual field, after being bathed in the spiritual rain, appeared to come alive, swaying gracefully with the wind. Witnessing this scene, Chen Jing'an couldn't help but burst into laughter. I am a genius. This was a sign of the spiritual rain technique advancing to its 2nd tier, evolving from a light rain into a deluge. It implied a significant enhancement in the efficiency of irrigation. Not only could it boost the yield to a remarkable 80 or 90 jin per mu, but it also allowed him to apply for an additional piece of spiritual land from the family. Whether or not he could acquire the spiritual field was yet to be determined. However, securing more spiritual rice bran would be advantageous, as he was currently in dire financial straits. Time was of the essence. In the Chen family's main office, a place dedicated to the management of cultivators, the current family head was his second uncle, Chen Yaowu. With 5 spiritual roots, he was at the 6th layer of qi training, ranking 3rd within the family, surpassed only by his grandfather and 6th uncle. Nominally, Chen Yaowu was responsible for overseeing the family's cultivators. However, the Chen clan comprised merely 7 cultivators in total, 4 of whom were juniors, with 2 of those still underage. Thus, the only individuals truly under his second uncle's purview were Chen Jing'an and his second cousin Chen Jing'an. Chen Jing'an, the son of the eldest uncle, had been raised by the second uncle since childhood, fostering a close relationship akin to that between Chen Jing'an and the 6th uncle. Therefore, Chen Jing'an effectively found himself under one-on-one scrutiny the moment he entered the room. Before he could even showcase his newfound prowess, his second uncle had already discerned the change. His eyes brightened. You've broken through to the mid-qi training stage? What kind of miraculous treasure did you stumble upon? Logically speaking, that white birch ginseng of yours should have been insufficient. Chen Jing'an, initially filled with pride, nearly lost his composure upon hearing his second uncle's murmurs. What? How do you know I found a white birch ginseng? Seeing the guilty expression on Chen Jing'an's face, his second uncle couldn't help but roll his eyes and bluntly stated, though I may not possess celestial talent, keeping an eye on you and your cousin is more than enough. Even the spiritual field you currently guard was left over from my excavation years ago. Otherwise, do you think a fine white birch ginseng would simply fall into your hands? At this moment, Chen Jing'an felt a bit embarrassed. While his mental fortitude was somewhat stronger than his peers, he couldn't let his second uncle continually press him this way. Noticing his sudden loss of bravado, his second uncle shifted his tone. However, in light of your breakthrough in the spiritual rain technique, the family will overlook your secret stash of 10 gene of spiritual rice. Chen Jing'an, somewhat reluctant, retorted, I haven't even mentioned my breakthrough yet. Oh, since you haven't broken through, then I shall draft a note to send to your father, informing him of your good deeds. Now that's too much. We're family. Why speak as if we were outsiders? Chen Yao chuckled at his nephew's antics. His playful demeanor was a reflection of the familial bond they shared, and he genuinely enjoyed their interactions. The Chen family was relatively new to their ventures, and while minor tensions existed between branches, the relationship between uncle and nephew had always remained amicable. The two then turned to serious matters. Chen Yao handed 2 documents to Chen Jing'an, saying, the first is a modification to your land contract. Beginning this year, the profit sharing from your original plot will increase by 20% every 4 years, as a reward for your breakthrough in the spiritual rain technique. As for this year's share, you will still receive only 20%. Uncle, given my current financial situation, could we not start from 40% instead? Chen Jing'an attempted to negotiate. Chen Yao did not hastily refuse, but instead inquired thoughtfully, that is not impossible. But if you choose this option, I will retract the second document. Chen Jing'an, ever cunning, kept both documents in his possession, disregarding his second uncle's teasing, and immediately began examining the other document. To his astonishment, it was not merely a land contract, but a genuine transfer deed for 2 mu of spiritual land. Chen Jing'an repeatedly confirmed the document, hardly daring to believe that he had so splendidly transformed into a landowner. Chen Yao added fuel to the fire with a grin. That land was just reclaimed by your grandfather from the county, and no one from the family has yet sought its treasures. Your cousin's spiritual rain technique is still at the first tier and cannot afford to venture out, so this time it has fallen to you. Chen Jing'an hastily tucked the document away, beaming as he replied, rest assured, uncle, I will make full use of this land. As for the profit sharing, is it to be 20% or 40? Chen Yao teased. Of course, it shall be 20%. Our clan is still in its nascent stages. We must uphold strict regulations to set a good example for future generations. Enough, I have no time to argue with you. Chen Yao waved his hand and continued. Before your first trip, take 2 spiritual talismans from the clan for protection. The mountains may harbor unforeseen dangers, so exercise caution. Thank you, uncle. That evening, Chen Jing'an retrieved 2 first-tier spiritual talismans from the family treasury. One was a golden armor talisman, requiring 2 spirit stones to activate, which would create a protective layer of golden armor around his body. With his current strength, activating such a talisman would suffice to withstand an attack from someone at the 5th layer of Qi training without a magical artifact. The other was a fireball talisman, requiring 1 spirit stone, with its effectiveness depending on the user's cultivation level, amplifying its power to a certain extent. Though it might seem impolite to say so, Chen Jing'an felt compelled to acknowledge that the price of these 2 talismans could vary well by his life. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he had also become considerably more valuable. Upon returning home, he carefully stored the land contract and transfer deed before attending to his postpartum wife, Yushan. Feeling no fatigue, the long night felt solitary. As Chen Jing'an gazed at the serene faces of mother and child, he felt a renewed sense of hope for the days ahead. The following morning, he rode his 5-pointed star horse to the foot of the mountain where his spiritual field lay, which was not too distant. This mountain, known as Pine Bamboo Mountain, had originally been acquired by a wealthy landowner from the county specifically for growing pine and bamboo. However, upon discovering the existence of spiritual fields, it was forcibly purchased by the Chen family. Chen Jing'an looked at the seemingly endless mountain path and felt a burgeoning potential for becoming a mountain overlord. He affixed the golden armor talisman beneath his clothing and gripped the fireball talisman tightly in his palm, surveying the mountain path on his demon horse. Along the way, he spotted several wild animals, which, sensing the aura of the demon horse, immediately scattered in fright. This is also the simplest method to distinguish between demon beasts and mundane animals. Although Chen Jing'an's 5-cornered mount is merely a 4th-generation demon beast, it is still classified as a demon entity, possessing a significant suppressive force against ordinary creatures. Conversely, should the demon horse exhibit any peculiarities, it would indicate the presence of unresolved demon entities within the mountains. In such a case, Chen Jing'an would have to seek assistance from his elders. On the first day, he did not venture too deeply. Sensing that the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, he opted to turn back, as darkness would be detrimental to his safety. According to his plan, given the size of Songzhu Mountain, it would take him at least 3 or 4 days to explore thoroughly. It was akin to unlocking a new map. However, this was not a game. Death would mean the end for him. Thus Chen Jing'an dared not be overly ambitious. For the past few days, he had been tirelessly occupied, even neglecting visits to the Spring Delight Pavilion, the largest brothel in Qinghai County. Frequented primarily by the county's notable figures, Chen Jing'an visited not only for critical appraisal, but primarily to socialize with peers from the other 3 celestial clans. This was the essence of social interaction among the celestial clans. Although the 4 local celestial clans in Qinghai County were rife with competition, they primarily leaned towards collaboration. This served 2 purposes. First, to band together against external threats and safeguard their existing interests. Second, as county-level chi practitioners, they still had to contend with the foundation-building celestial clans at the prefectural level. To speak bluntly, a group of short-lived chi practitioners engaging in a deadly struggle would merely offer ripe opportunities for others to seize. Even if conflict were to arise, it would be prudent to observe from the sidelines and fish for advantages. Those who could establish celestial clans were invariably cunning foxes, who would not relinquish opportunities unless absolutely necessary, and even in confrontation, they would maintain a facade of camaraderie. Since conflict was unlikely, socializing became the only option. Chen Jing'an did not expect to derive any substantial benefits from his interactions. However, the Spring Delight Pavilion was the most affordable source of intelligence available to him in Qinghai County. Thus, he resolved to visit once his obligations were fulfilled. The following 2 days passed uneventfully. On the 4th day, Chen Jing'an ventured deeper into the mountains as usual. Approaching a marshy area, his 5-cornered mount suddenly grew restless, panting heavily and lifting its front hooves. This immediately put Chen Jing'an on high alert. Channeling his spiritual energy to his ears, he became acutely aware of the subtle sounds around him. Suddenly, a distinct sound of footsteps emerged, not from the marsh ahead, but from 2 bushes adjacent to it. Something was moving behind them. His gaze swept over, and he quickly locked eyes with a pair of fierce eyes. They belonged to a wolf. Having been educated by his family since childhood, Chen Jing'an could identify demon entities by observing mundane beasts, making mistakes unlikely. In an instant, as he spotted the wolf demon, it leaped from behind the bushes. Startled, the 5-cornered mount reared its front hooves, nearly unseating Chen Jing'an. He cursed his misfortune, but at the same time activated the fireball talisman affixed to his arm, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The wolf demon, roughly the size of a black bear, froze mid-leap as the fireball talisman struck its belly, igniting a portion of its fur and eliciting a furious howl. Seeing the effectiveness of his attack, Chen Jing'an, disregarding any sense of pity, launched a second fireball at the wolf demon. After 2 blasts, the power of the fireball talisman was nearly depleted. Seizing the mane, he forcibly redirected the demon horse, desperately fleeing backward. By the time the wolf demon extinguished the flames, Chen Jing'an had already covered 100 meters. Its eyes glinted with murderous intent, but then it glanced towards the marsh and chose to retreat once more into hiding. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chen Jing'an's heart raced. The wolf demon's strength was likely comparable to that of a 5th-layer chi practitioner, having endured 2 fireballs without severe injury. If he hesitated for even a few more seconds, and the demon horse were killed, he would surely face dire consequences. Although he had prepared a golden armor talisman, it was merely a defensive spirit talisman, capable of offering only temporary protection. It could not genuinely empower him to contend with the wolf demon. If it were that simple, those disciples of the celestial sects would not need to learn so many spells. They would simply purchase spirit talismans for convenience. Chen Jing'an, grateful to have survived, gazed at his unreliable mount and vowed that once he earned enough spirit stones, he would acquire a bolder demon horse. For the 5-cornered creature had proven itself unreliable at a crucial moment. Had he made any misstep earlier, he would not have escaped. However, now that he had survived, the wolf demon would not have it easy. While he could not defeat it alone, he had a grandfather at the 8th layer of Qi and an uncle at the 6th layer. Either one would be sufficient to vanquish that wolf demon. Chen Jing'an, brimming with resolve, had already calculated how many spirit stones he would claim after slaying the wolf. Just then, a voice filled with mirth reached him. Anzi, who owes you spirit stones? Why the long face? Chen Jing'an, initially vexed, perked up at the sound, exclaiming, Uncle Six. Turning around, he beheld a young man in his 20s, exuding an extraordinary presence. This was his uncle Chen Yaodong. Despite his youthful appearance, Chen Yaodong was already 35 years old. Chen Jing'an embraced him enthusiastically, then grasped his hand earnestly, asking, Uncle Six, what is your current cultivation level? Chapter 6, Treasures of the Marsh, Special Spirit Talismans. Chen Yaodong paused for a moment before responding. I am now at the 8th layer of Qi. Is there some trouble within the clan? A person who is away from home for too long often becomes overly anxious. Chen Yaodong had not yet seen his father upon returning. He had only exchanged brief words with his elder brother, Chen Yaowu, who assured him that everything was well at home, also mentioning Chen Jing'an's recent breakthrough to mid-Qi. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, seeing his close nephew in such a state, it was hard for Chen Yaodong not to misinterpret the situation, fearing that his brother might have only reported good news and withheld the bad. Fortunately, Chen Jing'an quickly dispelled any misunderstandings. He briefly recounted the events, particularly regarding the wolf demon, which alleviated Chen Yaodong's concerns. He couldn't help but chuckle as he scolded, "You worry your Uncle Six for nothing. It's just a wolf demon. I'll take care of it. It's been too long since we've had a good chat. Let's catch up today." "All right, I'll follow your lead, Uncle Six." Chen Yaodong laughed heartily. "I told you, you're the one with the most potential in the clan, and we get along splendidly. Now that your family has welcomed a son, and seeing your ambition, your uncle will surely lend you a hand." The two, like brothers, ventured further into the mountains. Meanwhile, at the marsh, the wolf demon seethed with frustration. It had roamed these mountains for quite some time, and just when it spotted a delectable two-legged beast, it had allowed the prey to escape. If it weren't for the presence of something it needed beneath the marsh, it would have pursued the prey without hesitation, fearing that if it left, other demon entities would seize its territory. Suddenly, the wolf demon's eyes widened, its nostrils flared. Wait a moment. It caught the scent of that two-legged beast again. Had that brat returned to seek death? No, there was another presence. The wolf demon was poised to launch an assault when it suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence, though it had yet to lay eyes on the source. The sensation caused its fur to bristle and inflate like a balloon. The wolf demon realized that this newcomer, a bipedal creature, was exceptionally formidable, unlike the previous trifles it had encountered. Indeed, it was likely the sovereign of all bipedal beings that roamed this land. Without a moment's hesitation, the wolf demon, now imbued with intelligence, understood the wisdom of evading peril. However, as if struck by an idea, it extended its claw towards the marsh before it and began to dig fervently. Soon, a small segment of what appeared to be a black tentacle surfaced, accompanied by an overwhelmingly potent aroma of spiritual herbs. Chen Yaodong moved with the swiftness of lightning, having already pinpointed the wolf demon's location. The sudden eruption of that herbaceous scent alerted him to the fact that this wolf demon was likely guarding some precious treasure. This was an opportunity not to be missed. With his right fist clenched tightly, his internal spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping his entire being in a thick layer of rocky armor. "Stone skin technique," he proclaimed, his stature swelling to nearly 10 feet as he consolidated his fingers into a fist and struck out with remarkable speed, catching the wolf demon completely off guard. With a resounding crash, the wolf demon was sent hurtling through the air, its inflated form deflating instantly as it became entangled upon a tree branch, its fate uncertain. Chen Yaodong swiftly approached the marsh, cautiously inspecting the half-exposed black tendril. He probed it with his spiritual energy and quickly enveloped the entire root of the herb. "Is this the cloudshade vine?" he uttered, disbelief lacing his voice, yet his hands moved without hesitation. He wrapped it meticulously in his spiritual energy and retrieved a jade box from within his robes, carefully placing the entire cloudshade vine inside. Once he had completed this task, a triumphant smile broke across his face. "Heaven bless our clan, ha." Chen Jing'an had seldom witnessed his uncle in such a state of elation, yet he refrained from probing further. Instead, he gazed toward the distant wolf demon and inquired, "Uncle, how shall we deal with this wolf demon? Must we simply slay it?" Chen Yaodong, coming back to his senses, detected the underlying intent in his nephew's words and decisively replied, "There's no rush. First, share your thoughts." Without further formality, Chen Jing'an articulated his idea. He proposed the possibility of taming the wolf demon to specifically breed it with mortal horses. If he could establish a channel for breeding demon steeds, it would undoubtedly increase their opportunities for acquiring spiritual stones. Chen Yaodong paused in surprise, not hastily offering a response. He secured the jade box and then swiftly approached the wolf demon, lifting it effortlessly with one hand as he scrutinized its underbelly. Whatever he saw prompted him to give a thumbs up. A fine treasure, worth a try. The celestial sect possesses techniques dedicated to breeding demon steeds, utilizing a special spiritual talisman known as the affection root talisman. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's smile faltered somewhat. He was keenly aware of the resources available within his family. They were already limited, and his uncle needed to focus on his own cultivation. The special talisman was, after all, among the most expensive of its kind. Due to the secrecy surrounding its crafting, coupled with its high failure rate and cost, such items were exceedingly rare. The expenditure for a single special talisman could very well equate to that of a low-grade magical artifact. Chen Jing'an merely sought to gain a slight advantage from his uncle, not to drain him entirely. Yet Chen Yaodong pondered seriously for a moment. After some time, he appeared to have reached a conclusion, turning to Chen Jing'an with a solemn expression. "Had this been in the past, I would have been reluctant to expend too many resources while preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, thanks to your good fortune, this cloudshade vine I have acquired is a principal ingredient in crafting foundation establishment pills, truly a rare find. Should I collaborate with other sect members in the future, there exists a significant opportunity to procure a complete foundation establishment pill. With this newfound clarity, he could afford to spare a considerable amount. A single affection root talisman would cost approximately 20 spiritual stones within the celestial sect. Chen Jing'an recognized that this venture held promise and adopted an attentive demeanor. Eager to hear more, Chen Yaodong subsequently laid out his plan. The financial investment would be shared between himself and the family, with the resultant affection root talisman and wolf demon entrusted to Chen Jing'an. Once his horse-breeding endeavor was on solid ground and profits were realized, half of the spiritual stones earned would be allocated to repay the family's debts. Once the family's obligations were met, the entirety of this venture would belong to Chen Jing'an and his descendants, though in the future, should the family seek to acquire demon steeds, he would be required to offer them at the lowest price. After considering the proposal, Chen Jing'an found no objections. His uncle had been exceedingly generous, implying that he need not repay the 10 spiritual stones initially contributed. Moreover, regarding the future ownership of the venture, Chen Yaodong had thoughtfully accounted for potential disputes. Given the current state of the Chen clan, discussing these matters felt premature. They could not guarantee that future generations would remain as united as the present. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate points of contention from the outset. Of course, both Chen Jing'an and Chen Yaodong shared an unspoken understanding. Should the fourth branch to which Chen Jing'an belonged fail to produce a successor in the future, it was highly likely that this opportunity would slip away. Nevertheless, the two remained taciturn on this subject, recognizing that any discussion would only serve to sow discord. Chen Jing'an, however, felt no trepidation. His elder brother had already manifested a spiritual root, ensuring a degree of security. Chapter 7. Meeting the Ancestor, a grand plan for the clan. Once the uncle and nephew had reached a consensus, they hastily transported the unconscious wolf demon back to the Chen estate. They first made their way to Uncle Chen Air, reporting the events that had transpired. Upon learning that Chen Jing'an had nearly fallen victim to a surprise attack from the wolf demon, Uncle Chen Air couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Chen Jing'an, however, was nonchalant, proudly displaying the golden armor talisman affixed to his chest. Uncle Chen Air understood his implication immediately and resignedly remarked, "I'll forego reclaiming the golden armor talisman. Consider it the family's compensation for you, all right? Your uncle is fair in reward and punishment. I commend you." Uncle Chen Air paid no heed to his nephew's flattery, focusing instead on the fact that his younger brother intended for him to oversee the wolf demon. Given his own strength, it was certainly within his capability. However, Uncle Chen Air was naturally inclined toward caution. The expenses associated with taming demon steeds were not insignificant. It was prudent to proceed with utmost care. He resolved to call upon the elder patriarch, Chen Jing'an, to supervise in Chen Yaodong's absence, ensuring that all would be secure. Chen Jing'an and Chen Yaodong had no objections to this plan. Proceeding with caution was wise and would yield no adverse consequences. That evening, within the Chen family's secret chamber, an imposing figure of 9 feet in height emerged, a venerable elder exuding authority. This was none other than the progenitor of the Chen celestial lineage, Chen Jing'an. He had just turned 70. In the realm of ordinary mortals, such an age would typically be one of retirement and leisure. However, Chen Jing'an was a cultivator, and as a somewhat rare alchemist, he had managed his physical condition better than many of his peers. Thus, he appeared even more formidable than those in the prime of their lives. Chen Jing'an, standing behind his two uncles, endeavored to diminish his presence. Yet, as fate would have it, the very thing he sought to avoid came to pass. As Chen Jing'an listened to his second uncle's report, he stepped forward, seizing Chen Jing'an by the collar and lifting him to inspect. This action resembled that of herding a pig destined for slaughter onto the scales before the new year. The old man had once served in the military during his youth, toiled in the fields, and was adept at carrying burdens. He had performed this maneuver on nearly all the third-generation offspring. Although Chen Jing'an felt a wave of shame, he reassured himself that as long as no peers were present, it mattered little. Fortunately, Chen Jing'an soon released him, delivering a decisive statement. "Your aptitude and abilities are commendable. In the future, when we old ones have departed, it will likely fall upon you and Jingyang to uphold the family. You shall take full responsibility for the rearing of the demon steed this time. The clan will provide you with all necessary conveniences and consider it a valuable opportunity for your training." Chen Jing'an immediately bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your trust, grandfather. This is a result of your own endeavors," Chen Jing'an remarked with a smile of approval. "It is fortunate that you are efficient in your work. You promptly located the wolf demon, and with your sixth uncle's return, you managed to procure the black cloud vine without alerting others. thus securing our family a chance to advance to the foundation establishment stage. If you can seize this opportunity, perhaps in my lifetime, I may yet witness our clan ascend to the status of a county-level immortal family. Chen Jing'an promptly concurred. Father speaks true. From now on, let the matter of the black cloud vine remain confidential. Only the four of us shall be privy to it. Heir. Keep a close watch on the other three families to prevent any leaks. Lulu, since you've returned to the Immortal Gate, it would be best if you refrain from returning home for the time being. Once you break through to the 9th level of Qi training, I will utilize General Meng's connections to procure 100 spirit stones for you, as a token of the family's support. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong immediately declined. Father, our family is already strained. You, my second brother, and those nephews all require resources for cultivation. We cannot afford such a drain. Chen Qishan chuckled softly. Do not overthink it. Even if I were to part with this 100 spirit stones, it would not plunge the family into destitution. We have been tightening our belts for years, which has indeed burdened the younger generation, but it has also allowed us to accumulate a sum of spirit stones. Supplemented by the profits from my alchemy, it is sufficient for our needs. Were it not for the concern that you might feel overwhelmed and unable to keep secrets, I would have entrusted this to you sooner. Chen Yaodong understood that his father would not engage in unprepared endeavors. Given such reassurances, he felt a slight sense of relief. However, he also sensed the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders growing heavier. The decades of accumulation by the Chen clan rested entirely upon him. If he could break through, the family would gain a foundation establishment expert, elevating the Chen clan to new heights and improving the prospects of future generations. But should he fail, it would effectively seal the fate of the Chen clan's previous 2 generations, eradicating their chance at foundation establishment. The stakes were undeniably high. Yet, such is the nature of the world of cultivators. One step forward leads to soaring heights, while a single misstep can spell ruin. Listening to the discussions of his elders, Chen Jing'an's mood turned somber. At that moment, Chen Qishan called out to him, tossing a vial of medicinal pills his way. Inside are 6 Jingyuan pills. Take them for refinement. Should anyone inquire about xianxiaaudiobooks, in dire circumstances, you may claim to have consumed a dragon scale fruit to achieve your breakthrough. Chen Jing'an understood this was to provide cover for his 6th uncle, since xianxiaaudiobooks had been forcibly acquired from a local wealthy merchant. Any indiscretion from the merchant or tenants could pose a significant risk. From his understanding of his grandfather, the old man had never been one to exhibit a benevolent demeanor towards outsiders. As expected, Chen Qishan turned to Chen Jing'an, instructing, you must personally contact the eldest. Ensure he swiftly uncovers all personnel associated with xianxiaaudiobooks, leaving no stone unturned to avoid future complications. Chen Jing'an nodded. I will have Jingyang assist. It will be handled meticulously. In mere moments, the fates of those individuals had been sealed. This was not Chen Jing'an's first encounter with such matters, and he had never harbored any illusions about the integrity of his family. The imperial power's endorsement of local immortal families ensured they could not empathize with the majority. Though he had yet to fully acclimate, Chen Jing'an understood that his destiny was irrevocably intertwined with that of the clan. If necessary, he could become a lethal weapon, eliminating any potential threats to the family's interests. The following morning, Chen Yaodong set off. His destination was the Immortal Gates outpost in Chongping County to procure a sentiment talisman. Priced at 20 spirit stones, it was not competitive against the markets of other counties and was somewhat exorbitant. However, its quality was assured. For the Chen clan, this represented the greatest value. Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an began managing the spiritual fields of xianxiaaudiobooks, sowing the seeds of spiritual rice. Following a round of spiritual rain technique, the fields flourished with vitality, teeming with life. Time was still ample. Thus, off to Chunhuan Tower he went. Chapter 8. Offspring of the Immortal Clan. Agents of the Black Demon Sect. In Qinghai County City, Longjing Square, the melodious strains of Qin music wafted through the air, the lights illuminating Chunhuan Tower's windows, making it appear even more vibrant than during the day. Dressed in light attire, women stood at the entrance, greeting the passing gentry. Chen Jing'an entered Chunhuan Tower clad in a sky-blue robe, soon ascending to the upper floors under the guidance of a woman as pure as a white lotus. She initiated conversation, playfully teasing, Master Jiao, it has been several days since your last visit. The others often mention you. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an laughed heartily. It seems your Master Jiao has recently been preoccupied with joyful matters and truly cannot spare the time. Then congratulations are in order from Master Jiao. The White Lotus woman responded, her smile unwavering as they reached the 6th floor. In a soft voice, she continued, Master Jiao, we have arrived. Would you prefer my service? Or shall I summon another sister? In the next moment, a large hand ensnared her shoulder. You, Chen Jing'an, half in jest and half in enjoyment, took liberties, eliciting playful indignation from the woman. They walked a few more steps and passed through a grand doorway. Inside was an expansive space, though it housed only 6 or 7 individuals. Most lounged languidly, with several beautiful women draped over their bodies or leaning against them. The identities of these individuals were far from ordinary. To sit here, one had to meet 2 stringent criteria. First, to be born of one of the 4 great immortal families of Qinghai County, and second, to possess a spirit root. Lacking either disqualified one. Currently, only Chen Jing'an and his second cousin met these conditions. Other offspring of the immortal families without spirit roots could only remain in the lower levels, relegated to the rooms designated for the descendants of immortal clans. Separated by but a single floor, yet worlds apart, Chen Jing'an adeptly exchanged nods with these individuals, swiftly receiving their responses. To put it simply, they were all his close companions. "Hey, Chen Laojiu, your aura seems different." One rotund man pushed the woman off his belly, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "Have you broken through to the mid-chi training stage?" Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to him. "Is that true? Chen Jing'an, have you been cultivating demonic arts?" "Get lost." Chen Jing'an settled himself with the woman beside him, casting a disdainful glance at the speaker. "Wang Laowu, you're the one practicing demonic arts. Can it be that your Qin grandfather is simply exceptionally gifted?" The man, whose real name was Wang Qinhua, hailed from the Wang immortal family and was ranked 5th among his peers, also at the 4th level of Qi training. He possesses 4 spiritual roots, placing him among the most gifted cultivators within this assembly of celestial beings. Among the other practitioners present, only Yu Zhan from the Yu clan has reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, while the rest linger in the early stages of the same. Ultimately, encountering a bottleneck at the 4th level of Qi refinement is to be expected. Thus, Chen Jing'an's smooth breakthrough captures significant attention. Following a round of mutual compliments, the conversation shifted to casual exchanges. This gathering, in essence, serves as a conventional meeting to convey information among cultivators. Those seated here are supported by the esteemed elders of their clans, giving their words a certain weight. Should any troublesome matters arise, these younger members are also entitled to make decisions in collaboration, as the ultimate goal is to safeguard the interests of their native celestial clans. As the group settled, it was Wang Qinhui from the Wang clan who first spoke. "Today, Chun Jiu has also arrived, and we should discuss matters concerning the Black Demon sect." Upon hearing the name of the Black Demon sect, several individuals straightened in their seats, their eyes betraying a flicker of apprehension. The Black Demon sect, as its name implies, is a cult that practices demonic arts. In the realm of Deqian, only heinous techniques such as murder, cannibalism, soul extraction, bone shattering, and marrow sucking are classified as demonic arts. Spearheaded by the royal family, a coalition of foundational celestial clans actively resists demonic cultivators, a consensus shared throughout Deqian. The practitioners of various celestial clans rely on spirit stones as resources, yet they themselves are viewed as cultivation resources by the demonic cultivators. From this perspective, the relationship between the 2 factions can be described as one of mortal enmity. Observing the gravity of the situation, Wang Qinhui wasted no time in sharing intelligence. "My uncle currently serves in the county government and has just relayed urgent news. The Zhang clan of Lingyi County has suffered a brutal massacre at the hands of a group of demonic cultivators. All 3 of their practitioners, including one at the 7th level of Qi refinement, have been slain. Other celestial clans in Lingyi County rushed to the scene and engaged the demonic cultivators, managing to kill a few and identifying their techniques as originating from the Black Demon sect. Presently, several of these demonic cultivators are still at large, with the strongest possessing the strength of the 8th level of Qi refinement." Upon hearing this, the group was thoroughly unsettled. Although Lingyi County does not border Qinghai County, both are located within Yunwu Prefecture. For an escaping practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, such proximity is trivial. The others could scarcely fathom the ramifications of a demonic cultivator invading Qinghai County. "Thank you for the information, Brother Wang. I will ensure our clan's elders remain vigilant." Yu Zhan from the Yu clan was the first to express his stance, with the others quickly following suit. Chen Jing'an joined in, but his demeanor was evidently different. Wang Qinhui continued, "Chen Jiu, your family oversees the military forces in the county. You must enhance your patrols during this time. If any traces are discovered, remember to avoid alarming the snakes in the grass." "I will relay this to my uncle," Chen Jing'an responded. "Relying solely on your clan is insufficient. If this matter is mishandled, it could lead to the extermination of our clan," Wang Qinhui said gravely, turning to another man with a square face. "Lin brother, your family holds the hereditary position of county magistrate. See if you can maneuver to drag the county magistrate into this." "I will do my best," the member of the Lin clan replied readily. In just a few brief exchanges, they had formulated a simple countermeasure, though it primarily focused on self-preservation, utilizing only mortal strength. This strategy may not be sufficient to thwart the demonic cultivator, but it would buy them more time. As long as the demonic cultivator appears and harms mortals, it will serve as a warning to the 4 great celestial clans, preventing a swift extermination akin to that of the Zhang clan in Lingyun County, which fell too quickly to receive support from other clans. At that moment, Yu Zhan spoke once more. Should we share this news with them? Upon hearing this, everyone pondered the question. The them Yu Zhan referred to were the minor clans of cultivators residing within Qinghai County. These individuals either stumbled upon celestial fortunes by sheer luck or were descendants of clans that had been purged by the court, only to produce new cultivators after several generations. Others, like Qin Shishan, were outsiders who replaced the original celestial clans and gained a seat at this table of shared interests. The number of these cultivators may seem small when separated, but collectively, they could number over 10. Seeing that no one was voicing an opinion, Wang Qinhui directly stated, "The practitioners of my Wang clan are precious and cannot afford to be recklessly endangered." Chen Jing'an immediately understood and echoed, "Our clan feels the same." The remaining members of the Yu clan and the 2 from the Lin clan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. We too are in accord. Given the value of celestial lives, it seems that others must bear the brunt in their stead. Chapter 9. The wolf demon breeds with the heirs of the Bai clan. Half a day later, Chen Yaodong returned with the emotion root talisman. Due to the situation with the black demon sect, Chen Shishan summoned everyone once more, including the eldest son of the 2nd generation, Chen Yaowen, the county historian of Qinghai. Chen Shishan's directives were straightforward. First, the family's cultivators should remain cautious during this period. Second, the officials should bolster the patrols within their territory. Beyond this, no other viable options existed. Chen Yaodong was aware that within the celestial sects, there existed a specific talisman designed to track the black demon sect, known as the Black Demon Talisman. However, this was a creation of the sect's elders, costing no less than 100 spirit stones per talisman. Clearly, their family could not afford such extravagance. The other 3 great celestial clans might not be willing to invest such spirit stones either, considering that any spoils would need to be submitted, and they could inadvertently provoke the Black Demon sect, inviting trouble upon themselves. In the courtyard, Chen Yaodong handed the emotion root talisman to Chen Jing'an and instructed him to implant it into the wolf demon's body. As a flicker of spiritual light flashed, the unconscious wolf demon suddenly awakened. It struggled to flee, but chains formed from runes emerged, sealing its powers. Simultaneously, its originally fierce eyes grew somewhat vacant. Chen Yaodong explained, "This emotion root talisman keeps the wolf demon in a perpetual state of heat while also restraining its power. You need not worry about it harming you." Chen Jing'an nodded. "I understand, nephew. It is merely a pity. This wolf demon was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Yet with the implantation of the emotion root talisman, it will never advance further in its lifetime, and its lifespan will be halved. Strive to find suitable mates for it over the years, at least to recoup the cost of the talisman." After giving further instructions, Chen Yaodong returned to the residence of the elder. The 2 were unaware of what discussions transpired. The following morning, Chen Yaodong departed once again, returning to the celestial sect. Chen Jing'an promptly selected a dozen female horses from the family-controlled stables. At first, the wolf demon regarded him with fierce eyes, even killing 2 of the breeding mares. However, under the influence of the emotion root talisman, it ultimately could not escape the fate of succumbing to its desires, and within a day, it became inseparable from the horses. Days turned into weeks, and soon half a year had passed. The spiritual rice in the spirit fields of Songzhu Mountain began to mature. Chen Jing'an also discovered that after breaking through to the 2nd layer of his spiritual rain technique, it could now also provide the effects of fertilizers. Moreover, this irrigation process further enhanced his proficiency in the technique, achieving a dual benefit. In 2 years, when this cycle of spiritual rice matures, he anticipates an income of nearly 2 spiritual stones from this venture alone. Yet, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The mares he previously sent for breeding have now yielded for pregnancies with demonic offspring. Each surviving creature will bring in an additional 2 spiritual stones. Although the mortality rate for these demonic breeds remains alarmingly high, Chen Jing'an firmly believes that quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. As long as the wolf demons are bred sufficiently, the surviving 2nd generation will undoubtedly flourish. Compared to 6 months ago, Chen Jing'an has now established a modest enterprise. With the rapid absorption speed of his 4 spiritual roots, it seems that he requires a little over 4 more years to break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, a process that can be expedited using spiritual stones. However, he prefers to rely on the abilities of his progeny. His eldest son, Qin Qingwang, has already been weaned, and it is time to prepare for the arrival of another brother or sister. He has specifically sought out a nourishing recipe from his grandfather for the postpartum recovery of Yushan, planning to expand their family once she has regained her strength. Chen Jing'an has his own considerations. While Chen Jing'an is his firstborn, the boy possesses spiritual roots. Based on his own growth experiences, he knows that his eldest son will not remain by Yushan's side indefinitely, especially given her lack of spiritual roots. Hence, a child without spiritual roots is needed to provide her with emotional support, at least until he takes concubines and expands his offspring. The matter of taking concubines is inevitable, as evidenced by their family's willingness to gamble everything for a single foundation establishment. In this world, adhering strictly to the rules offers no hope. Chen Jing'an must place his hopes on his descendants to provide him with greater assistance. Moreover, the absence of the formidable figure from the Black Demon sect continues to trouble his mind. He has scarcely visited the beloved Chuanhuan Tower since, fearing that misfortune may lead him to cross paths with that fearsome individual, which would surely spell disaster. Daqiao Village, a settlement under the jurisdiction of Qinghai County, is home to a population that is predominantly surnamed Bai, making it a significant clan. Their origins are anything but simple. 200 years ago, among the 4 great immortal clans of Qinghai County, one was the Bai clan. However, the Bai clan suffered a devastating massacre at the hands of demonic cultivators, with their practitioners and direct bloodlines nearly exterminated. Only an elderly servant managed to escape with the young master to establish a new life in Daqiao Village. This servant utilized the gold and silver he brought with him to acquire land and arranged marriages for the young master, leading to a large progeny. After several generations of effort, they successfully reversed their fortunes, driving out the original prominent clan and restoring their family's prosperity and prominence. The successive leaders of the Bai clan have never forgotten that their ancestors were once the most noble beings in Qinghai County. They even preserved the cultivation techniques of their forebears. In the absence of a reliable method to assess spiritual roots, they can only allow the eligible youth to attempt cultivation during their enlightenment phase. This approach is fraught with unpredictability. Some claim to sense the movement of spiritual energy after a mere passing wind, while others, with blocked noses, assert that the energy is obstructed. However, perhaps this family is truly favored by fate, as 50 years ago, a cultivator named Bai Zhengshou emerged. Now 56 years old, Bai Zhengshou has spent 50 years sensing spiritual energy, yet due to a lack of cultivation resources and the absence of spiritual plants in the village, the spiritual energy is scarce. At his age, he has only reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, stymied by a minor bottleneck. Fortunately, over the years, Bai Zhengshou has discovered 3 more individuals with spiritual roots, one of whom, Bai Yuanqi, is 32 years old and at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, while the other 2 are merely at the 1st layer. On this day, at the Bai clan ancestral hall, a middle-aged man with dark runes etched across his face is pouring a bowl of blood-red liquid into his mouth, as if drinking water. Beneath him, an elderly man appears anxious, cautiously speaking, "Respected one, this month we have already offered 4 pairs of young boys and girls. This is truly the village's limit. If we offer more, it may draw unwanted attention from outsiders, which could be detrimental to you." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nods, acknowledging, "You speak wisely. I too have grown weary of those younglings." Strangely, Bai Zhengshou's expression reveals no joy but rather deepening unease. The next words from the middle-aged man only serve to amplify this discomfort. "Old Bai, I sense there are still a few cultivators within your clan. Bring them forth." Chapter 10. Collaborating with the tiger, cultivators go missing. Bai Zhengshou's countenance shifts dramatically, and he instinctively wishes to refuse. But he knows he lacks the standing to defy this demon. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the Bai clan once more. What almost escapes his lips transforms into, "This old man obeys." The demon is pleased with his compliance. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to massacre Daqiao Village and seek refuge elsewhere. After all, the backlash from his demonic techniques has been alleviated by the consumption of this fresh blood, and a few more seedlings bearing spiritual roots would completely restore his injuries. At that point, even if he were to encounter someone at the 9th layer of qi refinement, he would have the confidence to escape. The dynamics of offense and defense are ever-changing. The initiative lies with him, and he is in no rush to depart. The demon, known as Chen Jing'an, is a disciple under one of the Black Demon sect's 3 guardians. Observing Bai Zhengshou's obsequious demeanor, he has already determined the man's fate. However, before that, Chen Jing'an intends to extract the last bit of value from Bai Zhengshou. Conveniently, the origins of the Bai clan in Daqiao Village could serve as useful leverage. With this thought, Chen Jing'an looks at Bai Zhengshou and says, "I have no intention of slaughtering your kin." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhengshou's expression shifts, revealing heightened panic. The demon in an abnormal state is far more terrifying than in a normal one. Yet Bai Zhengshou feigns relief and hastily inquires, "May the respected one clarify? I have spent some time in your village and know that your Bai clan was once one of the 4 great immortal clans of Qinghai County." Chen Jing'an replies with a smile, It is a pity that your clan was later supplanted by outsiders, becoming what is now the Lin clan. I am one to champion the downtrodden, so if you can lure the Lin clan members here, your younger generation may live a little longer. Bai Zhengshou falls into deep contemplation upon hearing this. He perceives that the demon is intentionally leveraging past grievances to incite him. However, to be fair, had his clan not been decimated by demonic cultivators, it is likely another immortal clan would have taken their place, even without the Lin clan. The Lin clan merely occupied that position at a particular juncture, after so many generations. To imply that Bai Zhengshou would stubbornly cling to animosity against the Lin clan would be foolish. Nevertheless, there remains a lingering resentment in his heart. The demon's intent is for him to act as an accomplice, a role Bai Zhengshou is deeply reluctant to play. Yet, he finds himself back at square one. The only choice left to him is between dying now or later. Bai Zhengshou gazes at Chen Jing'an and bows respectfully, stating, "I shall obey your command." "Very well, it seems you have accepted my benevolence," Chen Jing'an remarked with a satisfied expression, subsequently producing a dark, ominous pill and handing it to Bai Zhengshou. "Now, consume this poison pill. I shall grant you 5 days' time. Should you successfully deceive a member of the Lin clan's celestial lineage, your kin will have a chance at survival. Of course, you may also choose treachery and return to collect the remains of your family." The old man understood the gravity of the situation. A month later, a joyous occasion unfolded in Chen Jing'an's courtyard, for Yushan was once again with child. Consequently, Chen Jing'an, already advised by his grandfather to remain within the estate, now ventured outside only to tend to the spiritual fields, effectively confining himself between the stable and his own yard. However, on this particular day, his second uncle summoned him, evidently intending to discuss some pressing matter. Upon entering the main gate, Chen Jing'an encountered a young man in his 20s who had already arrived, his second cousin, Chen Jing'an. Among those with spiritual roots in their lineage, Chen Jing'an was the eldest. Their grandfather had invested considerable resources and connections to apprentice Chen Jing'an to a seasoned talisman master of the later stages of qi cultivation, aiming to enhance the family standing. This talisman master, surnamed Huang, was not a local cultivator from Yunwu County. He had brought his granddaughter to Qinghai County. In pursuit of authentic knowledge, Chen Jing'an married the talisman master's granddaughter and fathered a son and a daughter, dutifully attending to the talisman master. To be candid, Chen Jing'an seldom had the opportunity to meet his second cousin. Yet, as they were destined to support the family together in the future, their reunion was harmonious. Chen Jing'an took a seat beside his cousin, and soon thereafter, his uncle, father, and other second-generation members arrived. It was then that Chen Erbo began to relay the information received from the other 3 families. In summary, several recent cases of missing cultivators had emerged within the confines of Qinghai County, coinciding with the ongoing escape of practitioners from the Black Demon sect. Such occurrences inevitably stirred speculation. Currently, 4 cultivators were confirmed missing, one of whom hailed from the Lin clan, while the other 3 were reported by small families from nearby villages seeking assistance in locating their kin. The assembly chose to disregard the latter half of this statement. Offering help was merely a pretext for self-preservation. Chen Erbo refrained from hastily expressing his opinion and continued to disclose the identities of the 3 small families affected by the disappearances: the Bai family from Daqiao village, the Lu family from Qingyugu, and the Guo family from Huangzikou. After presenting the available information, he encouraged the assembly to analyze the situation collectively, a customary practice within their clan that fostered familial bonds while minimizing oversights. After all, those uncles and aunts lacked spiritual roots but retained sound minds, often proving more resourceful than celestial beings. Take Chen Dabo, for instance. As the chief officer overseeing the county's officials, he stood among the triad of power in Qinghai's political landscape alongside the county magistrate and deputy magistrate. His cunning and guile were unparalleled. Chen Jing'an contemplated the connections among the missing cultivators. With both celestial and small clan members having vanished, one could preliminarily deduce that the target was indeed the cultivators themselves. However, one must not dismiss the possibility of a diversionary tactic. Moreover, the recent disappearances did not suggest an outright extermination of clans. Even within the 3 afflicted families, the Guo family of Huangzikou suffered the sole demise of their lone cultivator. Thus, with the loss of their only practitioner, they were effectively extinguished. As he pondered these matters, Chen Dabo interjected with his insights, which largely aligned with Chen Jing'an's speculations. However, Chen Dabo ventured further, asserting that the 4 cultivators likely met their end in a location far removed from where they vanished. Otherwise, their absence would not have gone unnoticed. Hence, it was probable that, besides the mastermind behind these incidents, there existed an accomplice responsible for luring the victims away. As Chen Dabo was well-versed in criminal cases, he adeptly applied this investigative reasoning to the realm of cultivators, articulating his analysis with clarity. The assembly acknowledged his perspective. The next step was to identify this accomplice, a task meant for the officials. Chen Erbo bypassed Chen Jing'an entirely and directed Chen Jing'an, saying, "Jing'an, you dwell outside and must remain vigilant during this time. Should anyone invite you out alone, politely decline if possible." Chen Jing'an nodded, replying, "Nephew understands." Chapter 11. The cousin's gift of talismans at the county magistrate's residence. Once the discussion concluded, the two cousins departed together, ostensibly for a breath of fresh air. Chen Jing'an had not returned home for quite some time. He had just learned from his father and second uncle that his 5-element-rooted cousin had not only advanced to the mid-stage of qi cultivation before him, but had also ascended to the second tier of the spirit rain technique. While genuinely happy for Chen Jing'an, he could not help but feel a pang of envy for his own stagnation, particularly considering he possessed a 4-element root. Residing in the Huang estate afforded Chen Jing'an the privilege of consuming spiritual rice thanks to his connection as the son-in-law of the talisman master. On occasions when the talisman master was in high spirits, he might even receive a half-spiritual fruit as a treat. Under such fortunate circumstances, Chen Jing'an found himself frustrated at remaining stagnant in his progress. Noticing his cousin's thoughts, Chen Jing'an recognized the natural human tendency to compare oneself with others. While not a significant issue, neglecting it could lead to future complications. Thus, he utilized a tactic taught by his grandfather, recounting an incident of pilfering dragon scale fruits on Songzhu Mountain. Though merely a first-tier spiritual fruit, it was rich in spiritual energy and considered a treasure for cultivators in the qi realm. One could easily break into the mid-stage of qi cultivation with the proper timing. And in the realm of hypotheticals where he truly had stolen such fruit, Chen Jing'an felt profoundly aggrieved. His lamentations successfully evoked a sense of shared empathy from Chen Jing'an, lightening the atmosphere considerably. The cousins engaged in conversation for some time until they were about to part ways. Chen Jing'an retrieved 2 talismans from his pocket and handed them over. "These are the Speed Talisman and Heart Protection Talisman I recently learned. Though their quality does not yet reach the first-tier level, they are quite suitable for commoners. I recall that cousin Jingkong serves as an officer among the common folk. Given the current unrest, these talismans could prove invaluable in times of need." Chen Jingkong was the name of his direct elder brother. Chen Jing'an understood that this was the reward for his earlier lament, gratefully accepting the talismans. As for purchasing them with spirit stones, that felt too mundane. Although the 2 talismans together would fetch no more than half a spirit stone, Chen Jing'an had his own way of handling such matters. In essence, his second cousin's gift of talismans constituted a gesture of goodwill. He intended to repay this kindness without appearing overly deliberate. With his ongoing endeavor in breeding demon horses, he planned to present a 3rd-generation demon horse to him once the breeding stabilized, thereby fulfilling his obligation of gratitude while simultaneously advertising himself before the talisman master, a dual benefit. Subsequently, he visited his parents' quarters. His mother was absent, having been summoned by the teacher due to the laziness of his 4th brother at the county school. Only his father remained, basking in the sunlight while cradling his elder brother's son in the courtyard. Chen Jing'an handed the talisman gifted by his second cousin to his father, requesting him to pass it on to his elder brother. He then proceeded to bring over another recliner, leisurely settling beside his father to bask in the sun. The father and son engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Father, regarding the case of the missing cultivators, whom do you believe bears the greatest suspicion?" Without hesitation, Chen's father replied, "Typically, those who stand to gain the most are the most suspect. However, if the mastermind is a demonic cultivator, I believe the accomplices may be coerced. Should they refuse, they would likely meet an untimely demise, albeit their fate might not differ much from that." Chen Jing'an raised an eyebrow. "So, you mean to say this accomplice is likely to die?" "Not likely, but certainly," his father responded lazily. "The fact that the demonic cultivator has not shown himself indicates a cautious individual. With the disappearance of the cultivators now drawing the attention of the celestial clans and the authorities, he will not remain idle." Chen Jing'an pondered this notion and felt a twinge of regret. It wasn't his arrogance that led him to believe he could capture the demonic cultivator. Rather, it was the realization that if the demonic cultivator chose to remain in the shadows, it was, paradoxically, the safest option for them. Although cultivators had gone missing, as long as they remained indoors, the demonic cultivator's schemes could not affect them. Conversely, if this individual chose to step into the limelight, it would signify far greater uncertainty. As a low-tier cultivator, he felt he had a high probability of being on that demonic cultivator's hit list. With that thought, he shamelessly pleaded, "Father, save me." His father cast a disdainful glance at him, knowing his 3rd son was once again seeking an easy way out. Yet, as this lad was the future pillar of the 4th branch, Chen's father felt a mix of disappointment and concern. He could not allow his son to fall into peril. In truth, the matter was relatively straightforward. Chen's father's eyes flickered with thought. Strictly speaking, none of the four great celestial clans are truly safe. Since the demonic cultivator has a history of slaughtering celestial beings, it indicates that ordinary formations cannot deter him. If you choose to remain in the estate, you face a 1 in 4 chance of being targeted by the demonic cultivator. In all of Qinghe County, there is only one place that will likely not attract his attention. Chen Jing'an immediately inquired, "Where's that?" "The county magistrate's residence," his father answered. Do not be deceived by the fact that the magistrate is merely a mortal. He is a legitimate official of the court. Should the magistrate be killed, it would surely invoke the intervention of the Demon Suppression Bureau, which is most feared by the demonic sect. In confronting the Demon Suppression Bureau, not even a demonic cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement would stand a chance, let alone one at the foundation establishment stage. Since this person values their life, they would not act recklessly in this matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's eyes brightened. "So, what you mean is that I should temporarily seek refuge at the county magistrate's residence?" His father seemed to have anticipated this question, offering a mysterious smile before carrying his nephew into the house. When he returned, he held an aged red invitation. It appeared to be related to a marriage. At this moment, Chen Jing'an couldn't help but speculate, taking a half-step back. "Father, have you arranged a betrothal between me and the magistrate's daughter?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the invitation was thrown at his forehead. Quick-witted, Chen Jing'an caught it, only to hear his father's disdainful voice. "You are indeed my son, but do take a moment to reflect. Why would the magistrate willingly seek trouble by marrying his daughter to you?" His father smirked and continued. "However, you have guessed half correctly. You do have an arranged marriage, but the betrothed is not the magistrate's daughter, but rather the daughter of Master Hu. I made an agreement with Master Hu years ago. There is still a marriage pact in place, which now falls to you. Should you accept this engagement, Master Hu will certainly assist you in infiltrating the county magistrate's residence. The question now lies in whether you are willing to agree." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an seriously contemplated the feasibility of the arrangement. A 1 in 4 chance of danger versus 100% assurance of safety, along with the prospect of acquiring a marriage and indirectly connecting to the county magistrate. Deep down, he was already inclined towards the latter. Taking a concubine would fulfill my desires. Yet, the question remained, what was the temperament of Master Hu's daughter? If she were a disruptive force, life could become quite troublesome. Chapter 12. Miss Hu, Personal Guard. Chen Jing'an voiced his concerns to his father, who thoughtfully responded, "Regarding this matter, I can inquire on your behalf. Marriage is no trifling matter. Master Hu's daughter, upon marrying, would at least be a primary wife. Surely he would grant you an opportunity to see her. Then I shall trouble you with this," Chen Jing'an said hastily before bidding farewell, his mind racing with calculations. If the demonic cultivator targeted cultivators, then as long as his wife and child temporarily vacated the premises, the calamity would not befall them. As for the family, the elder would likely arrange protection for the cultivators within the clan. However, if he were to seek refuge, he should inform them out of courtesy and logic. That very night, he stealthily entered his second uncle's room and briefly recounted the day's events, omitting the part about the engagement. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Chen Erbua's astonishment before he spoke. It seems the fourth brother has hidden depths. He has accurately assessed the situation. Chen Jing'an maintained his composure. "Uncle, is it true that a small clan has been annihilated?" "Yes, your elder uncle has just relayed news that last night, Daqiao village was completely slaughtered. A deed characteristic of a demonic cultivator." "Daqiao village? Wasn't he that one of the 3 affected families?" "Indeed, the demonic cultivator is more cunning than we anticipated. Given that cultivators were also killed in Daqiao village, it has temporarily become a blind spot for us, allowing him to escape once more." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's regard for the demonic cultivator rose significantly. A fugitive with both strength and intellect. If such a person were to confront Qinghe County head-on, it would be difficult for anyone, save for a few seasoned cultivators at the 8th or 9th levels of Qi refinement, to sleep soundly. Chen Erbuo was no exception. Thus, Chen Jing'an subtly expressed his intention to seek refuge, receiving immediate approval. Chen's father acted swiftly, returning the next morning with news from Master Hu. The message was simple. He would permit Chen Jing'an to temporarily stay at the county magistrate's residence and would arrange for him to serve as a guard beside Miss Hu, allowing him to observe her temperament. However, there was only one condition. He could retain the right to decide whether to marry Miss Hu. Except in one circumstance. If Miss Hu took a liking to him, he could not refuse. This request was not unreasonable. Chen Jing'an readily agreed and began making arrangements for Yushan to temporarily relocate with their child. Subsequently, he also concealed the wolf demon, which was of utmost importance. As for the Mares, they would remain in the care of the household. If misfortune struck and they were accidentally harmed, there was little that could be done. After all, spirit stones could be earned again. However, If their family attracted attention due to this matter, leading to mortal peril, it would be a loss too great to bear. 3 days later, at the county magistrate's residence, the current magistrate of Qinghai County, surnamed Zhu, was not from Yunwu County. He was known for his integrity, having consistently combated the local tyrants since taking office, particularly those emboldened by the support of the 4 great celestial clans. It could be said that half of Magistrate Zhu's reputation was built upon his efforts against the 4 great celestial clans. He stood in stark opposition to the 4 great celestial clans, bolstered by the imperial court, and thus the clans dared not take any drastic actions against him. They could only resort to their hereditary official status to occasionally vex County Magistrate Zhu. Master Hu, hailing from a humble scholarly background, had no illustrious lineage. He had clawed his way to the title of scholar through sheer talent and hard work, wresting it from the hands of numerous powerful families. However, when it came time for the imperial examinations, individuals of his modest origins had no chance of success. Disheartened, he returned to Qinghai County, where he accepted the summons of Magistrate Zhu to serve as his advisor. Magistrate Zhu treated Master Hu quite favorably, designating a small area within the magistrate's residence for Master Hu's family. In this small enclave resided Chen Jing'an, who had been assigned there under the pretense of providing protection. Upon learning of Master Hu's past, Chen Jing'an could understand the latter's motives for engaging in transactions with his family. On one hand, Magistrate Zhu had shown benevolence towards Master Hu, while on the other, Master Hu harbored genuine resentment towards the local gentry that had obstructed his scholarly pursuits. The 2 parties were thus perfectly aligned in their interests. However, there was a darker undertone. Magistrate Zhu enjoyed his current standing, yet the whims of fate could shift with a new ruler, and magistrates were not immune to such changes. Once Magistrate Zhu was reassigned, the 4 great celestial clans would inevitably seek retribution against his former subordinates. There was an old adage, one can escape the monk, but not the temple. Master Hu was closely allied with his father and was willing to honor a childhood betrothal, which could very well serve as a means of self-preservation. Having come to this realization, Chen Jing'an felt a sense of ease wash over him. He was not afraid of Master Hu's ulterior motives. Rather, he feared remaining oblivious to the machinations at play. Over the course of the next 2 months, he remained by Miss Hu's side in the guise of a protector. In truth, Miss Hu was far from the delicate flower he had envisioned. She was vivacious and adept in martial arts. While ostensibly serving as her guardian, Chen Jing'an found himself more akin to a sparring partner. Whenever Miss Hu was in the mood, he was compelled to engage her in combat, and such instances occurred almost daily. Aside from the occasional invitations from the magistrate's daughter, Miss Zhu, which could afford him a brief respite, he was generally intercepted by the guards of the estate. He remained vigilant, aware of the shifting tides outside. Yet the malevolent cultivator had yet to make a move. Chen Jing'an resolved to bide his time. At present, Miss Hu displayed no interest in him. Despite her striking beauty and distinctive personality, he harbored concerns about marrying her, fearing he would be dragged into a relentless regimen of martial training. That would be quite the upheaval. He concluded that if the malevolent cultivator did not appear soon, he would relocate to live with his wife and children to at least witness the birth of their second child. Meanwhile, outside Chunhuan Tower, a dapper young man loitered at the street corner, his gaze fixed on the rooftop of the establishment, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. This was the malevolent cultivator, Chen Qiang. He had already gathered intelligence and knew that the younger generation of the celestial clans favored frequenting Chunhuan Tower. The few strongest among them barely reached the 4th level of qi cultivation, appearing to him as delectable morsels. Upon contemplating this, Chen Qiang licked his lips, envisioning the scene of slaughtering those young cultivators. Once he completed this venture, he would relocate elsewhere. Presently, he operated under the cloak of darkness, confident that the 4 celestial clans would not anticipate his return with a vengeance. The thrill of navigating the precipice between life and death, while simultaneously enhancing his own power, was the greatest pleasure for Chen Qiang. With this thought in mind, he sauntered towards Chunhuan Tower, a manic smile gracing his lips. Let me see which young scion dares to act with such impunity. Chapter 13. The Tragedy at Chunhuan Tower. The Artifacts Unleashed. Before long, Chen Qiang arrived at the base of Chunhuan Tower. He produced a silver note from his pocket and was quickly ushered inside amidst the cheerful greetings of the courtesans. According to the rules, Chen Qiang could only remain on the ground floor. To ascend further required a specific identity. He stood at the edge of the floor, his mind already devising plans for the ambush and escape. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light swept through him, severing the heads of those nearby and sending them soaring into the air. Chen Qiang transformed into a shadow of blood, hurtling towards the top floor. By the time the steward of Chunhuan Tower realized what was happening and attempted to call for help, Chen Qiang had already reached the highest level. He could almost taste the blood and flesh of the young cultivators, along with the unique aroma of their pure spiritual energy. Little brats, are you ready for a feast? With a resounding bang, the door to the top floor burst open, revealing 3 young members of the celestial clans within. One of them was Wang Qinhui, while the other 2 hailed from the Wang and Yu clans, respectively. As they beheld the terrifying presence of Chen Jing'an, their expressions turned to one of sheer shock. Die! Chen Jing'an extended his fingers, transforming them into blood-red claws as he struck down upon the unsuspecting Wang clan youth. The young man, caught off guard, turned in desperation to Wang Qinhui, crying out for help. Before he could utter another word, his head was severed from his body, blood spraying forth and splattering Chen Jing'an, who appeared even more frenzied in the aftermath. Die! Chen Jing'an lunged at the Yu clan youth next, crushing his skull as if it were a watermelon. Brain matter exploding forth. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 5 breaths. The only one left, Wang Qinhui, had already shattered the wall and leapt from the top of Chuanhuan Tower. For a cultivator of qi, such a height would result in little more than scrapes. This was the only strategy he could conceive of in such dire circumstances. Chen Jing'an surveyed the gaping hole in the wall, looking down upon the scattering crowd below, reveling in an unprecedented satisfaction of his violent proclivities. You can't escape, little brat. Ha! He leaped into action, his legs surging with power, muscles bulging and sprouting thick fur, resembling a ferocious beast. The distance between them swiftly closed. You can't run, celestial brat. Chen Jing'an unleashed another blood claw, nearly grasping Wang Qinhui's hair. Even before contact, the latter's body involuntarily lurched forward. Another surge of malevolent energy descended, embedding itself at his waist, directly penetrating his being. In a tense moment, a flash of sword light cut through the air, aimed straight for Chen Jing'an's chest. In that fleeting instant, he had but one choice: either endure severe injury to eliminate Wang Qinhui or evade the strike. Chen Jing'an did not hesitate. He fell backwards, the sword narrowly grazing his face and leaving a trail of blood across his cheek. As his already fearsome visage became even more grotesque, his arm swung like a monkey clinging to the window of a neighboring building. In his line of sight, an elderly man clad in blue observed the fallen and gravely injured Wang Qinhui, his eyes blazing with fury. This newcomer was Wang Chuheng, the elder of the Wang clan, and also Wang Qinhui's grandfather. The Wang clan had few cultivators, and to finally produce such a talented grandson as Wang Qinhui was a significant achievement, with the clan investing heavily in his future to ensure he would lead the Wang clan. However, now everything was in ruins, following the penetration of this malevolent cultivator's energy. Even if Wang Qinhui miraculously survived, his spiritual root was likely irreparably damaged. The prospect of transcending the 7th level of qi cultivation remains uncertain, a dilemma that inevitably stirs the ire of Wang Chuang. He raises his hand once more, commanding the sword that had previously pierced through the air to return menacingly behind Chen Jing'an's head. Had it not been for Chen Jing'an's swift reflexes, his skull would have surely been perforated. Like a lizard darting between the eaves, he evades each strike, the enchanted sword shattering the surrounding structures and sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. This is indeed a magical artifact, and of a mid-grade quality at that. Chen Jing'an narrowly escapes several of its assaults, yet he senses the sword's attacks becoming increasingly cunning, as if it has discerned his patterns. Such is the terrifying nature of a sentient artifact. While Chen Jing'an can still hold his ground, he fears that once this weapon fully adapts to his rhythm, and with other celestial cultivators poised to intervene, his peril will only deepen. In that moment of contemplation, a blood-red slit suddenly opens upon his forehead. Wang Chuang, already divided in focus while manipulating the sword, finds himself momentarily dazed upon witnessing this crimson eye. By the time he regains his wits, Chen Jing'an has already lunged toward him, his 10 fingers coalescing into a line of blood, intent on delivering a lethal strike. In the next instant, a shadow looms above Chen Jing'an. He has no time to react, as this shadow forcefully pins him to the ground. Above, a towering elder hovers in the air, a massive wine gourd beneath him, heavy enough to indent the earth below. Wang Chuheng, recognizing the newcomer, feels a wave of relief wash over him and expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chen. The arrival is none other than Chen Qishan. He retracts the magical gourd, only to find that the demonic cultivator has vanished without a trace, a fact that causes Chen Qishan to furrow his brow. Alas, we let this rascal escape. Soon after, the experts from the Yu and Lin clans arrive. After a round of deliberation, they resolve to issue a warrant for the capture of the demonic cultivator and seek assistance from the Demon Suppression Agency in the county. This individual, having withstood a blow from a mid-grade magical artifact, likely nears the pinnacle of qi cultivation. At that point, it will be the 8th level cultivators like themselves who are in grave danger. Before long, News of the demonic cultivator's appearance reaches the county magistrate's office. Although this predicament is primarily a concern for the four great clans, the magistrate, as the nominal guardian of Qinga County, cannot simply turn a blind eye to the plight of the people. With the death toll from the cultivator's rampage surely in the thousands, Magistrate Zhu, a champion of the populace, cannot afford to be complacent. Thus, he personally dispatches agents to the county's deputy and the scribe, urging them to cooperate and expedite the resolution of this case. This decisive action garners the admiration of countless citizens. However, for the celestial clans, it is akin to pouring salt into their wounds, and their spirits are understandably dampened. Chen Jing'an, having learned further details, discovers the identities of the two deceased cultivators and the grievously injured Wang Qinhua. Reflecting on the days spent in camaraderie, he offers a moment of silent tribute for them. If he too had succumbed to temptation and ventured to Chuanhuan Tower, perhaps the Chen family would now be draped in mourning. Chen Jing'an, you must not let yourself fall from grace. As he chastises himself, he finds himself in an unexpectedly leisurely situation, having once again crossed paths with Miss Hu, who has been summoned by Miss Zhu. Just then, a waft of fragrant air brushes past his nose. Turning, he is met with the sight of Miss Hu. Curiously, she is not brandishing any weapons today. Yet, why has she returned at this hour? Chen Jing'an feels a twinge of vexation, but feigns surprise. Greetings, Mississippi. To his astonishment, Miss Hu narrows her eyes and retorts, do not play coy. My father has already informed me. Chapter 14, Gaining Another Wife, The Dark Egg. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an feigns ignorance. Pray tell, what has my esteemed mentor disclosed? My father said that if I take a liking to you, then you must marry me. Miss Hu declares, hands on her hips, a playful glimmer in her eyes. Once we are wed, I shall pursue you daily with sword and dagger, leaving you no time for dalliance. Her words strike a chord. Internally, Chen Jing'an laments the tenacity of this girl, but after such a veiled threat, he finds himself subdued. Satisfied with her apparent victory, Miss Hu gestures toward the room. Let us converse inside. Very well. Once the door is shut, Miss Hu gestures for Chen Jing'an to sit, her earlier fierceness dissipating. You took refuge at the magistrate's office. You cannot deny the favor my family has extended to you. Chen Jing'an nods. I am eternally grateful for the kindness shown by Master Hu and Miss Hu. You are aware of my family's situation. We may appear prosperous now, but once the protection of Uncle Zhu is withdrawn, we shall undoubtedly face retribution from all quarters. As she speaks, Miss Hu lifts her chin, her exquisite features illuminated. Today, she has adorned herself with subtle makeup, the blush accentuating her cheeks, her fair neck revealing a porcelain-like beauty, deserving of the title a rare gem of the mortal realm. Chen Jing'an swallows hard, his gaze wandering. He contemplates his wavering resolve. Miss Hu is indeed captivating. Yet, her earlier remarks fill him with trepidation. For should his family find themselves in disarray, it would constitute the gravest transgression against the principles of taking a concubine. Miss Hu, as if sensing his inner conflict, speaks earnestly. If my earlier words or actions have caused offense, I beseech you, young Master Chen, to forgive me. I cannot bear to see my kin suffer. I implore you to marry me. With that, she feigns a gesture to kneel. Quickly, Chen Jing'an steps forward to assist her, but unexpectedly, Miss Hu tilts backward, and they both tumble onto the bed, the atmosphere thick with tension. He then feels a gentle pull on his face. Miss Hu lies beside him, her arms entwined around him, her breath fragrant and inviting. From this moment forth, I am without retreat. The choice lies entirely with you, young Master Chen. After some time, when Chen Jing'an finally rises from the bed, Miss Hu rests her head on his shoulder, her tone soft. You are the only man in my life. Please remember my name, Hu Xinger. He nods, recalling the earlier scene. In due time, I will come to propose. I will safeguard your family. That can wait. Hu Xinger replies, her earlier assertiveness replaced by a gentle demeanor. My father is closely allied with Uncle Zhu. If our relationship were to be made public now, both you and my family would suffer. Regardless, I have entrusted myself to you. Whether you choose to keep me depends on your conscience. Her boldness leaves Chen Jing'an feeling a touch embarrassed. However, her concerns are not without merit. Should this news leak, Master Hu might swiftly be ousted by Magistrate Zhu, and the Chen clan would invite backlash from the other three great clans. The former issue could be resolved with relative ease, but the latter presents a formidable challenge. Chen Jing'an ponders his grandfather, whose rationality is legendary, should he conclude that the risks posed by accepting the Hu family outweigh the benefits. This situation could spiral into the unforeseen. His only course of action now is to elevate his worth in his grandfather's eyes. This endeavor holds significant implications for both his future and that of his wife and children. Power, after all, is paramount. A month later, Chen Jing'an finally departs from the magistrate's office, taking the opportunity to meet with Master Hu one last time before his departure. He could discern that master who was eager to take action against him. Yet, due to self-awareness, he opted instead to hurl a curse, calling him a little rascal. Chen Jing'an listened attentively, then concluded this perilous chapter of his life. Arriving at the small courtyard where he had placed Yushan and her children, he noticed that the unborn child had already begun to show. His eldest son, Chen Jing'an, was now capable of calling him father. However, Chen Jing'an was not inclined to allow them to return to the Chen residence just yet, for the demonic cultivator was still in hiding. His grandfather was one of the few who had dared to confront such fiends, hence their family's enmity was considerable. Every step they took felt precarious. At the very least, he resolved to wait until the birth of his second son and ascertain the child's abilities before making further decisions. He returned to the manor alone, as was his custom, to tend to the spiritual fields, after which he went to check on the mares in the stable. It appeared that the first batch of demon seeds was poised to enter the world. There were a total of 4 mares, equivalent to 4 demon seeds. However, the survival rate for these seeds was a staggering 1 in 10, alarmingly low. It would not be surprising if all 4 perished. After all, those that survived would become the second generation of demons. By nurturing them with a modest amount of spiritual rice bran mixed with meat paste, he could net a profit of 2 spiritual stones, a sum equivalent to 2 years' yield from his spiritual fields, not an insignificant figure. Yet, this was a matter of probability. Chen Jing'an fancied that his luck might just be favorable. What if one of these 4 demon seeds survived? Perhaps even 2. After all, who could remain perpetually unfortunate? 2 months later, as he beheld the last mare, reduced to ashes, his countenance was one of profound dejection. How foolish he had been to hope for even 2 survivors. Not a single one had been spared. Dejectedly, he exited the stable, but as he passed the spiritual fields, a flicker of satisfaction graced his face. At this rate, the fields would yield a harvest in 6 months. Before that, he might even welcome another child, adding joy upon joy. Chen Jing'an seized an opportunity to explain the situation regarding Hu Xing'er to Yushan face to face, for this matter would inevitably come to light. Yushan's reaction was surprisingly subdued. Firstly, her own lineage from the Yu clan was superior to that of Hu Xing'er. Secondly, Hu Xing'er could only ever be a concubine, whereas she was the legitimate wife. Yushan understood that Chen Jing'an's taking of a concubine was unavoidable. Her strategy was to capitalize on the tranquility of the household while she could, aiming to bear several legitimate sons and daughters. The bonds among these siblings would fortify them against future adversities. She resolved to cultivate her relationship with those little sprites. Chen Jing'an, of course, was oblivious to Yushan's thoughts. His time was primarily spent either by Yushan's side or taking his eldest son on strolls through the neighborhood. It must be said, his son's innate good-natured disposition and natural charm were undeniably real. As he held him, passers-by smiled warmly, as though he radiated a charismatic aura. This sparked a new ambition within him. When Chen Jing'an reached the age of cultivation, he could be encouraged to spend time with his second uncle and grandfather. A child blessed with innate 4-element roots, coupled with a natural charm. Wasn't he the epitome of a favored child? This would certainly save on spiritual stones. Chapter 15. The second son Qingyun, born under a lucky star. On the day of childbirth, Chen Jing'an once again summoned the same midwife and awaited in the courtyard. He had already chosen names for the child. If a son, he would be called Chen Qingyun. If a daughter, Chen Qingyun. His eldest son, Chen Qingyuan, lay on his father's belly, his small hands curled into little claws, soundly asleep, drooling onto his father's garments. Chen Jing'an held him close, gazing at his slumbering son, murmuring to himself, "Qingyuan, let us hope your sibling possesses greater talents, for otherwise, life may be arduous for them." There is a saying, winning at the starting line. However, having the same father inevitably breeds competition between them. This is unavoidable. As Chen Jing'an contemplated the possibility of having many offspring, he did not guarantee that he could manage them all. From his perspective, he naturally hoped that each of these children would possess a unique skill. After all, one must rely on their own strength. Depending on parental support was not a viable option, as the father had yet to draw upon his resources. At that moment, a sudden cry from within the room pierced the air. A chime resounded in Chen Jing'an's mind. Mother and child bell. Offspring 2, Chen Jing'an. Qualification, no spiritual root. Fate 1, lucky child, born with slightly better luck than others. Fate 2, charismatic Lothario, naturally attracts the affection of women. The bell's master could choose to imprint one of these attributes. As Chen Jing'an gazed at the qualifications, a pang of sympathy welled within him for his little one. No spiritual root. This was a considerable setback. While lacking a spiritual root was common, a father could not help but favor his own child. He suppressed his disappointment and turned his attention to the 2 attributes. First was the lucky child, an aspect that could be described as metaphysical, making it difficult to assess. After all, in this world, There existed both the 99 success rate and the 1 success story. The concept of having better luck than others was inherently vague. However, considering this was a realm of cultivation, the seemingly ethereal concept of luck might indeed hold tangible significance. It was worth keeping in mind. Then, as he noticed the charismatic Lothario, a smile crept upon his lips. This was not due to his own acquisition of such an attribute. Rather, he believed that for a man endowed with natural charm like himself, this trait was somewhat redundant. The second son lacked qualifications. Hence the mother and child Bell selected a quality from his father's attributes to bestow upon him. This was quite reasonable. With the lucky child information inscribed upon the mother and child Bell, Chen Jing'an found himself endowed with a second ability from his offspring. The midwife's voice soon followed, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Master Chen. Madam has given birth to a son." The second son, Chen Jing'an, was tightly guarded by Yushan, enjoying a treatment that was evidently superior to that of his elder brother, the ever-amiable Chen Jing'an. This highlighted the reality that the presence of the charismatic Lothario attribute was unavoidable, as one could almost envision the future where this little boy would, with a mere flex of his stature, enamor a multitude of women. Chen Jing'an had yet to devise a plan for his second son. However, if the child could thrive on the advantages bestowed upon him, it might not be an unviable path. As the father, he would strive to grow stronger, ready to silence any naysayers. This was a promise Chen Jing'an made to his second son upon his birth. That afternoon, he returned to the Chen residence to share the joyous news with his elders. Chen's father and mother were quite pleased with their daughter-in-law for bearing 2 sons in succession. It was not solely due to a preference for males. Rather, from a familial and parental perspective, sons were indeed more advantageous than daughters. A daughter without a spiritual root would inevitably marry off at a certain age, becoming part of her husband's family. If she could lead a peaceful life bolstered by a relatively strong maternal family, that would be quite satisfactory. Yet, the concern arose if she possessed a spiritual root. Inevitably, this would transform into a bargaining chip for familial interests. With a stroke of fortune, one might become a pawn in the matrimonial alliances of celestial clans. Conversely, misfortune could render one a mere offering to senior cultivators. At the very least, the vast majority cannot dictate the fate of their daughters. As Chen Jing'an pondered this, he recalled the struggles of Yushan. In due time, he resolved to take her back to her maternal home, the Yu clan. A small act of conscience on his part. After leaving the courtyard, he proceeded to the stables, where he meticulously counted the remaining pregnant mares, 3 of which were expected to foal within a month. Chen Jing'an harbored hopes that this fortuitous occurrence would bestow blessings upon him. Setting aside everything else, he merely wished for a higher survival rate for his progeny, which would suffice to satisfy him. Only through the acquisition of spirit stones could he afford to spare some for his cultivation. Otherwise, he had been stagnant at the 4th level of Qi training for over a year, and conservatively estimated that it would take him another 3 years to break through. He fervently wished for a stroke of luck to befall him. Upon reaching the spiritual fields, as per his routine, Chen Jing'an employed his magic to irrigate the land. After the dark spiritual clouds rolled in, they swiftly drenched the rice fields, the crystalline droplets glimmering like gems, revealing several clusters of spiritual rice swaying gently. Such minor movements, to someone with over 5 years of farming experience like Chen Jing'an, conveyed a wealth of information. His gaze flickered, and in the next moment, he found himself at the edge of the spiritual field. He reached down to the base of the rice plants, and with a swift motion, he exclaimed, "Squeak!" Instantly, a large yellow-furred rat appeared in his grasp, struggling to escape. Chen Jing'an recognized this small creature, the mountain rat, known for burrowing beneath spiritual fields and possessing exceptional cunning. They typically inhabit large spiritual farms, stealing spiritual rice and then disappearing into the earth, effectively eluding capture. Having only heard tales of them, he had never encountered one himself. The Chen clan, having started late, possessed only small spiritual fields of 2 to 4 acres, which generally did not attract mountain rats. Today, however, it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. Mountain rats were not to be trifled with. Typically, if spotted, they would be killed for their meat. They feasted on spiritual rice, which was a rare delicacy for cultivators, and Chen Jing'an was no exception. With a firm twist, he ended the mountain rat's life. Yet that was not enough. He approached the spot where the rat had emerged and, indeed, discovered a hole the size of an arm, undoubtedly leading to its burrow. Under normal circumstances, the crafty mountain rat would have buried the entrance with soil upon returning to avoid detection. However, now that the rat was deceased, it clearly had no concern for such matters. I have heard that rodents tend to hoard their treasures. I wonder if it holds any truth, Chen Jing'an mused, rubbing his hands together. The thought of the mountain rat possibly having secretly stored some spiritual rice was irresistible, and he felt compelled to excavate it. As he remarked, desperation had driven him to this point. He could not afford to overlook even a rat's burrow. As for the mountain rat he held, After a moment's contemplation, he decided to endure the discomfort and stowed it in his pocket. Otherwise, if it were left behind, some wild beast might carry it off, resulting in a loss. In Chapter 16, the exploration of the rat's burrow yielded delightful spiritual fruits. He picked up a nearby shovel and began to dig. Lacking any mastery of earth-based spells, he could only channel his spiritual energy into his arms to enhance his strength. Fortunately, great strength often yields miraculous results. What appeared to be dense soil crumbled beneath his might, as if it were mere tofu. He advanced swiftly along the rat's burrow, aiming to collect everything before the other mountain rats could react. This endeavor could provide him with the resources necessary for his cultivation. If he could successfully break through to the 5th level of Qi training, his leading position among his peers would remain unchallenged. Perhaps he might even learn alchemy from the old man, effectively gaining control over the means of production. How splendid that would be. After approximately half an hour of digging, Chen Jing'an distinctly felt the soil around him becoming more compact, as if compressed. He was uncertain of how deep he had excavated, but it was sufficient to indicate that the rat's burrow was near. He raised his other hand, clutching a nearly depleted fireball talisman, intending to unleash its remaining energy soon. At last, as the pit deepened and suddenly collapsed, Chen Jing'an found himself plummeting downward, landing squarely atop a pile of spiritual rice. To his astonishment, at least 5 or 6 mountain rats of varying sizes scurried away in panic, aware that igniting a fire here would be unwise. He quickly rolled over and hurled the talisman towards the direction of the loudest rat calls. Boom. Minutes later, Chen Jing'an surveyed the 2 mountain rats that had been thoroughly roasted. He retrieved his cloth bag and began to gather handfuls of spiritual rice. His estimation revealed at least 100 pounds of rice, and with a stroke of luck, it could surpass 200 pounds. Given the efficiency of mountain rats, this hoard must have taken years to accumulate. Today, however, it would all be claimed as his own. The spiritual rice alone could fetch more than a single spirit stone. This venture had certainly not been in vain. After gathering all the rice from the surface, his attention was quickly drawn to a small cluster of spiritual fruits buried beneath. Were those purple essence fruits? Chen Jing'an cautiously summoned them with his spiritual power, inhaling their fragrant aroma before wiping them clean and popping one into his mouth. Snap! The juice burst between his teeth, releasing a refreshing grape fragrance. The spiritual energy, which had been meandering through his meridians, surged with remarkable vigor. It was no exaggeration to say that this single purple essence fruit saved him 2 months of arduous cultivation. There appeared to be at least 10 more. If he consumed them all and then cooked the mountain rat meat, it would surely suffice for him to break through to the 5th level of Qi training. As for the 2 roasted mountain rats, Chen Jing'an intended to exchange them for spirit stones, although that would depend on whether his second uncle would accept them. If he declined, he would have to inquire among the other 3 families of celestial clans to see who might be interested in purchasing them. The county of Qinghe had yet to establish a market, and the nearest was the Yunwu market in Yunwu County, which was backed by the Foundation Cultivating Zheng family. A multitude of wandering cultivators gathered there, along with various skilled individuals. As the proprietors of the market, the Zheng family profited considerably from renting out shops. However, the issue lay in the fact that the market was rife with dangers, including bandits who would take lives and demonic cultivators who would drain one of their essence. Without the protection of elders, Chen Jing'an lacked the courage to venture there alone. By the time he retraced his steps from the rat's burrow, night had fallen. Chen Jing'an securely locked away the spiritual rice, placing the purple essence fruits beneath. After skinning the mountain rats, he simmered them to create a nourishing rat soup, adding a bit of aged yellow essence for flavor. Once he had finished every last drop, he returned home with the remaining 2 mountain rats. Upon encountering his second uncle, he presented the 2 roasted mountain rats, ultimately exchanging them for a single spirit stone. In terms of total spiritual energy, the 2 mountain rats together exceeded slightly more than a spirit stone. However, spirit stones could be used for trade, a luxury the mountain rat meat could not match. Chen Jing'an planned to learn a more offensive spell once he reached the 5th level of Qi training. Thus, in the future, whether confronting an adversary or a demon, one would not be relegated to a mere passive stance. In the ensuing month, he diligently consumed the purple essence fruits at a rate of 1 every 3 days, striving to maximize the efficacy of this spiritual fruit. This methodical approach not only fortified his cultivation, but also harmonized his spiritual energy. Transitioning from the 4th to the 5th level of Qi cultivation, he encountered no impediments. His steady progression ensured that, when the time came, a breakthrough would be seamlessly achieved, without necessitating additional effort to solidify his realm. In roughly 10 days, he anticipated nearing completion. Chen Jing'an calculated that the remaining purple essence fruits would suffice to support his impending breakthrough. Moreover, today bore a particular significance, as it marked the emergence of 3 female horse demons. Chen Jing'an had come to believe in the fortuitous nature of his circumstances. Otherwise, after languishing in mediocrity for so long, it seemed implausible that he would suddenly stumble upon the rare mountain mouse after decades of absence, only to discover treasures akin to the purple essence fruits along the mouse's burrow. He harbored no greedy aspirations today. His sole desire was for one of these 3 demon foals to survive, ensuring that his efforts had not been in vain. Soon, he stood before the stable, his gaze fixed upon the 3 mares in the arena. The one on the left emitted a shrill whinny as flickers of flame began to dance upon its surface, reminiscent of a fiery conflagration. After more than 20 breaths, the mare collapsed with a thud, signaling the demise of the demon spawn. The middle mare, however, endured significantly longer, maintaining its vigor for over 40 breaths before the flames extinguished, accompanied by a pungent stench of blood. Chen Jing'an's eyes sparkled. Success. A second-generation demon. This was tantamount to an income of 2 spiritual stones, and after accounting for the repayment of 1, the profit was substantial. The remaining mare succumbed after 30 breaths, resulting in a survival rate of 3 out of 10. If one were to include the previous 4, that would amount to a survival rate of 70%, quite commendable. He promptly summoned his second uncle to witness the event, who appeared equally pleased. Excellent, excellent. This is the first demon horse of our clan. Its significance is immense. For now, the spiritual stone shall be given to you, and it will be kept at home until the time comes for breeding, said Uncle Chen, presenting a spiritual stone. Chen Jing'an accepted it with composure, his gaze drifting enviously towards Uncle Chen's storage pouch. Your xianxiaaudiobooks pouch is truly remarkable, he remarked. Uncle Chen raised an eyebrow at this and cheerfully replied, we have another vacant one in the clan. It would fetch 2 spiritual stones in the market. If you desire it, I can offer it to you at a discount. Thus, the spiritual stones Chen Jing'an had just acquired were promptly returned. However, personally, he deemed this expenditure quite worthwhile, as it spared him the burden of carrying spiritual rice. At that moment, Uncle Chen suddenly recalled something and spoke up. By the way, your second cousin has also broken through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation and even successfully inscribed a graded talisman on the spot. Old Master Huang is overjoyed and plans to host a banquet with just family to celebrate. Do not forget to attend. Upon hearing that there would be a feast, Chen Jing'an could hardly refuse. His second cousin had been stuck at a minor bottleneck for years, but this time, fortune had smiled upon him, bringing him to the threshold of talisman crafting. Old Master Huang's intentions were clear. He genuinely wished to impart his knowledge. This was a blessing for the family. Chapter 17. 5th level of qi cultivation, mastery of fire qi. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight had elapsed. On this day, Chen Jing'an sat within, swallowing the last of the purple essence fruits, and seizing the moment before its spiritual energy dissipated, he activated the family's cultivation technique, the primordial art, to swiftly channel the essence's power into his own. This was a small trick he had discovered during the refinement of the purple essence fruits, allowing him to minimize the waste of their potency. Nevertheless, this seemed trivial compared to the significant endeavor he was about to undertake. With his eyes closed, he sensed that the accumulation of spiritual energy had reached its zenith, akin to a broad vessel brimming with water, poised to overflow with the slightest addition. As if a droplet had fallen, the energy surged, ultimately increasing by 40% compared to before. This signified a breakthrough. He had attained the 5th level of qi cultivation. Chen Jing'an exhaled a breath of turbid energy, his eyes gleaming with clarity, and his awareness of the myriad changes in his surroundings sharpened. Transitioning from the 4th to the 5th level of qi cultivation had taken just shy of 2 years. Such a pace, once unfathomable, now seemed achievable. Moreover, the most profound transformation had commenced with the embrace of his fortune. Chen Jing'an also recalled that his breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi cultivation had similarly been influenced by his eldest son, the 4 spiritual roots. This further affirmed his belief that perhaps he, as a father, was not cut out for the grind of self-improvement. Rather, he had found his true calling in drawing from his son's vitality. In an instant, the exquisite visage of Hu Xing'er resurfaced in his mind. My standing should have elevated now, Chen Jing'an mused inwardly. At the 5th level of qi cultivation, when compared to many elder cultivators from the 4 great clans, he was generally on par with those aged between 30 and 50. Even his second uncle was merely at the 6th level of qi cultivation, just 1 tier above him. Had he truly broken through? Uncle Chen regarded his nephew, confirming the 5th level of qi cultivation, and after the initial surprise, unrestrained joy followed. Jing'an, since childhood, I have believed you to be our most promising youth. You and Uncle Lu's nephew are indeed the pride of our clan. Chen Jing'an, with his thick skin, initially intended to feign calmness. However, his uncle's praise of pride inadvertently reminded him of a certain imperial figure's iconic moments, prompting an uncontrollable smile. What a delight. So, Do shower me with more compliments. After some playful banter, Chen Jing'an broached the subject of his desire to learn combat spells. Uncle Chen had no objections. Given your current realm, you certainly possess the capacity to practice combat spells. He raised his palm, and the sound of rushing water emanated from within his sleeve, followed by the appearance of a brilliant blue spear formed from water droplets. This spell I practice is called the Water Spear Formation. It is a low-tier spell, consisting of 3 stages: 1 spear, 3 spears, and 9 spears. Before you decide, let me demonstrate its power. With that, he pushed open the door, revealing a towering pine tree before them. Watch closely. Uncle Chen bellowed, and the water spear was hurled forth like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly piercing the pine tree. With a resounding crash, the tree splintered into pieces. Conversely, Uncle Chen's hand produced another identical water spear, its potency matching that of the one previously launched. Chen Jing'an finally comprehended the meaning behind the Water Spear Formation's first stage. It did not imply a singular spear, but rather that only one could be thrown at a time. Compared to the fireball talismans he had previously employed, he was certain that Uncle Chen's spear could easily rend them apart. Despite the minor difference in their realms, Chen Jing'an had no doubt. Should he face his uncle, he would undoubtedly be left in tatters. Uncle Chen retracted the spell, devoid of any intent to show off, and stated earnestly, "This is merely our clan's spell," which appears impressive. However, if one were to contend against disciples from the immortal sect of the same realm, the odds would likely not be in our favor. Chen Jing'an nodded deeply, acknowledging his uncle's words with respect. "No worries, my second uncle still has confidence in you. At your age, I hadn't even reached the mid-stage of qi refining," he remarked. Subsequently, the two made their way to a side room within the elder's residence. This chamber housed the spells and legacies gathered by the Chun family of the celestial lineage. An overview of the legacies revealed that they primarily consisted of the 4 arts of the celestial path. Currently, their family possessed only one first-tier alchemical legacy, which was obtained through the elder's service to the Deqian court in his youth, traded for military merits. Of course, at present, Chen Jing'an had gained the trust of the Yellow Talisman Master, making it highly probable that he would fill the void in their family's talisman craft in the future. The alchemical legacy was not displayed here. The shelves only held some relatively obscure legacies, not valuable enough for people to hoard. These were merely to enhance their facade, such as beast taming and divination. To be fair, Chen Jing'an found himself quite intrigued by beast taming. However, if it required the expenditure of spirit stones, his interest waned. Chen Erbo directly led him to the shelf of spells, retrieving several jade slips for explanation. You possess 5 spiritual roots. Although this may hinder your cultivation speed, you can select a type of spell from the 5 elemental attributes that piques your interest. Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an voiced his intention. "I wish to learn fire-based spells." "Fire?" Chen Erbo raised his brow, sifting through the jade slips before settling on 3. "Our family currently has 3 types of fire spells. I will explain them to you. You may consider your options. The first is the Fire Cloud Sword, which possesses power comparable to my water gun formation, leaning towards offense and classified as a low-grade spell. The second is the Flame Armor, a spell focused on defense, also of low grade. The third is the Fire Chi Transformation, which is highly versatile but challenging to cultivate. This was brought back from the battlefield by the Elder. It is incomplete, but he claimed it to be a mid-grade spell." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's gaze fixated intently on the Fire Chi Transformation, his unwavering stare eliciting a chuckle from Chen Erbo. "From my perspective, I too hope you will cultivate the Fire Chi Transformation. If you can break through to the 9th layer of Chi refining in the future, you would surpass others of the same realm, and the benefits to our family need not be elaborated." "And the downsides?" Chen Erbo candidly replied, "Your 6th uncle, among his 3 spiritual roots, also possesses a fire root, which is why he practiced this spell in the past." He chose not to elaborate further. This was the first time Chen Jing'an had heard of the Fire Chi Transformation. If his 6th uncle had succeeded, given their relationship, there was no reason for him to be unaware of it. With this in mind, it seemed prudent to exercise some self-awareness. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction when relinquishing the Fire Chi Transformation. "I must be deluding myself, yet I can't help but feel a hint of regret." Chapter 18, Cultivating Spells, a dialogue between grandfather and grandson. Chen Erbo seemed to perceive his thoughts and said helplessly, "You can start with a relatively easier spell. The Fire Chi Transformation is rather unique. If you master the Fire Cloud Sword or the Flame Armor first, it will greatly facilitate your later cultivation of the Fire Chi Transformation." Chen Jing'an mulled over this advice and understood the rationale behind it. The uniqueness of the Fire Chi Transformation lay in its adaptability. Swords and armor were indeed part of that spectrum. If he couldn't even master these foundational fire spells, it seemed unnecessary to humiliate himself. Finding solace in this reasoning, he accepted the jade slip for the Fire Cloud Sword. After concluding the matter, just as Chen Jing'an was preparing to depart, Chen Erbo called him back. This spell is not easily obtained. Typically, one should contribute something to the family. What do you think? I find it quite distressing. Chen Jing'an replied with a grimace. What does my second uncle expect of me? It's not a difficult task. Chen Erbo waved his hand dismissively. Your spiritual rain technique has reached the second layer, not much inferior to mine. Coincidentally, your cousin Jingyu has also broken through to the second layer of qi refining. When you have the time, please guide him through the basics of the spiritual rain technique. Chen Jingyu, ranked 16th among his peers, was the son of his fifth uncle. The fifth uncle had always followed in his father's footsteps, fostering a harmonious relationship between the two branches of the family. Chen Jing'an did not decline. After all, without rules, there can be no order. He understood well that their family was still small, and thus, his second uncle often favored him. However, once there were more cultivators and familial ties became more distant. Whether it was for cultivating spells or seeking resources from the family, everything would need to be based on contributions to the family. Only in this way could the family continue to flourish. The two departed without disturbing the elder, as the yellow talisman master was preparing a banquet. The elder was currently focused on alchemy, intending to present a noteworthy gift to the yellow talisman master, thus maintaining their dignity. Chen Jing'an was well aware of the stakes and felt no remorse. The elder was the most astute, with his cousin's recent breakthrough acting as a catalyst. He was offering a significant gift. At such a time, as long as the yellow talisman master did not harbor intentions of taking advantage, he would at least provide a portion of the talisman craft legacy as a gesture of goodwill. Thus, this transaction was far from a loss. 10 days later, in the bamboo forest, Chen Jing'an gathered spiritual energy into his fingertips, forming a small fire sword of about an inch in length, still only a virtual spirit form. However, this undoubtedly proved that he had successfully grasped the basics of the fire cloud sword. The next step was to enlarge and extend the fire sword. Unlike his uncle's water gun formation, which progressed in stages based on quantity, the fire cloud sword advanced based on size. According to the Jade Slip, if he could perfect the fire cloud sword, it could transform from an ethereal form into a tangible one, serving as a magical artifact. Having prior experience with cultivating the spiritual rain technique, Chen Jing'an knew that the fire cloud sword would also require the accumulation of proficiency for a breakthrough. After tending to his spiritual field, he gazed at the flourishing spiritual rice, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. The fruits of 2 years' labor would soon be harvested in half a month. With a total of 4 acres of spiritual rice, he could claim 2/10 from one field while the other field was entirely his. Considering the yield increase from his spiritual rain technique, he was likely to obtain around 200 pounds of spiritual rice and 100 pounds of rice husk. Coupled with the 200 pounds of spiritual rice he had extracted from the mouse hole, the total yield amounted to the equivalent of 4 spirit stones. For Chen Jing'an, this was indeed a substantial sum. After a few more years of hard work, if he could gather 20 spirit stones, he could acquire a magical artifact, leading to a blissful life ahead. Previously, he would not have dared to dream in such a manner. Yet now, not only was he daring to dream, but he also intended to make that dream a reality. It was still early, so he thought it wise to pay a visit to the county magistrate's office. Suddenly, Chen Jing'an recalled the news he had received from his second uncle. Magistrate Zhu would be transferred within the next year or two. He could prepare to marry Hu Xing'er. They had already shared intimate moments, so Chen Jing'an felt less guilt in his heart. At the very least, he now had the confidence to speak candidly with the elder. At the county magistrate's office, in the Hu family's courtyard, the servants had already been dismissed, leaving only 2 trusted maidservants to keep watch. After a passionate encounter, Hu Xing'er once again leaned against Chen Jing'an's shoulder and learned from him about Magistrate Zhu's impending transfer. Her heart brimmed with joy, yet her words were sharp. After all, I am already Chen Lang's person. I hope Chen Lang does not indulge in pleasures only to chastise me for my indiscretions. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an burst into laughter, reaching out to burrow into the quilt until Hu Xing'er's face flushed a deep crimson akin to a ripe peach. He embraced her warmly and jested, "Xing, have you ever heard the tale of Shimanqing? My father never shared it with me. Then call me Chen de Guan Run, and I shall recount it to you." 5 days later, the venerable Chen Laozu emerged from seclusion, and Huang Fushi promptly dispatched invitations to the 3 cultivators of the Chen family, along with the parents of his second cousin, namely Chen Jing'an's uncle and aunt, to attend. Although they were merely mortals, times had changed. With Chen Jing'an's newfound success, Huang Fushi was delighted to regard them as kin. They made their way toward the Huang estate, with Chen Debo and his wife sharing a carriage with Chen Erbo. The old patriarch's elation over Chen Jing'an's breakthrough rendered him notably warmer than before. He fussed over Chen Jing'an with inquiries of well-being, leaving him both flattered and astonished. Seizing the opportunity, he brought up the matter of Hu Xia. Upon hearing this, the old man's brows arched in interest, his expression somewhat teasing. Your affair with that miss who must have transpired before your breakthrough, correct? Chen Jing'an was taken aback by the patriarch's keen perception, but answered truthfully. The elder merely snorted in response. That rascal C is indeed full of schemes. What a pity he lacks a spiritual root. Otherwise, the Chen clan would flourish beyond its current state. This remark indirectly affirmed that his father possessed abilities superior to those of his second uncle. However, since his second uncle had treated him well, Chen Jing'an feigned ignorance. Offering an awkward smile, the old man did not press him further, shifting his tone to one of gravitas. You are of the celestial lineage. Marrying as many women as you desire is hardly a concern. In time, as your cultivation flourishes, many will vie to wed their daughters to you. Even those with ties to the county magistrate, this is hardly significant. At these words, Chen Jing'an exhaled in relief, realizing that the matter with the Hu family had reached a stable resolution. Nevertheless, the old man had more to convey. He fixed his serious gaze upon Chen Jing'an. You must remember this. Your own strength is the crux of everything. Women and offspring are merely embellishments. When necessary, they may be cast aside as expendable, never allowing them to become your weaknesses. This chilling admonition dampened the earlier joy. Chen Jing'an found it difficult to alter his perspective. Yet he understood the wisdom in the elder's words. Chapter 19. Ascending to the Huang estate, presenting gifts. It was a rare occasion for his grandfather to be so leisurely, prompting Chen Jing'an to voice another lingering concern, one that weighed heavily on his mind. Grandfather, has that elusive demonic cultivator been captured? The elder was one of the two who had intervened that day and was the last to engage the demonic cultivator. Thus he likely possessed more information than others. When the topic of the demonic cultivator arose, the elder's expression grew grave. That demonic cultivator's power rivals my own. Even Wang Chuhing nearly fell into his grasp. I severely wounded him that day, yet the recovery capabilities of demonic cultivators far exceed those of ordinary practitioners. He shall likely recuperate swiftly. Chen Jing'an was genuinely alarmed. Goodness! Does this mean I must hide my wife and children away? Unexpectedly, the elder chuckled. You are truly fearful for your life, but perhaps this is not entirely negative. In truth, the last time that demonic cultivator brazenly slew 3 celestial practitioners in public, combined with the earlier annihilation of the Zhang clan in Lingyi County, it has reached a level that could stir the demon suppression office. The 4 families pooled together 20 spirit stones and sent them to the steward of the Zhang family, requesting him to report it. If all goes well, the demon suppression office has already dispatched individuals to hunt down that demonic cultivator. Hearing this, Chen Jing'an finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had endured enough of living in constant trepidation. As their carriage approached the Huang estate, Chen Jing'an inquired once more, Grandfather, should I remain low-key for a while? The elder paused, then playfully tapped his forehead. Stop with the unnecessary concerns. You and Jingyang are of the same clan. If you prosper, it will greatly benefit him as well. Keep your sights set on the long term. Chen Jing'an assured himself that he would not overshadow his cousin and nodded with newfound confidence. Upon entering the Huang estate, Huang Fushi was already there, accompanied by Chen Jing'an and his other disciple, Huang Ping. Huang Fushi himself was a practitioner of the 8th level of qi refinement. As a seasoned talisman master, his wealth and mastery of talismans far exceeded that of an average 8th level practitioner, making him a formidable opponent. Even someone like the elder, the patriarch of the celestial clan, would not dare to underestimate him. Exchanging pleasantries, Chen Debo, acting as the official, shed his formal demeanor and, upon seeing his son approach with laughter, resembled any proud father, even more animated. Chen Jing'an understood this excitement. After all, his second cousin was on the cusp of becoming a talisman master. Once he fully mastered the crafting of talismans, he would become the first talisman master in their clan. With his second cousin's presence, the other branches of the main family would not need to worry about being marginalized for at least the next 2 generations, ensuring they could all share in the benefits. This was undoubtedly cause for celebration for the elder, the founding ancestor of the main family. The elders exchanged compliments, while Chen Jing'an approached Huang Fushi's disciple, Huang Ping. Huang Fushi's son had passed away young and left behind no spiritual root, only a granddaughter. Huang Ping was an adopted child, raised to inherit the mantle, yet regrettably, his talent was lacking. Now in his 40s, he barely achieved the 5th level of qi refinement and had never successfully crafted even a single entry-level talisman. He was almost a generation older than Chen Jing'an, leaving little room for competition. This was the primary reason Chen Jing'an could converse with him amicably. To put it bluntly, if Huang Ping had possessed even a slightly better talent or a more modest temperament, given the elder's disposition, it was entirely possible he would have orchestrated his removal. The group then took their seats. The elder and Huang Fushi sat opposite one another, with others finding their places according to their status. Chen Jing'an settled beside his second uncle, watching as platters of delectable dishes were presented. A beautiful woman, tasked with introductions, explained, "This is Huang Fushi's concubine. She also possesses cultivation, albeit only at the first level of qi refinement. This is longan fruit, infused with spiritual energy. This is Qingzhu Yuya wine, which can refine meridians. And here is a stew of demon tiger meat and earth spirit mushrooms, known for their restorative properties." The banquet featured 4 dishes, 3 fruits, 2 soups, and a wine, all crafted from spiritual ingredients. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this meal alone was worth at least 10 spirit stones, equivalent to consuming half of a low-grade magical artifact. Chen Jing'an recognized that tonight's feast was truly a boon. He refrained from reaching for his chopsticks, knowing there were gifts to present first. The elder produced the results of his recent alchemical endeavors, a small vial of gathering spirit pills, totaling 12. These were quite beneficial for practitioners of qi refinement. A vial like this would fetch 6 spirit stones in the market. The gift from Uncle Chen was a white birch ginseng, a specimen of superior quality compared to the one previously owned by Chen Jing'an. And it was also considerably older, valued at 2 spirit stones. As for Chen Jing'an himself, he presented 5 pounds of aged mountain essence, which was worth precisely half a spirit stone. Although this did not match the generosity of his grandfather and uncle, given his own lineage and status, it was more than sufficient. This 5 pounds of aged yellow essence was, in fact, a reward from his recent mountain excursions. Fortuitously blessed as a lucky one, he had taken to wandering the outskirts of Songzhu Mountain in search of fortune during his leisure days. The results, however, proved that the lucky one title did have its merits, yet not as exaggerated as one might hope. He had not encountered any more fortuitous finds like the mouse hole incident, but after scouring the periphery of Songzhu Mountain, he had collected a modest 4 pounds of aged yellow essence. Considering the ominous nature of the number 4, Chen Jing'an decided to contribute a bit from his own reserves to make a total of 5 pounds for the congratulatory gift. His actions evidently pleased the talisman master, who appreciated not merely the quantity but the sentiment behind the gesture. His gaze shifted to Chen Jing'an, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Young Jing'an, have you broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement?" Chen Jing'an understood this to be a matter of social etiquette and immediately rose, humbly responding, "In your esteemed presence, the younger generation must continually strive for progress." The talisman master chuckled heartily, and the nearby Uncle Chen and his wife, along with Chen Jing'an, were taken aback by the news. Chen Jing'an's eyes first flashed with surprise, but he quickly reconciled himself. Earlier, Chen Jing'an had advanced to the mid-qi refinement stage before him, leading Chen Jing'an to feel disheartened. However, now, merely 2 years later, Chen Jing'an had ascended to the 5th level. This indicated that the issue did not lie with him. Rather, it was Chen Jing'an's rapid progression that was remarkable. Thus, Chen Jing'an chose to make peace with himself. Both the talisman master and Chen Qishan noted this development, and smiles of relief appeared in their eyes. As long as one did not become overly obstinate, there was hope. Otherwise, even if Chen Jing'an were to become a talisman master, a flawed mindset would limit his achievements. The talisman master promptly raised his cup, cheerfully declaring, "Let us begin our feast, lest it grow cold." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to eat. However, there were certain protocols to observe. Chen Qishan and the talisman master merely took a few symbolic bites before indulging in their wine. Uncle Chen and his wife bypassed the spiritually infused dishes entirely. Thus, the true beneficiaries of this banquet were indeed Chen Jing'an, Uncle Chen, Chen Jing'an, and Huang Ping. The 4 shared a tacit understanding, collectively encouraging Chen Jing'an, the host, to eat more, followed by Chen Jing'an, with Huang Ping and Uncle Chen as elders, taking their places at the end of the line. The feast continued until midnight. The 4 cultivators sat in meditation at a distance, refining the spiritual energy absorbed into their bodies. Uncle Chen and his wife, having other business to attend to, checked on their grandchildren before departing early. Chen Qishan and the talisman master had consumed little, their bellies only slightly filled with spirit wine, sufficient to digest their energies through mere movement. Once they were alone, the talisman master withdrew a prepared jade slip from his robes and handed it to Chen Qishan. "Today, I have witnessed your sincerity, Qishan. Our friendship began with a legacy, and I shall first impart this legacy to you. Then we may exchange our hearts." Chen Qishan did not decline. He accepted the jade slip and solemnly declared, "From this moment forth, Brother Huang shall be an ally of the Chen clan. Should there be any requests, our family will be at your service." "If that is the case, I do have a request for you," the talisman master replied, his expression suddenly serious, as he led Chen Qishan into a secret chamber for discussion. The next words he spoke caused Chen Qishan to sit up straight. "What I just entrusted to you, Brother Qishan, is actually a complete second-tier talisman legacy." "Are you serious, Brother Huang?" Chen Qishan inquired. though he understood that the talisman master was not one to jest. Thus, his excitement surged. A complete second-tier talisman legacy. Only a legacy that encompasses everything from the lower grade to the upper grade of the second tier could truly be described as complete. The value of such a legacy transcended mere spirit stones. For even the Zheng family, who ruled Yunwu County, had only risen to prominence within the last century, and it was unlikely that they possessed a complete second-tier legacy. The revelation of this news would be both a blessing and a curse for the Chen celestial clan. The talisman master was undoubtedly aware of this principle. Chen Jing'an, his gaze flickering, directly asked, "What does Brother Huang desire?" "That is not urgent. First, I wish to share the origins of this legacy with you. What I seek can only be realized through mutual sincerity." The talisman master began to recount his past. The tale was not particularly convoluted. The Huang celestial clan was originally a foundation-building clan in Panchang County. However, as the time of their foundation elder approached, several perfected qi cultivators in the clan failed to achieve foundation establishment. Sensing impending calamity, the elder preemptively divided the clan into two branches, relocating to Yunwu County and Chongping County, each taking with them a clan legacy in hopes of a future resurgence. The branch of the talisman master bore the talisman legacy, with the founding ancestor being his grandfather. Unfortunately, due to various circumstances, this lineage had now become extinct, leaving only the talisman master as the sole male descendant. Though he had a son, the latter lacked spiritual roots and passed away young, and it seemed that the talisman master himself had lost the ability to bear offspring. Currently, only his granddaughter remained, who had married Chen Jing'an. Chen Jing'an began to grasp the other party's intentions and tentatively asked, "Brother Huang means to say that you hope to select a descendant with spiritual roots from Jing'an's progeny to carry on the Huang family lineage, and in return, our clan would assist in rebuilding the Huang celestial clan?" The talisman master clearly appreciated Chen Jing'an's attitude. He had chosen the Chen family and was eager to forge a connection because he recognized Chen Jing'an as an astute individual. With outstanding younger generations like Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an, the talisman master held a positive outlook on the future of the Chen celestial clan. "What Brother Jing'an speaks is exactly what I desire." Chen Jing'an hardly hesitated to agree to the arrangement. While the idea of parting with a descendant possessing spiritual roots was somewhat painful, it paled in comparison to the value of the talisman master's offer. This was no trivial second-tier legacy. After all, the Huang celestial clan had once had a branch in Chongping County. It was easy to surmise that there likely existed another complete second-tier legacy there. If it could be obtained, it would be a double blessing. Chen Jing'an was confident that the talisman master, being so shrewd, would have considered this possibility. However, since it remained unspoken, it implied tacit approval. Such was the way of wise discourse. He promptly stated, "Once we return, I will make time to inform Jing'an and the second elder of this matter, and I will ensure that it is inscribed into our ancestral teachings in their presence. Any descendant of the Chen family who contravenes this shall no longer be considered part of the celestial clan." Upon hearing the mention of ancestral teachings, the talisman master felt a sense of relief. For celestial clans, ancestral teachings were the very foundation of their existence. While they lacked overt binding authority in the unseen realm, any celestial clan that violated their ancestral teachings ultimately faced extinction without exception. The Yellow Master harbored no concerns that Chen Jing'an would go back on his word, unless, of course, he was truly resigned to a lifetime of toiling within the ranks of the qi cultivators, in which case the Yellow Master would have nothing further to say, for that would, in itself, be the most venomous form of retribution. Aside from the ancestral teachings, Chen Jing'an's words could also be regarded as a heartfelt exchange. Given the current state of the Chen clan, should he cease to exist, the probable candidates to succeed the position of clan leader would emerge from either Chen Erbua or Chen Jing'an. Establishing the ancestral teachings in person added another layer of security. In reciprocation, the Yellow Master once again produced a jade slip and handed it to Chen Jing'an. "At this juncture, I shall candidly inform you, Brother Jing'an, that the branch of the Huang clan from Chongping County has received the complete second-tier formation inheritance. Our branch, upon departing, took with us several foundational first-tier formations, including the Gathering Spirit formation. I present this to you today as a token of my sincerity." Chen Jing'an accepted the jade slip once more, his eyes flickering with thought as he spoke. "My family's third son has an unmarried daughter, quite well suited to your nephew Huang Ping. How about we strengthen the ties between our families further?" "Very well." The following morning, having assimilated the accumulated spiritual energy within him, Chen Jing'an could not suppress a smile. This truly was a bountiful return. At the very least, it spared him a year of arduous cultivation, effectively allowing him to recoup his investment with interest. Beside him, Chen Erbua wore a similarly jubilant expression. "Young lad, I fear I may also be on the verge of a breakthrough, haha?" Chen Jing'an was taken aback, and following his astonishment, Immense joy surged within him. Once his second uncle breaks through, it would be akin to having two late-stage qi cultivators safeguarding their home simultaneously. Such power would alleviate the burden on the elder, particularly when faced with unforeseen circumstances. Chen Jing'an exclaimed in elation, "Congratulations, second uncle." Upon exiting the Huang residence, he could not restrain his mischievous side and jested, "Second uncle, why not host a banquet?" "Certainly," Chen Erbuan nodded in agreement, "but you must present a congratulatory gift. As your second uncle, I am older than your second cousin, thus the gift must be proportionately greater." Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an quipped, "Then I shall not partake." "Haha. You young rascal wish to take advantage of your second uncle? You'd best cultivate for another 50 years. Chapter 21. The maturation of spiritual rice and taxation for tribute. Beneath the pines and bamboo at the foot of the mountain, two figures immersed themselves in the waves of rice, severing clusters of spiritual rice at the roots, then binding them tightly with the leaves and stems of the Qingyuan fruit tree. One was Chen Jing'an, while the other was his cousin, Chen Jing'an, whom he had enlisted as a laborer. Second uncle had instructed him to teach Chen Jing'an the spiritual rain technique, and Chen Jing'an believed that practical experience was paramount in agriculture, thus providing his cousin an opportunity for labor. He genuinely imparted his knowledge, covering various pest control methods and potential issues that could arise, as any oversight could lead to a reduction in spiritual rice yield. This was undeniably catastrophic for a family of cultivators with scarce resources of spiritual stones. The two cousins toiled for most of the day, ultimately harvesting 2 mu of spiritual rice, yielding 173 pounds of spiritual rice and 60 pounds of rice husks. Chen Jing'an set aside 3 pounds of the spiritual rice to cook on the spot. The fragrant rice required no seasoning. Its flavor surpassed that of many delicacies. However, compared to the banquets at the Huang residence, it was undoubtedly lacking. Yet, as creatures of ambition, humans are particularly averse to aspiring beyond their reach, especially in pursuit of that which is incongruent with their station, as it often invites peril. The two brothers savored their meal with gusto. Chen Jing'an, holding his bowl of rice, glanced at the pile of spiritual rice beside him, knowing that it all belonged to his ninth brother, and could not help but express his envy. "I truly envy ninth brother. He can accumulate so much spiritual rice for himself." Chen Jing'an despised being the object of envy, as it often attracted unwanted attention, and thus began to lament his plight. Though it may seem like a performance, his grievances were rooted in reality. For at least the first 4 years of his farming endeavor, he had earned barely enough from the spiritual fields to amount to a single spiritual stone. All these changes commenced when he acquired 4 spiritual roots from his eldest son, which enabled him to break through to the 4th level of qi cultivation, along with a concurrent advancement in the spiritual rain technique, thus granting him his own spiritual fields. The hardships and anxieties he endured were beyond the comprehension of others. Later, he fortuitously obtained a wolf demon, leveraging the support of his family and 6th uncle to acquire a spiritual bond talisman, establishing his own breeding enterprise. This was not a stroke of luck. Had he met an untimely end at the hands of the wolf demon, or if his relationship with 6th uncle had not been strong, none of this would have materialized. As Chen Jing'an reflected on the past and anticipated the imminent gain of 4 spiritual stones, a sense of accomplishment welled within him. He subsequently used a qianxiaaudiobooks pouch to store the remaining spiritual rice and, together with Chen Jing'an, proceeded to another plot of spiritual fields. This particular field would yield 80% of its profits to the family. At first glance, it appeared disadvantageous to him. Yet, in truth, the family would not profit either, as the spiritual stones would be allocated elsewhere. As Chen Jing'an's guide, he felt compelled to elucidate this matter. Ordinarily, a portion of our spiritual field's yield must be remitted to the clan. This is for taxation and tribute. Chen Jing'an paused, perplexed by his words. "Ninth brother, our family is a clan conferred by the court. But aren't taxation and tribute the same thing? Must we pay both?" Chen Jing'an regarded him with approval. "Taxation is taxation, and tribute is tribute. If you were to speak plainly, it would only be taxation, without any mention of tribute. Indeed, the court conferred our family in Qinghai County, which is a part of Yunwu County. The court has granted Yunwu County to the Zheng clan, so in that sense, one might say that the Zheng clan has effectively conferred us to Qinghai County. Thus, taxation is paid to the celestial tax office dispatched by the court, while tribute is given to the Zheng clan in the county." Chen Jing'an was no fool, his face flushed with indignation. "What nonsense is this? Is this not blatant extortion?" Chen Jing'an found his choice of words quite apt, affirming, "You are correct. This levy is collected every 3 years, with the family required to submit 10 spiritual stones or their equivalent in spiritual rice. Much of the yield originates from the spiritual fields. You have benefited from the family's nurturing, and it is not unreasonable for the family to ask you to bear a portion of the burden. Furthermore, we are fortunate to be in a good period." Chen Jing'an hastily inquired. Ninth brother, what do you mean by a good period? Currently, our family's cultivators are few. If we exert ourselves, there remains a chance to permanently acquire a spiritual field. Chen Jing'an paused before continuing, but consider that spiritual fields are finite. Once the number of cultivators increases and the fields are allocated, the family will undoubtedly only lease them, not grant them outright. Would you not agree? Chen Jing'an nodded vigorously. Ninth brother is indeed wise. No wonder my father advised me to learn from you. Seeing that his cousin had been thoroughly persuaded and had completely forgotten about his own recent harvest of over 100 pounds of spiritual rice, Chen Jing'an seized the moment to offer further encouragement. As the saying goes, those who plant trees will reap the shade of their labor. This is our opportunity. If we diligently cultivate the spiritual fields now, when your descendants produce cultivators in the future, the spiritual fields you accumulate will become private property for your lineage. With the foundation laid by our predecessors, they will start ahead of the game, surpassing generations to come. In the future, if your descendants become immortals, they will still bow down and address you as their ancestor. Chen Jing'an was thoroughly immersed in the beautiful dream woven by Ninth brother. With a serious demeanor, he earnestly declared, Ninth brother, I shall diligently cultivate the land. Isn't that precisely right, ancestor of the immortals? Chen Jing'an laughed heartily, successfully deceiving Chen Jing'an. He felt little sense of achievement himself, for deep down, he harbored significant grievances regarding the secondary exploitation by the Zheng clan of immortals. However, upon reflection, he considered that above them loomed the foundation-building immortal clan, and even higher, the Golden Core immortal clan. The Daqian royal family had Golden Core powerhouses stationed to keep the foundation-building clans in check across various counties. Yet, even a power as formidable as Daqian had to pay tribute to the immortal sects above them. Ultimately, it was simply a matter of the wicked being tormented by the wicked. If one found the Zheng family intolerable, the best course of action would be to supplant them. As far as he knew, the foundation-building powerhouse who led the Zheng family into Yunwu County had reigned over them for over a century and was now in his twilight years. Moreover, the Zheng family had not produced any new foundation-building strongholds. At this rate, there was a considerable chance that the Zheng clan of immortals would meet a dire end. Should sixth uncle succeed, that glory could very well belong to us. Half a month later, Uncle Chen successfully completed his breakthrough, advancing to the 7th layer of Qi training, officially becoming a late-stage Qi training practitioner. At this time, the elder summoned Chen Jing'an and Uncle Chen. Upon leaving, a new inheritance of talismanic arts was added to Chen Jing'an's mind. From the elder, he learned about the talisman master and the origins of this inheritance, which astonished him greatly. Such fortuitous occurrences were indeed rare. Truly, he was a fortunate one. However, the elder's intentions were quite clear. He wanted him to serve as a witness, and this matter should not be disclosed to his uncle for the time being. Chen Jing'an naturally had no objections, as it was not his own son being affected. This would likely cause some distress to his uncle, for he was destined to lose a descendant with spiritual roots. Similarly, the family would not forget this sacrifice made by the main branch. Chapter 22, A Mischievous Ghost and Joy for Xinger. When the day for tax collection arrived, Chen Jing'an took out the 400 pounds of spiritual rice he had saved and exchanged it for 4 spiritual stones within the clan. This spiritual rice would serve as part of the tax to be submitted. Uncle Chen accompanied him to the county magistrate's office. The representatives from the other 3 immortal clans had also arrived early with their taxes. Chen Jing'an recognized a few familiar faces, all accompanying their elders to witness the world. The gates of the county magistrate's office stood wide open, with Steward Hu and several guards from the office standing outside. They did not mention how to proceed, but the outcome was clear. The 4 chief representatives were left waiting. It was evident that this was the intention of Magistrate Zhu. Under normal circumstances, the crowd would have no qualms about showing their displeasure, disregarding Magistrate Zhu entirely. However, the presence of the Immortal Tax Bureau left them in a precarious position. Renowned as a formidable force alongside the Demon Suppression Division in Daqian, their authority was considered even higher than that of the latter due to the importance of tax collection. The Immortal Tax Bureau visited every 3 years, collecting taxes from the immortal clans and reinforcing the magistrate's power. During this time, the magistrate could momentarily stand above the immortal clans, unassailable by them. They stood waiting for half an hour until Magistrate Zhu and a middle-aged man dressed in brocade finally emerged. The middle-aged man was the tax envoy responsible for Qinghe County. He feigned surprise upon seeing the assembled group, exclaiming, "Alas, how forgetful I am. I was so engrossed in conversation with Brother Zhu that I lost track of time. I beg your pardon." Although the tax envoy spoke words of apology, he did not even bother to feign sincerity. Yet, the immortal clan representatives dared not provoke him and could only smile apologetically, stating that they did not mind. A 7th-rank official in front of the prime minister was not to be trifled with. Even a dog from the Immortal Tax Bureau would command respect. Otherwise, should the envoy become enraged, they could face dire consequences, with no recourse for grievance. Standing beside his uncle, Chen Jing'an feigned humility. His peripheral vision caught sight of a graceful young lady observing from beside the magistrate's office. As a regular visitor to the magistrate's residence, Chen Jing'an recognized her identity, Miss Zhu, the apple of Magistrate Zhu's eye. He believed that he had not encountered her often. Whenever Hu Xing'er interacted with Miss Zhu, he had been swiftly dismissed. Thus, he assumed that Miss Zhu would not recognize him. However, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Chen Jing'an soon noticed Miss Zhu's gaze fixed upon him, prompting him to lower his head to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Only when her gaze had departed did he allow himself to relax. Subsequently, the tax envoy confirmed the quantities of spiritual rice or stones, which were then deposited into a specially crafted bag. This tax collection task was deemed complete. He turned to Magistrate Zhu, clasped his hands, and stated, "Brother Zhu, with your imminent promotion, we have ample time ahead. Farewell to the envoy." Magistrate Zhu bowed respectfully to the tax envoy, who nodded slightly before stepping onto a cloud-like artifact and departing, resembling the legendary immortals soaring through the skies. Uncle Chen gazed on with envy, exclaiming, "Such extravagance to travel by a mid-grade artifact. Truly, the Immortal Tax Bureau is the most lucrative." Chen Jing'an listened, his mouth watering at the thought. A mid-grade artifact would cost no less than 80 spiritual stones, and finding one that suited one's needs would require at least 100 spiritual stones. This was something he could only covet from afar. At this moment, Chen Jing'an could not help but fantasize that if he could join the Immortal Tax Bureau, earning spiritual stones would undoubtedly be swifter than farming, perhaps even surpassing the speed of raising horses. Uncle Chen, aware of this tendency, habitually doused his nephew with cold water, reminding him of the harsh reality. Positions within the Immortal Tax Bureau were scarce and inherited. His grandfather passed it to his father, who would then pass it down to his son, with no changes since the establishment of Deqian. I recall the last individual to attain a position in the Immortal Tax Bureau was a loose cultivator who accomplished great deeds for the royal family. Since he did not establish an immortal clan, the court compensated him. Chen Jing'an smacked his lips at the thought. This dream was undoubtedly too salty to indulge in. In the backyard of the magistrate's residence, in the Hu family courtyard, Hu Xing'er sat by the bedside, gently caressing her abdomen, a tender glow flashing in her eyes. However, her expression soon turned melancholic, for Chen Lang had not visited her for nearly a month, depriving her of the opportunity to share this joyous news with him. Just then, her maid hurried in, her expression urgent. "My lady, Miss Zhu has arrived." Upon hearing this, Hu Xing'er's countenance changed dramatically, just as she retreated back onto the bed. Miss Zhu entered the room. With a mere glance, the maid was dismissed. Miss Zhu approached Hu Xing'er, her gaze fixated on her abdomen, her tone a mixture of joy and ire. "Is this the child of that Chen family's young master?" Upon hearing those words, Hu Xing'er felt her heart race. Forcing a smile, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Miss Zhu cast a glance at her dear friend and turned to firmly close the door, her earlier aggressive demeanor replaced by an expression tinged with reproach. "Your actions are far from discreet, and the physician you hired is loose-lipped. If this matter reaches my father's ears, what do you think will happen?" At these words, Hu Xing'er turned pale, realizing that concealing the truth was futile, and thus she confessed candidly. Understanding the full context, Miss Zhu's gaze towards Hu Xing'er was now laced with a sense of disappointment. "Why must you demean yourself in this manner? You have yet to establish a proper reputation, and yet you are already with child. What if you encounter a scoundrel? Your entire life would be ruined." Aware of her own culpability, Hu Xing'er dared not retort, yet deep within, she felt no regret. For compared to others, Chen Jing'an had genuinely contemplated taking a stand to protect the Hu family. That was sufficient for her to take this gamble. Miss Zhu, unable to continue her reproach, suddenly recalled Chen Jing'an's humble demeanor during the day. This fellow, relying on his family background, was tyrannizing in Qinghe County, appearing all-powerful. Yet, the scene today, where a mere tax official intimidated the entire celestial clan into submission, led Miss Zhu to label Chen Jing'an as a gilded facade, deceptive at heart. She regarded Hu Xing'er earnestly, saying, "If you choose to terminate this pregnancy, I can intercede and persuade my father to take you and Uncle Hu away. Once we leave Qinghe County, I will ensure you find a better match." Upon hearing the suggestion of abortion, Hu Xing'er immediately shook her head. No longer the fragile figure she once was, she spoke with conviction. "If this child were to perish, I would not wish to live either." These words nearly incensed Miss Zhu to the point of bloodshed, simultaneously extinguishing any hidden intentions she harbored. Shaking with anger, she pointed at Hu Xing'er, nearly losing her balance. "Who do you think I am doing this for?" Her face darkened as she swept her sleeves and departed. "Since you are so resolute, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Do as you wish. In 3 months, my father will be reassigned. And then you and uncle who shall make your own plans. Chapter 23. Arranging the wedding ceremony, setting up the spirit gathering array. Just 1 day later, Chen Jing'an stealthily entered the county magistrate's residence again, making his way to Hu Xing'er's chamber. Initially anxious due to Miss Zhu's words, Hu Xing'er felt a surge of reassurance upon seeing her beloved. Upon hearing Hu Xing'er's words, Chen Jing'an's face lit up with joy. You are indeed with child? This is a delightful surprise. I must prepare to bring you into my home. He possessed a fundamental understanding of etiquette, and having already reported this matter to his grandfather, he feared no unexpected obstacles. However, when he learned that Miss Zhu was also aware of this situation, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Considering the possibility of silencing her, Hu Xing'er, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, quickly defended Miss Zhu. You must have known about us long before. Yet she has never exposed our secret. If she truly intended to harm me, she wouldn't have waited until now. Hearing this, Chen Jing'an's murderous intent dissipated somewhat. Hu Xing'er made a valid point. However, he could overlook her self-reproach because he would never hold such matters against a woman. Yet Miss Zhu's suggestion to urge Hu Xing'er to terminate the pregnancy and marry another was intolerable, as it disregarded her humanity. A dangerous aura flickered in his eyes. But not wanting to dampen Hu Xing'er's spirits, he embraced her and sat on the bed, gradually calming himself with her fragrance and warmth. Perhaps it was due to the old man's insistence on training him that Chen Jing'an had begun to make decisions reminiscent of his grandfather in certain matters. Yet, he still fell short, at least, while he had just contemplated murder. His grandfather would have remained mindful of Miss Zhu's status as the magistrate's daughter and would not have dared to confront her within Qinghai County. He would wait until they were outside to take action. However, reflecting on it, if viewed from Hu Xing'er's perspective, Miss Zhu's words could indeed be considered sincere. Yet Hu Xing'er ultimately chose him, which brought Chen Jing'an both mental and emotional satisfaction. He lingered until Hu Xing'er fell asleep before quietly departing. The next morning, after checking on the child, Chen Jing'an immediately sought his father to discuss the wedding arrangements. His father assured him that everything would be taken care of and urged him to focus on his cultivation, lest he disappoint the old man. Feeling the weight of paternal love, Chen Jing'an visited the stables. This month, there were only 2 magical beasts, both of which had perished. The rice in the spirit field had just been sown, so that could wait for now. Consequently, Chen Jing'an began practicing the fire cloud sword. Through his efforts, the sword had increased from its original inch to 2 inches in length. This was only possible due to the substantial time and energy he invested. Otherwise, his progress in spell cultivation would have been considerably slower. However, this was crucial for a cultivator's combat prowess, and neglecting it was not an option. Thus, up to this point, he had yet to find time to study the talisman techniques passed down by his grandfather, though he was certain that the potential in talisman drawing far exceeded that of farming. His experience with the fire cloud sword had made him realize a sobering truth. His aptitude was merely on par with an ordinary individual, even in the best-case scenario. If his talent in drawing talismans matched that of his second cousin, it would take him over 5 years to learn the basics. 5 years was an eternity, and no one could predict what might transpire in that time. Perhaps among his future children, one would possess exceptional talent in drawing talismans, thereby bringing glory to their father. Such possibilities were uncertain. At present, the elusive demonic cultivator remained at large, rendering every concern secondary to preserving his own life. Should he perish, all would be lost. Yet, he could attempt the spirit gathering array. Chen Jing'an recalled the spirit gathering array his grandfather had entrusted to him. The difficulty of setting up this array was not great, especially with the array pattern template, which could concentrate spiritual energy and required spirit stones as a medium, if intended for a single person's cultivation. The smallest spirit gathering array could be sustained for several months with just 1 spirit stone. The final effect would be roughly equivalent to refining 2 spirit stones. This was a long-term investment, and according to his grandfather, if one had any surplus, spending spirit stones on the spirit gathering array was well worth it. Chen Jing'an currently possessed 5 spirit stones. Although he intended to save them for purchasing magical artifacts, extracting one for experimentation was not a significant issue. With a plan forming in his mind, he promptly began sketching the spirit gathering array based on the array patterns. This required depleting his own spiritual energy. Armed with a standard answer, he still failed over a dozen times before successfully inscribing the array pattern onto the surface of the spirit stone. Chen Jing'an once again tightened his grip on the spiritual stone, instantly feeling a profound connection with it, as if a divine insight had been bestowed upon him. With a mere thought, a richer aura of spiritual energy began to coalesce around him. This was the effect of the spirit gathering array. Comparing the changes before and after, Chen Jing'an concluded that the array had enhanced the concentration of spiritual energy by 50%. While this revelation was not particularly astonishing, the true merit of the spirit gathering array lay in its convenience. It could be activated or deactivated at will, alleviating concerns about wasting the precious stone. However, a tinge of regret began to creep into Chen Jing'an's heart. Was it merely the convenience of activation and deactivation that he lacked? Nonetheless, since he had already cast the stone aside, it would be unwise to let it go to waste. Starting the next day, he resolved to cultivate beside the spiritual field, a secluded spot free from the disturbances of other practitioners, ensuring the spirit gathering array would remain undisturbed. At the very least, he aimed to recoup the value of the stone. That evening, he sought out his second uncle to validate the workings of the spirit gathering array, hoping to confirm whether he had erred in his understanding. The results affirmed that the enhancement ratio was consistent. Yet, Chen Jing'an offered a different perspective. I recall your grandfather mentioning that all spiritual entities possess an instinct to gravitate towards areas of concentrated spiritual energy. If you are willing to take a risk, employing the spirit gathering array as bait might attract some rare specimens. Upon hearing this rather imaginative suggestion from his uncle, Chen Jing'an experienced a moment of enlightenment. Using the spirit gathering array as bait could indeed prove effective, especially for those fortunate enough. It presented a splendid opportunity to display their prowess. Observing Chen Jing'an's invigorated demeanor, his second uncle worried that the lad might become addicted to gambling, thus inciting the old man's ire once again, prompting him to protect himself. Just to be clear, I am merely positing a hypothesis, not encouraging you to pursue it. Chen Jing'an nodded in agreement. Whether I gain or lose, it will be on my own accord. However, considering your kindness towards me, if you could lend me some spiritual stones now, when I eventually prosper, I shall treat you to a feast of fine delicacies. Chen Jing'an was not swayed by such fanciful words. After all, he had his own means, and his experience in using bait to catch things far exceeded that of Chen Jing'an. Did the lad truly believe his luck would surpass his uncle's? Absurd. He waved his hand dismissively. Your uncle is getting on in years and cannot handle overly rich flavors. I won't be eating beef. What did you say? Nothing. Chapter 24. The Leaf Earthworm Slayer. The gambler's spirit emerges. With his uncle's clever suggestion in mind, Chen Jing'an promptly put it into practice. Heading to the foot of Songzhu Mountain for cultivation the following day, he did not immediately cast the spiritual stone aside, but rather intended to first utilize the spirit gathering array for his own practice, observing whether he could attract any spiritual entities in the presence of others. To this end, he carefully selected an optimal position beside the spiritual field. Sitting cross-legged, he allocated his time for the day, 70% for meditation and 30% dedicated to mastering the fire cloud sword technique. This distribution reflected Chen Jing'an's own considerations. He had made certain predictions about the effects of the Zimu Bell. Meditation directly influenced his cultivation speed, the most significant factor being his spiritual root. The fire cloud sword, a fire attribute spell, was influenced primarily by his affinity for fire and his innate talent for spells. After comparing the two, he formed a basic judgment about his future. Given his genetic heritage, producing a descendant like Chen Jing'an, who possessed 4 spiritual roots, was already a stroke of fortune. Beyond that, achieving 3 spiritual roots was plausible. With his 6th uncle's example in mind, Chen Jing'an did not dismiss the possibility of having such talented offspring in the future. However, the crux of the matter lay in time. Thus, it was likely that this 4 spiritual root talent would accompany him for a considerable duration. Therefore, he could not afford to allocate too little time to meditation. It was the foundation of his cultivation. In contrast, his talent for spells was still a blank slate, leaving ample room for improvement. Who knew? He might just rise to prominence in that area. While he pondered these thoughts, he suddenly sensed a slight movement in the soil beneath him. Maintaining the spirit gathering array, he raised his hand towards the source of the disturbance and felt a soft, slippery texture. A large, green earthworm emerged. Chen Jing'an slightly lifted his gaze, revealing a bright smile, causing the worm to squirm in alarm. Its body secreted layers of mucus, seemingly about to escape. Chen Jing'an smirked and leisurely uttered a word, slash. In the next instant, a small fireball materialized, transforming into a crimson sword that pierced through the large earthworm's body, cleaving it in two. The principle of slicing an earthworm is akin to whisking an egg. It was a simple concept. Chen Jing'an, indifferent to the blood spewing from the severed worm, promptly tossed it into his xianxiaaudiobooks pouch. This large earthworm, known as the leaf earthworm, had the ability to change its color to resemble green leaves, hence its name. It served as a minor supplement, consumable by both immortals and mortals alike, possessing the effects of strengthening the body and invigorating the spirit. Had he not yet broken through the 5th layer of qi training, Chen Jing'an would have secretly consumed it himself. However, it was not a particularly rare item. Skipping a bite would not hinder his cultivation progress. Rather, it would be better to take it home for soup. Over the next few hours, he caught 2 more leaf earthworms, which he stored away. This validated his second uncle's method of using the spirit-gathering array as bait. After all, leaf earthworms were also considered spiritual entities, if he could gather enough. Drying them into leaf earthworm jerky would yield a spiritual stone upon selling a pound. Chen Jing'an estimated the weight of these 3 worms, concluding that he would need to catch around 50 to accumulate a pound. Just as the saying goes, even the legs of mosquitoes are meat. That evening, he cooked the 3 leaf earthworms in a soup with a hen, keeping 1/3 for himself and delivering the remainder to his father next door. As for his second uncle, Chen Jing'an had contemplated sharing some with him, but given the meager amount, it was more suited for his modest household. If he made a grand gesture of presenting it to his uncle, it would hardly suffice as a proper gift, and he would feel embarrassed. In the ensuing half-month, Chen Jing'an continued to utilize this method, capturing 30 more leaf earthworms, totaling just over half a pound. The leaf earthworms in this spiritual field had effectively met their doom at his hands. Now, he could only manage to catch about 1 per day. To achieve further gains, he would need to explore other locations. This vast expanse of Songzhu Mountain surely harbored more leaf earthworms than just what he had found. If he thoroughly exhausted this area, he could potentially gather enough for several spiritual stones. Chen Jing'an was not one to consider conservation in such matters. He was already in dire straits. Was he to prioritize environmental protection? Don't be absurd. Another half-month passed, and Chen Jing'an finally accumulated a pound of dried leaf earthworms, effectively recouping the investment he had made in the spirit-gathering array. When all was said and done, it had taken him merely a month from the onset of his endeavors to earn back a spiritual stone. Even with the spirit-gathering array's assistance, such fortune bordered on the extraordinary. Furthermore, with the acquisition of the cosmic bag, he no longer felt the urgency to dispose of his possessions. Particularly, Chen Jing'an had heard of his second uncle's experiences. Initially, as an elder, he had advised him not to become overly impulsive. However, Chen Jing'an learned from his father that his second uncle had, at the very outset, used an entire piece of spirit stone as bait, only for it to be swallowed whole by a passing wild boar. Although his second uncle subsequently killed the boar, the essence of the spirit stone had already been digested by the creature. This served as a cautionary tale of imprudent actions. His second uncle could not blame anyone but himself, shouldering the burden of carrying the boar meat back home, which he then distributed amongst the various branches of the family. The remainder was reserved for the younger members of his lineage to bolster their health. Given such a painful lesson, if Chen Jing'an were to approach now, he would likely be seen by his second uncle as merely a source of irritation. Should he find himself on the receiving end of a beating, he could hardly attribute the blame to others. His second uncle was still rather inexperienced. Chen Jing'an scoffed at this notion, yet secretly felt a hint of that same reckless gambling spirit rising within him. Unlike his second uncle, he had the blessing of being a fortunate one. As long as he did not become overly greedy, it was improbable that he would encounter a wild boar on his very first attempt. Was it? Surely not, surely not. The more he analyzed this, the more his desire for adventure surged within him. He reassured himself that he had been utilizing the spirit-gathering array for a month now, and had already recouped his investment. Regardless of the outcome, he would not suffer a loss. Moreover, he was soon to become a groom. Surely it was not excessive to advance a little of the wedding funds, was it? Chen Jing'an felt as though a specter named poverty resided within him, relentlessly tempting him. Despite his repeated and vehement refusals, this specter seemed incapable of comprehending human speech. Thus, he resolved to act. He specifically chose a clear and sunny morning to completely activate the spirit-gathering array, securing it to the trunk of a large tree. Clad in the auspicious attire he had crafted himself, he stood 10 meters away, cultivating his spiritual energy. He remained vigilant from dawn until dusk, even foregoing practice with the fire cloud sword today to avoid alarming any potential prey. As day turned to night, the spirit-gathering array radiated a luminous white glow until a shadow suddenly descended upon it. It bore a resemblance to Yi Xiao. Yet Chen Jing'an distinctly noted that this entity possessed the ability to fly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, enveloping the shadow instantly. As he approached, he discerned its true form. It was, astonishingly, a silkworm. Chapter 25. Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm, one of the 6 departments in the prefecture. This is the Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm, exclaimed second Uncle Chen, gazing at the small blue silkworm contained within a jar, his life suddenly filled with doubt. What gives you the right, young man? There is a saying that goes, if you do not let go of the child, you cannot catch the wolf. Not only had Chen Jing'an captured this invaluable Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm, but he had also managed to keep his spirit-gathering array intact. Second Uncle Chen felt a surge of envy rising within him. Observing his second uncle's expression, Chen Jing'an felt relieved that he had not flaunted his luck in front of him. With an innocent expression, he inquired, Might I know how much this azure sky spirit silkworm could fetch in spirit stones? At least 50, second Uncle Chen gulped, raising a hand. Moreover, this is a rare commodity, as most individuals lucky enough to acquire such a treasure would not think to sell it. The azure sky spirit silkworm could continuously produce a precious material known as azure sky silks, which boasted remarkable toughness, rivaling that of magical artifacts. If a sufficient quantity of azure sky silks were amassed, they could even ensnare practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly exclaimed, No, I won't sell it. What a jest. If I keep this for myself to accumulate silks, once my strength is sufficient, I could use these silks to ensnare others. Surely, it would be a simple matter to recoup that 50 spirit stones. Second Uncle Chen's lips curled into a smile, genuinely pleased for his nephew, but it did not prevent him from giving a stern warning. Do not be foolish and take all of this to heart. If you encounter a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement wielding a superior magical artifact, they would possess the means to break free from those silks. Chen Jing'an raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at his second uncle. If it can't ensnare those at the 9th level, it can certainly be used against those at the 7th level. You rascal. Second Uncle Chen had been left exasperated by Chen Jing'an's cleverness. Rising, he retrieved a small booklet from the wall behind him and tossed it directly at Chen Jing'an's face. All the pertinent information regarding this spirit silkworm is contained within this book. Study it yourself. Now take the book and be gone. Understood. Chen Jing'an left with a spring in his step, dedicating the entire evening to studying the booklet, gradually deepening his understanding of the azure sky spirit silkworm based on the information contained within. This silkworm was an omnivorous spirit creature requiring spiritual sustenance. Under normal circumstances, it could produce 1 to 2 azure sky silks annually, valued at 10 spirit stones. The typical lifespan of an azure sky spirit silkworm ranged from 6 to 7 years. The one in Chen Jing'an's possession appeared to be less than a year old. In the best-case scenario, this silkworm could yield an equivalent of 60 to 70 spirit stones. However, spiritual sustenance was necessary, which would incur additional costs. Chen Jing'an had a rough estimate in mind and determined the spiritual sustenance he would provide for the azure sky spirit silkworm, the yixiao he had captured. This not only solved the issue of spiritual sustenance, but also offered a satisfactory outlet for the otherwise difficult to dispose of yixiao, making it quite a worthwhile arrangement. As for whether to keep or sell the azure sky silks, Chen Jing'an was currently inclined towards the former. His original intention had been to procure a magical artifact for himself. If the material of the azure sky silks was indeed comparable to that of magical artifacts, there would be no need to let others profit from the price difference. With this recent acquisition, Chen Jing'an became wholeheartedly devoted to capturing more yixiao. He was self-aware enough to recognize that this sudden acquisition of an azure sky spirit silkworm, valued at 50 spirit stones, had significantly increased his wealth. However, one must value contentment. Otherwise, he would eventually pay the price for failing to safeguard such a substantial fortune. He resolved to proceed with caution, as this truly felt like an advance on the auspicious tidings of his impending marriage. As time drew nearer, the news of Magistrate Zhu's promotion was no longer a secret. Even the 4 great celestial clans with far-reaching influence were aware of Magistrate Zhu's new position. As anticipated, he had been promoted to the Yunwu Prefecture, taking up the role of one of the 6 departments therein, specifically the Law Department. According to the administrative structure of the Great Qian Dynasty, the 6 departments comprised of the Merit Department, Granary Department, Household Department, Military Department, Law Department, and Scholar Department, each overseeing crucial aspects of governance within the prefecture. Above the 6 departments stood the prefect, deputy prefect, and county captain, 3 authoritative figures. Unlike the celestial clans of qi refinement, the prefect was typically a hereditary position held by foundational cultivators, possessing the authority to suppress all other officials within the prefecture. This arrangement was a compromise made during the establishment of the Great Qian Dynasty towards local celestial clans. Each year, the central government of Great Qian engaged in a power struggle with local celestial clans, relying heavily on the deputy prefect and the 6 departments to exert their influence. Those who could not withstand the pressure would find themselves ruined, becoming casualties in this grand contest. Conversely, those who fared well would have the opportunity to ascend from local governance to the central authority of Great Qian, thereby becoming part of the true aristocracy. From Chen Jing'an's perspective, he held a rather bleak outlook on Magistrate Zhu's prospects. For the rotation of the 6 departments often signified the demise of the previous office holder, thus creating a vacancy. Those eligible to succeed in the 6 departments were officials seasoned through the trials of county-level bureaucracies. Although Magistrate Zhu performed commendably, there were countless others who could rival his capabilities. From the perspective of the court, what they had in abundance were precisely these county officials. Viewing it from this angle, Chen Jing'an recognized that the qi cultivators within their county resembled, in a literal sense, whetstones. The court employed them to hone the county officials, who in turn were utilized to counterbalance the foundational cultivators within the prefecture. This dynamic inherently increased the fluidity of the bureaucratic landscape. Those oblivious to the intricacies of the situation might even extol the Dacian emperor's governance as exemplary, extolling his willingness to provide opportunities for successors. With this thought, Chen Jing'an's idealized perception of magistrate Zhu swiftly diminished. Ultimately, they were merely puppets manipulated by the powerful figures in the court. The court could compel them, mere mortals, to suppress the cultivators who held dominion, and even the malevolent cultivators who disregarded human life dared not approach. Yet, should the cultivators retaliate, it would be they who fell first. Within the magistrate's residence, the past few days had seen an expulsion of individuals. Those servants and maids, unable to take their belongings, were summarily sold off to the affluent families within the county. This group of underlings was well aware of the magistrate's protocols. Should the next magistrate seek convenience, they would typically reclaim these servants from the wealthy, thereby establishing new connections and initiating a fresh cycle. Magistrate Zhu had dismissed the vast majority of his aides, for according to the regulations of the 6 departments, he could only retain 2. One of these positions was intended for Master Hu. However, when he dispatched the news, the outcome was unexpectedly disheartening. Master Hu declined. The expression on Magistrate Zhu's face darkened instantly. As the nominal ruler of Qinghe County, he could afford to cast aside others, but others must never betray him. For Master Hu, this was an unpardonable offense. With a single command, individuals swiftly surged towards the Hu family's courtyard. Master Hu was already waiting there. He offered no resistance, nor uttered a word, merely affixing a wedding invitation to the door. The invitation boldly bore a seal with the 4 characters, Chun Clan Immortal Family. Chapter 26. The Might of the Immortal Clan, Countering the Magistrate. In an instant, all the guards from the magistrate's residence, dispatched to apprehend him, came to a halt. They encircled the area for quite some time, yet none dared to take a step forward. There is a saying, the ironclad Immortal Clan and the flowing county magistrate. While Magistrate Zhu could simply leave without a care, these individuals still had to remain and partake of the public salary. Moreover, to choose to provoke the Immortal Clan at the moment the magistrate was ascending, what was the purpose? Furthermore, this was the hereditary clan of the Chen family. Strictly speaking, these guards, who were public servants, were nominally under the jurisdiction of Chen Dian's authority. With this realization, the guards collectively swallowed hard. They glanced around, hoping for some hot-headed individual to break the deadlock. The seasoned veterans inwardly cursed Master Hu for his cunning. Having secured an alternative so early, they had not even been forewarned. Just a door apart, the relatives of the Hu family were equally anxious. Yet, this world was indeed magical. A firmly closed door could be breached by various means. However, a mere sheet of ordinary paper instead rendered the door as impregnable as a fortress. The wives and concubines of Master Hu sighed in relief, praising, "It is fortunate that the master sought out the Chen family. Otherwise, if it were someone else, this matter would not have come to fruition." The other concubines and relatives chimed in, extolling Master Hu's sagacity. Only Master Hu let out a sigh. Magistrate Zhu had treated him fairly, and based on his own early experiences, he should have been the least inclined to collude with the Immortal Clan. Yet, in seeking a means of survival for his family, he had ultimately transformed into the very likeness he once despised. However, the die was cast. There was no turning back now. Master Hu surveyed the room, ultimately resting his gaze on the mother of Hu Xing'er, stating, "Xing'er has now shown signs of pregnancy, and we must go to great lengths to protect her and the fetus. With the Chen family yet to arrive, should the magistrate himself come, there may still be unforeseen developments." "I understand," the concubine replied. Before long, Magistrate Zhu became aware of developments in this household. If his earlier dissatisfaction stemmed merely from Master Hu's lack of appreciation, in this moment, he truly felt a sense of betrayal. His most valued subordinate had conspired with the Immortal Clan far too early. He vowed to make the Hu family regret ever coming into this world. They were but a junior member of the Chen clan. Even if Chen Qishan confronted him face to face, would he dare to act against me? Enraged, Magistrate Zhu stormed towards the entrance with a group of trusted aides. He looked at the hesitating guards and bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Break down the door." However, the guards who were typically compliant began to feign ignorance. One among them, gazing at the door, shouted, "Master Hu, you traitor!" He lunged forward, only to suddenly recoil at the moment of impact, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his chest, his eyes widened in alarm. Not good. There's an immortal technique. Then, his vision darkened, and he collapsed. His poor performance left his colleagues aghast. Yet, Magistrate Zhu stood behind them. Was this the moment to be concerned about acting poorly? Thus, with a resounding thud, The guards of the magistrate's residence piled up like a tower of blocks, effectively sealing the door, making it even more impossible for Magistrate Zhu to advance. Was this not a blatant attempt to mock him? When had Magistrate Zhu ever endured such humiliation? His breath quickened with rage. You all, leave at once. The magistrate's residence has no need for your services. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another group of soldiers, armed with sharp weapons, charged forward. Their gear was even superior to that of the magistrate's guards. Magistrate Zhu immediately recognized them as the elite from the third class of officials, also private troops of the Chen clan, known as the Minzhuang. The arrival of the Minzhuang signified that the Chen family members had arrived. What a formidable figure Magistrate Zhu is. A tall individual, whose features bore a resemblance to Chen Jing'an but were more mature, appeared. He was Chen Jing'an's second elder brother, Chen Jing'an, the current commander of the Minzhuang and the leader of this elite group. Chen Jing'an bore no fondness for the magistrate, especially since they had not violated any laws. Rather, it was the magistrate's actions that seemed to overstep the bounds. According to the court's edicts, the appointment and dismissal of the third class of officials fell under the jurisdiction of the Dianshi, while the magistrate held only the authority to mobilize them. Was Magistrate Zhu's unilateral decision a blatant affront to the court's regulations? As Chen Jing'an spoke, he and the Minzhuang moved forward with an imposing demeanor. Aware that he could not overpower them and recognizing his own guilt, Magistrate Zhu could only respond with a cold smirk, laced with a hint of menace. Does your Chen family truly believe you can protect the Hu family? While I cannot settle accounts with the Hu family now, I assure you, should I choose to set aside my pride, the next magistrate will certainly grant me the favor of ensuring that your Hu family has no place to stand in Xianxia County. The moment these words were uttered, the faces of the Hu family members, merely a wall's thickness away, turned ashen. At present, Magistrate Zhu finds himself in a predicament akin to a tiger fallen from grace. However, the incoming magistrate is on the rise, basking in the zenith of his power. While he may not be able to dismantle the Chen family, should he choose to focus his efforts on the Hu family, their only escape would be to shut themselves away indefinitely, an act that hardly differs from confinement. In this moment, even Master Hu's countenance lost its composure. Having served alongside Magistrate Zhu for many years, he was acutely aware that if this man were pushed to his limits, he would indeed resort to extreme measures. In his strategic planning, he had failed to foresee that Magistrate Zhu might overturn the table. Just then, a languid and nonchalant voice floated through the air. If Magistrate Zhu intends to play hardball, I shall likewise be unwavering in my resolve. At worst, I shall part with some spirit stones to enlist the aid of a dignitary from the Zheng clan. The crowd turned to follow the sound, discovering a figure clad in bright red ceremonial garb, tall and poised, approaching with hands clasped behind his back. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chen Jing'an's face brightened, and he greeted him with a smile. Third brother. The accompanying sturdy townsfolk, displaying keen insight, promptly offered their respects, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the immortal." Inside, Master Hu, upon hearing this voice, felt a weight lift from his chest. At least this young man possesses some conscience. Upon seeing Chen Jing'an, Magistrate Zhu surmised he must be the suitor chosen by Master Hu, and with an unfriendly tone remarked, "Do you dare to threaten me?" "Not at all," Chen Jing'an replied, shaking his head. "I am one who favors harmony for prosperity, but should the magistrate insist on confrontation, I too have my methods." As his words fell, he shifted the tone of the conversation, a fierce aura emerging from his brow. "If you bring suffering upon the Hu family, I shall demand retribution from the Zhu family. Should you survive, you are to ensure that the Zhu family remains confined within Yunwu County for eternity. Should you perish, I vow to leave no living creature within the Zhu clan." His menacing demeanor sent beads of sweat cascading down Magistrate Zhu's forehead. The magistrate could hardly fathom how a mere youth, barely in his 20s, could harbor such lethal intent and utter such venomous threats. Indeed, those of the immortal clans are born with a propensity for malevolence. Magistrate Zhu pondered this in his heart, but dared not broach the subject of troubling the Hu family any further. He truly feared that Chen Jing'an would take them down with him. For reasons unknown, Magistrate Zhu felt that this young scion of the Chen family was even more formidable than the clan's own scribe. Chapter 27. The Ruthless Chen Jiao and the Breakthrough of Uncle Liu. It was not until Magistrate Zhu departed that Chen Jing'an could no longer contain his laughter. "You truly outdid yourself, third brother. To have compelled this pompous scholar to such a state, our family has not suffered under his rule these past years." Chen Jing'an, upon hearing this, shook his head. Evil men require the tempering of other wicked souls. He has already broken the rules, and thus, no further tolerance is warranted. Soon after, Chen Jing'an arrived at the gates of the Hu residence, where the guards, who had previously been on high alert, promptly stepped aside to grant him passage. "We pay our respects to the immortal." The Hu family, aware of his arrival, had Master Hu himself opened the door. Chen Jing'an regarded Master Hu with a semblance of formality, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, father-in-law." Master Hu, having initially intended to reprimand him, found himself swayed by Chen Jing'an's earlier words and promptly revised his tone. "Xing'er is inside. I ask that you treat her well. Rest assured, father-in-law." Shortly thereafter, the wedding procession arrived, boldly escorting the bride from the magistrate's residence. This affair could not remain concealed from the other three immortal clans. Once Chen Jing'an's words reached the ears of the Wang clan, the patriarch, a master of the 9th layer of Qi, personally remarked, "This lad possesses even more ruthlessness than Chen Xishan." Such a stark assessment swiftly stamped Chen Jing'an with a formidable reputation. Consequently, the various immortal clans reached a consensus. The 9th of the Chen clan is a man unafraid to spill blood. When these rumors eventually reached Chen Jing'an's ears, he found himself bewildered. "But I haven't even killed anyone yet. How have I already earned the title of a merciless killer?" His perplexed expression elicited peals of laughter from Hu Xing. "My husband is destined to become a formidable figure, and what is a little ruthlessness to be concerned about? Should anyone dare to question it, I shall be the first to object." Chen Jing'an recognized that his wife was merely teasing him. Yet, given her condition, he found himself unable to retaliate, merely glaring at her. Hu Xing, undaunted, nestled into Chen Jing'an's embrace, smiling mischievously. "I simply adore a man of such gallant spirit." On the day of Magistrate Zhu's departure, only the newly appointed Magistrate Lu and a handful of Zhu's aides came to bid farewell, rendering the scene rather desolate. In truth, Magistrate Zhu had initially arranged for a considerable entourage. However, after the incident involving Chen Jing'an, he was genuinely apprehensive that this deranged youth might have planted assassins among the well-wishers, and thus he prioritized his own safe departure. Carriages carrying the magistrate's family rolled past. Miss Zhu lifted the curtain, gazing at the receding landscape of Qinghe County, her eyes tinged with nostalgia. After all, it was the place she had called home for a decade. How could she not have feelings for it, as well as for the Hu family? Miss Zhu had thought that once they left, the matter would be buried, allowing her father to remain unperturbed within the county, and all could coexist peacefully. Little did she know, the Chen family was determined to strip her father of his dignity, particularly Chen Jing'an. She recalled the man who had once been subservient, and the ruthless fiend who now threatened to annihilate her entire family. He seemed like two entirely different individuals. The only explanation was that he had been hiding his true capabilities all along. This realization made Miss Zhu feel as though she had been toyed with. Truly, a scoundrel. With Magistrate Lu taking office, he would need time to establish his own circle and would not provoke the immortal clans in the short term. Likewise, the fugitive demonic cultivator had not made an appearance in quite some time. Now that Chen Jing'an had taken a secondary wife, it would be impossible for him to confine Hu Xing to the residence while relegating his primary wife, Yu Shan, to the exterior. That would be utterly counterproductive. He promptly summoned them both to reside within the house, thereby alleviating his own burdens. Next, he awaited the arrival of Hu Xing's child. Given that their first two children were sons, Chen Jing'an secretly hoped for a daughter this time, not for any particular reason, but simply to add a touch of charm to their household. A month later, on this day, as Chen Jing'an emerged from the stables, a smile once again graced his face. A joyous occasion. Of the 6 demon seeds, 2 had survived, and after accounting for the portion owed to the family, he still had 2 spirit stones to add to his personal treasury. In contrast, the harvest from the spirit gathering formation had yielded far less. The leaves he had captured for the Baikong spirit silkworm could barely sustain it. On some days, he struggled to gather even a single leafworm for his reserves. Such was the sweet torment of his success. After all, his Baikong spirit silkworm was now capable of spinning Baikong silk. Chen Jing'an had tested it himself. With his current strength, even when exerting all his might with a 2-inch fire cloud sword, he could not even scratch the Baikong silk. Such defensive capabilities must surely surpass that of the unused golden armor talisman he possessed, and it bore no limitations on usage. This revelation ignited further ambitions within Chen Jing'an. If the azure silk is accumulated in abundance, then this unused golden armor talisman could be exchanged for spirit stones. He personally favors stockpiling spirit stones as a form of hard currency for unforeseen circumstances. Chen Jing'an had just exited the stable when a trusted aide of the elders summoned him, indicating there was an urgent matter to discuss. Consequently, Chen Jing'an hurriedly made his way to the study. His second uncle had been waiting there, making it a gathering of just 3 individuals. Once the door was shut, the elder spoke. The 6th brother conveyed news yesterday that he has broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Chen Erbua's eyes brightened with excitement. Truly impressive, 6th brother. Chen Jing'an shared his enthusiasm equally. The breakthrough of Uncle Lu to the 9th level of Qi refinement signifies his eligibility to challenge the foundation establishment stage. The The most significant advantage lies in the black cloud vine they unearthed years ago on Songzhu Mountain. The elder had previously promised to send 100 spirit stones to Uncle Lu. Today, it was likely for this very purpose. Indeed, the elder was the first to produce a Qianxiaaudiobooks bag, placing it on the table with a serious demeanor. Within this bag are 100 spirit stones, which I have prepared. You too may wish to contribute a bit more to send alongside them. Of course, this is not compulsory. It solely depends on your willingness to take a gamble. Upon hearing this, both Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an began to contemplate earnestly. They understood the elder's intention. This was not mere banter, but an opportunity. Should Chen Yaodong succeed in his breakthrough, he would become the strongest pillar of the Chen clan. Moreover, as a member of the immortal sect, he would gain access to a wider network for resources than the average person. Today's timely assistance could yield exponential returns in the future. Yet, there lay a prerequisite. Chen Yaodong must achieve this breakthrough. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Logically speaking, after the events of that day, Chen Jing'an had resolved not to become a gambler again, especially in such a venture with a high chance of loss. However, if it were Uncle Lu, the situation differed. Not to mention, the affection root talisman in his possession was purchased by Uncle Lu for him. While he could afford to be shameless, he could not disregard his gratitude. Spirit stones could be replenished, but the opportunity for Uncle Lu to break through to Foundation establishment might only arise once in a lifetime. His most valuable azure silk and affection root talisman were fundamental to his standing and should only be touched in dire circumstances. Instead, he could part with other belongings. After some contemplation, he retrieved a golden armor talisman and all 6 of his spirit stones from the Qianxiaaudiobooks bag, placing them on the table. This amounted to a total value of 8 spirit stones. Both Chen Jing'an and the elder were taken aback by his generous offering, particularly the elder, who at that moment wore a smile that radiated from the depths of his heart. Chen Jing'an glanced at Chen Jing'an, feigning exasperation. You've contributed so much. I cannot be stingy. I will offer 12 spirit stones, bringing our total to 20. Chapter 28. The eldest daughter, Qingyan, possesses a fire spirit body. 12 spirit stones were not Chen Jing'an's limit. Given his age and the accumulation over the years, he could muster 3 to 4 dozen spirit stones if he truly emptied his coffers. However, he was already past the midpoint of his life and had a 9-year-old son, also bearing a spirit root. This reality dictated that Chen Jing'an could not be as carefree as Chen Jing'an. He must leave something for his descendants. Yet, this gesture of sincerity was more than sufficient. Together, the uncle and nephew had nearly assembled the equivalent of a low-grade magical artifact. Chen Jing'an nodded and then stated, I will have someone from General Meng's entourage deliver these 120 spirit stones. At the mention of General Meng, the expressions of the uncle and nephew turned serious. In his youth, the elder had joined the Anxi army of the Great Qian, tasked with warring against the neighboring country of Daliang, with General Meng serving as the commander at that time. General Meng was no ordinary figure. He was a Foundation establishment cultivator with considerable influence in the Great Qian. It was on the battlefield that the elder had fought fiercely to seize the relics of enemy cultivators, acquiring cultivation techniques, and coupled with his spirit root, he embarked on the path of immortality. He had fought valiantly in the army and had even been personally summoned by General Meng, ultimately securing a spot for establishing an immortal clan. Thus, the present-day Chen clan of Qinghe was born. Strictly speaking, their lineage was a vassal of General Meng. The elder would annually present tributes to General Meng to maintain this connection. The immortal sect is not a realm for the uninitiated to enter. The elder was particularly unwilling to have Uncle Lu take any further risks and chose to directly utilize this connection with General Meng to ensure the spirit stones were delivered. From there on, everything would be left to fate. Chen Jing'an once again found himself in a state of being utterly devoid of spirit stones. However, he had never relied on spirit stones for cultivation, making this circumstance less significant. Furthermore, he still held 2 ventures, digging for earthworms and horse breeding, making a resurgence merely a matter of time. Compared to this, Chen Jing'an found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of his 3rd child. Meanwhile, within the immortal sect, Chen Yaodong received a summons from an immortal sect steward, perplexed by the unexpected message. The steward tossed him a Qianxiaaudiobooks bag. Someone from your clan has sent you a package, totaling 120 spirit stones. Please count them yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong promptly accepted the Qianxiaaudiobooks bag, not bothering to count, but instead retrieving 12 spirit stones from his own bag, presenting them with both hands. I trouble the esteemed elder. This is a token of my filial piety. The steward shook his head. There is no need. My compensation has already been arranged by another. You may leave directly. Chen Yaodong ceased to insist. Were it not for the established protocols within the sect, he would have been loath to squander the spirit stones painstakingly gathered by his family. However, the additional 20 spirit stones left him with lingering curiosity. Upon returning to his residence and opening the Qingquan bag, he discovered a note pinned by his father. Brother, Yao presents 12 spirit stones. Nephew, Jing'an offers 8 spirit stones. The note bore little text, yet it imbued the Qingquan bag with a newfound weight in Chen Yaodong's hands, especially regarding that rascal Chen Jing'an. At this moment, Chen Yaodong could vividly imagine the lengths he must have gone to in order to scrape together those 8 spirit stones. His eyes slightly reddened. He chuckled and scolded. You little brat, do you not trust your sixth uncle? Damn it. This time I will risk everything to ensure my breakthrough succeeds. Chen Yaodong gritted his teeth, his expression resolute as never before. 3 months swiftly passed. After an exhaustive search, Chen Jing'an finally gathered a pound of dry leaf earthworms. However, in the stables, he suffered the loss of 8 demon horses, resulting in no harvest. Yet, Chen Jing'an firmly believed that the misfortunes encountered here were merely shielding his impending child from calamity. Thus, he was certain that this child would not disappoint him. Outside the delivery room, Chen Jing'an's eldest son, Chen Jing'an, was now able to walk and jump. Clutching his father's trouser leg, he looked up with anticipation. Father, will I soon have a little brother or sister? Indeed. Chen Jing'an scooped his son into his arms. Refraining from inquiring whether he preferred a brother or a sister, he was aware of the appropriateness of the moment. It is evident to all discerning individuals that Hu Xing'er and the Hu family have recently aligned themselves with the Chen family, and it would be most auspicious for them to bear a male heir, as this would undoubtedly stabilize public sentiment. Chen Jing'an, however, does not concern himself with such matters. Having pledged to care for the Hu family, he would not treat them differently based on the child's gender. Chen Jing'an, on the other hand, is a different story. Should he utter a phrase expressing a preference for a sister, it would likely be misconstrued by others as Yueshan inciting her son, thereby igniting discord within the family. This is a scenario Chen Jing'an wishes to avoid. For now, he is striving to be a competent father and maintain the appearance of a harmonious family, free from the entanglements of sordid affairs. Future matters can be addressed in due course. The father and son waited for nearly half an hour, during which sounds began to emanate from the room. Chen Jing'an kept a close watch on the changes of the ancestral clock. Finally, with a familiar chime, the clock announced, Descendant 3, Chen Jing'an, Attribute, 5 spiritual roots, Fate 1, Natural Beauty. Her appearance surpasses that of the vast majority. Fate 2, Fire Spirit Body. The clock's master may choose to imprint one of these attributes. Upon seeing his daughter's attributes, Chen Jing'an was filled with elation. Splendid, another child with spiritual roots. Not only did he now have both a son and a daughter, but she also bestowed upon him the urgently needed fire attribute talent. Chen Jing'an chose the Fire Spirit Body. Before long, he felt a glimmer of spiritual energy surge before his eyes. The spiritual energy within him began to increase gradually. The countless scenes of practicing the Fire Cloud Sword flashed through his mind, illuminating many previously perplexing aspects. Chen Jing'an was certain that his mastery of the Fire Cloud Sword had made significant advancements. Truly, it is the essence of a spirit body. From the moment he glimpsed the words Fire Spirit Body, relevant information had already surfaced in his mind. In this world, aside from the spiritual roots that determine one's aptitude for cultivation, there exist even rarer spirit bodies. Each spirit body is endowed with unique advantages. If a spirit body aligns with one's own spiritual roots, it can further enhance the speed of cultivation. Chen Jing'an could sense that his ability to absorb the world's spiritual energy had increased by at least 50%. Though it was not yet at the level of 3 spiritual roots, it was still a considerable improvement. When his eldest daughter was finally presented to him, Chen Jing'an stepped forward with delight, radiating an air of possessiveness. This was not mere paternal affection. The benefits this little girl brought him warranted such an expression of sentiment in front of others. As long as he, as her father, placed sufficient importance upon her, her treatment would be no less favorable than that of her brother. Chapter 29. A talented spellcaster, a special session begins. At the foot of Sangju Mountain, Chen Jing'an fully unleashed his spiritual power. In an instant, a searing flame erupted, causing the fire cloud sword to grow from the size of a toothpick to a more substantial form. 3 inches, 4 inches, 9 inches, 1 foot. After surpassing 1 foot in length, the fire cloud sword continued to expand, and only upon reaching 1.5 feet did its growth reach its limit. This was also the extent of Chen Jing'an's current practice with the fire cloud sword. Remarkably, he sensed that his understanding of the fire cloud sword had not yet reached its peak. This 1.5 feet was merely a temporary achievement. Reflecting on the arduous journey he had undertaken to master the fire cloud sword, it had taken him over half a year to reach a mere 3 inches. Yet, with the fire spirit body, he was able to achieve results far beyond his previous efforts merely by correcting his memory of the experiences. Chen Jing'an felt a surge of frustration. All these swirling thoughts ultimately coalesced into a single expletive. Thus, this is the distinction between genius and the ordinary. Though he may be a penniless individual lacking spiritual stones, at this rate, mastering the fire cloud sword would merely be a matter of time. When compared to his former self, he could almost describe the difference as overwhelming. This also illustrated a profound truth. Comprehension itself is an invaluable resource for cultivation. In essence, he had, in a different sense, achieved liberation from poverty. Having finally reached this milestone, he resolved to indulge in some well-deserved extravagance. The fire cloud sword was already mastered. He would also learn the flame armor and the fire manipulation technique. He intended to arm himself to the teeth. If he lacked spiritual stones to purchase magical artifacts, he would simply employ spells to vanquish his foes. Within the elder's abode, Chen Jing'an watched in astonishment as his grandson demonstrated a 1-foot fire cloud sword. Fully aware that he had only been practicing this spell for a year. Unlike cultivation, spells cannot be hastily acquired through spiritual stones and materials. In Chen Jing'an's understanding, even a foundational cultivator like General Meng could not provide anyone with the means to rapidly master a spell. He outright dismissed the possibility of Chen Jing'an having relied on external aid. The only explanation remained. Chen Jing'an indeed possessed an exceptional talent for cultivating fire attribute spells. Such aptitude would be wasted on merely mastering the fire cloud sword. Thus, Chen Jing'an supported his grandson's decision to also pursue the flame armor. However, a concern arose regarding the fire manipulation technique. Chen Jing'an furrowed his brow slightly, stating, "The origins of this spell are quite remarkable, and its cultivation difficulty exceeds your expectations. Your sixth uncle once attempted it, dedicating a whole year without success." A year? Indeed. Following that, your sixth uncle chose to switch to a middle-grade spell from the cultivation sect, mastering it in less than half a year. This indirectly conveyed another meaning. The true grade of the fire manipulation technique was likely far beyond that of a mere middle-grade spell. Chen Jing'an's gaze flickered as he tentatively inquired, "Grandfather, I am aware that the fire manipulation technique originated from the battlefield, but could you enlighten me about its origins?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an briefly reflected before replying, "It's no trouble to share. When our forces invaded the territory of the Dalian Kingdom and passed through the Flame Mountain, we came across an abandoned demon lair. I ventured into the lair in search of treasures, but found nothing of value, except for this fire manipulation technique beside the remains of a human cultivator. Recognizing its rarity, I chose not to report it but rather kept it hidden, intending to preserve it as a family heirloom, unaware of its origins to this day." After hearing his grandfather's explanation, Chen Jing'an was further convinced of the fire manipulation technique's significance, intensifying his desire to cultivate it. Seeing that his attempts to dissuade him were in vain, Chen Jing'an ultimately relented. "Very well, this technique will eventually need to be passed down to you. I cannot hinder your aspirations indefinitely. If you wish to learn, then learn." Chen Jing'an's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, grandfather. There's no need for thanks." Chen Jing'an shot him a glance, stating earnestly, "You are the seed of the new generation of our clan. I cannot allow you to be hindered by this spell. I shall grant you a maximum of 2 years. If by then you still have not mastered the fire manipulation technique, you may as well forget about it for the rest of my days." This requirement was not unreasonable. After all, his sixth uncle had failed to grasp it even after a year, and now his grandfather had granted him 2 years. If he were to fail after that, Chen Jing'an would not stubbornly cling to it. In fact, he was even more astute than that. "After all, I am not a true genius, lacking the hubris of believing that I am irreplaceable. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Should my being of the fire spirit body make no progress for months, then I, Chen Jing'an, shall not dare to touch this matter until I receive my next enhancement of talent." Just as Chen Jing'an was about to turn away, Chen Jing'an suddenly grasped his arm and handed him a vial of elixir from his sleeve. Before he could discern the nature of the elixir, he heard Chen Jing'an's low warning, "Mind your tongue, young man. Do not bring trouble upon me." "Rest assured, grandfather, my lips are sealed," Chen Jing'an thought, feeling a surge of pride that he was now privileged enough to partake in such a rare treat, promptly storing the elixir in his bag. "Very well. You may leave now." Yes. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Jing'an finally retrieved the elixir, only to discover it was a gathering spirit pill. Wasn't this the congratulatory gift his grandfather had sent to the Huang family? A vial containing 12 gathering spirit pills and 6 spirit stones. This was undoubtedly the most precious elixir he had ever consumed in his life. He muttered to himself, "The old man could have just given me spirit stones directly." No sooner had he swallowed a gathering spirit pill than he felt its effects take hold with astonishing rapidity. As if the elixir had transformed directly into spiritual energy, merging seamlessly with his being. This single pill had spared him a month of arduous cultivation. While not as potent as the purple essence fruit, The gathering spirit pill's effects manifested more swiftly and with less wastage of its medicinal properties. As Chen Jing'an compared the merits of the elixirs to spiritual fruits, he realized that the former achieved unparalleled efficiency. Was this the allure of alchemy? For a fleeting moment, he pondered the idea of learning the art of pill making. However, that notion remained merely a thought. After all, when confronted with the temptations of the second-tier talisman path, he had managed to maintain his composure. Moreover, after experiencing the tribulations of the fire spirit body, Chen Jing'an's resolve to strive for further progress solidified. Otherwise, engaging in such mindless endeavors of accumulating time would yield the least cost-effective results. He did not possess the physique of immortality, thus, he must wisely allocate his limited energy while still youthful. Yushan and Hu Xing'er were no longer present. His own household felt rather desolate. Yet, having only recently married Hu Xing'er, it would be inappropriate to suddenly take a concubine at this juncture. Perhaps waiting would be prudent. Furthermore, Chen Jing'an sensed he had stumbled upon a semblance of a pattern. Take his eldest daughter, Chen Jing'an, for example. Her mother, Hu Xing'er, had been a fiery spirit, fond of wielding blades and weapons while still in her maidenhood. Thus, their daughter also inherited her mother's temperament. As for the eldest and second sons, disregarding the randomness of their spiritual roots, one was a nice guy, and the other a fortunate one. There seemed to be no discernible pattern here. However, from Chen Jing'an's perspective, Yushan had married well among her peers, who lacked spiritual roots. This could hardly be deemed bad luck. Since joining the Chen family, he had not heard any ill words spoken of her, which could be construed as having good character. Though this explanation might seem somewhat forced, it offered Chen Jing'an a line of thought. If he wished for his progeny to excel in celestial talents, he could seek out women from lineages that had previously boasted such heritage. This approach seemed far preferable to blindly groping in the dark. Chapter 30. The younger generation gathers. A declining family. Such families with a history of affluence are commonly referred to as fallen households. Although Chen Jing'an had formulated a plan, he soon found himself stymied in the search for these fallen households. The Chen family, being the most recent arrival among the four great immortal clans, meant that while they could easily ascertain which families in Qinghai County currently had cultivators and their distribution, they could not fully identify those immortal clans that had lost their cultivators. The simplest course of action would be to approach the other three clans and request information about these fallen households. Chen Jing'an did not approach this matter with the expectation of reaping a windfall, as such occurrences were hardly unusual. When a family with cultivators suddenly finds itself devoid of them, it is inevitable that they would suffer extinction. If there were any opportunities to seize, the other three clans would have already taken them, leaving him with no chance to play the role of an after-the-fact strategist. The silver lining was that without any entangled interests, it would merely be a matter of seeking a favor. Chen Jing'an was confident that others would not refuse to grant him this courtesy. A few days later, at Yishan Tower, the former Chuanhuan Tower had suffered a tragic incident and had since gained a tarnished reputation among the immortal clans. The current Yishan Tower was backed by the Wang clan, situated not far from their estate. In the event of mishap, the elders of the Wang clan could arrive promptly, ensuring safety. Chen Jing'an, as the host, summoned his familiar peers from the immortal clans. His second cousin had been preoccupied with studying talismans, so Chen Jing'an called for his younger cousin, Chen Jing'yu, to integrate him into the circle of Qinghai County's younger immortals. It had been some time since the younger members of the other three clans had gathered. This occasion provided an opportunity for fresh faces to make their appearances. Yu Zhan from the Yu clan, Lin Chongkong from the Lin clan, and Wang Qintiger from the Wang clan. These three were regarded as the current leaders of their respective clans' youth. After their introductions, Chen Jing'an beckoned the three to a corner and handed each a piece of dried leaf worm, as though offering a cigarette. Initially, they did not comprehend, until Yu Zhan recognized it as leaf worm. Wang Qintiger's exasperated voice rang out. Shenjiao, they say you are ruthless and possess the demeanor of a hero, yet you offer mere leaf worm for assistance? Lin Chongkong of the Lin clan rolled his eyes in disdain, jesting, you might as well be called stingy Shenjiao. Alas, with the addition of another daughter, my resources are indeed limited. Chen Jing'an lamented, grimacing. He then flicked a spark of fire from his fingertips to ignite the other end of the leaf worm, exhaling clouds of smoke. He had discreetly infused it with calming herbs. This indulgence could be considered a small pleasure in the realm of cultivation. Fire attribute magic? The keen-eyed Yu Zhan immediately recognized it, astonished. Have you broken through to the 5th level of qi training? Upon hearing this, the other two wore equally incredulous expressions. Chen Jing'an exhaled a plume of smoke with great confidence, casually remarking, my talent is simply too remarkable. Do not envy me. 5 spiritual roots, what a load of rubbish. Wang Qintiger scoffed, then ignited his own leaf worm with a candle, mimicking Chen Jing'an's actions, and inquired, but first, what is it that you need our assistance with? As long as it's not too outrageous, I will do my utmost to help you, considering your grandfather's reputation. Wang Qintiger referenced the time when Chen Jing'an had repelled the demonic cultivator, thereby preventing harm to his grandfather, Wang Quing. Without further ado, Chen Jing'an proceeded to explain his quest to locate fallen households. As for his intentions, he candidly confessed to take a concubine. He aspired to secure a gifted offspring in the future, ultimately aiming for his old father to benefit from it. Aside from omitting any mention of the maternal clock, this was the entirety of Chen Jing'an's thoughts. Naturally, his unconventional reasoning left the three opposite him momentarily speechless. What on earth? Is this idea truly the product of a human mind? Let us not speak of those whose ancestors were once renowned practitioners of celestial arts. Do their descendants truly possess superior intellect? Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that they do. The question then arises, what assurance do you have that your future offspring will possess spiritual roots? There is a tinge of skepticism regarding the sudden enhancement of Chen Jing'an's talents, as it appears to have resulted in a stark decline in his intelligence. However, Chen Jing'an remains indifferent to the opinions of others. He never sought spiritual roots. As long as his progeny can inherit the talents necessary for their destiny, what does it matter if they lack spiritual roots? Each party has their own needs. If a father benefits, he earns his due, ensuring that his offspring can live comfortably as mortals, leaving no debts to be settled. Enough of this banter. Will you assist or not? Chen Jing'an retorted. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of resignation. They would indeed lend their aid. It was evident that Chen Jing'an was destined to become the steward of the Chen clan's celestial lineage, and his words now carried considerable weight. Wang Qinhui was the first to speak. I shall seek out the Elder of Tomes at once and have him provide you with the list of our clan's recorded names. Lin Chongkong added, I shall do the same, to which Yuzan nodded in agreement. The trio moved swiftly, and within half a day, they delivered the necessary list to Chen Jing'an's residence. This list had been meticulously curated, excluding individuals whose lineage had become obscure. Chen Jing'an diligently perused the list, first eliminating array masters and artifact masters. This was due to their scarcity and the absence of any relevant inheritance within their clan. He then searched among the alchemists and talismans, categorizing them by their levels of expertise. Ultimately, he settled on three families: the Guo family from Huangxiku, recently bereft of their sole practitioner due to the treachery of demonic cultivators, thus reduced to obscurity; the Zhang family from Xianxiafan, whose ancestors once boasted an alchemist; and the Ma family from Lanhua Valley, known for their lineage of talisman masters. Chen Jing'an's gaze first lingered on the Guo family from Huangxiku, recalling their previous encounter with demonic cultivators. From a criminal psychology perspective, this location should be relatively secure. Yet, he recalled how those demonic cultivators had once used the Bai family of Daqiao village as a facade to lure practitioners to their doom, even framing Daqiao village as a victim to deceive them. As his father had stated, these demonic cultivators were cunning. Chen Jing'an harbored a particular disdain for clever individuals, thus dismissing Huangxiku. The remaining choices, Xianxiafan and Lanhua Valley, were nearly equal contenders, yet Chen Jing'an resolved to play it safe. The coordinates for Xianxiafan had been provided by the Wang clan, whose last practitioner had passed away over a century ago, resulting in the Zhang family's early disappearance from the list of clans with practitioners. What remained were mere villagers of the Zhang family, seemingly unremarkable. In contrast, the Lanhua Valley family had had a practitioner just 20 years prior and had recently been stricken from the records, making it a potential option for the future. Hence, Xianxiafan was the chosen target. Chapter 31. The Concubine Manager, In Zhu Ling Rang. Chen Jing'an had firmly decided on Xianxiafan. The matter of selecting a concubine was certainly not one that required his direct involvement. Currently, the fugitive demonic cultivator had yet to be apprehended, and he was not so reckless as to venture outside the city at such a time. This was when the value of a loyal aide became apparent. Chen Jing'an promptly summoned his most trusted warrior, who was both his steward and confidant, a servant of the Chen family for 2 generations, possessing unwavering loyalty. Chen Jing'an bestowed upon him the name Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong, I have an important task for you. You must undertake this personally, and until it is accomplished, do not let the 2 ladies know. Yuan Fong responded solemnly. Please, Master Jiao, give your orders. Chen Jing'an then succinctly outlined his requirements. First, before selecting a young lady, he must consult the family tree to ensure her lineage is genuine, devoid of any possibility of a switch. Second, she should possess a gentle disposition and be well behaved, avoiding trouble. And third, among those of equal merit, preference should be given to those of striking appearance and figure. Yuan Fong had managed to maintain his composure until hearing this extensive list of demands, at which point he could not help but wipe his brow. He assured that he held no disrespect for Master Jiao, but one might think he was selecting a consort, and in a remote corner at that. Yuan Fong found it difficult to comprehend. However, as a dutiful servant, he would not question his master's intentions. Perhaps his master had suddenly developed a peculiar taste. Chen Jing'an observed Yuan Fong, hoping to instill a sense of urgency in him. After all, this would not be the only time he would seek to take a concubine. Yuan Fong, who would become adept at this task, might one day serve as his dedicated concubine manager, so it was wise to paint a promising picture for him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jing'an devised a vision for Yuan Fong's future and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As long as you handle this diligently, there may come a day when I can grant you a position within the collateral branch. Collateral branch. Yuan Fong's eyes gleamed at this prospect. Rest assured, Master Jiao. This matter will remain strictly confidential. The two ladies shall never know. Chen Jing'an affirmed, when you arrive at xianxiafans, do not reveal our clan's identity. Understood, Yuan Fong replied. And with that, he was dispatched. Chen Jing'an found himself filled with anticipation, curious as to what kind of concubine Yuan Fong would procure for him. The thrill of opening a mystery box was indeed quite exhilarating. He rubbed his hands together and, as was customary, made his way to the spiritual fields of Songzhu Mountain. On the very first day he acquired the fire armor, he had mastered this defensive low-tier spell, even without drawing upon the azure silkworm silk. Chen Jing'an now possessed the ability to protect himself. Should he encounter a wolf demon again, he might even be able to slay it. With this plan in mind, Chen Jing'an grasped the spirit-gathering array and ascended the mountain path. Given that such treasures as the Wu Yun vine could be found here, there might be other hidden wonders. Previously, he had refrained from venturing deeper into Songzhu Mountain due to his lack of self-defense capabilities, but now, armed with 2 spells, he felt emboldened to explore further. With the blessing of fortune, he did not anticipate discovering another Wu Yun vine, but encountering another beast would suffice. He could feast upon the meat and sell the remainder for spirit stones. It would be a windfall indeed. After approximately 2 hours of cautious travel, Chen Jing'an remained vigilant, concealing his presence and moving as lightly as possible. He returned to the location where the wolf demon had once lurked, crawling low behind the bushes. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted to his nostrils. Merely inhaling it made his internal spiritual energy feel invigorated. This was undoubtedly a spirit fruit. Chen Jing'an's mind quickly formed a judgment. The thicket was dense, obscuring the view from both inside and outside. Coincidentally, he found himself in the same spot where he had first encountered the wolf demon. Thus the memory of this place was vivid in his mind. If he recalled correctly, the source of this enticing fragrance was indeed the area that had once been a marsh. Could it be that the swamp has once again yielded a spiritual fruit? Has the fortunate one truly become so formidable? Chen Jing'an longed to exclaim thoughtlessly, indeed, I am the world's #1 lucky person. Yet, his intellect restrained him. This very patch of marshland, which had previously produced a shadow cloud vine, could now sprout a spiritual fruit. Did he think this was merely a daily reward? Furthermore, the shadow cloud vine had been guarded by wolf demons, so this spiritual fruit undoubtedly had an owner as well. Contemplating this, Chen Jing'an immediately began to survey his surroundings. He could only ascertain that his journey here had been uneventful, but he held little confidence in the swamp's safety. Perhaps the owner of the spiritual fruit was lurking nearby. At that moment, he became hesitant to move. A thought struck him. He should first observe the fruit's possessor. If he could defeat them, he would eliminate them. If not, he would retreat along the same path, regardless of the outcome. This incident had made it clear that the swamp itself was no ordinary place. It would be prudent to involve the elders of his family after today. With that in mind, Chen Jing'an discreetly retrieved his self-made camouflage cloak and draped it over himself, then lay prone, blending into the unremarkable grass. Such a ruse would only work against qi refinement cultivators. If he encountered a foundation establishment cultivator with spiritual awareness, he would surely be discovered. However, in Yunwu County, the only foundation establishment cultivator of note was the ancestor of the Zheng clan. The likelihood of him crossing paths with a foundation establishment cultivator was perhaps lower than the chance of him dying from overeating. This was the source of Chen Jing'an's confidence in his current position. As darkness enveloped the land, Chen Jing'an remained vigilant, planning to hold out until dawn. If no one appeared, he would return the way he came and request the elder to accompany him to retrieve the spiritual fruit, thus minimizing the risk of being ambushed. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of branches creaking, as if someone were stepping on them. Had he not been so alert and attentive, he might have missed the disturbance. Someone was approaching, and they were cultivators. Chen Jing'an perked up his ears and soon discerned 2 distinct thuds. There were 2 of them. Immediately after, a foreign voice rang out. Brother Liu, as you said, this in-candle spiritual soil truly allows the fire lychee fruit to continue growing. Does this not imply that this mountain can indeed cultivate celestial roots? The arrival of these 2 disparate voices caused Chen Jing'an's brow to furrow. Celestial roots? He was no stranger to this concept, for the Lin clan among the 4 celestial clans possessed a celestial root. The essence of a celestial root lies in its ability to gather spiritual energy and nurture favorable geomancy. If a celestial root were to grow for a prolonged period, it could even artificially create a land of prosperity. This was an opportunity for the celestial clans to establish their foundations. Obtaining a celestial root was not particularly difficult, but the conditions for its cultivation were exceedingly stringent. Although Chen Jing'an had yet to hear of Candle's spiritual soil, the mention of cultivating celestial roots immediately heightened his vigilance, prompting a resolute decision. These two must not leave alive. Chapter 32. The first kill of a demon cultivator. The emergence of the Xianbing root. With this thought, Chen Jing'an began to crawl forward at an excruciatingly slow pace while the two conversed. When he finally reached a sparse thicket, he caught sight of 2 figures adorned with inky patterns under the moonlight. He recognized the insignia. The Black Demon Cult? A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Jing'an, and he quickly held his breath, observing them from the shadows. He needed to ascertain their strength before making any plans. Normally, he could easily sense their energy by releasing his own, but doing so would undoubtedly attract their attention. He had to wait for them to reveal their own auras. Soon enough, an opportunity arose when one of them approached the swamp and used their spiritual energy to retrieve the spiritual fruit. His strength was thus unveiled. Qi refinement level 4. The other individual, Brother Lu, quickly stepped forward to carefully secure the fruit, revealing his own level as well, also Qi refinement level 4. Comparing their strengths with his own, Chen Jing'an felt a surge of confidence. His greatest advantage lay in the fire cloud sword. As long as he could eliminate one of them swiftly, the remaining adversary would be easy to handle. Just a little longer. He concealed himself behind the bushes, like a venomous serpent poised to strike its prey, ready to launch a lethal attack. The 2 members of the Black Demon Cult did not leave immediately, but instead continued their discussion regarding the disposition of the Candle spiritual soil. Brother Lu, if we report this news to Lord Z, it will undoubtedly be a significant achievement. You are right, but we wouldn't gain much from it. The other countered. This unclaimed spiritual soil, if guarded well, could fetch a handsome price if sold secretly to those celestial clans. A divergence of opinion seemed to emerge between them. That might not be wise, the cult member cautioned. Our identities cannot be revealed, and Big Brother Cheng is still being hunted by the Demon Suppression Division. Brother Lu lowered his voice again. Listen to me. We'll keep it to ourselves and split the spoils. The other's eyes widened. Seemingly astonished by Brother Lu's audacity to suggest doing business behind the Black Demon Cult's back. Did he not fear a purge? But soon, his eyes widened even further. For Brother Lu's blade had already pierced his heart, delivering a fatal blow. Lu Yu. The unfortunate cult member barely had time to utter a complete word before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Brother Lu spat in disdain. His face twisted in revulsion. You want to be a lapdog for eternity? I certainly do not, you fool. No sooner had he spoken than Brother Lu saw a streak of fiery red sword light hurtling towards him. The intense heat instantly scorching a swath of leaves dry as it bore down upon him. A fire attribute spell? Who could it be? Brother Lu's expression changed dramatically, and he crossed his arms defensively, revealing dark, scaly patterns that emerged like armor. This was a technique from the Black Demon skill, exquisite in its craftsmanship. No less competent than a low-grade spell. However, given the existing disparity in cultivation levels, and with Chen Jing'an seizing the initiative, the outcome was inevitable. Boom. The cult member with the Lu surname was sent flying by the inferno, his body crashing against a tree, the flesh on his chest charred to a crisp. At that moment, Chen Jing'an emerged from the shadows and unleashed another fire cloud sword strike. The nearly 2-foot-long blade shot forth with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at the center of the Lu cultist's forehead. The fire engulfed him, causing his entire head to explode like a cannonball, a gruesome spectacle. Chen Jing'an deemed this insufficiently secure. Once his spiritual energy had partially replenished, he delivered a finishing blow to the heart. Only then did he approach the corpse. He noted that the earlier spiritual fruit had vanished into this man's possession, indicating that the Lu cultist possessed a spatial pouch. As for the other individual, Chen Jing'an similarly struck him in the head before rummaging through his belongings. He found only a spiritual stone, a small stack of silver notes, and a small pouch sewn into the clothing, containing what appeared to be dried fruit, likely made from some kind of spiritual fruit. Unsure if it was poisonous, he decided to strip the clothing from the body to wrap up the items. He then dug a small hole to temporarily bury the corpse. He hurried home, racing breathlessly to the old man's bedroom. Upon hearing his account, the old man summoned Uncle Chen Er to join them. The 3 of them then returned to Songzhu Mountain. During this time, Chen Jing'an took the opportunity to inventory the spoils contained within the Qianquan bag, finding its contents quite satisfactory. Among them were 3 spirit stones, a fire lychee fruit they had mentioned, and a segment of blue tree root that felt somewhat icy to the touch. Additionally, there was a small, darkened dagger, its surface subtly vibrating with spiritual energy. Presenting these items to the old man, he noted the latter's astonishment at the dagger. It turned out to be a semi-finished product. "Grandfather, what does it mean to be a semi-finished product?" Chen Jing'an inquired. "It refers to a weapon crafted from materials intended for artifact refinement, shaped into a base form, yet failing during the spirit infusion phase, thus not qualifying as a proper artifact," the old man explained. Sensing that Chen Jing'an might not appreciate the value, he added, "This one, in terms of material, surpasses ordinary iron and gold, and could fetch 5 spirit stones at the market." Chen Jing'an's face lit up with joy, reflecting on how swiftly one could acquire spirit stones through plunder. He then produced the blue tree root. "Is this the xianbing root?" The old man's expression shifted, as he took the item with a more serious demeanor. They excavated the corpse once again, confirming through its tattoos that it belonged to the Black Demon cult without a doubt. Grasping the xianbing root, the old man's countenance grew grave. "This xianbing root is utilized for casting forbidden formations. I fear there are more members of the Black Demon cult lurking in this mountain." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an felt a chill creep over him. "What is this? Is Songzhu Mountain to become a spawning ground for the Black Demon cult?" Sensing his concern, the old man reassured him. "But they did die by your hand, did they not? Nevertheless, we must investigate further. If we ascertain that a Black Demon cult faction exists, we must promptly report to the Demon Suppression Office for eradication. Otherwise, this precious spiritual soil will be squandered." The trio pressed onward. The old man even handed Chen Jing'an 2 travel talismans, instructing him to flee immediately if the situation turned dire. In a secluded area on the backside of Songzhu Mountain, over 20 cultivators from the Black Demon cult stood scattered, half of them clutching the xianbing roots. They formed a complex arrangement, channeling the essence of the roots into a formidable, ominous formation. Leading them was a rosy-faced Taoist in a purple robe, beside whom stood the demonic cultivator Xianxiao. At the 8th level of qi refinement, within the grand formation they commanded, a burly man with a face resembling a heavy jujube stood trapped, clutching a cleaver as he seemingly focused on recuperating. Observing this scene, the purple-robed Taoist's chilling voice echoed, "Yuan Ji, wouldn't it be better to stay honest in the capital, relying on the Yuan family, and living as your second-generation heir? Why wade into this murky water for a few coins from the Demon Suppression Office?" The man paid no heed, continuing to gather his strength as he temporarily dispelled the encroaching chill with his blade. A glimmer of mockery flickered in the Taoist's eyes. "The xianbing root, also known as the xianbing purgatory, is under my direct command. Do not harbor any illusions of escaping today. You shall perish here." Chapter 33. Luring the Enemy In. The Chen family matryoshka. Just then, the Taoist's gaze flickered as he heard a faint sound nearby. Though the noise was minimal, it stood out starkly before someone of his 9th level of qi refinement. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, prompting all the demonic cultivators to turn and witness Chen Jing'an, who had unexpectedly appeared amidst the trees. He stood awkwardly, having stepped on a small branch, the crack echoing through the clearing. "I was merely passing by," he said sheepishly, turning to flee as the travel talisman beneath his feet activated. The purple-robed Taoist, noticing Chen Jing'an was only at the 5th level of qi refinement, feared that allowing him to escape would alert the experts of Qinga County. He immediately contemplated silencing him. However, both he and Xianxiang were occupied with maintaining the formation of the xianbing roots, unable to break away. He swiftly directed 2 of the 6th-level demonic cultivators, commanding, "Bring back his corpse." Understood. The 2 cultivators wasted no time, transferring their xianbing roots to others and swiftly pursuing Chen Jing'an, one behind the other at remarkable speed. In mere moments, they covered several hundred meters when one of the cultivators snarled, "You little brat, you should regret having seen things you shouldn't die." At that moment, 2 water guns sliced through the air. Chen Jing'an had anticipated this. He ducked, allowing the water guns to soar over his head and strike the pursuing cultivators behind him. The 2, in full-speed pursuit, had no time to react, let alone slow down. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 water guns, one left and one right, effortlessly tore through the cultivators' spiritual barriers, impaling them against a tree with fatal precision. Chen Jing'an halted his flight, and not far behind him, Uncle Chen Air emerged from the woods with a smile. "Jing'an, well played. Uncle, you 2 are formidable, having advanced to late-stage qi refinement, capable of firing 2 water guns at once." After a brief exchange of compliments, Chen Jing'an turned to dash back. Uncle Chen Air quickly gathered the spoils before following suit. Meanwhile, the purple-robed Taoist had presumed that dispatching 2 6th-level cultivators would secure their victory. Just then, a 2-foot-long fire cloud sword sliced through the air, aimed at the back of a 4th-level demonic cultivator. With a sharp crack, the cultivator's head exploded like a bomb. This sudden turn of events captured the attention of the remaining demonic cultivators. Chen Jing'an seized the opportunity to flee, but his cheeky silhouette had already left an impression on them. This brat dares to deceive us. The Taoist's mind raced with indignation as he noticed 2 azure water guns shooting from another direction, targeting the 2 6th-level cultivators. One reacted in time, abandoning the Xinbing route, but was still splashed with water and injured. The other, slower to react, was promptly impaled. The 7th-level Chen, with a steely gaze, perched atop a large tree, surveying the demonic cultivators below as he conjured another water gun. Strikingly, his current position and demeanor evoked an undeniable aura of a lone warrior capable of holding back 1,000 foes. However, the demonic cultivators were not fools. It was apparent that the 2 previous pursuers had likely perished, and the purple-robed Taoist, realizing he had been played, prepared to retaliate, his expression darkening. Do you think yourself clever? With such 6th-level trash, I could obliterate one with a single punch. At that moment, a master from the demon suppression office within the Xinbing formation suddenly wielded a blade. Boom. The already weakened formation, diminished by the loss of 4 members, cracked under the force of the blow, causing the purple-robed Taoist to grow increasingly wary. He turned to Cheng Qiong, commanding, "You handle him, and make it quick." "Understood," Cheng Qiong replied, though dissatisfaction lingered in his heart regarding the Taoist's orders. Yet the situation demanded compliance. Having already offended the Demon Suppression Division, the only way for Cheng Qiong to leave Qinghe County unscathed was to assist the purple-robed Taoist in eliminating a formidable expert from the division. Swiftly retracting the ice crystal array, Cheng Qiong's eyes gleamed with malice as he charged towards Uncle Chen. However, before he could reach his target, a colossal gourd came hurtling towards him. Cheng Qiong, having previously been crushed by a gourd, instinctively recoiled in fear. Yet, the gourd deftly evaded him and landed squarely on the shoulders of a magic cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, who could only emit a horrified scream before being mercilessly reduced to a bloody pulp by the suddenly enlarged artifact. Once the gourd had claimed its victim, it soared back to the hands of the imposing elder, Chen Jing'an, exuding an aura of the 8th level of Qi refinement that sent the remaining magic cultivators into a panic, prompting them to abandon the ice crystal array and scatter in a frantic bid for survival. They were unwilling to remain foolishly standing by, awaiting their demise. Realizing he had fallen into the enemy's trap, Cheng Qiong's expression darkened. "Chen Jing'an, I shall not let this matter rest with your Chen clan." Chen Jing'an paid him no heed, instead offering a respectful gesture to the expert from the Demon Suppression Division within the ice crystal array, as if seeking to take credit for his assistance. "Lord Yuan, Chen Jing'an from Qinghe County has come to lend a hand." The response was met with hearty laughter. "What a remarkable Chen Jing'an. I shall remember you well." Following this, a radiant golden light erupted, instantly shattering the already weakened array. Yuan Ji, the sword-wielding man, burst forth and without hesitation pursued the purple-robed Taoist, while Chen Jing'an blocked Cheng Qiong, both sides locked in a stalemate of high-level combat. Logically, the remaining magic cultivators should have been more than capable of surrounding Chen Jing'an and Uncle Chen. However, this was a gross overestimation of their moral integrity. Moreover, the strategic maneuvering of the trio, grandfather, father, and grandson, created an illusion for the magic cultivators that they were being encircled. Initially, a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator was shielded by a 7th-level one. Just when one might think that was the extent of their defenses, a formidable 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator emerged. Who could guarantee that this 8th-level cultivator was the last? Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an and Uncle Chen were not idle. Uncle Chen began eliminating magic cultivators below the 7th level, while Chen Jing'an trailed behind, using his fire cloud sword to deliver finishing blows and loot the corpses. It could be said that this excursion was undoubtedly lucrative, not only for himself, but for the family as well. So far, Chen Jing'an had collected 7 xianxiaaudiobooks bags, without considering the other contents. Simply selling the bags would yield 14 spirit stones, not to mention the treasures contained within. Wealth. Chen Jing'an grinned broadly, until the low-tier magic cultivators had all fled, prompting the two to temporarily retreat to the sidelines. The battle between the cultivators unfolded favorably, with the experts from the Demon Suppression Division completely overpowering the purple-robed Taoist, the golden light on their blades growing ever brighter, resembling a small sun ablaze. Chen Jing'an, likewise wielding the artifact gourd, was mercilessly assaulting Cheng Qiong, who found himself in dire straits. While magic cultivators excelled in close combat, Cheng Qiong could not break through the gourd-esque blockade. Normally, he could rely on exhausting his opponent's spiritual energy to launch a deadly counterattack. Unfortunately, Chen Jing'an was an alchemist. Whenever his spiritual energy ran low, he would produce a spirit pill to replenish it, leaving Cheng Qiong with no opportunity to retaliate. In the dire situation of enduring a continuous assault, thoughts of retreat began to form in Chen Xiong's mind. With the purple-robed Taoist's array shattered, it was evident that the tide had turned. It was merely a matter of time before Yuan Ji would slay him as well. Realizing this, Chen Xiong promptly abandoned his offensive and turned to flee. However, Chen Jing'an had anticipated this possibility. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he thought, "Do you truly believe I would make the same mistake twice?" With a swift motion, Chen Jing'an struck his qianquan bag, releasing two streams of light, one black and one white, that surged towards Chen Xiong like a constricting serpent. As they drew near, the lights transformed into black and white shackles that swiftly ensnared Chen Xiong's neck, abruptly expanding in size and weight, dragging him downwards at an alarming rate. This was the Heavenly Lock Talisman, crafted by an expensive talisman master at the cost of 10 spirit stones per piece. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Chen Xiong looked up at the descending gourd, preparing to cast a counterspell. Yet, seizing the moment, Chen Jing'an hurled his small piece of Baikong silk, wrapping around Chen Xiong's legs. Though it did not inflict harm, it disrupted his spellcasting rhythm. Before he could react, the artifact gourd came crashing down. With a resounding thud, Chen Xiong's head was unceremoniously struck askew, yet he remained alive. Chen Jing'an, relentless, struck again and again. After 3 blows, Chen Xiong's head could no longer withstand the pressure and was the first to succumb. However, Chen Jing'an did not rush forward but instead called out to Chen Jing'an, "Jing'an, fire!" Heeding the command, Chen Jing'an swiftly unleashed his fire cloud sword upon Chen Xiong, which quickly ignited, enveloping him in thick black smoke, accompanied by the chilling sound of agonized wails. Chen Jing'an had lost count of how many times he had employed the fire cloud sword that day. If he could fully assimilate the insights gained today, his proficiency with the fire cloud sword would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Meanwhile, the purple-robed Taoist had also made preparations to flee and had already taken flight. However, Yuan Ji showed no inclination to pursue him. With an unhurried demeanor, he raised his sword, hands lifted high above his head, as the golden light continued to brew rapidly. It bore a striking resemblance to an imperial hero preparing to unleash a grand move. Upon witnessing the resplendent golden arc rippling like ocean waves, Chen Jing'an initially felt pride in his fire cloud sword, but in comparison, he suddenly felt a twinge of inadequacy. The elder, well-versed in such matters, explained, "This is the sword cultivator. Lord Yuan wields the ancestral blade of the Yuan family, known as Golden Sunday." Chen Jing'an found this explanation rather unhelpful. Beyond the term sword cultivator, he had little understanding of the rest. What was the significance of the Yuan family? Fortunately, he kept these musings to himself, as the formidable expert from the Demon Suppression Division stood before him, and he was not foolish enough to voice such offensive thoughts aloud. Uncle Chen, however, looked down and softly elucidated. The Demon Suppression Division was established at the founding of our great Qian dynasty, and there have been 7 commanders in total, 3 of whom hail from the Yuan family. Suddenly, Chen Jing'an comprehended. They were a prominent lineage within the Demon Suppression Division. It became clear why his grandfather had opted not to alert the other celestial clans upon recognizing the identity of this powerful figure. Such opportunities for networking were rare. If too many were present, their value would diminish. In light of this comparison, Chen Jing'an realized just how much he still had to learn from the elder. At that moment, Yuan Ji's voice rang out, pronouncing a decisive strike. A torrent of golden light surged forth, as if from afar, instantly engulfing the purple-robed Taoist. Thus, the battle concluded. When Chen Jing'an returned with the belongings of the vanquished Taoist, he discovered that his grandfather had already engaged with the expert from the Demon Suppression Division in earnest combat. Without delay, Chen Jing'an presented the items with respect, saying, "These are the possessions of that magic cultivator. I kindly ask Lord Yuan to inspect them." Yuan Ji accepted them without refusal, turning to Chen Jing'an with a smile. "Brother Jing'an, I see your grandson is quite the promising talent." Chen Jing'an was not modest at all. He laughed heartily and declared, "To be honest with you, Lord Yuan, Jing'an is the most outstanding among the younger generation of my clan. I had hoped that he would one day support the immortal lineage. Alas, this young lad is still in need of experience." Yuan Ji frowned slightly, feigning displeasure. "Brother Jing'an, you hail from the Anqi army, and thus, you are akin to my clan's comrade in arms. If it were not for your presence today, I might have found myself in peril. Address me directly as Yuan brother or Yuan Ji. Otherwise, we shall become estranged." The old man's beaming smile resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, and he readily acquiesced. "Then I shall take the liberty to call you Yuan brother." Chen Jing'an had always believed that the term sycophancy could only be applied to himself, for he had never imagined that the old man could don such a sycophantic countenance. Truly, he was deserving of his position. Moreover, Yuan Ji, the expert from the Demon Suppression Division, was evidently not as straightforward as he appeared. The The comrades of my clan's uncle are also my comrades. Look at that. Another adept in the intricacies of human relationships. Chen Jing'an marveled inwardly and cast a glance at his second uncle, only to see him standing behind the two like a well-behaved child. Being mindful of the occasion, Chen Jing'an refrained from overly expressive gestures, merely raising an eyebrow. He did not mind the old man's social maneuvering. After all, it was all for the sake of the family. The crux of the matter, however, was that he had been practicing with his second uncle today, having slain numerous demon cultivators, and it was time to discuss the spoils. Chen Jing'an felt a sense of urgency. Just then, Yuan Ji suddenly turned to him and spoke. Young Jing'an, would you be interested in joining the Demon Suppression Division? Huh? Chen Jing'an initially failed to comprehend, then looked incredulously at his grandfather, only to find the old man equally bewildered. Fortunately, he was quick to salvage the situation and immediately reprimanded. You little rascal. Lord Yuan is honoring you. Do not forget to express your gratitude. The Demon Suppression Division, alongside the Immortal Tax Division, stood as one of the two most significant institutions in the Dacian realm, both esteemed offices. The Immortal Tax Division offered not only favorable treatment, but also status, yet it was inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Although the Demon Suppression Division was not on par with the Immortal Tax Division, entry was by no means easy. Officials of the Demon Suppression Division were regarded as dignitaries in the county. Chen Jing'an promptly lowered his head and said, Thank you, Lord Yuan. The Demon Suppression Division's Yunwu 100 House also had a vacancy for a soldier. While soldiers wielded little real power, with my presence, no one would dare to oppress you. From now on, if your clan captures any demon cultivators, you may head to the 100 House to account for your merits. Yuan Ji's words were a means of repaying today's favor. The old man looked on with satisfaction. There is a saying, with someone in the court, matters are easier to handle. Without, one must fend for themselves. They were not mere county officials, but celestial officials catering specifically to cultivators. Coupled with their connection to Yuan Ji, the Chen clan would no longer be a target for bullying. The next time they encountered tax officials, they would be able to regain some measure of dignity. The three of them expressed their profound gratitude. Yuan Ji, being efficient, stated he would take the heads of the demon cultivators back to report and would also lead Chen Jing'an to the 100 House. Upon returning, Chen Jing'an found himself in possession of the three essential items of a soldier from the Demon Suppression Division: an official robe, an official seal, and an official registry. He had officially entered the ranks. Chapter 35, Distribution of Spoils, a Family with an Alchemist. The official robe itself was not a magical artifact, but bore engravings of two arrays, the first for cleansing and purifying, and the second for tracking over vast distances. This primarily addressed the issue of demon cultivators attacking the experts of the Demon Suppression Division. The official seal was a special magical artifact requiring a drop of blood to acknowledge its master and could also account for merits. The official registry documented the demon cultivator forces in Yunwu County and included a wanted list, facilitating targeted captures. At last, Chen Jing'an understood why the four great immortal clans of Qinghe County had to offer spirit stones to solicit the Demon Suppression Division's intervention against demon cultivators. The Demon Suppression Division itself resembled a large bounty organization. Unless a wanted demon cultivator truly provoked the ire of the division, there was rarely any forced assignment of tasks to individuals. The willingness to hunt demon cultivators was entirely a matter of personal choice. From the perspective of the immortal clan, Chen Jing'an could not help but curse the great rats of the nation who sat idly by. Yet now, as he himself had become part of it, his role was merely to perform his duties and fulfill his responsibilities. Upon returning to the family, he elucidated the intricacies to his grandfather and second uncle. The old man sighed, a rare occurrence. Were it not for your entry into officialdom, we might forever remain unaware of these hidden truths. Compared to the Anshi army, the Demon Suppression Division is indeed much more insular. Fortunately, with your position in the Demon Suppression Division, should anyone seek to harm our clan in the future, your official status will serve as a deterrent. Chen Jing'an nodded. I shall certainly strive to benefit the family. The old man expressed his satisfaction with his attitude, and then gestured to Chen Erbo to bring forth the Qianquan bags. It was time to divide the spoils. The old man produced the Qianquan bags of Chengqiong and another demon cultivator he had slain, both at the 7th level of qi refining. The three began to tally the spoils from the battle. After careful organization, the results were astonishing. A total of 87 spirit stones, 1 low-grade magical artifact. The Broken Mountain Spear, 1 low-grade magical artifact. The Earth-Shattering Shield, 3 forbidden talisman papers, for types of spirit fruits, and 2 types of spirit herbs. Chen Erbo, as the steward, quickly assessed the quality of these items and converted them all into spirit stones, estimating the total value to be around 160 spirit stones. This was no trifling amount. Over 60% of the spoils were contributed by Chengqiong, the fugitive demon cultivator who had annihilated several immortal clans, possessing wealth even greater than some at the 9th level of Qi refining. Chen Jing'an gazed at the bounty, swallowing hard. The old man raised his head and stated solemnly, "In this success, our contributions are indistinguishable. Each of us shall receive a share. Furthermore, due to the recent support given to the 6th brother, the clan has encountered some financial difficulties. My suggestion is to take another share in the name of the family, thus dividing these spoils into 4 portions. What do you both think?" Upon hearing this, both Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an spoke simultaneously. "We shall heed your grandfather's command." Even after allocating a share to the family, each of them would still receive an equivalent of 40 spirit stones, a substantial sum. As for the share given to the family, Chen Jing'an had no objections, setting aside the fact that the majority of the spoils were contributed by the old man. Without the assistance of the old man and second uncle, he would have ended up with only 4 spirit stones and a single fire pomegranate fruit. Not to mention the additional spirit stones. He had aspired to join the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division, which would have been a mere fantasy. When it came to the allocation of spoils, there were no formalities. They would choose first, and the remainder would be left for the family. Chen Jing'an immediately set his sights on the Broken Mountain Spear, stating, "This Broken Mountain Spear suits my spells perfectly. I shall take it, valued at 25 spirit stones." The old man then selected the spirit fruits and herbs from the table. He turned to Chen Jing'an. "Your fire pomegranate fruit can be refined into a fire-infusing pill. I will send it to you later as an additional reward." "Thank you, grandfather," Chen Jing'an readily replied, his gaze flickering towards the remaining low-grade magical artifact, the earth-shattering shield. A glimmer of longing flashed in his eyes. However, according to common logic, defensive magical artifacts were typically more valuable, easily worth 30 spirit stones. If he did not draw from the family, trading for it would feel like a loss. It would be prudent to first acquire cultivation resources and strive to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. His indecisive demeanor elicited amusement from both the elder and Uncle Chen. The elder chuckled softly, saying, "Low-grade magical artifacts are of no use to me. If you have no immediate need for it, you may store it within the clan. When the day comes that you have amassed enough spirit stones, you can purchase this artifact." "I find that agreeable," Chen Jing'an replied, his eyes sparkling as he glanced at the remaining spirit stones, then looked back at the elder, asking, "Grandfather, might we perhaps offer a discount for the spirit-gathering pills, being family and all?" The elder immediately discerned his intention and sighed, "You unfilial descendant. Your grandfather is of advanced age, yet you hesitate to allow me to earn this trifling sum of spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an saw hope and earnestly replied, "Grandson is merely eager to break through swiftly. This way, I can earn merits for the Demon Suppression Division and repay our family. Do not act recklessly," the elder admonished gravely. "The Demon Suppression Division hunts down the most vile and heinous individuals. One cannot afford to be reckless. As for the pills, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The cost of a bottle of spirit-gathering pills is approximately 3 spirit stones, yet they sell for 6 in the market. If you desire them, I can offer you a bottle for no less than 4 spirit stones. What say you?" Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an responded, "Then I shall take 6 bottles and provide you with 16 spirit stones." "Agreed," the elder affirmed readily. At this moment, Chen Jing'an fully appreciated the benefit of having an alchemist in the family, as he could obtain the elixirs at a more favorable price. Certainly, this was largely due to the elder's benevolence towards him. Thus, he intended to use them solely for himself, refraining from reselling them for profit, as that would be treacherous. He stowed the 16 spirit stones into his spatial pouch, and then noticed the remaining spatial pouches on the table, prompting him to inquire curiously, "Uncle, what shall we do with these spatial pouches? Shall we sell them?" "Let them remain within the family," Uncle Chen replied. "As we did for you back then. These spatial pouches will be sold at half price to the younger generation of the clan, with each person limited to 1, as a form of benefit for the cultivators of the family. Then I have one here as well. I shall donate it to the clan," Chen Jing'an declared, retrieving the spatial pouch he had taken from the Lu clan disciple. As for the 4 spirit stones they had recovered from the 2 individuals, with the elder and Uncle Chen's consent, they would count as his personal spoils of war. In this act of reciprocity, Chen Jing'an returned the spatial pouch to the clan, thereby compensating for the benefits he once enjoyed. His actions immediately garnered approving glances from the 2 men. The elder possessed only 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, which he promptly handed to Chen Jing'an, while the rest would require some time to prepare. Naturally, Chen Jing'an would not rush the elder regarding the discounted elixirs. However, he couldn't help but feel envious of the elder's ability to earn spirit stones through alchemy, even nurturing thoughts of wanting to learn the craft himself. Thus, he deemed it necessary to have a concubine with a talent for alchemy. Before that, however, he would need to secure one with such a talent. He wondered how Yuan Fong was faring in his search. In Chapter 36, we meet the maiden Zhang, who possesses a spiritual root. At this moment, Yuan Fang, the individual Chen Jing'an had mentioned, was riding in a carriage on his way back. Inside the carriage, across from him sat a timid young girl clad in a dark green dress that Yuan Fang had meticulously chosen for her. The gown, crafted from soft fabric, clung to her petite form, cinching at the waist, giving her the appearance of a delicate willow, easily swayed by the wind. She exuded an aura of fragility, as if she could be easily overwhelmed. The girl's name was Zhang. Among the many eligible young women from the xianxiafan Zhang family, Yuan Fang had selected her, believing she would surely captivate the master's attention. This was Zhang's first time venturing out of the secluded xianxiafan and experiencing the outside world. And everything in Qinghe County was a novelty to her. Zhang discreetly observed the outside world from the corner of her eye, fearful of being caught by Yuan Fang. This furtive behavior left Yuan Fang feeling somewhat exasperated. Miss Zhang, you need not be so anxious. As long as you can ensure my master's comfort, I shall address you as Madam in due course. Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired, Brother Yuan, how can I make the master comfortable? Yuan Fang, accustomed to various grand affairs, found himself at a loss as he had never been asked how to please another man. I'm afraid I do not know. The process of discovering this for yourself is part of the master's enjoyment. As a servant, I must not spoil his delight. Oh, Zhang replied cautiously, then asked, May I at least have enough to eat? I no longer wish to go hungry. Certainly. Yuan Fang deliberated before deciding to first take Zhang to the master's luxurious residence. This was partly to keep the two wives unaware of the matter, and partly because he was uncertain whether Zhang would earn the master's regard. If she proved herself worthy, she might have a chance to become a concubine in Chen's household. Otherwise, she was likely destined to live out her days in solitude within that abode. As for returning to xianxiafan, that was nearly impossible. Even women whom the master found unappealing were kept as dependents until their natural end, without the option of marrying another. After settling Zhang, Yuan Fang promptly made his way to the Chen residence, where he soon found Chen Jing'an and recounted his experiences. Zhang's ancestors had been village leaders in xianxiafan, and both her grandfather and father were recorded in the family lineage. Her grandfather had passed away early, and her father, a frail man, had also succumbed when she was but 3 years old. Zhang had been left to fend for herself with her mother, who had tragically passed away the previous month. They had been too poor even to afford a proper burial. Initially, it seemed her fate was to sell herself to bury her mother. However, Yuan Fang had chosen her from among many village girls, not only covering the costs of her mother's burial, but also facilitating connections within the village to provide her with a death certificate. Upon learning of her background, Chen Jing'an felt no particular stirrings in his heart. After all, as long as she was a descendant of the alchemist, that sufficed. It was only upon arriving at the residence and seeing Zhang that her fresh demeanor caught his attention. Chen Jing'an could not help but commend Yuan Fang. You have made an excellent choice. From this moment forth, you need only obey my commands, and even those of the two wives, while also exercising your discretion to refuse when appropriate. This statement effectively granted Yuan Fang a kind of immunity. He felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, Yes, indeed, the master has a penchant for uniqueness. I must learn well, for should I encounter such a task again, I must surely satisfy the master. Chen Jing'an approached Zhang and placed a hand on her shoulder. The girl, clearly unaccustomed to being touched by another man, quivered slightly, her cheeks flushing crimson as if stained with blood. Just as Chen Jing'an prepared to make his next move, he suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression shifting. He grasped the girl's hand, intertwining their fingers, and channeled his spiritual energy into her. Soon, he received a faint response. Is this a spiritual root? Chen Jing'an exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting that a village girl Yuan Fang had casually brought back would possess a spiritual root. It appeared that the Zhang family of xianxiafan was indeed in dire straits, lacking both a cultivator to safeguard them and the means to discern spiritual roots. One could foresee that this family would soon fade into obscurity, becoming indistinguishable from the masses. Yet for Chen Jing'an, this was fortuitous. Although there is no evidence to suggest that the probability of offspring possessing spiritual roots increases when both parents are cultivators, Chen Jing'an, as a fortunate individual, does not seek for each of his progeny to possess such roots. He would be entirely content with merely one child endowed with a triple spiritual root. As for Zhang, Chen Jing'an considers her a suitable candidate for his first concubine. Setting aside other considerations, her possession of a spiritual root alone signifies considerable potential. However, Chen Jing'an is not yet inclined to impart to her any cultivation techniques. He prefers to first observe her character and disposition. If Zhang harbors excessive ambitions, she might disturb the tranquility of his inner residence, making her more suited to a life as an ordinary person. regaining his focus. Chen Jing'an turned to the young girl beside him and spoke. For the time being, you shall reside here and not stray beyond the confines of the courtyard. Each day, a maid will attend to your needs. As long as you maintain a clear sense of propriety, you shall live quite comfortably. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan cautiously turned her head, a flicker of apprehension crossing her innocent face. Master, I assure you I will be obedient and not leave. However, I have a small request. Chen Jing'an was taken aback by her audacity to make a request. Considering her possession of a spiritual root, he decided to grant her an opportunity. Speak your mind. When I arrived, I saw many intriguing items at the market, she began. That is easily arranged. Chen Jing'an waved his hand, directing his gaze toward Yuan Fang. Purchase everything she just saw. Yes, master. Zhang Wan was astonished by her master's willingness to oblige. Her face flushing crimson. Gathering courage, she took his hand and placed it upon herself. Chen Jing'an was bewildered. Is this how village girls now conduct themselves? With a bashful demeanor, Zhang Wan replied, Thank you for your generosity, master. I shall serve you well. Her actions and words were somewhat clumsy, yet they imparted to Chen Jing'an a refreshing sense of novelty. Indeed, quite commendable, he thought, leaving the residence in high spirits as evening fell. Yuan Fang stood behind him, a hint of sycophancy in his smile. Master, do you wish to seek additional candidates? Yes, visit Orchid Valley in due time. For now, let us finalize our current selection. There is no rush to bring them back. As you command. And do remember to find someone sensible. Chapter 37. Insect Level Transformation, Qi Refinement Stage 6. Half a year later, at Pine Bamboo Mountain, beside the immortal root, a 3-foot-long fire cloud sword floated before Chen Jing'an. With a mere thought, the sword soared, its blazing light rippling and dancing. Compared to his earlier, rudimentary explosive spells, this technique now exhibited greater agility and maneuverability. This evolution reflects a significant enhancement in Chen Jing'an's mastery of the spell, signifying that he could achieve greater feats with less spiritual energy, and he was on the cusp of grasping the essence of the spell. Such aptitude in magical arts left even the elder enviously speechless on several occasions. As he sheathed the fire cloud sword, a surge of searing spiritual energy coalesced around him, transforming into a suit of flame armor that enveloped his entire being, rendering him reminiscent of a fiery deity, exuding an imposing aura. Initially, Chen Jing'an believed the flame armor to be merely a standard defensive spell. However, upon mastering the technique, he realized it possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. When he layered the flame armor with the fire cloud sword, the sword could even momentarily extend from 3 feet to 4. Yet, simultaneously casting both spells would exponentially increase the rate of spiritual energy consumption, which posed a considerable dilemma. After all, he was not a master alchemist like the elder, who could consume spiritual pills as one would candy. Unless forced into a life-and-death struggle, such a tactic could easily lead to a fleeting moment of recklessness. Chen Jing'an retracted the flame armor, swiftly forming hand seals with a unique grace. Behind him, the Chen clan's immortal roots swayed, the leaves exuding a fragrant aroma, akin to an enlightening revelation. After months of diligent practice, he finally seized upon a flash of inspiration. In the next moment, a fiery red pattern suddenly appeared between his brows, resembling a crawling insect. Concurrently, he sensed a small, worm-like entity emerging within him, traversing through his meridians and limbs. With each movement, he felt an increasing sensitivity to the fire attribute's spiritual energy. However, this was of little concern for the time being. The first transformation of fire control Qi, the insect-level transformation, had been successfully achieved. Chen Jing'an could no longer contain his elation. This was a technique that his 6th uncle had struggled for an entire year to comprehend, yet he had managed to master it. This marked a monumental leap forward. In his memories, his 6th uncle had always represented an insurmountable bridge in his heart. Now, he had finally crossed it. Without lingering in astonishment, he began to attune himself to the insect-level transformation, soon summoning another fire cloud sword. It still measured 3 feet in length, but as it flew forth, he deftly flicked one of his fingers. In an instant, a small sword, mere inches long, split from the original fire cloud sword, darting toward a designated target with increased velocity. This was, quite literally, a sword within a sword. Consider if he were to engage in a duel. His opponent might believe they had evaded the attack of the fire cloud sword, only to be caught off guard by the hidden blade. Chen Jing'an welcomed this transformation with open arms, while the other functionalities of the insect-level transformation remained to be explored further. This was undoubtedly promising news. Outside the elder's chamber, Chen Jing'an arrived at the agreed time to collect this round of gathering spirit pills. Initially, he requested 6 bottles. The elder had provided 2 bottles at first, and subsequently 2 more over the past 6 months. With the addition of this latest bottle, he had now acquired 5 bottles of gathering spirit pills. Theoretically, these resources should suffice for him to break through to the sixth stage of qi refinement. The real constraint on this progress lay in the refining process of the pills. Although the sixth stage was not a bottleneck, a complete accumulation of spiritual energy would still necessitate a breakthrough process. Another viable approach was to refine the gathering spirit pills while simultaneously honing his spiritual energy, thus expediting the integration of his physical form with the spiritual energy and bypassing the breakthrough stage. Additionally, this would conserve a portion of the gathering spirit pills for future needs. For Chen Jing'an, who prioritized cost-effectiveness, this was the most suitable course of action. After collecting the pills, Chen Jing'an made his way to the stable. Over the past 6 months, 2 more second-generation spirit beasts had been born, helping him repay part of his debts to the clan. He calculated that with 4 more second-generation spirit beasts, he would be able to fully enjoy the profits from horse breeding. This was no trivial sum. Moreover, as the current second-generation spirit beasts matured and produced offspring, it would yield a continuous influx of spiritual stones. Chen Jing'an conservatively estimated that he could earn around 10 spiritual stones annually solely from horse breeding. Becoming the wealthiest member of his clan was merely a matter of time. Chen Jing'an felt quite satisfied with this modest ambition. The only source of his mild vexation stemmed from the fact that Zhang Wan's abdomen had yet to display any signs of change. Perhaps this was the downside of the union of 2 spiritual roots. In contrast, it appeared that Yushan had become more proactive upon discovering his infidelities. Indeed, further developments were afoot. Moreover, Chen Jing'an's eldest son, Chen Jing'an, was now 4 years old. In just 2 years, he would be due for the assessment of his spiritual roots. Chen Jing'an was aware that the boy possessed a spiritual root, and quite a remarkable one at that. 4 roots. To be precise, while he feigned selfishness as a father, he knew that once the boy embarked on his cultivation journey, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Directly providing him with spirit stones would be a waste. Thus, Chen Jing'an resolved to accumulate the yield from the spiritual fields for the time being, intending to lay a solid foundation for his son with spiritual rice. This, in turn, would significantly diminish his own gains from spirit stones. Before his eldest son could become a source of labor, it was imperative that he devise a means of compensation. Consequently, Chen Jing'an shifted his focus to the Rain of Spirits technique. Over the years, he had diligently practiced his spells and had amassed a wealth of insights. Coupled with the steady progress of his Rain of Spirits technique, it was merely a matter of time before he could elevate it to the 3rd tier by simply redistributing his focus. When the time came, he could seek a rental contract for the spiritual fields from his second uncle. If this venture proved irregular, he would gladly take on additional free labor in the family as recompense. Although it would be taxing, such a life was still manageable. After all, a few more years of endurance, and once Qin Wang and Qin Yan, his 2 children with spiritual roots, matured, he could enlist them as laborers. 4 months later, on a day before the new year, Chen Jing'an, as was his custom, swallowed a spirit-gathering pill. Almost instantaneously, his cultivation level surged forth, akin to water overflowing from a vessel, and he smoothly broke through to the 6th layer of qi training. Chapter 38. The Matters of Nurture, Distinction between Celestial and Mortal. As the year drew to a close, this came as a timely surprise. Reflecting on his past, he recalled that at the age of 18, he had only reached the 3rd layer of qi training. Now, 5 years later, at the age of 23, he had ascended to the 6th layer. Although he was about to confront a significant bottleneck in qi training, achieving such a level at his age was commendable. He was on the path to solidifying his foundation. Chen Jing'an discreetly shared his good fortune only with the old master and his second uncle, refraining from making any public announcement. After all, the formidable Chen Jing'an no longer needed to seek the limelight. He could distinctly sense that his Rain of Spirits technique had reached a saturation point. After dedicating 3 days to intensive practice, his aspirations were fulfilled. He had attained the 3rd tier of the Rain of Spirits. Immediately, he took his eldest son to find his second uncle, ultimately pressing his son's handprint on a brand new rental contract. His audacious actions invited the disdain of Chen Erbo, who mused that no father should exploit his son in such a manner. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that fathers in other families who acted thus were often motivated by greed and laziness. But Chen Jing'an was far from indolent. The fact that his son had achieved the 3rd tier of the Rain of Spirits spoke volumes. It was worth noting that Chen Erbo had only managed to elevate his own Rain of Spirits technique to the 3rd tier after breaking through to the late stage of qi training. Chen Jing'an had surpassed him by decades. Chen Erbo then recalled Chen Jing'an, who had previously studied the Rain of Spirits technique under Chen Jing'an. That young man could now tend to an entire spiritual field by himself and was exceptionally diligent. Was this diligence somehow contagious? Perfectly coinciding. His own son was in a similar predicament. Reading the expression on his second uncle's face, Chen Jing'an instantly surmised his thoughts and spoke up. I know what you're about to say. You wish for me to teach the second branch's Jinghui the Reign of Spirits technique, hoping to elevate him. Am I right? Chen Erbo was taken aback, having not expected his thoughts to be so readily articulated. He did not deny it, and even played the emotional card. Jing'an, I am now of an advanced age. Jinghui will need to support the second branch in the future. Yet, my heart is restless, fearing he may not amount to much. Chen Jing'an understood that matters of sentiment were the most challenging to navigate, especially when it came to managing someone else's child. Success in nurturing was commendable, but failure could breed enmity. His ability to guide Chen Jingyu's progress was due to the latter's willingness to heed him, a dynamic rooted in the trust established between their fathers. This foundation of trust had required over a decade of effort to cultivate and could not be forged overnight. The situation with his second uncle was different. While Chen Jing'an had a close relationship with him, he had never adopted an air of superiority. They needed to acknowledge and respect an objective reality. Due to his role as the family head, Chen Erbo's branch held a position slightly superior to the others. Additionally, Chen Erbo was older than Chen Jing'an's father, and his cousin, Chen Jinghui, was a late-born child. Chen Jinghui had been afforded a leg up by his second uncle, leading to a different mindset compared to the other children in their family. Reflecting on this, Chen Jing'an mused that if his father had been a genius of the celestial realm like his sixth uncle, he himself might have become quite arrogant. Therefore, he did not believe that mere words could sway the young man. As for physical reprimands, he lacked the finesse to strike without causing discord, which would only lead to further complications. Seeing this, Chen Erbo could not help but sigh. He wished to argue his point further, but he understood his family's dynamics all too well. Indeed, Jinghui had been somewhat spoiled by his indulgence. Subsequently, Chen Erbo sought a compromise, then teach him the Reign of Spirits technique and consider it a favor to your second uncle. This was the first time Chen Jing'an had witnessed his second uncle display such humility. Having previously declined his request, he felt it would be unwise to refuse again. He nodded in agreement. You flatter me, second uncle. This will certainly not be a problem. Chen Erbo's face brightened with joy as he solemnly declared. I will also ensure to keep a close watch on Jinghui. Noticing his demeanor, Chen Jing'an could no longer resist offering a word of advice. As long as you manage the spirit stones well, little cousin will understand their value and will not shy away from hard work. I got it, Chen Jing'an replied, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Although Chen Erbo's reassurances sounded resolute, habits cultivated over time were not easily altered. The mindset of his little cousin, feeling superior, mirrored the indulgence Chen Erbo exhibited towards his son. If changing such ingrained behavior were simple, it would not be called a habit. Chen Jing'an could not interfere in the affairs of the second branch. He could only focus on raising his own children, especially those with spiritual roots, regardless of their innate talent. They must first learn to be grounded and not let ambition outstrip their capabilities, lest they face the consequences of paternal discipline. Even if a lifetime of mediocrity were their fate, at the very least, they should not bring calamity upon the family. With his son in his arms, Chen Jing'an emerged from the house. Chen Qingwang clung to his back as they made their way toward his parents' courtyard. As they approached, they encountered a tall, slender youth leading a child by the hand. Chen Qingwang's eyes lit up. Father, look, it's uncle and brother Qingqi. The newcomer was none other than Chen Jing'an's elder brother, Chen Jinggao, accompanied by his nephew, Chen Qingqi. Upon seeing his third brother, Chen Jinggao beamed with a smile. Little Qingwang is such a polite boy, big brother. Chen Jing'an nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired with curiosity, where are you headed now? Chen Jinggao recalled this matter and immediately pulled his son closer, smiling as he said, look, Qingqi is already 6 years old this year. Initially, I intended to ask your second uncle to assess whether the child has an affinity for the path of immortality. It just so happens that you are here, third brother. Chen Jing'an understood instantly, gently placing Chen Qingwang down and beckoning to his nephew, Qingqi. Come here and let your third uncle take a look. Chen Qingqi promptly approached, and Chen Jing'an channeled spiritual energy into him. Being the child of his elder brother, Chen Jing'an was cautious, probing several times. Yet, each attempt to infuse spiritual energy met with no response, akin to a meat bun hitting a dog, leaving no doubt that the child lacked spiritual roots. Naturally, Chen Jing'an could not disclose this in front of the child. He glanced at his son and retrieved a handful of candy from his Qingquan bag, offering it to him. Qingwang, go play with your brother Qingqi for a while. Your father needs to speak with your uncle. Chen Qingwang obediently replied, and soon the two little ones scampered off to share the candy. Once they departed, the smile on Chen Jinggao's face faltered, revealing a hint of bitterness. Third brother, is there still no sign? No, Chen Jing'an answered candidly. He could empathize with his elder brother's feelings. After waiting for 6 years, the weight of expectation collapsing in an instant would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow. However, such matters needed to be reconciled by Chen Jing'ao himself. Offering hollow reassurances would merely serve as a testament to insensitivity. Out of brotherly affection, Chen Jing'an resolved to prepare some nourishing tonics for his elder brother once he mastered alchemy, hoping to grant him more opportunities. Chapter 39. The Young Phoenix and the 100 Household Conference. After the new year, Yushan's pregnancy began to show. To allow her some much-needed rest, Chen Jing'an decided to take along his 3-year-old son, Chen Jing'an. After all, whether it was 1 or 2, the effort remained the same. The 2 little ones sat beside the field, watching their father perform spells to summon wind and rain. The 3rd-tier spiritual rain technique transformed from a downpour into a thunderstorm, imbued with the essence of life and death, fostering the growth of spiritual rice. At this level, one could be considered a master spiritual farmer, with yields per acre rising from 80 or 90 pounds to an impressive 100 to 120 pounds. This change was nothing short of remarkable. Once Chen Jing'an finished his tasks, he intended to seek out his sons, only to discover that they were not sitting quietly as expected but were instead huddled together, engaged in some secretive activity. Approaching them, Chen Jing'an noticed him first and called out, "Father, what are you 2 looking at?" Chen Jing'an carefully stood up, cradling a small, fiery red bird that appeared to be injured in his arms. Worry etched across his face. "Father, this little bird just fell from above and seems hurt." Initially indifferent, Chen Jing'an took the bird with the intention of applying some herbs to aid its recovery for his son's delight. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint fiery spark pattern on the bird's forehead, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. "Is this a scarlet phoenix?" Chen Jing'an could hardly believe it, rubbing his eyes and even channeling a bit of spiritual energy into the creature. Soon, the little bird opened its eyes, sparkling with life, and chirped melodiously, "Chirp, chirp." It was indeed a scarlet phoenix, one of the few immortal beasts inhabiting the Flame Mountain region, renowned for its formidable resilience. Adult scarlet phoenixes often tested their offspring, allowing only the most untamed to survive. The rest were typically exterminated by their kin, with rare chances for a cultivator to find one. Chen Jing'an had never anticipated such fortune, while others waited for luck to fall into their laps. He had cultivated a field only to have a phoenix chick descend from the heavens. Yet, it would be unjust to claim all credit for this occurrence. He glanced at his second son, realizing that this stroke of luck originated from him. Could it be that fortune depended on the rightful owner? With innocent concern, Chen Jing'an asked, "Father, is the little bird still alive?" "It is quite well," Chen Jing'an replied with a smile. "Shall we keep it at home? Then you can see it every day." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an leaped forward and pecked his father's cheek in gratitude. "Thank you, father." Chen Jing'an, not wishing to be left behind, joined in with a kiss as well. Chen Jing'an laughed heartily at this display. "Such good boys, my wonderful sons. Come, let us return home, and I shall prepare a feast for you tonight." Thus, the trio joyfully made their way back. Chen Jing'an pondered how long this harmonious atmosphere could last. Perhaps, as the children grew older and learned of their father's notorious escapades, seeking out other partners and acquiring a multitude of siblings, the purity of their bond would inevitably be tainted. He did not dismiss the possibility of such an outcome. Yet, one must not allow fear of potential misfortune to stifle the joys of life. Living in constant trepidation would render existence exceedingly dull. Cultivating immortality was already arduous enough. In the days that followed, Chen Jing'an focused on nurturing the scarlet phoenix. This little creature proved challenging to care for, but given his relatively ample resources, he could allocate a portion of spiritual rice for it. The remaining nutritional gap could be filled with dried leaf worms, which he had accumulated but not yet exchanged for spiritual stones. After feeding the azure sky silkworms, he could utilize the remaining supply for the scarlet phoenix, maximizing its value. In the future, as the children matured, he could have them employ a spirit-gathering array to harvest leaf worms, providing them a means to earn their own spiritual rice. Amidst his busy schedule, Chen Jing'an made time to visit his second uncle, teaching his younger cousin Chen Jing'an the spiritual rain technique. The boy seemed to have been influenced by his uncle's teachings, initially dismissing farming as a slow path to spiritual stones. Chen Jing'an had once believed that his uncle's guidance was effective. However, it soon became clear that innate tendencies were challenging to alter. Initially, Chen Jing'an demonstrated the first tier of the spiritual rain technique. To his surprise, the boy insisted on witnessing the latter 2 tiers. Chen Jing'an acquiesced, showcasing his abilities in front of him. Yet, the young cousin then declared he no longer wished to learn the first and second tiers and requested to be taught the 3rd tier directly. Chen Jing'an felt somewhat taken aback by the child's audacity, but out of respect for his second uncle, he chose to endure the provocation. After all, if the child were to be reprimanded, his uncle would surely be displeased. He could only wait for the day when his uncle could no longer tolerate the boy's behavior, at which point he might resort to a more rigorous form of education. As time passed, it was now 1 month before Yushan's expected delivery. One day, Chen Jing'an noticed an additional notification on the official seal he had retrieved from the Demon Suppression Division. the 100 Household Conference of Yunwu County. This announcement was issued by the 100 House to all members of the Demon Suppression Division. As per tradition, the 1,000 House and 100 House divisions of the Town Demon Office in Dakian Town convene a collective assembly every 3 years. This serves two primary purposes. Firstly, it acts as a communication forum for the personnel within the Town Demon Office. Secondly, it facilitates the unified assessment of achievements and the promotion of Town Demon officers. Taking the Yunwu 100 House Division as an example, there is one individual serving as the Yunwu 100 House, several Town Demon officers, and below them, the soldiers. This so-called promotion primarily involves the elevation from Town Demon Soldier to Town Demon Officer. Ascending further leads to the Yunwu 100 House. The intricacies of this hierarchy are considerable. Although the difference between the 100 House and the officer is merely one level, the appointment of an officer, even in the lowest 100 House, is within their purview. However, at the 100 House level, not only must it be approved by the Town Demon Office, but it also requires nomination from a high-ranking official, either of the same knowledge rank or an assistant official, to finalize the appointment. In simpler terms, gaining entry into the public sector is already a formidable challenge. Aspiring for further ascension becomes a contest of connections and experience, which is why Chen Jing'an harbors no ambitions for a high-ranking position within the Town Demon Office. Achieving the rank of Town Demon Officer is sufficient to command respect from many. Upon his arrival, Chen Jing'an found himself participating in a collective event of the Yunwu 100 House, and it would be unbecoming for him to refuse attendance. Thus, he had to resign himself to the discomfort of leaving his partner, Yushan, to bear their child alone. This would be the first occasion he could not personally witness the birth, and certainly not the last. Before departing, Chen Jing'an bestowed names upon the newborn. His son would be called Chen Qingshui, and his daughter, Chen Qingxiao. Chapter 40, Recommendations and Assessments, the son of A.O. Long. With all arrangements made, Chen Jing'an, exercising caution, reluctantly withdrew 25 spirit stones in cash and issued an IU for 5 spirit stones to his clan. After considerable effort, he managed to exchange the inferior-grade magic artifact, the earth-shattering shield. This expenditure marked the largest sum he had ever spent since embarking on his cultivation journey. The efficacy of the artifact proved worthwhile. Once refined, the earth-shattering shield could be altered in size at will, capable of deflecting any frontal assault, even from formidable opponents like his second uncle, who was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. As long as he remained unobtrusive, he anticipated no significant troubles. Thus, Chen Jing'an selected an auspicious day to depart from Qinghe County, making his way toward Yunwu Prefecture City. A few days later, he arrived at Yunwu Prefecture City, a bustling metropolis that dwarfed Qinghe County City by tenfold in both prosperity and scale. Two majestic rivers traversed the city, the Yun River and the Wu River, lending the city its name. The Zheng clan, as a foundational cultivation family, monopolized the fertile plains formed by these rivers, reaping the benefits of their advantageous location. Chen Jing'an learned that the Zheng clan had effectively cornered the riverine fishery market, enlisting a considerable number of fishermen solely to harvest spirit fish from the waters. This provided a continuous influx of spirit stones, which Chen Jing'an could not help but envy. Indeed, this was a foundational cultivation family, akin to local emperors. Upon entering the prefectural city, Chen Jing'an swiftly arrived at the Town Demon Office's headquarters, situated in a prime location where every inch of land was invaluable. After presenting his official seal, he was promptly granted entry. Guided by a steward, he was led into the waiting hall, where he encountered a fellow Town Demon soldier. Similarly attired, the individual greeted him warmly. "What may I call you?" "I am Jiang Song, a free cultivator," the man introduced himself. Chen Jing'an reciprocated the courtesy, stating, "I am Chen Jing'an, from the Chen clan of Qinghe County." Upon hearing this, Jiang Song's expression shifted noticeably, as he exclaimed, "Brother Chen is indeed of noble heritage." Truly esteemed, Chen Jing'an understood the implications of this remark. Presently, there were two pathways for joining the Town Demon Office: recommendation and assessment. The former was a matter of connections, while the latter relied on merit. Typically, free cultivators pursued the latter route. In contrast, members of cultivation families often had their own means. Unless they were genuinely unable to succeed within their family, they would opt for the assessment route. Generally speaking, those with connections in their clans would invariably take the recommendation path. This led to a fascinating phenomenon. Individuals recommended into the Town Demon Office, at the same level, often found their status and prospects superior to those who entered through assessment. Thus, having connections became something to boast about in this context. Chen Jing'an sensed Jiang Song's desire for camaraderie and did not decline, recognizing that passing the assessment indicated his noteworthy strength among peers. He discerned that Jiang Song was likewise at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Given his assessment route, it implied he had likely vanquished at least 3 opponents of the same level, though not necessarily at the 6th level. Should an opportunity for collaboration arise in the future, the bond formed today could be advantageous. The two engaged in lively conversation, though Chen Jing'an refrained from disclosing that his recommender was Yuan Ji, maintaining an air of mystery to evade unwarranted attention. As more town demon soldiers entered, including several town demon officers, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly animated. These officers were predominantly formidable practitioners at the late stages of qi refinement. While they typically held no command over the soldiers, decorum dictated that the soldiers rise in acknowledgement upon their entrance. This was a simple courtesy that the soldiers were happy to observe. However, exceptions occasionally arose. Officer Pang. A corpulent officer entered the hall, his presence commanding attention. His surname was Pang, and he was a practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement. The gathered soldiers greeted him with respect. Relishing the flattery, Officer Pang was suddenly jostled aside, causing his smile to falter. The one who pushed past him was a young man dressed in military attire, who entered the hall without a backward glance. "You little brat," Officer Pang began. But upon seeing the young man turn around with a teasing and somewhat disdainful expression, his words faltered. "What do you have to say, Officer Pang?" The officer, recognizing the young man's face, found his initial retort replaced by an unexpected compliment. "You have quite the character. I like it." Ultimately, he even managed to smile. Yet, it was evident to all that Officer Pang's composure was likely shattered within. Chen Jing'an observed with intrigue. A soldier managing to best an officer was likely a result of a favorable lineage. After the young man departed, Chen Jing'an turned to his newly acquainted companion, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Jiang Song chuckled helplessly and whispered in explanation. That was the son of Lord Xianxiaolong. Upon hearing the name Xianxiaolong, Chen Jing'an immediately grasped the significance. Xianxiaolong was the grandson of the esteemed ancestor Zheng Xuanzong, and among the most gifted members of the new generation of the Zheng clan. At just over 40 years of age, he had already reached the 9th level of qi refinement. It was rumored that Xianxiaolong possessed a spirit body, granting him considerable advantage in his pursuit of the foundation establishment stage, especially at a time when the clan's venerable ancestor was nearing the end of his days. The significance of a foundational seed like Xianxiaolong is readily apparent. Even the higher-ups in the 100 House regard Xianxiaolong's son with considerable esteem. It is clear that someone of Commander Pang's stature cannot provoke him. Chen Jing'an silently cautioned himself to avoid unnecessary conflicts and inquired, "May I ask for the esteemed name of young Master Zheng?" Jiang Song, taken aback by his shrewdness, noted that hailing from an immortal lineage and possessing the ability to amend titles with mere words, such a person with such humility is destined for greatness. With this thought, Jiang Song's smile broadened as he replied, "Young Master Zheng is named Xianxiaaudiobooks. As long as you do not offend him, he will not seek trouble." This was indeed a piece of wisdom born from experience. Chen Jing'an, filled with respect, raised his cup, stating, "Brother Jiang, you are a man of great integrity. I toast to you." Haha, it is my fortune to make the acquaintance of Brother Chen. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the venue. Were it not for the knowledge that all present were immortals, one might have mistaken it for the political arena of a county. Each immortal, endowed with spiritual roots, spoke sweetly, rivaling even the eloquence of those outside. Chen Jing'an quietly vowed that from this day forth, should anyone dare to label immortals as aloof, he would deliver a resounding slap to dispel such misconceptions. Chapter 41. Chief Zhao Yi and the 4th Master of the Zheng clan. As night fell, a man clad in an official robe, sporting stubble and a fierce countenance, made his entrance. This man was Zhao Yi, the chief of the Yunwu 100 House. Though his official rank remained that of a demon suppression commander, he wielded the authority to manage the daily affairs of the 100 House, holding the title of chief, second only to the 100 House itself. Upon his arrival, all present, be they commanders or soldiers, bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to Chief Zhao." Zhao Yi merely nodded before announcing, "Lord 100 is currently in seclusion. I shall preside over this 100 House assembly in his stead. According to tradition, my esteemed colleagues may begin with drinks and dishes. When the time is right, we shall proceed with the ceremony of appointing the commanders." Excellent. Splendid. With Zhao Yi's proclamation, the chefs of the Demon Suppression Division swiftly presented the banquet spread. There was spiritual fruit wine, beast meat, and even specially cultivated spiritual melon seeds, and exquisite snacks. The dining was organized in a self-service manner. As it was Chen Jing'an's first visit, he followed Jiang Song's lead, taking a cup of spiritual fruit wine, a bowl of beast meat, and some hearty dishes devoid of spiritual energy. The two gathered their meals and moved aside to eat. Observing the actions of the remaining attendees, Chen Jing'an noted that the soldiers adhered to similar standards, including the impressive young Master Zheng. Among the commanders, they too had but a single cup of wine, albeit larger, equivalent to 3 or 4 of theirs, and their bowls were brimming with beast meat. They even had designated seating, This must be the privilege of the commanders. Jiang Song explained. The portion sizes we observe are a long-standing tradition within the Demon Suppression Division. No one has mandated that soldiers cannot indulge, but should you choose to stand apart, you must bear the consequences. Chen Jing'an was unsure what those consequences entailed, yet given Zhang's compliant demeanor, it was perhaps best to remain uninformed. After finishing their meals, Jiang Song invited Chen Jing'an to join his small circle, which presently included 2 other soldiers. One was named Qian'an, a fellow scion of an immortal clan hailing from the Qian family in Yanghe County. Their lineage was unique, possessing the heritage of artisans capable of forging low-grade magical artifacts. The other was named Shi Yuan, a casual cultivator akin to Jiang Song, possessing social acumen devoid of any haughty airs, and spoke with great finesse. This aptly illustrated the adage that like attracts like. It seemed Jiang Song had considered this aspect when forming his circle. Chen Jing'an introduced himself, mentioning that his grandfather was an alchemist, a valuable asset in his travels. His overture was promptly reciprocated by the two, both eager to forge a closer bond. And camaraderie quickly blossomed, allowing them to address one another as brothers. Chen Jing'an had effectively integrated himself into the group. Jiang Song was pleased with Chen Jing'an's demeanor. After all, he had been the one to bring him in, and Chen Jing'an's cooperation brought Jiang Song a sense of pride, further solidifying his role as the leader. By the way, Brother Chen, we also have another member among us, a female cultivator named Xia Bingyan, who is currently pursuing a demon cultivator and is on the verge of being promoted to commander. I shall introduce you to her next time. Very well. Following this, Chief Xiao announced the selection of new commanders and promptly replaced their official robes and seals. Chen Jing'an, unfamiliar with these individuals and recognizing the disparity in their ranks, chose not to pay further attention. As time went on, Jiang Song proposed that they embark on a joint mission. As all 4 of them were at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, they could find a demon cultivator of the same level to commission, allowing them to deepen their relationships while potentially earning a bounty of spiritual stones to take back. An excellent opportunity indeed. Chen Jing'an harbored no concerns regarding Jiang Song's intentions, as he only accepted official commissions and refrained from private dealings. Most of these commissions were conducted under the watchful eyes of the Demon Suppression Division, leaving little room for collusion with outsiders. As long as no external parties intervened, Chen Jing'an was unafraid of being schemed against by those of the same realm. In the worst-case scenario, should Jiang Song and the remaining 2 turn against him, he was confident in his ability to wield the Earth Rift Shield and the upgraded Fire Cloud Sword to swiftly eliminate one of them. After finalizing their plans, Chen Jing'an departed alone. His visit to the county city was not solely for the 100-house assembly. He also intended to deliver the offerings his family was presenting to the Zheng clan. It was a modest sum, merely 3 spiritual stones, insignificant enough to tempt a county-level immortal clan. Such tributes were a matter of incremental accumulation, with each immortal clan contributing 3 stones. The entirety of Qinghe County would amass 12 stones. With over a dozen counties like Yunwu, that could easily amount to around 100 spiritual stones each time, sufficient to purchase a fine mid-grade magical artifact. One could only imagine the wealth the Zheng clan had accumulated over its century-long rule over Yunwu County. Should their foundational ancestor pass away one day, it would soon attract covetous cultivators from all directions. Yet, such thoughts were not for Chen Jing'an to entertain at this moment. The Zheng clan's residence was adjacent to the county governor's mansion, adorned with decorations and plaques of a notably higher caliber than those of the governor. Chen Jing'an stated his purpose to the doorman, presenting his invitation. Initially indifferent, the doorman returned with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Ah, it is young master and of the Qinghe Chen clan. Lord 4th Master has summoned you." The 4th Master he referenced was Zheng Renkai, the head of the Zheng clan's 4th family branch, a 9th-layer Qi cultivator of the benevolent character. Chen Jing'an was astonished by the doorman's abrupt shift in demeanor. Reflecting upon himself, he surmised that the only attributes warranting the Zheng clan's regard were his endorsement from Yuan Ji and his 6th uncle's affiliation with the immortal sect. It could only be one of these 2 factors. Soon, Chen Jing'an received confirmation, as the 4th Master greeted him with, indeed, a talented individual endorsed by Lord Yuan. With such an opening, the ensuing exchanges are merely a facade of insincerity. The offerings must undoubtedly be presented, and not a single coin less. Once he steps beyond this threshold, the Zheng clan will remain an entity he must ingratiate himself with, unchanged and immutable. Chen Jing'an harbored no desire to cultivate too close a relationship with the Zheng clan. What advantage could he possibly gain by aligning himself with a lineage that was languishing in its twilight years? As long as he maintained the appearance of propriety and kept his distance, he believed he could evade any potential repercussions. However, Chen Jing'an underestimated Zheng Rincai's determination. This fellow appeared to be wholeheartedly invested in fostering their relationship, treating him as though he were someone of significance to Yuan Ji, and even went so far as to prepare a package. Little 17, Zhang Rinkai called out, and immediately, a young man of similar age approached. This is my grandson, ranked 17th in the family, named Chongwei. Jing'an, now that you've arrived in the prefectural city, let little 17 show you around. You must enjoy yourself to the fullest. Chen Jing'an felt a sense of helplessness within, yet Zhang Rinsai's warm hospitality left him no room for refusal. Fortunately, such trivial pleasantries would soon be forgotten. Once he returned to Qinghai County, how Zhang Rinkai endeavored to win over Yuan Ji would be his own affair. Chapter 42. One person's misdeed brings punishment to the entire family. Soon after, the two bid farewell to Zhang Rinkai and exited the estate. Zhang Chonghui appeared to be quite amiable, openly stating, "The Zhang family is currently flourishing, and my grandfather is eager to make connections. Brother Jing'an, please do not take this to heart." Chen Jing'an recognized the trap in those words and refrained from falling into it. "Young Master 17, you exaggerate. I am but a novice, and it is already fortunate that Fourth Master does not hold my clumsy words against me." The two young foxes engaged in a series of verbal sparring, neither emerging victorious. At long last, they exited the Zhang residence. Chen Jing'an chuckled. "Young Master 17 possesses remarkable talents. I am truly grateful for your guidance today." This statement served as a subtle concession. Zhang Chonghui, seizing the opportunity, replied cheerfully, "Rest assured. Brother Jing'an, I will ensure you experience all the delights this prefectural city has to offer." The two exchanged jovial banter as they passed by the governor's residence. At that moment, a procession of prison carts approached, halting before the governor's residence. It appeared to be the local officials, armed with sharp instruments, herding a group of individuals clad in prison garb. "Hurry up. Do you still think of yourself as a noble, waiting for others to serve you?" the leader rebuked, his stern demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness upon spotting Zhang Chonghui. "I have the honor of meeting young Master 17. Chen Jing'an initially presumed this would merely be a casual exchange, until a voice filled with surprise rang out. "Is that you, Ninth Master Chen?" Following the sound, he noticed a woman of enduring charm among the prisoners. In an instant, he sensed that Zhang Chonghui's gaze upon him had shifted, tinged with an ambiguous hue. His brow furrowed deeper, his mind racing with a singular thought. "Who are you?" Zhang Chonghui's expression turned playful, even hinting at a trace of amusement. The leader in charge of escorting the prisoners quickly understood and did not impede the woman from speaking. Seizing the moment, she exclaimed, "Ninth Master Chen, I am from the office of the Qinghai County Magistrate." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's understanding crystallized. This was the family of Magistrate Zhu. However, he recalled that Zhu was now one of the 6 clerks in the prefecture. If this was indeed the family of Magistrate Zhu, it implied that he had only been in the prefectural city for a little over a year before being thrown into prison. As this realization dawned, his gaze swept over the group of family members. Soon, he spotted a familiar figure, Miss Zhu, known as Zhu Qingyu. At that moment, it seemed she was aware of his scrutiny and deliberately lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. In the past, when the tax officials had disregarded the 4 great immortal clans, Magistrate Zhu had wielded his influence with impunity. Miss Zhu had been present then, but due to her lowered gaze, she had belittled him before Huxing. Now, as he regarded her anew, he pondered, who among them had not faced a moment of humiliation? Zhang Chonghui followed his gaze, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "Brother Jing'an, are you interested in the daughter of that offending official?" Chen Jing'an was poised to deny it, but thoughts of Huxing flooded his mind. He understood that his current choice would directly influence Miss Zhu's fate, merely for her audacity in urging Huxing to terminate her pregnancy. She deserved the harshest punishment from Chen Jing'an, one that would be executed without delay, for she had nearly caused him to lose a daughter with spiritual potential. Yet, from Huxing's perspective, one must separate the issues at hand. Chen Jing'an would not deny that Miss Zhu had once safeguarded Huxing's secret. Otherwise, Huxing's family might have long suffered the magistrate's wrath. This was undeniable. There were debts of gratitude and grievances to consider. Upon returning home, if Huxing did not reward him with new experiences, she would owe him an apology for all he had endured. As Chen Jing'an pondered these matters, he turned to Zhang Chonghui. "Young Master 17, she shares a past with my wife. Grant her mercy." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chonghui's face brightened. As long as Chen Jing'an was willing to speak, he would have no trouble explaining himself to his grandfather. On the surface, this was a mutually agreeable arrangement. Zhang Chonghui instructed the leader, and then he took Chen Jing'an off for drinks, leaving behind a multitude of the magistrate's family members pleading and struggling. Only Miss Zhu remained steadfast, even having a maid assist her from the prison cart. The disparity in treatment was stark. As those taken away begged for mercy, cries echoed, "Your aunt does not wish to die? Plead with Ninth Master Chen on my behalf." "Sister, The lamentations reverberated, piercing Miss Zhu's consciousness. At that moment, she was loath to accept the truth but could no longer deny it. Hu Xing'er had made a far better choice. At the very least, Hu Xing'er had found a man capable of protecting her entire family. But what of herself? Miss Zhu's expression was one of despair. Who would have thought that a father once feared even by the immortal clans, upon arriving in the prefectural city, would meet his demise for offending a member of the Zheng family, falling victim to the governor's staff? They, too, were branded with the accusation of plotting against a court official, suffering the consequences. In the end, it would be Chen Jing'an who would have to intercede for her, allowing her to salvage her life. That evening, as Chen Jing'an arrived at the accommodation arranged for him by the Zheng family, he sensed the presence of someone within before even entering. Peering through the crack of the door, he discerned the figure inside, Miss Zhu, adorned in a somewhat alluring manner. Zheng Chonghui certainly executed his duties with efficiency. Regrettably, while Chen Jing'an was indeed enamored by beauty, he adhered to his own principles, which dictated that he would not degrade himself. Miss Zhu had saved Hu Xing'er's life. He would return the favor on Hu Xing'er's behalf, thus clearing their debts. Should she insist on rekindling a fleeting romance, devoid of any genuine connection, especially considering their past grievances, what purpose would it serve? Was it to kneel and sing of submission? Chen Jing'an requested a jug of wine from the doorman, slipped him some silver, and departed, drinking as he walked away. The moon hung delicately in the sky, beckoning one to the brothels. As the remaining days unfolded, Chen Jing'an, wishing to evade further entanglements with Zheng Chonghui, decided to return to the Demon Suppression Division to confer with Jiang Song and the others regarding their commissioned task. Ultimately, they secured a mandate through official seals to address a group of insurgents hidden deep within the mountains of Yahe County. These individuals, overtly labeled as rebels, were actually led by a cadre of practitioners of demonic arts, masquerading as insurgent leaders to expedite their cultivation through violence, often targeting smaller cultivation families. Chapter 43. The Blood Demon Puppet of Yujia Valley. This commission, disguised by the presence of insurgents, was too perilous for an individual at the 6th level of Qi refinement to tackle alone. Those at the 7th level deemed it too cumbersome. Thus, it was perfectly suited for their quartet of 6th-level cultivators to undertake as a group. According to the commission, each participant would receive 2 spirit stones upon successful completion, a reward documented on paper, not including any additional merits. As for extra gains, they could claim the spoils of battle. The Demon Suppression Division possessed its own system for disposing of illicit goods. Spirit stones would be valued slightly lower than market prices, yet additional merits would serve as compensation. As long as one was willing to sell, there was no reason the division would refuse to accept. In Yahe County, Yujia Valley lay nestled as a tributary of the Yahe River, sprawling into the dense mountains and serving as a natural hideout for bandits. The insurgents, through prolonged efforts, had even managed to cultivate a sustainable agrarian community, achieving a considerable degree of self-sufficiency. The scattered populace within the valley was vibrant, and the busiest areas bore no resemblance to the desolation of towns. Observing the scene before him, Chen Jing'an couldn't help but marvel at the adept governance displayed by the insurgents. Setting aside other considerations, their administrative prowess would certainly suffice for the role of a county magistrate. Alas, their association with demonic cultivators was their undoing. With the Demon Suppression Division at their doorstep, the notion of sparing the innocent was rendered moot. Jiang Song turned to his companions and proposed, "Let us form pairs to locate the demonic cultivators. Should we require assistance, we will use the official seal." This suggestion was swiftly approved. Thus, Chen Jing'an teamed up with Xiwan, while Jiang Song paired with Qianin. They divided into groups and swiftly cast a spell to hasten their movements, darting through the forest to detect the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Soon, the two halted before a wooden shack. Xiwan assessed the structure and remarked, "I practice earth-based spells. I must wait for them to emerge for my abilities to be effective. Brother Chen, ignite the place to force them out." Chen Jing'an nodded and conjured a spark in his palm. This was neither the fire cloud sword nor the flame armor, but a transformation of his fire manipulation technique into an insect-level variation. He then hurled the sparks like projectiles, which rained down upon the shack, igniting it in flames. This display truly opened Xiwan's eyes, not to mention the sheer force of each spark. The ability to execute such a fluid offensive at the 6th level of Qi refinement was commendable. Truly, he was a scion of the celestial lineage, Xiwan mused, steeling himself for the forthcoming confrontation. As flames engulfed the wooden structures, numerous insurgents fled in panic, and a chorus of furious roars erupted from the direction of several powerful energy signatures. "Who dares to challenge us?" Figures wielding sharp weapons charged forth, accompanied by soldiers patrolling the vicinity. Chen Jing'an and his companion did not make a concerted effort to conceal their presence and were soon discovered. A throng of adversaries surged towards them. Xiwan's eyes brightened, and he brandished a copper hammer as he laughed heartily. "Brother Chen, watch this." Upon grasping the hammer, Xiuan's already formidable physique seemed to swell even further. His brownish-yellow skin resembled that of a bare paw as he brought the hammer crashing down. The impact created a deep crater, sending shockwaves outward for hundreds of meters. Many insurgents were left with shattered legs, collapsing in droves. Only a handful of demonic cultivators managed to leap aside in time, but the sheer might of Xiuan had left an indelible impression on them. Without hesitation, these demonic cultivators fled for their lives. "Brother Chen, the rest is up to our own abilities." "Very well," Chen Jing'an replied, summoning fire boots beneath his feet. Leaping onto the blazing rooftop with ease, the flames seemingly inconsequential to him. From this elevated position, he gained a broader perspective. Confirming that no demonic cultivators present were at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he began his ruthless slaughter, targeting the strongest among them. With a flick of his wrist, the fire cloud sword shot forth, seemingly endowed with a will of its own, rapidly homing in on a 5th-level demonic cultivator. Just as the opponent believed the fiery blade was approaching from the front, it descended from above, piercing through his forehead. Chen Jing'an quickly incinerated the corpse to mark his kill before seeking out his next unfortunate target. Xiuan's method was considerably more straightforward. With his mighty copper hammer, a single strike meant certain death, though the efficiency of his approach was somewhat lacking. After a brief period of carnage, the area surrounding the wooden shack was littered with corpses. At that moment, Chen Jing'an sensed movement behind him. He swiftly drew a half-finished dagger from his bag and ducked to evade the initial strike, spinning around to drive the knife through his assailant's abdomen. The sound of flesh tearing resonated, yet no anguished cries followed. As Chen Jing'an raised his gaze, he met a pair of blood-soaked eyes fixated on him, followed by a massive bloodied hand descending. With a resounding crash, the earth-shattering shield absorbed the impact, yielding only a minor tremor that sent him staggering back. He regarded the crimson-skinned brute who had attacked him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Was this a blood demon puppet? The blood demon sect was indeed a widely recognized faction among demonic cultivators, rivaling the black demon sect in influence. However, while the black demon sect focused on enhancing individual strength, the blood demon sect specialized in the fusion of demonic arts and puppet techniques. The presence of a practitioner of blood demon arts was an aspect unmentioned in the intelligence provided to the Demon Suppression Division, which had indicated that the local demonic cultivators practiced the methods of the black demon sect. Yet, Chen Jing'an was not disheartened. The blood demon puppet before him possessed a comparable strength to that of a 6th-level Qi refiner, and there was likely a hidden manipulator lurking in the shadows. If he could eliminate that individual, the puppet would cease to be a threat. In fact, capturing the blood demon puppet might yield a handsome profit at the Demon Suppression Division. With this thought, Chen Jing'an brandished the earth-shattering shield, enveloping himself in a fiery armor that enhanced his physical prowess, and charged directly at the blood demon puppet. The puppet hesitated for a moment before roaring and lunging at him. Expecting a direct clash, Chen Jing'an suddenly veered aside just before impact, using the shield to deflect the puppet's assault while simultaneously unleashing the fire cloud sword, slicing cleanly through the puppet's head. The puppet's severed head was swiftly replaced. But Chen Jing'an's focus was evidently elsewhere. He scrutinized the ancient head, only to observe it rolling away in a certain direction. Undoubtedly, this was a flaw inherent in the blood magic technique. Although the blood magic puppet could regrow from a severed limb, the residual body parts would autonomously return to the magical entity, thereby revealing its location. Chen Jing'an swiftly pursued, and just as he traversed a small thicket, he caught sight of a figure fleeing across the flat ground. The individual emanated an aura akin to that of the blood magic puppets, unmistakably a practitioner of blood magic. Upon noticing each other, both parties were equally aware of the confrontation. Chapter 44, Fierce Battle with the Blood Demon. The silken threads achieve merit. Only one dares to pursue me? The blood demon, having fled a considerable distance and sensing no other presence, decided to halt. Chen Jing'an also came to a stop several dozen meters away. Forming hand seals, he summoned a 3-foot-long fire cloud sword, which erupted forth with a roar, the searing flames sweeping through the wild grass and rapidly igniting a blazing inferno. With a swift motion, the blood magic practitioner, not daring to be careless, produced a blue-glowing talisman from his spatial pouch. As it descended before him, it transformed into a towering water wall, several meters high, with crashing waves surging forth to seal off his escape route. The fire cloud sword struck the water wall, meeting its force head-on, and for a moment, neither side gained the upper hand. The blood magic practitioner was not idle. He was acutely aware that he was not the only one who had infiltrated the Yu family valley today. If he did not swiftly eliminate Chen Jing'an, he risked encountering his companions, which would spell disaster. Blood puppet, return. With this command, the blood magic puppet, previously in flight, instantaneously transformed into a crimson shadow, racing back towards him. At that moment, the water wall before the blood magic practitioner suddenly erupted, and a streak of dark light surged forth. Recognizing the imminent threat, he once again summoned a brown-yellow talisman, which morphed into a soil shield, yet it was shattered upon contact with the dark flash. Only then did the blood magic practitioner realize it was a small magical dagger. His expression changed slightly, and he produced a palm-sized wooden fish, infusing it with spiritual energy. The wooden fish expanded like a balloon, its surface turning a deep blood red, transforming into a living blood-red dragon fish, its ferocity apparent as it lunged forward. This wooden fish was likewise a low-grade magical artifact. The clash of the two beams of light, one red, one black, resulted in the crude dagger being deflected. Simultaneously, the blood magic puppet arrived behind Chen Jing'an. The blood puppet and the blood-red dragon fish flanked him, intent on encircling their target. Once more, Chen Jing'an formed hand seals, and a sudden surge of intense flames enveloped him, the fiery armor enhancing his presence significantly. He grasped the fire cloud sword, which lifted from the ground, and he aimed to strike at the blood-red dragon fish. In the eyes of the blood magic practitioner, it appeared as though Chen Jing'an intended to withstand the blood puppet's surprise attack. He chuckled inwardly, secretly channeling more spiritual power into the blood puppet, ready to deliver a devastating surprise to this arrogant young man. Today, he would pay the ultimate price for his recklessness. In the next moment, the blood puppet behind Chen Jing'an unexpectedly swelled in size. Its formerly bare body now donned an armor, and poisonous barbs sprouted from its hands, crashing down towards Chen Jing'an's head. In a dire instant, he swiftly cast a large net that unfurled mid-air, ensnaring the evolved blood puppet and pinning it to the ground. He then faced the oncoming blood-red dragon fish, solidifying the fire cloud sword once more and aiming a strike at its head. With a swift slash, scales flew off like raindrops. Just as the dragon fish prepared to bite, Chen Jing'an summoned the earth-shattering shield, thrusting it into the dragon fish's mouth and manipulating it to expand, effectively restraining the creature. This transpired within mere breaths. He gazed at the now empty blood magic practitioner and advanced with his fire cloud sword drawn. How is this possible? The blood magic practitioner was still in disbelief, unable to comprehend his sudden loss of connection to the blood puppet. He was not adept at close combat, and a significant portion of his spiritual energy had been diverted to the blood puppet, leaving him unable to recall it. The blood-red dragon fish also required time to reposition. Yet Chen Jing'an would not grant him that opportunity. Damn! The blood magic practitioner cursed inwardly, launching 3 water wall talismans that merged into a single, colossal water wall, far more resilient than a singular talisman. Chen Jing'an needed an offensive artifact to breach this defense swiftly. In that moment of opportunity, the blood practitioner urgently summoned the blood-red dragon fish. Under his full force, the dragon fish finally expelled the earth-shattering shield from its mouth. However, before it could turn, swish. Chen Jing'an, wielding the fire cloud sword, cleaved through the water wall, breaking through. This is impossible. The blood magic practitioner's eyes remained fixed on the fire cloud sword in Chen Jing'an's grasp, convinced it was not a magical artifact, but merely a sword-shaped spell. Yet, how could this spell possess the potency of an artifact, capable of shattering a talisman? Chen Jing'an had no intention of elucidating this mystery for him, as it would remain a trivial piece of knowledge for most practitioners. When the understanding of a spell reaches perfection, it can transcend the intangible to become tangible. At such a level, the distinction between spell and artifact diminishes significantly. Although Chen Jing'an had not yet mastered the fire cloud sword to perfection, after achieving the foundational transformation of the fire chi, he could temporarily solidify the fire cloud sword through compression at a greater cost of spiritual energy. Without further ado, Chen Jing'an approached the blood magic practitioner, uttering a single word, slash. The fire cloud sword flew forth, igniting in a fierce blaze as it struck the blood magic practitioner's body. Simultaneously, the blood-red dragon fish that had been soaring descended to the ground, reverting to its wooden fish form. Chen Jing'an, eyeing the blood magic practitioner's lifeless body, felt a lingering unease and kindled a fire for good measure. He approached the bound blood puppet, discovering it had likewise ceased its struggles. Throughout, the Baikong's silken threads had kept it firmly restrained. It could be said that the true merit of today belonged to the Baikong's silken threads. Truly, a remarkable tool capable of troubling even those at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Not only had it interrupted Cheng Qiong's spellcasting, but it also rendered this blood magic practitioner armless today. Chen Jing'an retrieved the Baikong's silken threads and then stowed the blood puppet in his spatial pouch before proceeding to collect the blood magic practitioner's pouch. This fellow had expended numerous talismans today, thus accumulating a fair bit of wealth. Furthermore, he had secured a wooden fish artifact, a tremendous gain. He extracted the official seal of the demon subduing division from his hand and pressed it onto the blood magic practitioner's corpse, which soon bore an inscription, Blood Demon Sect. Ing Tsang, wanted, confirmed dead. Please collect the bounty at the 100 Households office and assess merits. Upon reading the contents of the official seal, a broader smile spread across Chen Jing'an's face. What a surprise. This individual is indeed a notorious character with a separate bounty unrelated to their current mission, a delightful stroke of fortune. Chen brother. Chen Jing'an heard a voice calling him. And upon turning, he discovered Jiang Song and the others had joined him, with Shi Yuan now in their company. Brother Chen, are these individuals from the Blood Demon Sect? Xian'an's eyes widened as he gazed incredulously at Chen Jing'an. It is well known that the Blood Demon Sect, adept in the manipulation of puppets, typically engages in confrontations that are assumed to require a 2-to-1 ratio. Puppets are devoid of pain and fear, and with a practitioner of demonic arts interfering, slaying a blood demon cultivator becomes an exceedingly daunting task. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Jing'an managed to accomplish this feat alone. Chapter 45. In front of the treasure pavilion. Relics of demonic practitioners. At this moment, Xian'an's emotions were decidedly complex. As a disciple of the Celestial Clan, he had ascended to the Demon Suppression Division through recommendations. Much like Chen Jing'an, he had always believed that his peers, who also entered via recommendations, would struggle to surpass those who underwent rigorous assessments. However, having witnessed Chen Jing'an single-handedly vanquish a blood demon cultivator, such prowess would surely guarantee success in the assessment pathway. Thus, the true inadequacy lay not in the celestial disciples, but within himself. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Song and Shi Yuan, who had also participated in the assessment, were equally perturbed. With their extensive combat experience, they discerned more intricate details from the scene. This was not merely a blood demon cultivator, it was one equipped with a magical artifact. The fact that Chen Jing'an could emerge victorious, seemingly unscathed, while both parties wielded artifacts, was a testament to his formidable abilities, making him someone they would not dare provoke. Through subsequent conversations, Chen Jing'an learned of their encounters. Aside from the blood demon cultivator he had slain, there were 2 practitioners of the Black Demon Sect at the 6th level of Qi refinement. As fate would have it, these 2 had crossed paths with Jiang Song and Shi Yuan, resulting in a fierce and unresolved struggle until Shi Yuan managed to provide assistance, leading to a successful conclusion of the battle. Upon recalling this, Shi Yuan slapped his forehead and retrieved a bag from behind him, presenting it to Chen Jing'an. Brother Chen, this contains the spoils from your kill of the 5th level Qi refinement practitioner, along with other miscellaneous items I have collected for you. Chen Jing'an accepted it graciously, offering a slight bow. Thank you, Brother Shi. There's no need for formalities. Shi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Since we are on this mission together, there is no need to tarnish our integrity over such trivial matters. In Shi Yuan's eyes, the value of befriending Chen Jing'an had already eclipsed that of Qianan, who also hailed from the Celestial Clan. In a spirit of reciprocity, Chen Jing'an turned to the remaining 3 and stated, the blood demon cultivator I defeated has a bounty on his head, which I can claim upon our return. As for the spiritual stones from the extermination of the Yu family gully, I shall forego them. Having feasted, he felt it only just that his companions partake as well. Otherwise, if he were to consistently indulge alone, even the strongest of bonds would eventually fray. The 3 understood his sentiment and accepted the favor, but not without offering something in return. Jiang Song spoke first. Once we return to the county city, let us indulge in some spiritual wine together. This time, Brother Chen, you need not contribute any spiritual stones. Agreed. Yunwu County City. The 4 exited the tavern, bidding farewell and promising to reconvene at the 100 House Conference in 3 years. Chen Jing'an then made his way to the Demon Suppression Division, intending to sell the blood demon puppet in his possession and claim the bounty, before preparing to return to Qinghai County. Unfortunately, the journey to and from Yu family gully consumed considerable time, although it had been less than a month since his departure. He was destined to miss the birth of Yu Shan's child. Treasure Pavilion. This establishment is the largest in the Great Qian realm for trading celestial artifacts, with numerous branches scattered throughout. Rumor has it that the proprietors behind the Treasure Pavilion include prominent figures from the royal family, the Celestial Tax Office, and the Demon Suppression Division. Internally, it also serves as a channel for the disposal of stolen goods by the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Jing'an had reason to suspect that a significant portion of the spiritual items within the Treasure Pavilion were likely processed and laundered spoils from their internal operations. Yet, the pavilion's formidable backing ensured that no inquiries were made, guaranteeing a swift sale. Before his arrival, he had meticulously accounted for several bags. Aside from 6 spiritual stones and a wooden fish artifact, he planned to part with the remaining items. The elderly attendant who received him was well past his twilight years, possessing only the strength of a 5th level Qi refinement practitioner, yet his gaze bore an unusual sharpness, akin to that of a human scanning device. 2 vials of blood demon elixir, valued at 2 spiritual stones. 3 earth shield talismans, valued at 3 spiritual stones. The manuals for blood demon and black demon techniques must be destroyed, as is customary. The old man recited as if it were second nature. Upon spotting a vial of blood, he opened it, took a whiff, and promptly discarded it. This is mere waste from the remnants of demonic cultivation, utterly useless. The black demon brew is relatively rare, but alas, the brewing technique is subpar and has been diluted. I can only offer you 2 spiritual stones for it. The elderly man's gaze swept across the now barren table, and he inquired, "Do you have any other items?" "Indeed," Chen Jing'an replied, producing the blood demon puppet and placing it on the table. In an instant, the old man's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the puppet. He donned a pair of specially crafted artifact gloves and began to examine it. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he appeared incredulous. It has been ages since the 100 houses received such a complete blood demon puppet, especially one at the 6th level of qi refinement. "Young man, how did you achieve this?" Chen Jing'an smiled enigmatically, adopting an air of feigned ignorance. The old man, noticing his demeanor, scoffed, then leaned in to sniff the puppet. His expression shifted to one of intrigue, and he exclaimed, "To think you employed azure sky silkworm silk against a blood demon puppet. Your ingenuity is commendable indeed." Chen Jing'an, having his secret unveiled, felt a surge of respect for the elderly man and courteously inquired, "What compensation do you propose for the recovery?" After a brief contemplation, the old man replied, "If this were in the treasure pavilion, I would certainly charge you a premium. However, since disposing of goods is the business of the Demon Suppression Division, it would be inappropriate. I shall make you a flat offer. Including the items you presented earlier, 20 spiritual stones in total." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an quickly calculated. The earlier items amounted to 7 spiritual stones, meaning the blood demon puppet was valued at 13 spiritual stones. Initially, he had anticipated merely 10 spiritual stones. Thus, this exceeded his expectations and was entirely acceptable. However, Chen Jing'an sought to gain a further advantage. He regarded the old man and stated, "I can agree to your offer, esteemed elder, but I have a small request." "Speak." "I would like to ask for your assistance in appraising another artifact." The old man, realizing the implication, chuckled, "Cunning indeed. You must have acquired an artifact from that blood demon cultivator. How fortunate you are." "Very well, in light of the blood demon puppet's merits, I shall indulge you today. Present it for my examination." Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an produced the wooden fish artifact from his bag. The old man scrutinized it thoroughly before offering his verdict. "This is a fine item. Should you choose to sell it, I could offer you as much as 50 spiritual stones." Chen Jing'an's eyes widened in disbelief. "So valuable? It is worth noting that my azure sky silkworm only fetches 50 spiritual stones. How could this wooden fish artifact command such a price?" The old man explained, "Ordinarily, a low-grade artifact would not be worth such a sum. However, this particular piece possesses the potential to be elevated to a mid-grade artifact. Nevertheless." Chen Jing'an sensed the old man was teasing him and promptly retrieved 3 strands of leafworm dried silk, presenting them. "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." Chapter 46, Dragonfish Blood, the Prodigy of Painting. "Is it true you are soliciting assistance using leafworm dried silk?" The old man shot a sharp glance, his words suggesting otherwise, yet he accepted the dried fish from Yi Qiao, initially intending to chew it raw. Chen Jing'an promptly ignited it for him, and then partook of one himself, his expression notably ingratiating. The elder inhaled deeply and then exhaled, following suit. The old man soon found himself in a state of euphoric lightness. His eyes sparkled with appreciation as he remarked, "Not bad. I can see your sincerity, old man." This wooden fish talisman, crafted by a formidable alchemist, surprisingly housed the soul of a dragon fish, serving as the source of its spiritual essence. To enhance this talisman, one essentially needs to augment its spirituality, thus nourishing it with dragon fish blood would suffice. His statement was not yet complete, yet Chen Jing'an had already grasped the import. In layman's terms, it meant purchasing dragon fish blood from the treasure pavilion, as he had never heard of such a thing before. He only knew that the Zhang clan's celestial lineage controlled the rivers teeming with spiritual fish, regardless of whether these were dragon fish. He certainly lacked the courage to attempt capturing one. Nevertheless, the old man's words sparked a glimmer of hope within him, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "Senior, how many spirit stones would be required for an adequate supply of dragon fish blood to elevate the talisman?" 20, the old man replied without hesitation, raising a finger. "Excellent." Chen Jing'an thought, "The treasure pavilion profits from spirit stones while I must not take any home." He wished to project a facade of firmness, yet he found himself questioning whether he would return to dispose of more spoils in the future. The answer was unequivocally affirmative. Thus, offending this elder would yield no benefits for him. Investing 20 spirit stones to elevate the wooden fish talisman from a low grade to a mid-grade was indeed a sound decision. After all, even the most inferior mid-grade talisman would fetch no less than 80 spirit stones, and this wooden fish talisman, capable of summoning a blood-red dragon fish, would certainly exceed a value of 100 once upgraded. Presently, while the wooden fish talisman was appraised at 50 spirit stones, this merely represented a sunk cost and was regarded as a trophy, which could not be equated to its cost. Otherwise, he would be ensnaring himself in a quagmire of folly. The elder's share of spirit stones remained unknown to him. However, considering the intrinsic worth of the information, this expenditure of spirit stones was ultimately justifiable. With that thought, Chen Jing'an resolved, "Please, senior, provide me with the dragonfish blood." The old man was evidently pleased with his demeanor, breaking into a smile. "It seems this lad possesses a modicum of conscience. Should we cross paths again, I may assist you once more." This was indeed an unexpected delight. Chen Jing'an hastily expressed his gratitude and accepted a vial of the crimson dragon fish blood from the old man's hands. The elder cautioned him, "One drop a day will suffice to enhance the talisman's spirituality. Once it ascends to a mid-grade talisman, do not be overly greedy. You get what you pay for." As the material of this talisman is insufficient to support the might of a high-grade talisman, Chen Jing'an nodded in understanding and departed with the dragon fish blood. Although this venture had drained his spirit stones once more, he felt it was not in vain. Upon glancing at his official seal, Chen Jing'an noted that his achievements had risen from 0 to 10, based on the 20 spirit stones he had sold. That equated to 1 achievement point for every 2 spirit stones traded. Upon reaching the bounty department, he presented his official seal and swiftly received the reward for slaying the blood demon cultivator, 10 spirit stones and an additional achievement point. Consequently, his achievements escalated from 10 to 30, with the newly acquired 20 points corresponding to the blood demon's bounty. Curiously, Chen Jing'an inquired of the officer in charge of the bounties, "Might I ask how many achievement points are required for promotion to demon suppression officer?" The officer, without lifting his head, replied smoothly, "For the 7th level of Qi refinement, 200 achievement points are needed. For the 8th level and above, it's a flat 150 achievement points." Chen Jing'an nodded in acknowledgement, "Thank you." No sooner had he stepped out of the demon suppression department than a familiar chime resonated in his mind. Clearly, Yushan had given birth. The notifications read, "Child, Chen Xingmiao, aptitude, no spiritual root. Fate 1, meticulous mind, more thoughtful than the average person. Fate 2, talented in painting, possessing a talent for painting and finishing touches surpassing that of ordinary individuals." Upon seeing these 2 fates, particularly the second, Chen Jing'an's eyes lit up. Wasn't the essence of talismans derived from drawings? This little girl was not merely a talented painter. She was evidently a genius in talisman crafting. Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Jing'an that Yushan was indeed a descendant of the talisman masters. Furthermore, the Yu clan had risen through the art of talismans, boasting several talisman masters among their ranks. It was ironic that he had sought out the descendants of talisman masters himself, only to overlook the brilliance under his own nose. Alas, had she possessed a spiritual root, her future would have been boundless. With a moment of silent homage for his second daughter, Chen Jing'an departed from Yunwu County and made his way home. Simultaneously, at the entrance of a cave dwelling within the Celestial Gate, a beautiful woman of the cultivation realm approached, her presence exuding the pressure of the foundation establishment stage as it swept over the cave's exterior. Shortly thereafter, someone emerged from within, his 6th uncle, Chen Yaodong. Chen Yaodong bowed respectfully to the female cultivator. "Greetings, Master Song." The female cultivator frowned slightly, displeased. "Chen Jr., did I not instruct you to address me as senior sister?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong felt an immediate surge of pressure. This female cultivator, Song Rooting by name, was his senior sister, having been apprenticed under the same foundation establishment master. Later, during an expedition into a secret realm, she had procured the crucial herb, the rainbow fruit, necessary for crafting foundation establishment pills, and had collaborated with others to refine the pills, ultimately receiving one and successfully breaking through. Coincidentally, Chen Yaodong had entered the secret realm alongside her. Leveraging this connection, Chen Yaodong had sought her support to safeguard his wooing vine from covetous eyes. Song Rooting had consented. Today, she had come specifically regarding the matter of the foundation establishment pill. Song Rooting produced a jade box from her robes, gazing at Chen Yaodong. "It seems that senior brother Jean has had quite the fortune this time, refining 3 foundation establishment pills, 1 of true quality and 2 of inferior quality. I managed to secure the true quality one for you. How do you intend to repay me?" At the mention of the genuine foundation establishment pill, Chen Yaodong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yet, when it came to repayment, he immediately wore a troubled expression. It was not that he was unwilling to repay her, but rather that he felt he had nothing of value to offer a foundation establishment cultivator. Cautiously, he proposed, "Would you accept all the spirit stones I possess as a gesture of gratitude?" Originally, Song Rooting intended to decline, but suddenly an idea struck her, and she smiled sweetly. Not enough. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong sensed a flicker of hope and added, "I also have 3 magic artifacts on me, one of which is a mid-grade artifact. I can offer that to you as well." Still not enough. At this, Chen Yaodong felt a pang of frustration. Having stripped away his spirit stones and magic artifacts, he found himself devoid of anything of worth. The foundation establishment pill was something he had to acquire, yet he could not simply offer himself in return. He gazed at Song Rooting, his expression betraying a sense of surrender. "What is it that you desire?" "I want you." Chapter 47. The Promise of Companionship and the Approach to Talisman Crafting. Chen Yaodong could not fathom such an answer. What is the meaning of this? Song Rooting appeared to be in her 50s, a full decade older than him. However, if one were to measure her lifespan in the context of 200 years of foundational cultivation, she would equate to someone merely in their 20s, a youthful age even among foundational cultivators. Moreover, being a female cultivator, finding a suitable partner should not pose much difficulty, right? Chen Yaodong might occasionally indulge in a touch of narcissism, yet he was not foolish enough to believe he could enchant a foundational cultivator like Song Rooting. Perceiving his doubts, Song Rooting began to elucidate. "In my earlier years of cultivation, I sustained an injury that rendered me incapable of bearing children. I seek a partner worthy of my standing. Yet I desire not to share him with any other woman. Junior brother Chen, you surely covet this genuine foundational pill, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong quickly grasped the implication. Thus, Song Rooting's stipulation was clear. Should he successfully break through, he would become her partner, and their union would be devoid of offspring. Though the term seemed somewhat unfeeling, a weight was lifted from Chen Yaodong's heart, for such conditions were not insufferable. He had never placed great importance on establishing a family, otherwise he would not have reached this age with little interest in women. Besides, lacking a son did not preclude him from having a nephew, and the visage of Chen Jing'an surfaced in his mind, reminding him of the spirit stones the boy had gathered for him. His expression softened considerably. He bore the hopes of the Chen lineage and could not afford to falter at this final step. Song Rooting, patient, awaited Chen Yaodong's response. Should he choose to decline, he would be unworthy of the genuine foundational pill. However, Song Rooting would not make matters absolute. She would return to him the inferior foundational pill that rightfully belonged to him. From that moment forth, their ties would be severed. "Very well, I accept, senior sister." Chen Yaodong acquiesced, then turned to Song Rooting. "Please bestow upon me a pill that ensures I remain childless. I shall consume it in your presence to demonstrate my sincerity." Song Rooting was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face blossomed into a smile. "Junior brother, you truly are a man of integrity. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to assist you in your breakthrough." In Qinghe County, within the Chen residence, Chen Jing'an encountered the family's prodigy in painting and alchemy. Though the young girl lacked a spiritual root, Chen Jing'an found her particularly endearing. After all, the gates to the 4 arts of cultivation had finally opened to him. Yushan had initially worried her daughter might not win Chen Jing'an's favor, but reality proved her concerns unwarranted. As Chen Jing'an held the young girl, Yushan leaned against his shoulder, her face etched with worry. "Husband, in just half a year, Qing Wang will undergo the spiritual root assessment. What troubles you?" Chen Jing'an replied calmly. Sensing his apparent indifference, Yushan cautiously continued, "I've heard that the Qing family's Qingqi has no spiritual root this year. If Qing Wang also lacks one, I implore you, my husband, to be lenient with him." "Qing Wang leniency?" Chen Jing'an pondered Yushan's words. Realizing her concern stemmed from a fear that he might neglect their son due to Qing Wang's potential lack of a spiritual root. In light of this, her worry was indeed excessive, yet he understood her maternal perspective and promptly reassured her, "You must trust in your husband. I am the foremost cultivator among the younger generation of our clan. As my son, even if Qing Wang lacks a spiritual root, he shall not be deprived of his rightful wealth and honor." With this affirmation, Yushan shifted from despair to joy. "Thank you, my husband." Just then, the door to the room was abruptly flung open, and 2 figures stumbled forward. It was none other than Qin Wang and his brother Chen Jing'an. From their clumsy fall, it was evident they had been eavesdropping. Yushan gasped, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Jing'an handed the young girl to her, gently laying her down as he spoke in a low tone. "Shaner, today I feel the urge to discipline our son. You shall support me, will you not?" Hearing this, the 2 boys immediately panicked. "Mother, save me. Father is going to hit me." Yushan recognized Chen Jing'an's jest and concurred, "Of course, I support you, my husband." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an seized his brother's arm, urging him, "Eldest brother, run." Chen Jing'an, feeling playful, pretended to chase after them, leaving the door ajar behind him. Yushan remained within, soothing the awakened young girl, her expression revealing a newfound sense of relief. Originally, she had intended to inquire about Chen Jing'an's recent absences, but now she felt it unnecessary. Rather than confront him directly and risk his displeasure, it was wiser to leverage her advantages. After all, she could not allow her children to be overshadowed by a horde of concubine-born offspring. Half a year passed. By the spirit field, Chen Jing'an poised his brush, completing the final stroke on a stone, forming a complete spirit talisman pattern. In the next instant, the stone shattered under the pressure of the spiritual energy. "Father, you've blown up another stone. You're too playful," Chen Jing'an complained, retrieving another small stone and returning to his seat with a puzzled expression. Chen Jing'an, hearing this, set down his brush, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face. He looked at his son and chuckled, "Don't speak nonsense, my boy. I have mastered the art of talisman drawing. When you eventually delve into the realm of talismans, you will understand just how brilliant your father truly is." Chen Jing'an's eyes lit up with excitement. "Father, can I also become an immortal?" "Of course," Chen Jing'an replied, already anticipating the outcome, knowing it would not burden the young mind. The same words directed at Yushan might be perceived as pressuring Chen Jing'an, but to the boy alone, it was merely paternal encouragement. Chen Jing'an, satisfied with his answer, inquired further, "Father, can my second brother and elder sister become immortals too?" Chen Jing'an contemplated for a moment, ruffling his hair, and replied, "Not everyone in this world possesses a spiritual root. They too have their paths to traverse." "I understand, father." At that moment, a plump little red hawk emerged from the woods, with a small figure chasing closely behind. Upon spotting Chen Jing'an, the little hawk flapped its wings and clumsily perched on his shoulder. Chen Jing'an, panting, looked up at his father with a reproachful gaze. "Father made me take little Chi on a diet. After all this running, it hasn't he lost any weight, but I've lost some." The red hawk, hearing this, turned its head, seemingly passing the dilemma back to Chen Jing'an. Chen Jing'an looked at his aggrieved son, reluctant to reveal that he had intended for the little hawk to take him out for exercise to build character. Such honesty would be too harsh and detrimental to his image as a father. He recalled his recent triumph in learning talismans and anticipated soon being able to draw intermediate-level talismans. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Thus, he decided to prepare some spirit rice to reward the two boys while also pacifying his younger son's complaints. Chapter 48, Undercurrents, Spiritual Root Assessment. Shortly thereafter, a pot of spirit rice was prepared. Chen Jing'an retrieved small bowls, serving half a bowl to each of his sons. He also took a handful of uncooked spirit rice grains, scattering them aside for the little red hawk to peck at like a chick. The remaining spirit rice was sufficient for him to savor a bowl. A mere taste was all he required. Having reached the 6th layer of Qi training, relying solely on the spiritual energy provided by the spirit rice had ceased to yield significant benefits. Rather than squandering spirit stones on this, it would be wiser to conserve his resources until the next visit to the Yunwu Square Market, where he could procure a selection of cultivation materials that would prove more beneficial. As for his grandfather, the elder was currently striving to break through to the 9th layer of Qi training, and Chen Jing'an felt it inappropriate to trouble him with requests for alchemical concoctions. This situation had sparked in him a desire to learn the art of alchemy. However, after experiencing the advantages afforded by a naturally gifted alchemist, he quickly dismissed this notion. To illustrate, his second cousin, Chen Jing'an, had spent 5 years, under the guidance of a talisman master, crafting spirit talismans capable of harnessing spiritual power, and was already regarded as an heir to the family's legacy. In stark contrast, Chen Jing'an, who began with no knowledge whatsoever, had managed to achieve results nearly matching his cousin's 5-year progress in a mere 6 months. The disparity in their journeys was not merely a matter of tenfold speed. If the gulf between a gifted alchemist and an ordinary individual were similarly vast, then his so-called head start was, indeed, a waste of time. Thus, Chen Jing'an opted for a more pragmatic approach. If alchemy could expedite cultivation through spirit-gathering pills, he could seek talismans that offered similar benefits. Fortuitously, within the family's inherited talismanic knowledge, there existed a first-tier talisman known as the Spirit Enhancement Talisman. It was said that affixing this talisman to one's body could accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, effectively enhancing the speed of cultivation. The transition from the 6th layer to the 7th layer of Qi training comprised 2 distinct steps. The first was to methodically accumulate spiritual energy to perfection, and the second was the breakthrough, commonly referred to as the significant bottleneck of Qi training. His second uncle had lingered at this bottleneck for a full 15 years. Regardless of whether one possessed 4 or 5 spiritual roots, this formidable barrier did not discriminate. Therefore, from the outset, Chen Jing'an had resolved to utilize external aids. For instance, he considered saving spirit stones to purchase a dragon scale fruit, a spiritual fruit that could directly aid in breaking through. though it bore a price tag of no less than 50 spirit stones. Currently, after settling his debts to the clan, he had only 15 spirit stones remaining. To gather the necessary amount, he could only hope for a bountiful yield from the wolf demons or take on additional commission tasks from the demon suppression office. After all, he had profited considerably from the blood demon cultivators. It was undeniable that the pace of earning spirit stones through farming could not compare to that of slaying foes and seizing treasures. Yet, one could not tread near the river without getting wet. While Chen Jing'an coveted the spirit stones of the demon cultivators, he was not willing to gamble with his life. At least, until his wooden fish artifact advanced to a mid-grade item, he had no intention of confronting the demon cultivators again. If farming meant being poor, so be it. At least it was a path that ensured survival. Before he knew it, the year-end had arrived. Chen Jing'an remained in closed-door meditation, unable to attend the family gathering. Thus, the annual assessment of spiritual roots was jointly overseen by him and his second uncle. As the current third strongest in the family, Chen Jing'an sat alongside his second uncle at the head of the assembly, while the remaining uncles and aunts occupied the seats below, followed by their peers, cousins, and younger cousins. Once everyone was present, it was time for the third uncle, Chen Yaoi, to preside over the proceedings. His branch was the only one among the 6 second-generation branches that had not produced any spiritual roots. Beginning with the third uncle, he took a family tree and, according to the names listed, began to call out the names. From the first branch, Chen Qingshu, Chen Qingqi. The second branch had none. When it came to the third branch, a smug expression crossed the third uncle's face as he began to list names like a roll call. Chen Jinglai, Chen Jingtue, Chen Qing. He rattled off 6 names in total, 2 of which belonged to the same generation as Chen Jing'an. Undoubtedly, those 2 were his uncle's progeny. At over 50 years old, it was indeed remarkable that he still possessed such vigor. Uncle Chen teased, "Old fourth, old fifth, you 2 are still young. Take a page out of old third's book and contribute more to the family." This remark elicited laughter from the assembly, though Chen Laozhong and Uncle Chen Wuzhou remained silent, as did the younger members of the 4th and 5th branches, seemingly oblivious to the comment. Chen Jing'an observed the scene clearly and heard his second uncle sigh beside him. Undoubtedly, beneath the smiles lay the tension between the 1st and 3rd branches. Historically, the elder had focused solely on major affairs. As the oldest among the brothers, the first uncle managed the mundane matters of the family, while the second uncle oversaw the celestial matters. The first uncle's authority extended not only to controlling the hereditary positions of the main family, but also to the allocation of resources to each branch. Despite the 3rd branch's thriving offspring over the decades, the resources allocated to them had always been several times greater than those given to the other branches. Yet even so, the 3rd branch was perpetually in need. After all, they were all part of the Chen lineage, and while the 3rd branch had many children, the treatment afforded to the young ladies and gentlemen of the Chen family could not be diminished. Thus, their expenditures were akin to flowing water. Consequently, the 3rd uncle had repeatedly approached the 1st uncle for financial support. Initially, both sides maintained a facade of cordiality, but as the requests piled up, so did the conflicts. After all, it was true that while the 3rd branch had many offspring, none had emerged with spiritual roots, which, to put it bluntly, rendered them a group of layabouts. Yet, the 3rd uncle had his own justifications. He worked diligently, even at his age, still brandishing his sword. Was he not contributing to the family? The 1st uncle's deliberate withholding of resources from the 3rd branch stemmed from a fear that they might rise to prominence and usurp the 1st branch's control of the family. The 4th and 5th branches had always banded together. How astute was Chen Laozhong? He would never involve himself in a conflict that was bound to offend someone. This situation had merit on both sides, and no clear resolution could be reached. Soon, as the eligible children approached the stage, Chen Qingwang playfully winked at his father above. Chen Jing'an nodded and returned the gesture openly. Observing the father-son interaction, his second uncle lightly cleared his throat. "Jing'an, allow me to assess Qingwang. You handle the other group." "That would be most appreciated, second uncle." Chen Jing'an understood the importance of avoiding suspicion, and delegating the task to his second uncle would silence any dissenting voices. Coincidentally, 2 of the 3rd uncle's younger cousins were among those he was to assess. Chen Jing'an sincerely hoped that the 3rd branch would produce a child with a spiritual root. This would at least alleviate their obsession with offspring and help mend the rift between the 1st and 3rd branches. However, fate was not in his favor. After assessing 2 from the Jing lineage, he exchanged glances with his second uncle, both sharing a look of regret. Chapter 49. Qingwang's Cultivation, Spirit Enhancement Talisman Achieved. Still, there were none. After a moment of disappointment, Chen Jing'an grasped the hand of a little girl. This is the granddaughter of his great uncle. As per his usual practice, Chen Jing'an infused his spiritual energy to probe, and soon a faint sensation returned. His brow arched in intrigue, and he channeled additional spiritual energy. swiftly discerning the specific quality of this spiritual root. 5 spiritual roots. Moreover, it was a young girl. In the 3 generations of the Chen family's celestial lineage, this was the first female spiritual root. Chen Jing'an felt a slight astonishment, then grasped the little girl's hand and raised it high. Chen Jing'an, 5 spiritual roots. Upon hearing this proclamation, the clan members below directed their gaze toward them, particularly a tall, lean youth beside Great Uncle Chen, who rushed forward with palpable excitement. Chen Jing'an called out sweetly, "Daddy. Haha, indeed my Chi'er is destined for immortality." This youth was the second son of Great Uncle Chen, ranked 7th in the family hierarchy, to whom Chen Jing'an would refer as 7th brother. At that moment, 7th brother's face radiated joy, and he expressed heartfelt gratitude to Chen Jing'an. "Thank you, 9th brother. Thank you. You are too polite, 7th brother." Chen Jing'an waved his hand dismissively. At this juncture, 2nd Uncle Chen raised Chen Jing'an's hand and announced that he possessed 4 spiritual roots. This once again captivated everyone's attention, and the excitement intensified. However, Chen Jing'an clearly wished to avoid the limelight, as he had noticed the ominous glint forming in 3rd Uncle's eyes. It was understandable. None in the 3rd branch had a spiritual root, while only 2 had come from the 1st branch, and one of them was particularly exceptional. Chen Jing'an could already foresee the impending verbal sparring. He glanced at 2nd Uncle and remarked, "I've prepared some spiritual rice for Qingwang. It's just right for him to sense the spiritual energy." 2nd Uncle, clearly eager to prevent any discord, promptly concurred, "This year, 2 descendants with spiritual roots have emerged in our clan. I must report this news to your grandfather. Let this family gathering conclude here." The 2 cultivators present spoke in unison. Even if 3rd Uncle had unsavory words to utter, he could only swallow them back. He dared to offend Great Uncle Chen because they were both mortals, and 3rd Uncle did not perceive his elder brother as significantly more formidable. After all, they were merely assisting the clan's cultivators. He could just as easily do the same. However, 2nd Uncle and Chen Jing'an were different. As high-ranking cultivators, they represented the very foundation of the Chen celestial lineage. A clan with cultivators was a true celestial family. Without them, they were merely a gathering of mortals playing at family life. 3rd Uncle was contemplating waiting for the 3rd branch to produce a spiritual root before allowing 2nd brother and Chen Jing'an's nephew to elevate him, thus avoiding any confrontation. Resignedly, he accepted the outcome. "Since 2nd brother has said so, let us disperse." Upon returning to their residence, Chen Jing'an brought forth the cooked spiritual rice and handed down the family's method for guiding spiritual energy to Chen Jing'an, instructing him to eat the rice while memorizing the technique. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Chen Jing'an curiously inquired, "Father, were Great Uncle and 3rd Uncle about to fight just now? You little rascal, meddling in affairs that don't concern you." Chen Jing'an chided lightly, tapping his forehead. Chen Jing'an fell silent, obediently chewing the rice, though his eyes sparkled with a fervent thirst for knowledge as they turned toward his father. Ultimately, Chen Jing'an could not bring himself to be harsh. He first cautioned, "You mustn't speak recklessly when you go out, nor should you share anything with your younger siblings." "Don't worry, father, my lips are sealed." Once Chen Jing'an elaborated on the overall situation, Chen Jing'an's face immediately displayed sympathy, lamenting, "3rd Uncle is indeed a pitiful man. Enough. Your father is not a true immortal and cannot oversee everyone." Chen Jing'an shook his head, patting his son's shoulder. "I must prioritize your well-being first, ensuring no one bullies you. Only if I have the capacity will I extend help to others." Hearing this, Chen Jing'an was on the verge of drowning in the depths of paternal affection. However, the notion of paternal love was non-existent in Chen Jing'an's demeanor. Pointing at the spiritual rice in his son's hand, he chuckled, "Now that you are a cultivator, we must settle our accounts clearly. The spiritual rice must be earned through your own efforts. Coincidentally, our family's spiritual fields are about to yield. You shall assist in harvesting the spiritual rice." Chen Jing'an sighed at this, feeling that the delightful flavor of the rice had diminished by half, casting a mournful glance at his father. "Understood, father." Months slipped by, and now, Chen Jing'an had officially entered the first layer of qi cultivation. Chen Jing'an thoughtfully provided him with a spirit stone inscribed with a gathering spirit formation, instructing him to spend an hour each day catching leaf worms, with each one exchangeable for a pound of spiritual rice. As for his younger son, Chen Jing'an, considering he lacked a spiritual root and was a little treasure, Chen Jing'an endeavored to grant him as much freedom as possible, allowing him to ride the crimson immortal eagle and roam freely in the pine bamboo mountain. The growth rate of the crimson immortal eagle far surpassed that of a human. Chen Jing'an had only possessed it for a little over a year, and through nourishment of leaf worms and spiritual rice, it had already attained a strength equivalent to the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. Regrettably, its size remained too diminutive to accommodate an adult riding on its back. Perhaps, Once the Crimson Immortal Eagle broke through to the mid-chi cultivation stage, Chen Jing'an would finally experience the so-called flight of a spiritual pet. While allowing his two sons the freedom to grow, Chen Jing'an himself did not slacken his efforts. Over the past few months, he had been engrossed in researching the technique for drawing enhancement talismans. During this time, he even purchased a batch of specialized talisman paper capable of holding spiritual talismans from his second cousin. One spirit stone could buy a stack, but it was hardly durable. The talisman paper was as thin as a cicada's wing, and a careless mistake could render it useless due to the talisman's power. This presented the second challenge of drawing talismans. From the moment he picked up the brush to when the entire talisman design was transferred onto the paper, precise control was essential. Any error would lead to failure. Despite Chen Jing'an's innate talent for painting, when faced with the complex and irregular patterns of enhancement talismans, he too had to rely on trial and error to hone his proficiency. The distinction lay in the fact that while others advanced steadily, he learned thrice as much from each mistake, quickly grasping the nuances of drawing enhancement talismans. Chen Jing'an surveyed the talisman paper before him, dipping his brush in beast blood and cinnabar, and attempted once more. From top to bottom, he executed the talisman head, body, feet, and essence all in one fluid motion. As the talisman descended onto the paper, a faint spiritual light flickered to life, waxing and waning like a precarious star. After 10 breaths, the spiritual light stabilized and gradually converged into the talisman paper. The enhancement talisman was complete. Chen Jing'an promptly pinched the enhancement talisman, activated it with his spiritual energy, and affixed it to himself. Soon, he sensed an influx of spiritual energy gathering at the surface of the talisman, which his body absorbed and accumulated. This cycle continued, resulting in an increased cultivation speed of at least 50%. This effect undoubtedly met Chen Jing'an's expectations, as he had successfully mastered the drawing technique for a rare spiritual talisman. However, there was a caveat. The process of creating enhancement talismans demanded absolute focus, leading to significant energy expenditure. If he was not in optimal condition, he would merely waste the talisman paper. He intended to first apply the enhancement talisman to himself, and only if he had surplus would he contemplate selling them for spirit stones, striving to accumulate enough resources to break through to the 7th layer of chi cultivation. Chapter 50. The Wooden Fish's Advancement and 6th Uncle's Breakthrough. Before long, half a year had passed once more. The venerable elder has finally emerged from his seclusion. He has fulfilled his aspirations, successfully advancing to the 9th level of chi cultivation. Chen Jing'an and his uncle, Chen Erbua, as his loyal aides, naturally rushed to offer their heartfelt congratulations. With this advancement, the Chen family of the celestial lineage has finally secured a genuine foundation for self-preservation. The elder, with a countenance full of emotion, reflected, having surpassed the age of 80, I have only just managed to break through to the 9th level of chi cultivation. I fear there will be no hope for me to aspire to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. I can only hope that you two will shoulder the family's burdens before I close my eyes, allowing this old man to gamble his life for one last chance. Chen Jing'an understood the weight of these words. Breaking through from the 9th level of chi cultivation to the foundation establishment realm is commonly regarded as requiring a foundation establishment pill. Without such a pill, the likelihood of achieving success through sheer effort is almost negligible. A failure could severely damage one's foundation or even lead to immediate demise. Yet, is there not a glimmer of hope? Thus, it is typical for masters at the 9th level of chi cultivation, lacking access to a foundation establishment pill, to wager their lives for a chance. However, this gamble carries a prerequisite. One must be free of concerns at this level of chi cultivation. Otherwise, should one meet with a fate like that of the Zheng family, where a single death triggers a chain reaction, one would undoubtedly have to wait until the end of their lifespan. To be honest, Chen Jing'an harbored little confidence in his own breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. He could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Fortunately, after more than 2 years of diligent effort, Zhang Wan has finally begun to show signs of pregnancy. She, too, possesses a spiritual root, and her ancestors included an alchemist. Chen Jing'an eagerly anticipates the innate talents of this offspring. The elder listened intently as the two reported the changes within the family during his seclusion, nodding in approval. He then turned his gaze toward Chen Jing'an and spoke, "My cultivation duties have concluded. I can now devote my thoughts to concocting spirit-gathering pills for you." "No need, grandfather," Chen Jing'an replied, gently lifting his outer garment. Beneath his clothing, 4 spirit enhancement talismans shimmered with light, drawing together a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Spirit talismans? The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Not just him, but Chen Erbua beside him bore a similarly stunned expression. "Jing'an, when did you learn to draw spirit talismans?" With a calm demeanor, Chen Jing'an fastened his garment and explained, These are spirit enhancement talismans, which can expedite cultivation. For now, I have only learned this one type. Chen Jing'an's eyes brightened at this revelation. How many of these spirit enhancement talismans do you possess? Chen Jing'an reached into his robe and produced 2. This is all I have. The elder took them and examined them closely, even activating them with his spiritual energy to feel the changes, before inquiring, how long can one last? 1 month. And how long does it take for you to draw one? 7 days. After a brief moment of contemplation, the elder asked, what is the cost of producing these? Chen Jing'an replied truthfully, less than half a spirit stone. The primary expense lies in the beast blood and cinnabar, which can only be sourced from my heart's blood. Can the effects stack if you apply so many at once? Indeed, Chen Jing'an assured him. The 4 talismans I have affixed will allow my cultivation over the course of a month to be equivalent to that of others over 3 months. However, it is certainly inferior to your spirit gathering pills. Initially, he had contemplated selling a few to recoup some costs. However, the current production of spirit enhancement talismans was merely sufficient for his own use, with not enough surplus to sell. Nevertheless, Chen Jing'an anticipated that within a year, his spiritual energy would be fully cultivated, allowing him to focus on breaking through to the later stages of qi cultivation. Before that, it would be wise to accumulate enough spirit stones to purchase a dragon scale fruit. This way, he would not have to waste time at the bottleneck. Understanding the specifics of the production, the elder proposed that when the time comes, Chen Jing'an could sell a portion of the spirit enhancement talismans to the family as stock, since although their effects may not match those of the spirit gathering pills, they possess the advantage of higher production rates. Normally, even a seasoned alchemist like the elder would only manage to concoct 3 or 4 batches of spirit gathering pills in a year, assuming a reasonable success rate. In contrast, with spirit enhancement talismans, he could produce 40 to 50. Chen Jing'an did not decline. After all, he genuinely needed to earn spirit stones. Another month passed. By the spirit field, Chen Jing'an held a wooden fish, adorned with strands of blood. He flicked his finger, and a drop of dragon fish blood flew from a small vial nearby, landing atop the wooden fish. In the next moment, the blood strands on the wooden fish seemed to come alive, shimmering and twisting until they transformed into a deep crimson hue. 2 fish eyes, one on each side, glimmered with vitality. Chen Jing'an revealed a look of delight. Finally, an advancement. The wooden fish artifact, originally acquired from a blood demon cultivator, had undergone hundreds of days and nights of nurturing, its spiritual essence elevated, and it had finally reached the rank of a mid-grade artifact. He immediately picked it up to test its efficacy. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the fish eyes seemed to animate. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of crimson light suddenly erupted, followed by the piercing roar of 2 identical blood-red dragon fish taking flight. Their presence even more menacing than the one previously summoned by the blood demon cultivator. Both dragon fish matched his cultivation level, standing at the 6th level of qi cultivation. The transformation from 1 to 2 was significant, and it appeared this was not the extent of their potential. Feeling an instinctive connection, Chen Jing'an struck the wooden fish once more. Soon, the 2 blood-red dragon fish collided, merging their bodies into one, transforming midair into a lengthy blood python with a single horn. This horned blood python dove downward, its form flowing like liquid, not disturbing the soil as it burrowed beneath. With a mere thought, the horned blood python swiftly emerged from another spot in the ground. The entire process was executed without a trace. How intriguing. If one were to launch a surprise attack with this, their opponent would scarcely have the chance to react. Chen Jing'an immediately envisioned practical applications, reaffirming that the spirit stones spent on the dragon fish blood were well worth it. The wooden fish artifact had ascended from a low grade to a mid-grade. Not only had the number of blood-red dragon fish increased, but it had also unlocked a new form. Now, he merely needed to fill his spiritual energy. Within the celestial sect, before the cave dwelling, a swirling mass of dark clouds congregated within a 10-mile radius, with flashes of lightning flickering ominously. This phenomenon persisted for several breaths before dissipating. Song Rooting stood outside the cave dwelling, witnessing the scene before her, a relieved smile gracing her face. It was worth spending the better part of my fortune to rectify your shortcomings. As her words faded, a figure emerged from the cave dwelling, stepping forth with an air of authority, resembling a celestial being. It was undoubtedly Chen Jing'an. Song Rooting clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. Congratulations, my husband, on your breakthrough. Upon hearing this address, Chen Jing'an felt no surprise. Instead, a smile blossomed across his face. Thanks to my wife's assistance, I have succeeded in my breakthrough. Chapter 51. The Iron Laws of the Celestial Sect, the backbone of the Celestial Clan. Just as Chen Jing'an reported his breakthrough to the Celestial Sect, news of his ascension swiftly reached the relevant authorities in the Dacian realm. The announcement of his newly attained foundation establishment status rapidly spread throughout the Yunwu County region. In the ancient residence of the Zheng family within Yunwu County, the current patriarch of the Zheng clan, Zheng Renhai, along with the steward Zheng Aolong, hurried to seek an audience with the family's venerable ancestor, Zheng Xuanzong, upon receiving urgent news. Zheng Xuanzong, a sprightly elder who appeared even more youthful than Zheng Renhai, was actually over 180 years old. If the Zheng clan was the sovereign of Yunwu County, then Zheng Xuanzong was akin to its local emperor. Initially, he regarded the news with trepidation, but upon learning that the one who had achieved a breakthrough was from the Chen clan of Qinghe, his expression relaxed, even betraying a hint of schadenfreude. The Chen family, having produced a foundational cultivator, was indeed fortunate. Yet it was regrettable that Chun Yaodong had already entered the ranks of the celestial sect, rendering the royal family powerless to entice him away. Zheng Aolong, astonished, queried, "What do you mean, ancestor?" Celestial sect disciples, from the moment they enter, hold precedence over all family lineage and background. This is an ironclad rule of the sect, not to be transgressed. Should a disciple betray their own clan, they face severe repercussions, be it the forfeiture of their cultivation or the annihilation of their entire lineage. At this, Zheng Xuanzong chuckled. The Chen family believes that by offering up a foundational cultivator, they can stand on equal footing with the Zheng clan. Little do they realize that in the end, they are merely sewing garments for the celestial sect. Zheng Renhai's eyes widened in disbelief. How is it that we were unaware of these ironclad rules of the celestial sect? He had previously thought that sending a family member to the sect was an immensely honorable act, a means to leverage their connections. Yet, it now seemed like a trap. The sect was taking away the talents from various clans, forcefully severing their ties to their original families. Was this not a classic case of robbing the poor to enrich the wealthy? Zheng Xuanzong, hearing this foolish inquiry, snorted dismissively. Before reaching the foundational stage, you lack even the qualifications to touch upon the celestial sect's ironclad rules. Even if you were aware, why would you share such knowledge with others? Particularly those clans without any foundational cultivators? Upon hearing this, both Zheng Aolong and Zheng Renhai fell silent, realizing the truth of the matter. According to the ancestor, those ignorant of the celestial sect's rules were predominantly new and unseasoned clans. If they were to produce a foundational cultivator, it would only result in further division of interests among them, exacerbating their own plight. The reality was that in a world ruled by prophets, those who had toiled the hardest to reach the heights were often the most eager to bar the paths of those who followed. Otherwise, their own efforts would inevitably depreciate. Nevertheless, the Chen family now had an added layer of protection. Even ordinary foundational cultivators would hesitate to act against them. After all, the celestial sect did not prohibit its disciples from avenging their families. You need not fear the Chen family excessively, nor should you develop enmity with them. Since they are situated in Qinghe County, we shall grant them dominion over it. The court will issue an edict to facilitate this, and you will inform the lower ranks that from this day forth, the Chen family's tributes are hereby exempted. Zheng Renhai nodded in compliance. I shall obey the ancestor's command. Zheng Xuanzong then turned his attention to Zheng Aolong, stating, though you possess 4 spirit roots, you bear a spiritual body, which qualifies you for entry into the celestial sect and promises a brighter future. However, I have decided to keep you at home. You do not harbor any resentment towards this decision, do you? Zheng Aolong shook his head, saying, having received the family's favor, I am beholden to repay it. If I cannot shield the family from the tempest of the celestial sect's rules, then it would be better for me to perish. Zheng Xuanzong laughed heartily. Excellent. You are indeed a true son of the Zheng family. Rest assured, preparations for your foundational breakthrough are already in place. The day you achieve that breakthrough will also mark the time for our clan to settle scores with the petty. In Qinghe County, at the Chen residence, a royal envoy made a personal visit. The county magistrate, Liu, followed closely behind, his demeanor markedly obsequious. The envoy publicly read the imperial edict of conferment. This decree bestowed upon the Chen family the hereditary title of Marquis of Qinghe, along with governance over Qinghe County. Furthermore, it granted them the authority to appoint and dismiss the county magistrate. Every 3 years, they could nominate a family member to directly attain the status of a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. This explained Liu's sudden change in attitude. Upon receiving the news, the Chen family was overjoyed, expressing their profound gratitude for the emperor's bounteous grace. Shortly after the envoy's departure, a messenger from the Zheng clan arrived, notably led by the head of the 4th branch, Xianxia. He declared the exemption of the Chen family's tributes. However, the remaining 3 major clans were still obligated to fulfill their tribute to the Zheng clan. Nevertheless, this gesture was sufficient to demonstrate the Zheng clan's goodwill. Chen Jing'an personally welcomed the envoy and prepared a banquet in hospitality. In the exchange, they even incurred a small loss of spirit stones. Yet, Compared to the joy of having a foundational cultivator in their midst, this seemed trivial. The entire Chen family eagerly awaited the grand return of Chen Yaodong. But as the days turned into over a month without a word from him, unease began to settle in. No matter the circumstances, a family member should have sent some word of safety by now. Understanding the nature of his sixth son, Chen Jing'an knew he was not ungrateful. Perhaps there were matters unknown to them. The old patriarch promptly set out to gather information, reaching out to his most significant connection, General Meng of the Anxi army. A foundational cultivator. He left with high hopes, but returned with a furrowed brow. Upon inquiring about the situation from Chen Jing'an and his second uncle, the old man revealed the intricacies of the celestial sect's ironclad rules. This revelation left both uncle and nephew utterly astounded. They had been ensnared by the lofty celestial sect. The foundational cultivator they had sacrificed everything for was now bound to the sect, leaving them to scavenge the remnants. Not long ago, they had envisioned that with Uncle Lu's breakthrough, their family would grasp the opulence of a foundational clan. Yet, in an instant, those dreams had evaporated. It was destined to be a challenging night. The usually sober old patriarch drank himself into a stupor, shattering a wine bottle in his grip. Blood seeping from his palm as he placed a hand on Chen Jing'an's shoulder, his voice weary yet resolute. Jing'an, you must avenge our family's honor. The Chen clan shall one day possess its own foundational cultivator. The old patriarch had always treated him kindly, and seeing him in such a state pained Chen Jing'an deeply. He firmly believed in Uncle Lu's integrity. He was not the sort to exploit familial bonds for deceit. The fact that he had not mentioned the matter indicated he, too, had been kept in the dark. As for General Meng, his knowledge yet silence was not something for which to blame the heavens. After all, the world did not revolve around Qinghai County. Ultimately, it was a matter of their own inadequacy in weight and value in the eyes of others. Relying on external support was perilous. One must stand firm independently, for this is the backbone that ensures a celestial clan remains unbent. Chapter 52, The Mountain Temple. The Power of Magical Artifacts. That night, Chen Jing'an showcased his wooden fish artifact to the old patriarch, sharing his intent to pursue and eliminate demonic cultivators. Initially despondent, the old man's spirits were lifted upon seeing the two blood-red dragonfish. After learning about the artifact's origins, he inquired about Chen Jing'an's intentions. Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an disclosed his plan to procure dragon scales. Regarding his desire to swiftly transcend a certain realm by expending 50 spirit stones. Whether this endeavor is worthwhile is a matter of personal perspective. If one intends to languish in the qi refining stage for the entirety of this life, then such considerations are indeed unnecessary. The majority of qi refiners might take 2 decades to accumulate even 50 spirit stones. Otherwise, if your innate talent is not superior to others and you are unwilling to surpass them in other aspects, what grounds do you have to believe that you will successfully establish your foundation while others cannot? This is a stark reality. Insufficient spiritual roots necessitate the use of spirit stones for compensation. Upon hearing Chen Jing'an's words, the elder, who had not yet spoken for himself, evidently intended to gather the 50 spirit stones independently. Hunting demonic cultivators? He pondered this matter seriously and inquired, will the Demon Subjugation Division prohibit others from assisting in fulfilling a commission? Chen Jing'an was momentarily taken aback. He promptly raised the official booklet and meticulously reviewed the various regulations concerning the Demon Subjugation Division. Remarkably, he found no clause that forbade assistance from outsiders. Does this not imply that the achievements of the Demon Subjugation Division can indeed be expedited through external aid, allowing a soldier to swiftly ascend to the rank of lieutenant? At first glance, he seemed to have uncovered a loophole. However, upon further reflection, the position of a Demon Subjugation Lieutenant, aside from enjoying a larger share of the spoils and a few more cups of wine, was not particularly distinct from that of a soldier. Unless one could wield authority akin to Zhao Zongqi, where specific duties in the 100 House would demand respect even from foundational-level celestial clans. This was merely a change of burdensome fate. The elder gleaned the answer from Chen Jing'an's expression and chuckled. Indeed, there is no such regulation. It appears the creator of the Demon Subjugation Division was a wise individual. Chen Jing'an also came to a realization. The absence of opposition to external assistance from the Demon Subjugation Division, while seemingly unfair to those without noble backgrounds, was, upon reflection, aligned with the very purpose of the division's existence, to eliminate demonic cultivators. As for the means employed, does that truly matter? The ultimate outcome is that the demonic cultivators are vanquished, the younger generation earns merit, the elders assist the juniors, and the Demon Subjugation Division remains blameless, an arrangement beneficial to all. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an seemed to grasp his grandfather's intention. The elder chuckled softly, as a grandfather. I have little left to cultivate. It is fortuitous that I can lend a hand to you. The spirit stones obtained shall be divided with 2 parts going to the clan, serving as my compensation to the family. The future of our celestial clan ultimately rests upon your shoulders. With this understanding, Chen Jing'an found little reason to refuse. In Yunwu County, Changhe County, there lies an abandoned Taoist temple in a desolate outskirts. This temple had long fallen into disrepair, its once revered statues having been stolen long ago. All that remained were 4 dilapidated doors allowing the wind to whistle through, and eaves thick with cobwebs. Should it rain, any passerby seeking refuge within would awaken to find their backside thoroughly soaked. At this moment, 3 disguised demonic cultivators sat within the temple. Recently, they had clashed with the celestial clans of Changhe County, even going so far as to slay several young members of those clans. Yet, relying on their demonic powers for concealment, the celestial clans found themselves unable to contend with them. The 3 exchanged glances, and one lean, monkey-like man spoke up. Last night, I ventured into the city and learned that several celestial clans have united and offered a bounty to the Demon Subjugation Division. When the division's members come to pursue us, our days will surely become difficult. In response, another voice chimed in, a woman whose tone was laced with resentment towards the Demon Subjugation Division. That damn Demon Subjugation Division is merely a pack of sharks that only stir to bloodshed. We demonic cultivators are like rats in the street. Are they truly any better? Having both spoken, they awaited the last member to contribute. However, after a prolonged silence, the woman, frustrated, exclaimed, "Deng Bai, why are you silent? Have you lost your tongue?" As her words faded, a sudden realization struck her. It is well known that demonic cultivators are rarely of good temperament. The expected response should have been that Deng Bai immediately retaliated after her insult. At the very least, he ought to have retorted. His silence was the most abnormal development of all. Unless he was dead, the lean monkey also stood, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that instantly tore Deng Bai's clothing to shreds. In an instant, a torrent of blood surged forth. When she regained her wits, the lean monkey's body was already ensnared by a several-meter-long blood python, rendering him immobile. Is this a magical artifact? The remaining female demonic cultivator reacted, her body enveloped by a faint shadow. As this shadow dissipated, she appeared to become somewhat ethereal. This too was a form of demonic technique, shadow magic. Among various demonic techniques, it possessed the strongest capability for escape. It was precisely through this method that they had managed to evade the encirclement of multiple late-stage chi refiners. Just then, an ancient voice whispered in the female demonic cultivator's ear, "Gather." As the words were uttered, the shadow within her was swiftly dispelled by the wind that blew from behind her, and she instinctively retreated. With a piercing sound, a blazing sword shot forth from behind her, instantly shattering her internal organs and quickly reducing her body to mere bones. The remaining lean monkey, wide-eyed, beheld the sudden appearance of the grandfather and grandson duo, his eyes bulging with rage. Despicable scoundrels. Without uttering another word, Chen Jing'an hurled a half-finished dagger directly at the monkey's brow, definitively ending his life. Thus, all 3 demonic cultivators were annihilated. Chen Jing'an turned to observe the large gourd slung over Chen Qishan's shoulder. The gourd's mouth was open, and the wind that had disrupted the shadow magic had emanated from within. It was only now that Chen Jing'an comprehended that this medium-grade magical artifact gourd possessed capabilities beyond merely expanding to crush foes. Chen Qishan explained, this gourd, known as the Black Obscurity Gourd, contains a reservoir of black malevolent wind, which is particularly effective against the techniques of the shadow magic sect. Moreover, you must remember that when encountering individuals with medium-grade magical artifacts, they may not be as straightforward as they appear. One must remain wary of their hidden tricks. Chen Jing'an wholeheartedly agreed. After all, the wooden fish artifact he possessed could transform into the form of the blood python, allowing him to infiltrate underground. This had enabled him to eliminate Deng Bai before the other 2 demonic cultivators even realized what was happening. As Chen Jing'an collected and counted their spoils, he discovered that only the female demonic cultivator possessed a spatial pouch. In total, their possessions amounted to a mere 7 spirit stones and over 100 pounds of spirit grain. This spirit grain was akin to spirit rice, ultimately processed into spirit rice. Coincidentally, Changhe County was particularly suited for cultivating spirit grain, indicating that these items were likely seized from the celestial clans within the county. After finishing his inventory, Chen Jing'an heard the elder's low voice, "Someone is approaching, we must depart." They had scarcely left when a chi refining level 8 cultivator arrived, hailing from the chi clan of Changhe County. Upon seeing the scattered bones within the temple and sensing the lingering aura of spells, it was evident that a battle had recently transpired. His instincts were correct, yet regrettably, he had arrived a moment too late. Damn it, they truly fled swiftly. Chapter 53. The distinction between righteous and demonic. The Zheng clan invokes demons. As the Qi family cultivators were engulfed in frustration, Chen Qishan had already carried his grandson several miles away. Only then did they transition from running to walking. Chen Jing'an, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Grandfather, that individual was a cultivator from Xianxia County, was he not? How did he discern the presence of the demonic cultivator?" "He did not detect the demonic cultivator," replied Chen Jing'an disdainfully. "That wretched creature has merely discovered us. The old ghost from Xianxia County intends for us to make this trip in vain." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an recalled how his grandfather had clutched him in haste earlier, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. Yet, he found it hard to believe. Do they wish for the Demon Suppression Division to work for free? Noting his grandson's dawning realization, Chen Jing'an waved his hand dismissively. "It is not that dire. These individuals lack the audacity for such a scheme. However, you obtained a xianxiaaudiobooks bag from that demonic cultivator, containing spirit stones and spirit grains. If he asserts that the items within your xianxiaaudiobooks bag were pilfered by the demonic cultivator, what then?" Chen Jing'an contemplated this for a moment and replied, "If I deny it, he would hold the upper hand and might use it as grounds to reclaim part of the bounty from the Demon Suppression Division. If I concede, he will surely demand a share for himself." At this point, Chen Jing'an could not help but curse under his breath. This is simply too cunning. It was no wonder his grandfather had hurried him away. As long as they did not encounter one another, the cultivators from Xianxia County would have no opportunity to act upon their schemes. Chen Jing'an chuckled heartily. Men perish for wealth, and birds die for food. To survive in the realm of cultivation, one must grasp this truth. After all, the Demon Suppression Division would not exterminate them over such trivial matters. If they cannot be killed, yet can still retrieve some spirit stones, they would forfeit a bit of face but would not let this opportunity slip by. Chen Jing'an nodded earnestly. "I have learned much from you, grandfather." During their conversation, they had arrived at the outskirts of Xianxia County. As Chen Jing'an prepared to search for the official seal to locate a commission, the old man once again seized him and stuffed a pill into his mouth, simultaneously consuming one himself. "Do not make a sound." As the pill took effect, Chen Jing'an felt his spiritual energy seemingly vanish. No, more accurately, it had not disappeared but was rather concealed by an alternate force. Thus, it was evident that this was a pill designed to suppress one's aura. Understanding the implication, Chen Jing'an discreetly retrieved 2 spirit talismans from his pocket, applying one to himself and the other to his grandfather. "A concealment talisman," he whispered. "The combination of the concealment pill and the concealment talisman is equivalent to a supercharged effect." Chen Jing'an nodded slightly, then tilted his head skyward, prompting Chen Jing'an to mimic him. Soon, they observed several figures departing. Among them, one was oddly familiar to Chen Jing'an. It was the 4th master of the Zheng family, Zheng Renkai. However, he wondered why this man was not in the county town but had ventured into this desolate wilderness. After the figures had left, they continued to run for some distance before Chen Jing'an finally spoke. Those individuals were all at the 9th level of qi refinement. Among them was a member of the Black Demon sect. Chen Jing'an was taken aback by his grandfather's certainty and asked curiously, from such a distance, "Grandfather, you could sense them?" Chen Jing'an laughed at this, retrieving his black mist gourd. "Did I not just mention that this gourd contains a black evil mist? One method of concocting this black evil mist involves extracting the marrow of demonic cultivators. Thus, I can identify them." Chen Jing'an looked astonished, struggling to believe that the so-called righteous cultivators were using materials derived from demonic cultivators in their artifacts. Chen Jing'an, noticing his grandson's reaction, gestured toward his wooden fish artifact. "Do not be so surprised. Your artifact might also be connected to the Blood Demon sect. Otherwise, do you think it is possible to extract the souls of beasts at the qi refinement stage? Such a feat cannot be accomplished by ordinary techniques." Chen Jing'an felt a chill at his grandfather's words. Carrying such an item to confront the Demon Suppression Division was akin to a thief bringing stolen goods to confess. Seeing his grandson's apprehension, Chen Jing'an reassured him to relax. Such instances are not uncommon. However, the Deqian Imperial family and the Demon Suppression Division do not intervene. For the artifacts themselves are innocent. The fault lies solely with the individuals. Chen Jing'an ceased to dwell on this issue. Yet, he recalled the 4th Master Zheng he had seen earlier, who was undoubtedly allied with those individuals. According to his grandfather, there were demonic cultivators among them, possibly more than one. Based on this, could he surmise that the Zheng clan had colluded with demonic cultivators? When he voiced this suspicion, Chen Jing'an was not surprised. The ancestor of the Zheng family is nearing the end of his days. Those outside would be eager to divide the Zheng clan's territory. How could they remain passive? Perhaps the Demon Suppression Division knows even more than we do. Chen Jing'an was perplexed. Why did they not take action? They could easily crush the Zheng family in its infancy. How could they? Chen Jing'an countered. There are more foundational cultivation families within the borders of Deqian than just the Zheng family. The imperial family and local cultivators share governance, a convention established at the founding of the nation. It would not be difficult for the Demon Suppression Division to eradicate the Xiang family, but if that provokes a coalition of local cultivators to retaliate, the Demon Suppression Division could not bear the consequences. Chen Jing'an fell silent once more, grasping the meaning behind his grandfather's words. The Demon Suppression Division was not indifferent. Rather, they awaited the Xiang family to expose their own misdeeds before they could lawfully intervene. However, to speak bluntly, before that moment arrived, the Qi refinement cultivators under the Xiang family's dominion in Yunwu County, were merely bait to lure fish to the hook. The thought of being treated as expendable left Chen Jing'an feeling somewhat disheartened. With a smile, Chen Qishan asked, "What shall we do next?" "I shall follow your lead. Naturally, we must continue to fulfill the bounty. Today, my grandfather and I have encountered nothing." Chen Jing'an sighed, opting for the most pragmatic course of action. The old man nodded. "Then let us proceed as you suggest and search for a commission." Meanwhile, within Changhai County, the day could be described as a chaotic dance of demons. Zheng Renkai had cast aside all the sealing formation discs he carried, effortlessly enveloping the territories of several cultivation families. From the outside, nothing appeared amiss. Yet within the illusion, multiple 9th-level Qi cultivators of the demonic sect launched their assaults, and the county's cultivators were utterly incapable of resistance. However, the demonic cultivators had not slain them. Instead, they captured all the cultivators and sealed their powers. Subsequently, a demonic cultivator skilled in the black demon arts approached Zheng Renkai, stating, "As per our agreement, we have subdued the cultivators of this county for you to handle as you see fit. Now that the matter is settled, it is time for your Zheng family to demonstrate your sincerity." Zheng Renkai nodded, tossing a Qianxiaaudiobooks bag into the hands of the demonic cultivator. "Count the contents yourself. Also, ensure your methods are clean. Do not allow any flaws to be detected. If the imperial court becomes aware, it will not bode well for any of us." As his words fell, another demonic cultivator emerged, one affiliated with the illusion demon sect, renowned for their ability to manipulate mortals and toy with human emotions. This illusion demon cultivator assured, "With our involvement, the cultivators of Changhai County will not raise any suspicion in the eyes of outsiders." Chapter 54, Yunwu Market. Purchasing dragon scale fruit. By the time Zheng Renkai departed, the cultivators from several families in Changhai County had been completely captured. Only the later arrivals from the illusion demon sect began their incantations, directly manipulating the mortals of these cultivation families to create the illusion of normalcy. Zheng Renkai did not directly escort the individuals back to the county city. Instead, he ventured towards a secluded vein left by the Zheng clan's celestial lineage. Such matters were, of course, not suitable for disclosure to outsiders. The Zheng clan, being the ruling family of Yunwu County, possessed the means to suppress any circulating rumors. The only concern was the timely arrival of the tax-collecting cultivators from the Immortal Tax Bureau during the next cycle. These individuals proved to be more troublesome than the Demon Suppression Division. However, they were not insurmountable foes. As long as the taxes were duly paid and perhaps a little extra remuneration offered, the Immortal Tax Bureau would not meddle unnecessarily. For months past, the grandfather and grandson duo celebrated the new year outside and successfully completed 3 commissions related to demonic cultivators, yielding results that were decidedly mixed. Given that demonic cultivators were notoriously impoverished, many of them spent their acquired resources almost immediately on personal indulgences, leaving little behind. This had inadvertently increased their workload. Fortunately, Chen Jing'an managed to scrape together 50 spirit stones, although a portion of that was tied up in the accounts of the Demon Suppression Division. He needed to first visit the 100 Households office in Yunwu County City to collect the bounty in person before proceeding to Yunwu Market, situated by the riverbank. This market served as a trading hub for cultivators from the county and those from beyond. Emerging from the Demon Suppression Division without a hitch, Chen Jing'an's merit points had risen from an initial 30 to 100. This was a significant step towards accumulating the requisite merit points for a promotion to the rank of lieutenant. The duo hastily made their way to Yunwu Market. Before entering, they each ingested a transformation elixir. The market, nestled by the riverside, was encircled by an intricate array designed to deter mortals, yet cultivators could traverse it with ease. Even those at the first layer of Qi training. Successfully navigating the maze, they were greeted by a street no longer than 100 meters, easily visible from end to end. The scale of this market was modest. Aside from the trading area for cultivators, it also featured small caves for rent, provided by the Zheng clan. Simply by paying spirit stones for accommodation, one would be considered a guest of the Zheng clan. Should any outsiders cause trouble, their fates were of no concern. Moreover, due to the proximity to the Zheng's territory, there were dedicated formations in place, allowing for the enhancement of spiritual energy if one contributed additional spirit stones. It was indeed a commendable location for cultivation. However, typically, unless one encountered a critical breakthrough moment, These caves were rented solely by those seeking refuge from adversaries. The Zheng clan recognized only spirit stones, not individuals. If the spirit stones offered were sufficient, they might even assist in evading enemies. The market thrived by attracting cultivators, profiting from the inherent conflicts among them, which was a primary source of wealth. After all, in life, who among them had not accumulated a few enemies? Especially in a world where enmity could lead to life and death. As they entered the trading street, they beheld a variety of spiritual items and magical artifacts for sale. It must be said, though small, the market was replete with treasures, while it appeared modest in size. The diversity of goods on offer was undoubtedly impressive. Furthermore, the stall owners were no slouches. Several were even at the 8th layer of Qi training. In stark contrast to the earlier Chen Jing'an, a mere 8th layer cultivator had once stirred up a storm in Qinghai County. This market was indeed not to be underestimated. Following the elder, the two sought vendors selling dragon scale fruits. Although rare, these spiritual fruits were considered luxury items for most loose cultivators. After all, the price of a single fruit could rival that of a mid-grade magical artifact. They were fortunate to find a stall marked with a sign for dragon scale fruits, where they paused before a masked vendor. The elder took the lead in negotiations, showcasing his 9th layer Qi training prowess as he inquired, "Let me see the dragon scale fruits." The vendor nodded and retrieved a jade box, opening it with spiritual energy. Inside lay a fruit adorned with scales, exuding a gray sheen. This was indeed the dragon scale fruit. To the uninitiated, it might be mistaken for the egg of some beast. As an experienced alchemist, the elder could easily discern the quality of various spiritual materials with a mere glance. And he quickly assessed the dragon scale fruit's age to be just over 100 years, barely at the threshold of usability. Sensing he was dealing with a connoisseur, the vendor, eager to make a sale, proposed, "If you are sincere, why not offer a price?" The elder responded, 40 spirit stones. Too low. The vendor's tone shifted to one of displeasure. While the age of this dragon scale fruit is a bit lacking, its efficacy remains considerable. If you're merely jesting, please take your business elsewhere. Chen Jing'an sensed the vendor's impatience, as if he were ready to dismiss them. Yet, the elder remained composed, replying leisurely, "You may also propose a price. 48 spirit stones. 42 stones. Friend, I can see you are truly toying with me." The vendor stood up in exasperation, his demeanor nearly suggesting he might resort to violence. Surprisingly, he extended his hand, declaring, 46 spirit stones, it cannot go lower. 44 stones, if you do not agree. Then so be it. As the elder's words faded, he took Chen Jing'an by the arm and began to leave. This scene struck Chen Jing'an as eerily familiar. Wasn't this the very essence of bargaining at a market stall in his previous life? The interplay between seller and buyer was a test of both physical and psychological endurance. Whoever spoke first was at a disadvantage. Just as they had taken a few steps away, the vendor hurried after them. "Friend, do not pretend. 45 stones, let us call it a friendship. If you push further, I shall truly stop pursuing this." At last, the elder consented, "Then it shall be 45 stones. With that, he produced the spirit stones from his qianxiaaudiobooks pouch and accepted the dragon scale fruit. The vendor returned to his stall, while Chen Jing'an marveled at his grandfather's deft negotiation, having saved 5 spirit stones. Admiration gleamed in his eyes. Truly, his grandfather's skills were unparalleled. Chen Jing'an shook his head, saying, "It is the vendor who is fortunate to encounter us. Otherwise, few could muster such a sum of spirit stones in one go. Do you think 50 spirit stones is a trifling amount?" Chen Jing'an acknowledged this reasoning. Their ability to swiftly amass spirit stones was a testament to the wisdom gleaned from dealing with demonic cultivators. Otherwise, relying solely on the family's agricultural endeavors to sell spirit rice, accumulating 50 spirit stones would require years of frugality from the entire clan. Yet, what was the cost of such frugality? Chen Jing'an recalled the 12 long years it took him to ascend from the 1st to the 3rd layer of Qi training before activating the mother and child bell, truly a period best left unremembered. Once again, Chen Jing'an turned to him, asking, "Do you wish to purchase anything else?" Chen Jing'an pondered his needs. In terms of magical artifacts, he possessed a rift shield and a wooden fish. As for spells, his current 3 were sufficient. However, he recalled the fire Qi transformation. He had mastered the insect-level transformation. Yet there were still serpent-level and dragon-level transformations beyond that. He had yet to fully grasp the implications of the insect-level transformation. Since they had the rare chance to visit the market, it would be wise to procure additional items for further exploration. Chapter 55. Refining Spiritual Fruits. Ascending to the 7th layer of Qi training. Fortuitously, having saved 5 spirit stones from the purchase of the dragon scale fruit, Chen Jing'an decided to acquire a selection of fire attribute spiritual plants and the blood of magical beasts, in his pursuit of qualitative rather than quantitative enhancement. This precious spirit stone bestowed upon him a plethora of choices in terms of variety. The venerable elder, aware of his intentions, refrained from any interference. After all, every cultivator possesses their unique trajectory of development. Chen Jing'an was the first in his clan to successfully cultivate the art of fire manipulation, a feat that the elder himself had never accomplished. To reprimand him, while assuming the mantle of seniority, would merely render him a caricature of ageist condescension. Their objectives aligned, and they retraced their steps directly back to Qinghai County. As for the earlier alliance of Zhongrun with demonic cultivators and the events transpiring in Qinghai County, they tacitly agreed to remain tight-lipped. Curiosity, after all, can be perilous. In the face of insufficient strength, feigning ignorance can prove a viable survival strategy. Regarding the matter of Uncle Chen Lu, the elder had, over the past few months, attained a greater understanding. To blame the celestial sect for its lack of benevolence would be unreasonable. After all, they had initially sent Uncle Chen Lu to the celestial sect with aspirations of benefiting from it, only to find themselves outmaneuvered in the end. One must be prepared to win as well as to lose. It is better to envision the brighter side of things, with a foundational cultivator like Uncle Chen Lu present, at least before his passing, regardless of which foundational celestial clan might take control of Yunwu County. The Chen family would not be excessively pressured. This granted them ample time to cultivate a homegrown foundational cultivator within the family. In the quaint courtyard belonging to Huxinger, Chen Jing'an had just exited from a visit with Yushan and, without delay, made his way to Huxinger's residence. Due to Zhang Wan's pregnancy, he had carried her into the estate prior to his departure, designating her as the first concubine in the rear courtyard. Having left in haste, it was now imperative that he offer some reassurance to both his primary and secondary wives. As Chen Jing'an approached, he was immediately met with Huxinger's scolding. Chen Jing'an, do you truly believe yourself to be a boy, devoid of any semblance of femininity? One could easily surmise that the eldest daughter was once again indulging in mischief, thereby incurring Huxinger's wrath. However, considering the eldest daughter's innate exceptionalism as a bearer of the fire spirit body and the fact that her mother, Huxinger, had been quite the adept in weaponry prior to marriage, it would be quite the irony if their daughter were to embody the characteristics of a refined lady. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Jing'an beheld a diminutive figure with horned braids kneeling. Yet, the moment the small figure spotted him, her demeanor transformed from meek to spirited. Father, Huxinger, who had initially stood with hands on her hips, was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Chen Jing'an. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward to scoop up his eldest daughter while encircling Huxinger with his other arm, laughing heartily. Yan Yan and Xinger, have you missed me? Upon hearing his affectionate call, Huxinger felt her cheeks flush. You scoundrel! Must you deliberately refer to Qin Yan as Yan Yan? Her full name was also Xinger. To conflate the two names might lead some to believe they were sisters rather than mother and daughter. Huxinger felt her authoritative image before her daughter was crumbling and chose instead to bury her face into Chen Jing'an's embrace. Chen Jing'an, about to mimic her mother, was met with a warning glare from Chen Jing'an, conveying the message that if she provoked her mother, he would not come to her aid. With a pout, she wrapped her arms around her father's neck and whined. Father, I truly do not wish to remain cooped up indoors all day. Huxinger, poised to unleash her ire, was suddenly swept off her feet by Chen Jing'an, who carried her into the house as though a bandit whisking away his captive bride. After a while, having sent his daughter away, Chen Jing'an turned to face Huxinger, who wore an expression of longing, eagerly awaiting his flattery. He had already devised a plan in his mind. Xinger, I have a matter to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Huxinger straightened her posture, her lovely features appearing considerably more spirited. That will depend on your performance today, my dear husband, she hinted. A quarter of an hour later, as Chen Jing'an embraced Huxinger, he began, recently, Uncle Lu made a breakthrough, and the court has granted our clan the position of Qinghai County Magistrate. I shall not conceal from you that Uncle Lu's advancement was partly due to my efforts, thus I have a say in the selection of the county magistrate. Huxinger, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of speculation arise in her heart, yet hesitated to fully believe it. Today, I wish to ask you to inquire with your father-in-law whether he would be willing to return to the political arena. Huxinger was taken aback by this unexpected stroke of fortune. She was all too aware of Huxier's obsession with holding an official position. Ever since Magistrate Zhu's reassignment, he had been languishing at home, aging considerably. Now, the opportunity to become the county magistrate had arisen. Father will surely be delighted. Although Huxinger recognized that Chen Jing'an was merely trying to placate her, she could not suppress her joy and quickly nestled back into his arms. In your absence, I have privately practiced new techniques and wish to invite you to evaluate them. The matter of Huxier taking up the magistrate's position swiftly became a foregone conclusion. Within the Chun celestial clan, there were indeed others eyeing this role, yet this decision bore the elder's personal endorsement. Furthermore, The incoming magistrate was the father-in-law of the ninth young master, a future leader of the celestial clan. No one dared to openly offend him. Chen Jing'an also returned to his secret chamber, preparing for the upcoming trial. He did not immediately consume the dragon scale fruit. Instead, he affixed 2 spirit enhancement talismans to himself. The notion of spiritual energy being complete is essentially a prerequisite for encountering a bottleneck. He needed to utilize the enhancement talismans to force the bottleneck to manifest, enabling targeted advancement. After another half-day, Chen Jing'an sensed that the growth of his spiritual energy had reached its zenith. Without further hesitation, he opened a nearby jade box and swiftly consumed the dragon scale fruit. An overwhelming surge of power flooded through him. The spiritual energy that had previously stagnated rapidly expanded in that moment, surging forward like an unbridled wave. This single consumption equated to dozens of spirit stones, stacked together to nearly rival his own height. Chen Jing'an felt as though he had not ingested a fruit, but rather a tangible sense of solidity built from piles of spirit stones. Boom. Without any doubt, the barrier of the 7th layer of qi training was shattered, even causing a brief tumult in the flow of spiritual energy. However, the residual potency of the dragon scale fruit effectively rectified this disruption. He had successfully entered the 7th layer of qi training. At this moment, he had officially stepped into the latter stages of qi training. Chen Jing'an reflected upon his initial breakthrough. At that time, in order to maintain the face of his second cousin, he had falsely claimed to have consumed a dragon scale fruit to achieve the mid-stage of qi training. The lie, once casually uttered, had ultimately transformed into reality after years of relentless effort. Achieving the 7th layer of qi training at the age of 25 placed him on par with the majority of celestial sects with 3 spiritual roots. His next modest goal was to strive for a breakthrough to the 9th layer of qi training before turning 40. Thus, even in the absence of foundational elixirs, he would be able to withstand the injuries that could arise from a failed attempt at ascending to a higher realm. In his lifetime, he would have an additional opportunity to strive for the foundational realm compared to other cultivators. Chapter 56. A Wolfish Gaze, a Born Demon King. Following his breakthrough, Chen Jing'an found himself aligned with Chen Erbo as part of the same echelon. This revelation took Chen Erbo by surprise. Initially, he had anticipated that Chen Jing'an would catch up to him eventually, but he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. The dragon scale fruit, priced at 45 spirit stones each, was something that Uncle Chen Er could indeed afford, as he had once profited from the spoils of the great battle at Songshashan. However, circumstances have altered. He has resigned himself to the belief that he lacks the potential to break through to the foundation establishment stage, thus wishing to conserve his resources to ensure a modest inheritance for his son, Chen Jing'an. This is a decision made by Uncle Chen Er, and naturally, others would not interfere. As for Chen Jing'an, he harbors no intentions of amassing wealth for his offspring. With a multitude of descendants, it would be unjust to favor any one of them, especially when he must also attend to his own cultivation, unable to sacrifice himself as his uncle does. Hence, from a young age, he has nurtured Chen Jing'an, instilling in him the necessity of earning his keep, starting with spirit rice and trading for leaf worms through his own efforts. In their father-son dynamic, it is conceivable that Chen Jing'an may one day provide his son with a sum of spirit stones, ensuring that the boy has a better starting point, sparing him from the hardships of starting from scratch as he did. Anything beyond that, however, is out of the question. There is also the second son, Chen Jing'an, who, after the new year, will undergo an assessment of his spiritual roots. However, the divining clock has already indicated that the boy possesses no spiritual root, effectively severing his path to immortality. Yet, such declarations are not always absolute. In this vast world, the unexpected abounds. Perhaps, through sheer luck, he may acquire spiritual roots later on. Ultimately, this is a matter of fate for Chen Jing'an. Should fortune favor him, Chen Jing'an would not insist on keeping him close merely due to the boy's potential luck. This is a shred of conscience that he, as a father, clings to regarding his progeny. For anyone else, Chen Jing'an would undoubtedly keep them tethered like a talisman, regardless of ethical considerations, as those with a sense of morality have long since passed. 2 months later, in Zhongwan's courtyard, Chen Jing'an personally assembled a team of midwives, providing comprehensive services from delivery to care and nursing. Most importantly, he felt reassured knowing they were trained by him. He harbored considerable expectations for Zhongwan's child, believing that if his family were to produce a child with 3 spiritual roots, Zhongwan, already possessing spiritual roots herself, would have the greatest chance. Approximately half an hour later, a piercing scream erupted from the delivery room. Following her anguished cry, Chen Jing'an's gaze was drawn to a dark light shooting skyward, and in an instant, the clear blue sky transformed into a gathering storm. Thunder rumbled ominously, followed by a torrential downpour. Chen Jing'an frowned, wanting to dismiss it as mere coincidence, yet his eyes could not deceive him. The sequence of events, from Xianguan's scream to the emergence of the dark light, occurred almost simultaneously. What could possibly have transpired? Delving into his inner consciousness, he perceived a small wisp of black energy manifesting within the divining clock. Divining clock, progeny 5, Chen Jing'an. Qualification, 5 spiritual roots, hidden, fate 1. Wolf gaze, a natural-born ambitious individual, unwilling to remain in subjugation. Fate 2. Natural demon lord, able to disregard the negative impacts of cultivating demonic arts, achieving results with half the effort. At that moment, Chen Jing'an was genuinely taken aback. The wolf gaze trait, wasn't that akin to Sima? Images of the boy potentially usurping power and dethroning him flooded his mind, and a dangerous glimmer flickered in his eyes. Yet, he soon recollected a crucial fact. While Sima bore the wolf gaze, he ultimately did not turn against his father. Furthermore, the other fate, that of the natural demon lord, seemed to predestine this child as a promising candidate for cultivating demonic arts. Clearly, he would not be suitable to keep at home. If he were to wreak havoc upon others, the one who would secretly revel in it should be Chen Jing'an himself. Chen Jing'an scrutinized his son's attributes once more, ultimately fixating on his qualifications. Aside from the 5 spiritual roots, the presence of the hidden descriptor suggested that the cultivation of demonic arts would be necessary to unlock his potential. A preliminary plan began to formulate in Chen Jing'an's mind. Frankly speaking, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding a child endowed with the wolf gaze, necessitating particularly careful cultivation during his youth. This represented his sole opportunity to shape the paternal image in the boy's heart. Additionally, how to guide him in the cultivation of demonic arts warranted meticulous consideration. Otherwise, as a father belonging to the celestial lineage, allowing his son to cultivate demonic arts and become an enemy of the celestial clan would inevitably sow discord between them. Were he to experience such a scenario, even without the wolf gaze, he could be led to harbor rebellious thoughts. And this was compounded by the fact that he was a dangerous little wolf. Wait a moment, the attribute of the natural demon lord is... Chen Jing'an reevaluated. Fate 2. Natural demon lord, able to disregard the negative impacts of cultivating demonic arts, achieving results with half the effort. He suddenly entertained a subtle notion. What if he were to cultivate as well? There appears to be no detriment in that. Moreover, if the father secretly engaged in the cultivation of demonic arts, and one day, his son, who was initially unable to cultivate, happened to discover the demonic arts from him and found he could cultivate after all, it would create a perfect cycle. With this thought in mind, Chen Jing'an promptly resolved to embrace the title of Natural Demon Lord. Contrary to what he had imagined, he did not possess the same aversion to demonic arts. Especially after learning of the Zheng family's clandestine collusion with demonic cultivators while the Demon Suppression Division chose to remain passive, Chen Jing'an became increasingly aware of the harsh realities of the world. The distinction between righteous and demonic was utterly nonsensical. In this world, it was merely a matter of strength. If one was not strong enough, they could only watch helplessly as others consumed them. Chen Jing'an had also heard from his grandfather that cultivating demonic arts bore numerous drawbacks. For instance, while demonic techniques could potentially allow a chi refinement cultivator to break through to foundation establishment, it was equally likely to halt their progress permanently. Alternatively, advancing through demonic cultivation could adversely affect one's mentality. There were various disadvantages, all of which were the pitfalls of pursuing demonic arts. However, the natural demon lord trait could negate all negative effects, rendering the cultivation of demonic arts a definite boon. Once one was strong enough, the ability to manipulate the truth as one saw fit would emerge. Thus, even before entering the room or meeting his progeny, Chen Jing'an's schemes regarding Chen Jing'an had already commenced. Inside the room, Xianguan appeared quite disheveled, and her newborn child bore dark skin and an abundance of fur. The sight was reminiscent of a small mouse, hardly endearing. Xianguan, equally exhausted, would surely awaken and gaze upon her child with an innate hostility, marking the onset of a mother-son rivalry. Chen Jing'an turned to the midwives surrounding him and commanded, "If a single word of today's events escapes your lips, your entire clan shall face dire consequences." The midwives trembled in fear, hastily bowing and assuring him of their silence. Chen Jing'an was indifferent to their thoughts. He settled beside Xianguan, mentally concocting a web of lies to salvage the precarious bond between mother and child. To be candid, he felt he was quite adept at this fatherhood role, in pursuit of providing her son with a joyful childhood and the completeness of maternal love. Xianguan exerted considerable effort. Chapter 57. The Sect of Demonic Arts and the Forbidden Teachings of Devouring Demons. When Xianguan awoke, she too was startled by the appearance of her child. Fearing that she might be perceived as having given birth to a monster, she worried that Chen Jing'an would see him as a demon and eliminate him. However, Chen Jing'an cradled the child and reassured her, explaining that the boy had awakened a latent bloodline, endowing him with extraordinary talents beyond that of ordinary individuals. Zhang Wan, lacking extensive knowledge, regarded Chen Jing'an as her world. Given that he himself stated this, she harbored no further doubts. Initially, she felt a sense of discomfort, yet recognizing that the child was, after all, her own. She found that, with time, she could grow accustomed to his appearance, which became increasingly endearing. Nevertheless, the small courtyard was not to be open to visitors for the time being, at least until Chen Jing'an's appearance normalized. He particularly instructed Yuan Fong to oversee this matter, advising against hastily seeking out women for him. He endeavored to accommodate Zhang Wan's wishes as much as possible. As for others, there was little cause for concern. Now that he had entered the latter stages of qi cultivation, he had attained a level of prestige and status that placed him on equal footing with his second uncle. Not only among peers, but even elders refrained from questioning him. The only exception was the old master. Chen Jing'an intended for Zhang Wan, as the mother, to bear the brunt of disaster by revealing her possession of a spiritual root, using the guise of observation to deflect attention. A figure as astute as the old master would undoubtedly deduce that there were deeper implications behind this revelation. However, should he comprehend his grandson's intentions, he would refrain from further inquiry, thus allowing Chen Jing'an to fulfill his objectives. With that matter settled, the next pressing issue was the question of demonic cultivation techniques. Chen Jing'an resolved to pursue the study of demonic arts, but the myriad of types circulating in the outside world was overwhelming. He needed to bolster his knowledge in this area. Conveniently, he possessed a readily available resource, the demon suppression seal. As the saying goes, your enemies know you best. In terms of understanding demonic arts and demonic cultivators, no one could rival the Demon Suppression Bureau. Ironically, this soldier of the Bureau now sought to acquire further information on demonic cultivation through its channels in order to advance his own mastery. Chen Jing'an was unperturbed by the prospect of scrutiny. His diligent efforts over the past few months, alongside the old master in hunting down demonic cultivators, rendered him more scrutinizable than other soldiers. After all, would he err in his research simply because he was pursuing demonic cultivators? If one were to cast aspersions without basis, he might well question the validity of their own position. Engaging in a battle of wits in the void, Chen Jing'an found segments of text drifting within the official seal, detailing information regarding demonic cultivation. By the end of his review, he had compiled a comprehensive overview of the demonic sections. The demonic sects that roamed the periphery of Deqian were collectively known as the demon cult, which included formidable figures of the Golden Core realm, emerging as catastrophic scourges to the nation. The demon cult was further divided into various branches based on different lineages, such as the Black Demon Cult, Blood Demon Cult, and Shadow Demon Cult. Most of these sects operated in secrecy, though a few could operate openly, like the infamous Desire Demon Cult. The Desire Demon Cult practiced cultivation through essence and permitted both men and women as practitioners. Annually, they offered a substantial amount of spirit stones to the royal family and celestial sects in exchange for a form of amnesty. The sole stipulation was fairness. There could be no one-sided gain. If only the demonic cultivators benefited, it would be deemed harmful. The exchange must be mutually beneficial. This was the essence of trade. However, aside from this sanctioned arrangement, there existed a third category, the kill-on-sight decree. This was specifically directed at a particular demonic cultivation sect, known as the Devouring Demon Cult. Anyone found secretly practicing the Devouring Demon technique was to be executed without exception. Furthermore, those who could eliminate members of the Devouring Demon Cult would receive rewards from both Deqian and the celestial sects, including foundational elixirs. Chen Jing'an was no longer a reckless youth. He understood that heavy rewards and severe penalties must have their origins. The fervent pursuit of the Devouring Demon Cult by the celestial sects and Deqian indicated that this sect represented a threat far beyond mere danger. Upon closer inspection, he finally comprehended the essence of the Devouring Demon Cult. It was centered on the consumption of other spiritual power for one's own use. With sufficient spiritual energy, one could even break through bottlenecks. The techniques of the Devouring Demon Cult held the potential to shatter the barriers to advancement, allowing practitioners to ascend from qi cultivation to foundational establishment and from foundational establishment to golden core. This revolutionary approach from the ground up was likely the root cause of the kill-on-sight decree. With a mere glance, Chen Jing'an was captivated by the Devouring Demon technique. Before encountering demonic arts, most demonic cultivators were impoverished practitioners. When faced with the bottleneck of advancing to the foundational establishment stage, the scarcity of foundational elixirs meant that even within the celestial realms, a staggering 99 of practitioners at the 9th level of qi cultivation were deemed unworthy of consuming foundational elixirs. The Devouring Demon technique offered a glimmer of hope. Chen Jing'an was certainly no exception. Even without the innate advantage of being a natural demon king, if faced with death, he would likely succumb to the temptation of such a crooked path. However, the issue lay in the fact that the devouring demon cult was a forbidden sect, and the control over its techniques was undoubtedly stringent. The black demon and blood demon techniques he had previously acquired were destroyed on the spot by the elder from the treasure pavilion. The prospect of the devouring demon technique was even more daunting. If one did not tread carefully, the consequences could be catastrophic. For the time being, he chose not to be greedy. Chen Jing'an shook his head slightly. His original intention was to exploit the speed of cultivation afforded by demonic arts. Yet this was a commonality shared by all demonic techniques. Thus, the next step in his selection would hinge on the conditions for cultivation. The requirements for practicing different demonic arts varied significantly. For instance, the black demon technique required the liver of a human. The blood demon technique necessitated the consumption of heart's blood, and the shadow demon technique demanded the devouring of eyeballs. Each of these demonic arts was more grotesque than the last, truly living up to their names. Although Chen Jing'an still bore some semblance of human scruples, as long as the benefits were substantial enough, these concerns could be mitigated. However, another apprehension lingered. If he relied on mortals as sustenance for his demonic cultivation, it would inevitably expose him over time. This posed a significant problem. He still intended to develop within the celestial realms and sought to establish a firm foothold within the Demon Suppression Bureau. It was imperative to avoid providing others with leverage against him. Therefore, it was best to seek out techniques that could be practiced in secret or those that enabled self-corruption, thereby maximizing the advantages of being a natural demon king. Chen Jing'an continued to sift through the material, narrowing down his options, and soon identified a technique that met his criteria, the illusory demon technique. The illusory demon technique, known also as the heart demon technique, involved planting a seed of the heart demon, which would grow by consuming the host's psyche. This technique not only amplified the power of one's spiritual consciousness, but also granted mastery over the wondrous effects of the illusory demon technique. The benefits of enhanced spiritual consciousness were manifold. In encounters with fellow practitioners of equal standing, those with stronger spiritual consciousness could detect the weaker ones first, achieving a decisive advantage. Moreover, it allowed for heightened awareness against probing attacks targeting oneself. Most crucially, he already possessed the illusory demon technique in his possession. Due to a previous instance of being taken advantage of by an old man, who left him empty-handed after exchanging magical tomes for spirit stones, he opted to retain the demonic techniques for himself. Little did he anticipate that they would prove fortuitous. However, he found himself more intrigued by the art of devouring demons. Albeit lacking the requisite techniques, he yearned for a fateful encounter with a practitioner of the art, one who might unwittingly present themselves before him, only to succumb on the spot. What a splendid outcome that would be. Chapter 58. The completion of the illusory demon technique and the return of Uncle Six. He meticulously noted the contents of the illusory demon technique. Then, following the instructions of the demonic arts, began to plant a seed of inner demons in his mind. Before long, he sensed a dark seed of inner demons materialize within him. It would manifest upon the closing of his eyes, only to vanish upon their reopening. After several attempts, he discerned that with each blink, the seed appeared to grow incrementally. According to the illusory demon technique, the seed must flourish by eroding the mind. Once a complete seed matures, it signifies mastery of the first layer of the illusory demon technique, thereby doubling the potency of one's spiritual consciousness. Thus far, he felt no discomfort. However, the seed steadily expanded. This could very well be the effect of being a born demon lord. With determination, he blinked again and again, watching as the seed swelled until it could no longer contain itself, erupting into a liquid form. In an instant, a multitude of insights regarding the illusory demon's capabilities flooded his mind. These included methods to obscure perception, subtly influence the hearts of others, and even weave illusions from afar. The profundity of these revelations was utterly unprecedented. It was no wonder the demonic arts could be so intoxicating. This indeed indicated he had mastered the first layer of the illusory demon technique. Eager to plant a second seed of inner demons, he chanted the incantations fervently, yet no new seed emerged. This left him with two possible conclusions. First, his mind had become so adept that there was no longer room for another seed. Second, from the perspective of the illusory demon technique, his mental fortitude might be deemed insufficient. A silence enveloped him as he pondered. He felt as though he had been looked down upon by the demonic arts. Nevertheless, he chose not to be greedy. Reinvigorated, he began to compare the changes brought about by mastering the illusory demon technique. With closed eyes, he sensed a heightened awareness of his surroundings, perceiving everything with exquisite detail. The once blustery winds, previously felt as mere gusts, were now discernible as distinct currents. It seemed more than just this. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and to his astonishment, a shield of earth, more formidable than any, soared from his spatial bag, transforming into a streak of dark light aimed at a distant bamboo grove. The dark light grazed a green stalk, leaving only a shallow mark the size of a fingernail, sparing the bamboo itself, before returning to his grasp. With newfound grace, he found that not only had his perception sharpened, but his control over magical artifacts had also improved. In the ensuing months, Chen Jing'an dedicated himself to the study of spiritual talismans, leisurely contemplating the intricate applications of insect-level transformations. At this juncture, another advantage of cultivating the illusory demon technique became apparent. Previously, after intense concentration while drawing talismans, he required considerable time to recuperate. However, now he could smoothly attempt a second drawing with ease. This newfound confidence inspired him to undertake a particular endeavor, to stealthily learn the emotional talisman from his wolf demon before it was completely drained of its essence. This unique talisman was a closely guarded secret of the celestial sect and was not publicly disseminated. Replicating it was no trivial task. Yet, once mastered, it would equate to a permanent grasp of the demon horse breeding industry, effectively widening his avenues for profit. In the future, not only would he benefit, but he could also provide for his descendants and kin. As the lunar year drew to a close, it was time for Chen Jing'an's spiritual root assessment. This time, the outcome was unequivocal. He possessed no spiritual root. The blow was considerable, particularly as Chen Jing'an had always been inseparable from his brother, Chen Jing'an, who now had a spiritual root while he did not. The disparity was palpable. Moreover, as they aged, their obsession with spiritual roots would only intensify. Chen Jing'an found himself unable to console his second son. All he could do was afford him the freedom to seek out his own opportunities. As early spring arrived, one day, two formidable presences swept across the skies of Yunwu County. Though merely a fleeting moment, it roused Zheng Xuanzong's attention. For this time, it was not some reckless qi practitioners provoking them, but rather the genuine pressure of foundational cultivators. Zheng Xuanzong felt as if facing a formidable adversary, nearly activating his family's secondary formation. However, he soon realized that these two foundational cultivators were not targeting them, but rather heading toward Qinghai County. Upon this realization, Zheng Xuanzong squinted, his emotions a tumultuous mix of suspicion and intrigue. He surmised it had to do with a member of the Chun clan from Qinghai County who had reached foundational cultivation within the celestial sect. Zheng Xuanzong was unaware of the reasons that had allowed them to venture forth. Had it been in the past, he would not have hesitated to employ subtle sabotage against the Chun celestial clan. Yet, the current circumstances were different. The Zheng celestial clan was also on the brink of survival. Although the foundational cultivator from Yunwu Baihu had long been absent, Zheng Xuanzong dared not underestimate them. Indeed, he had maintained a vigilant watch over Yunwu County, secretly observing the other party. This represented the imperial court's stance, urging him to remain passive and avoid causing disturbances. Zheng Xuanzong dared not openly oppose this directive. Thus, any other clandestine measures prepared by the Zheng family had to be entrusted to other clan members. He could only hope that the accumulation of over a century would extend their clan's fortunes for another century. In Qinghai County, at the Chun residence, Chen Jing'an was meditating beside the spiritual field, while Chen Jing'an wielded a small wooden knife, each engrossed in their own tasks. Suddenly, Chen Jing'an's spiritual awareness detected an unfamiliar aura. He reacted instinctively, his hair standing on end, and a flicker of flame shot into the sky, coalescing into the form of a dark turtle. The turtle shell enveloped both father and daughter within its protective embrace. This was a new technique derived from the fire turtle's spiritual blood he had previously purchased in Yunwu Market, modeled after its form through insect-level transformation. Donggu, your nephew is quite astute. A feminine voice floated through the air, followed by the appearance of a man and woman in his line of sight. Upon recognizing the man's features, Chen Jing'an was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Six, at the 7th level of qi cultivation, with a notably keen spiritual awareness, Chen Yao Dong approached with a smile, only to find his nephew still regarding him with caution. The two remained separated by a barrier resembling the turtle shell. With a resigned gesture, Chen Yao Dong spread his arms. I truly am your Uncle Six. Seeing his demeanor, Chen Jing'an felt convinced to a degree, yet he pressed further. If you are indeed Uncle Six, could you inform me how many spirit stones the family originally sent to the celestial sect? At this, Chen Yao Dong immediately ceased smiling, his expression turning serious. A total of 120 stones. Of these, 100 belonged to the family, while you contributed 8 stones, and your second brother provided 12. Upon the utterance of those words, Chen Jing'an promptly removed the fire cover. Uncle Lu, he dismissed the trivialities with disdain, attributing it to the counterfeit nature. Chen Jing'an, nestled in his embrace, traipsed forward alongside her father. Chen Yaodong, upon noticing the young girl in his arms, beamed with delight. Is this my grandniece? What is her name? Qingyan, quickly greet Uncle Lu. Through their exchange, Chen Jing'an swiftly discerned that the accompanying woman was indeed his Aunt Lu. To his astonishment, she was also a Foundation establishment practitioner and, moreover, a senior sister to Uncle Lu. Look at that talent for finding a partner. Uncle Lu, while typically appearing rugged and imposing, surprisingly seemed adept at deciphering the sentiments of formidable women. In the chapter titled The Matter of Adoption, Xianxian Chongshui, Chen Jing'an's courage had always been commendable. Initially, she might have found Uncle Lu unfamiliar, but soon she relinquished herself to his embrace. At that moment, the usually reticent Aunt Song Rooting exhibited a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Is she truly a third-grade fire spirit body? Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu was momentarily taken aback. His astonished gaze flitted between Aunt Song and Chen Jing'an. Are you suggesting that little Jing'an possesses a spirit body? Chen Jing'an immediately feigned surprise, for in his experience, one should not recognize a spirit body so swiftly. Aunt Song nodded, then averted her gaze. The richness of spiritual energy undoubtedly indicated a third-grade fire spirit body. Moreover, it seemed that not only the young girl, but also his nephew bore faint ripples of a spirit body, potentially inherited from him. At this revelation, Chen Jing'an nearly succumbed to laughter. What a topsy-turvy situation. The spirit body he had inherited from his daughter was now claimed to be passed down from him. However, as they were father and daughter, there was no misattribution. It was indeed the genuine article. Chen Jing'an feigned astonishment, his face betraying a hint of joy. Yet, he soon observed that Uncle Lu and Aunt Song appeared even more elated than he was, which felt rather unusual. Just as he was about to inquire about the circumstances, he sensed the presence of his father drawing near. The reunion of father and son, after a prolonged separation, promised to be a poignant affair. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jing'an took Chen Jing'an and moved ahead, as he suspected that Uncle Lu and Aunt Song harbored some ulterior motive related to his eldest daughter. Until the truth was unveiled, it was perhaps best to keep her absent. He returned the girl to Huxing'er before retracing his steps to his father's residence. Upon entering, he discovered that his second uncle had already arrived. However, his presence seemed to carry a particular significance, as all eyes were drawn to him, likely in connection with recent events. As expected, Uncle Lu soon spoke, recounting how his practice had led to the loss of his fertility. Coincidentally, Aunt Song had been administered a childlessness elixir in her youth, rendering her similarly incapable of bearing offspring. This could explain how they had come together. Nonetheless, Chen Jing'an found this circumstance somewhat curious. After all, the loss of fertility was not a matter of pride. It was rather improbable for two such individuals to pair up, both being Foundation establishment practitioners. There was likely more to this story than met the eye. Yet, as Uncle Lu was his elder and a close relative, Chen Jing'an could not undermine his standing. Meanwhile, his father seemed to have caught on to the subtleties of the situation, but maintained a facade that concealed his true thoughts. Uncle Lu continued, "My wife and I, lacking offspring, have received permission from the immortal sect to adopt a child from our clan." At this juncture, Aunt Song interjected. "Due to my past experiences, I have long severed ties with my family, so I intend to select a child from the Chen family. Ideally, it would be..." Before she could finish her thought, Uncle Lu interjected hastily. He anticipated her intentions were likely directed towards Chen Jing'an. To be honest, Uncle Lu harbored fondness for the little girl. Moreover, possessing a spirit body would provide her with an additional avenue for advancement when she sought to break through to Foundation establishment. However, the crux of the matter was that Uncle Lu felt inadequate to serve his family, burdened by guilt. To take another child with potential from his clan would leave him feeling unworthy of the Chen name. Aunt Song was not devoid of reason, and, recognizing the impropriety of her statement following Uncle Lu's interruption, chose to remain silent, ceding the decision-making authority to him. Uncle Lu then turned his attention to Chen Jing'an. If they were to adopt a child, he preferred to select from Chen Jing'an's lineage. Chen Jing'an, taken aback by Uncle Lu's intentions, was candid about his reluctance to part with his offspring. Yet, if he had to confront the issue directly, the newborn Chen Jing'an would undoubtedly be excluded from consideration. A child born as a natural demon king would be ill-suited for a realm filled with celestial beings. Next, he contemplated the remaining 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. Chen Qingwang and Chen Qingyan possessed spirit roots, while Chen Qingyun and Chen Qingmiao did not. From his perspective, spirit roots should not dictate familial bonds. The first consideration ought to be the desires of the children. If they were unwilling, Chen Jing'an would not insist on sending them away, as the bond of uncle and nephew was rooted in his rapport with Uncle Lu and should not be forced upon his offspring. As a father, he must first embody the qualities of a paternal figure. After listening to Uncle Lu's explanation, Chen Jing'an briefly outlined his proposal to summon all 4 children and allow them to choose freely. Should none express a desire to go, then the matter would be considered as if it had never occurred. Uncle Lu and Aunt Song, upon hearing this plan, readily acquiesced. They were seeking to adopt a child, not an enemy. If no suitable candidate emerged from Chen Jing'an's branch, they would look to other lineages. Their adoption was merely a pretext to exit the immortal sect. And ultimately, they had to return with a child. This was a matter of duty. Following their preliminary discussions, a clearer understanding began to form. Next, they transitioned into more personal matters. At this juncture, Aunt Song produced a jade vial from her Qinquan bag, within which a droplet of liquid was faintly discernible. However, due to the vial's exceptional sealing, no scent escaped. Chen Jing'an could not identify its contents, but after a few scrutinizing glances, his father became visibly agitated. Could this be the Foundation establishment spiritual item, Xianxian Shui? A discerning eye, my father-in-law, Aunt Song affirmed with a smile. According to the rules of the immortal sect, it is forbidden to share the sect's treasures with outsiders. However, this Xianxian Shui was acquired through a trade with my fellow disciples. It is my personal possession, offered to you as a token of my esteem. How could this be? His father appeared increasingly unsettled. With a Foundation establishment spiritual item at hand, he was reluctant to engage in any form of courtesy, for such an opportunity might never present itself again in his lifetime. Uncle Lu and Aunt Song, having evidently conferred prior to their arrival, swiftly persuaded his father to accept the spiritual item, understanding well that such opportunities to venture out might not arise again. This item remains within the clan, with the hope that the family may nurture a new foundation-building practitioner. Subsequently, Uncle Chen Lu produced 2 storage bags, which he presented to Chen Jing'an and Chen Erbua. Jing'an, and you too, urge. I shall forever remain grateful for your kindness in guiding me on the path to enlightenment. This is but a token of my appreciation. Do not refuse it. If all goes as expected, the bag should contain spirit stones. Given Uncle Lu's character, the contents are assuredly more generous than what they had offered. These bags contain both foundational spiritual items and spirit stones. While on the surface, Uncle Lu appears to be repaying a favor in reality. He is also indirectly repaying the gratitude for the family's nurturing. One can only fear that with Uncle Lu's departure, if the family fails to produce another foundation-building practitioner, future encounters may become impossible. In Chapter 60, the heartfelt intent of Qin Yun, a father-son farewell, the repayment of gratitude has been made before his departure. This is the most favorable outcome for both Uncle Lu and the Immortal Clan. At the very least, this ensures that a trace of familial connection remains. As long as Uncle Lu is present, he shall forever be the greatest pillar of support for the Qin clan. Conversely, should the Immortal Clan grow accustomed to relying on Uncle Lu, the eventual outcome may very well be a severance of ties, leading to a complete estrangement. This is not what they wish to witness. In the following 2 days, Chen Jing'an sought out Yushan and Hu Xing'er to share his intentions, providing them with clarity. After all, children are not solely one's own. His decision to act first and report later was already rather inconsiderate. To keep them in the dark throughout would inevitably strain their marital bond. As anticipated, Hu Xing'er, having only one child, Chen Jing'an, cried for a long time that night. However, Chen Jing'an was not overly concerned for her. After all, the little girl wept more heartily than her mother, making it nearly impossible for her to leave. In contrast, Yushan's reaction demonstrated the composure expected of a primary wife. She neither wept nor fussed, instead offering him words of comfort. It was precisely this demeanor of Yushan that evoked a sense of guilt within him. The youngest, Chen Qingmiao, had just begun to walk, rendering her incapable of making such a choice. Thus, the ultimate decision could only lie between Qin Wang and Qin Yun. On the appointed day, Chen Jing'an held the youngest, Chen Qingmiao, while the other 3 children sat beside him. Besides them, only Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu remained. They did not present themselves as foundation-building practitioners, but rather articulated their intentions as calmly as possible, assuring that they would treat the children as their own. Chen Qingwang and Chen Qingyun listened attentively to their words. Naturally, Chen Qingwang had no intention of departing, despite the myriad advantages the immortal sect offered. The distance from home was too great. He felt that neither he nor his second brother would leave. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Qingyun, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, inquiring, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, might there be a way in the immortal sect for those without spiritual roots to embark on the path of immortality? Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen Lu chose silence, not out of pretentious aloofness, but because he genuinely did not know. Song Rooting also displayed a troubled expression. She did not perceive Chen Qingyun as naive. After all, it is not unreasonable for one without spiritual roots to desire them. The crux of the matter lay in the immense difficulty involved. After a moment of serious contemplation, Song Rooting responded, Indeed, there have been instances within the immortal sect where mortals have stumbled upon extraordinary treasures, subsequently developing spiritual roots. However, the last recorded occurrence of such a phenomenon was at least 1,000 years ago. Even the Golden Core ancestors cannot live that long. For an ordinary person, harboring such hopes is largely futile. Yet, she refrained from voicing this completely, hoping to spare Chen Jing'an from utter despair. Unbeknownst to her, it was this very statement that solidified Chen Jing'an's resolve. He refused to relinquish his hope of pursuing cultivation. "Uncle, I wish to join the immortal sect." Upon hearing Chen Jing'an's declaration, Chen Jing'an was momentarily stunned. He could not comprehend why his brother, with whom he had spent every day, would choose to venture far away. Chen Jing'an, however, had mentally prepared himself for this possibility. Over the years, Chen Jing'an had explored Sangju Mountain thoroughly, yet had yielded no results. The issue likely did not lie with him. Rather, it was that Qingli County simply lacked the fortuitous opportunities capable of bestowing spiritual roots. What Chen Jing'an truly needed was a vast expanse where he could freely cultivate his potential. Uncle Chen Lu had nearly given up hope, only for Chen Jing'an to emerge. Though he held no particular fondness for this nephew, he and his wife had taken in children as a mere pretext for their return. The child must be brought back. Even if not the one he preferred, Chen Jing'an was still a seed of Chen Jing'an, and having him close would serve as a reminder of their kin. He would fulfill his duty of upbringing. Song Rooting had no objections. In fact, she found herself increasingly fond of this young lad. Just moments ago, she had not realized how endearing this little fellow named Chen Jing'an was. Chen Jing'an observed Aunt Lu's reaction, feeling a sense of relief within. In the Chen family, Chen Jing'an had always embodied luck and destiny. Yet, one must not forget that he was born with two fateful destinies. His other fate was destiny too. The charming scoundrel naturally attracts the affection of women. Chen Jing'an had initially believed that his son's inherent talent would only manifest upon reaching adulthood. However, seeing how Aunt Lu, a foundation-building practitioner, seemed already unable to resist, he could only ponder what kind of troublesome romantic entanglements awaited him if he were to enter the immortal sect. While he was not concerned about Uncle Lu treating Chen Jing'an poorly, he found it difficult to trust that someone he had only recently met, Aunt Lu, would regard a 6-year-old child as her own. Nevertheless, if the charming scoundrel phenomenon could indeed affect Aunt Lu, his worries were somewhat alleviated. Thus, the matter of adoption was settled. As for the difference in generations, that was of no concern. They would each maintain their own distinctions in the future. Uncle Lu granted Chen Jing'an 3 days to bid farewell to his family. That very night, Chen Jing'an called Chen Jing'an aside and presented him with a storage bag he had prepared. Several days prior, Uncle Lu had given him a storage bag in repayment of a favor, containing no less than 50 spirit stones. Compared to what he had originally provided, this was more than a 6-fold increase, instantly enriching Chen Jing'an. As Chen Jing'an was about to depart, he extracted 30 spirit stones, along with a semi-finished small knife, 200 pounds of spirit rice, and the clothing his mother had prepared, to send with him. Since Chen Jing'an could not utilize the storage bag himself, Chen Jing'an instructed him to seek Uncle Lu when needed. This was a father's token of affection, regardless of whether father and son would ever meet again. He hoped that the distant Chen Jing'an could achieve his desires and aspirations. Having just shared tears with his mother during the day, Chen Jing'an thought he might shed fewer tears with his father. Yet, at the tender age of 6, about to embark on a journey to an unfamiliar place, even the strongest-hearted child would feel vulnerable at this moment. "Jing'an, if you ever feel wronged, do tell Uncle Lu. I will strive to become formidable and hope to see you again in the future." "I understand, father." Chen Jing'an had just bid farewell to his father. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated the surroundings, and shortly thereafter, a figure materialized. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Jing'an wiped away her tears and exclaimed, "Godmother." Song Rooting, who had been eavesdropping, initially felt displeased at being sidelined by Chen Jing'an's insinuations that Chen Jing'an should seek out Uncle Chen Lu if she encountered any troubles. However, the heartfelt call of Godmother from Chen Jing'an filled Song Rooting with joy. She decided to dismiss her previous grievances. Lowering her gaze to the Qianquan bag in Chen Jing'an's hand, she smiled and inquired, "Jing'an, may I take a look at the contents within?" Chen Jing'an nodded. "Please do." Godmother. Song Rooting accepted the bag, cast a brief glance, and her expression turned peculiar before she returned it to him. "Did you finish looking, Godmother?" "Yes. Your father treats you well. If the opportunity arises in the future, be sure to honor him," she replied. The spirit stones given by Uncle Chen Lu were all borrowed from her, and both Uncle Chen Er and Chen Jing'an received 50 stones each. Song Rooting understood the significance of 50 spirit stones to a cultivator of qi. It was a sum substantial enough to cause a rift between father and son. Chen Jing'an, knowing full well that Chen Jing'an would not return, was aware that giving any amount was akin to throwing meat buns to a dog. However, he still provided 30 spirit stones for her, indicating that he was not a man who would sell his son. Yet, this alone was insufficient to move Song Rooting. a father from a celestial clan preparing spirit stones for his son, who was about to venture into the celestial realm, was merely a gesture to maintain a semblance of familial affection. The crux of the matter was that Chen Jing'an possessed no spiritual roots and could not even open the Qianxiaaudiobooks bag herself. To put it bluntly, whether Chen Jing'an could make use of the spirit stones was not up to him, but rather dependent on others. Yet Chen Jing'an still acted in this manner. Perhaps these spirit stones were never intended for his son. A wave of melancholy washed over Song Rooting. If only her own parents could have shown her even half of Chen Jing'an's concern. No, even a mere tenth. All she longed for was to feel a modicum of familial affection or genuine care, rather than being sold off to the celestial realm for a handful of spirit stones. Why must she seek solace in her partner for the emotional void left by her family? Revisiting old grievances often leads to unnecessary distress. Ultimately, the extent of kindness one receives in this life is determined solely by oneself. Chapter 61. Foundation Establishment Gifts, the Benevolent One as the Divine Turtle. The following day marked Chen Jing'an's departure. Chen Jing'an came to bid her farewell. However, Aunt Lu, who had seldom spoken with him, unexpectedly called out to him. They stepped into the shadows together. Chen Jing'an's heart raced with apprehension, unsure of why this foundation establishment powerhouse sought him out. Surely, she wouldn't be interrogating him about Uncle Lu's romantic escapades? To his astonishment, Song Rooting directly handed him a Qianxiaaudiobooks bag. Chen Jing'an glanced at it, confirming that it was not the one he had given to Chen Jing'an, and shook his head. Aunt Lu, please do not underestimate me. His words elicited a broader smile from Song Rooting, whose smile was indeed captivating. Yet, her demeanor was undeniably assertive, leaving no room for refusal. You are Dong Ji's closest nephew and Qingyun's father. As her Aunt Lu, I must show my appreciation. Rest assured, as Qingyun accompanies my husband and me to the celestial realm, I will treat her as my own child and ensure she is not wronged. Unable to refuse, Chen Jing'an accepted the Qianxiaaudiobooks bag, though he remained perplexed as to why Aunt Lu would bestow him a gift. If he did not clarify, there was a risk of causing trouble for Qingyun, and he would feel remiss. Song Rooting spoke earnestly. Qingyun is fortunate to have a father like you, and I wish to preserve this fortune for her. I hope you can break through to foundation establishment within your lifetime. Within this Qianxiaaudiobooks bag, I have prepared 2 items that you will find useful. Having heard her words, Chen Jing'an could no longer feign reluctance and clasped his hands in gratitude. If ever I have the opportunity in this life, I shall repay Aunt Lu for her generous gifts. Song Rooting smiled. Then I shall await your repayment. This exchange lightened the atmosphere, and a glimmer of joy passed between them, a rare moment of levity amidst their impending separation. After Chen Jing'an departed, Chen Jing'an, for the first time, set aside his cultivation to spend a solid half-month accompanying Yushan. He also took her back to the Yu family once. For the sake of Yushan's siblings, he provided assistance within his means. With such a formidable relative as him, the voice of the Yu clan to which Yushan belonged would surely gain weight within the broader Yu celestial family. The family's acknowledgement of Yushan's merits would, in turn, bring her some comfort. This was Chen Jing'an's personal way of compensating Yushan for Chen Jing'an's departure. Upon returning home, Chen Jing'an opened the Qianxiaaudiobooks bag given to him by Aunt Lu. Inside were but 2 items. One appeared to be a spirit talisman, identifiable by its design as a type of sword energy. Moreover, it was likely not an ordinary talisman. It seemed to be a special talisman endowed with considerable lethality. When he infused a trace of spiritual energy into it, the response was remarkably potent. Could this be a second-tier special talisman? His eyes widened in astonishment. Aunt Lu's generosity was astounding. A second-tier special talisman, and an offensive one at that. For someone at the 9th level of Qi, lacking a formidable protective treasure. A single strike from such a talisman could very well prove fatal. Such a life-saving item was precisely what he needed. He now owed a significant debt of gratitude. This single talisman, if one could not find a formidable talisman master, would be impossible to replicate no matter how many spirit stones were offered. The second item was encased within a jade vial, resembling the container that once held the Xianxian heavy water, yet it was not of the same nature. Inside was a flame, vaguely resembling something akin to a fiery tortoise. Chen Jing'an had heard tales of the existence of spirit fires born of heaven and earth. This vial likely contained a form of beast fire. Yet, he pondered, why would Aunt Lu gift him a tortoise-shaped beast fire? Surely, it was not an insult. Wait a moment. Chen Jing'an recalled that on the day Uncle Lu returned, he had used the insect-level transformation and coincidentally utilized the fire tortoise's spiritual blood. Could this be the reason? However, Aunt Lu might have miscalculated this time. That fire tortoise's spiritual blood was merely a consumable. Somewhat akin to a talisman, it would burn out after use. He had brought back numerous spiritual materials from the market, specifically to explore the utility of the insect-level transformation. In truth, Chen Jing'an had indeed made some gains, though they did not significantly enhance his own abilities. The new discovery he had made could tentatively be termed imitation. A drop of fire tortoise spiritual blood could manifest a protective barrier made from the tortoise shell, but its strength paled in comparison to his own fiery armor. A drop of fire carp spiritual blood could grant him greater adaptability in water, yet it similarly possessed a specialized water-evading technique. In short, this new discovery was somewhat impractical and did not provide a substantial upgrade to his capabilities. Chen Jing'an's expectations were not set particularly high. His definition of utility lies in the existence of an irreplaceability or optimality built upon the original foundation. However, imitation evidently fails to meet this criterion, instead leading to a significant investment of spiritual essence. With a mindset of experimentation, Chen Jing'an opened the fire bottle. In the next instant, the flames surged towards him. Uncertain if it was due to the influence of the fire spirit, he discovered that he felt no pain at the moment the flames enveloped him. Once the fire fully integrated into his being, a sudden sensation of fullness washed over him. This sensation rapidly spread, permeating his flesh and bones, as if signaling a transformation was imminent. Crack, crack. Chen Jing'an felt as though the scene before him spun wildly, his bones rearranging as if reshaped anew, and his flesh felt as though it had liquefied, coalescing into his back. At this rate, he feared he might become Kujini. Once he regained his composure, Chen Jing'an expanded his spiritual awareness, probing his own form. Where once stood a human, now loomed a towering, upright, crimson tortoise. Not only was its shell a vibrant red, but his hands had fused into a single-scaled paw, rendering them inseparable. Have I truly transformed into a tortoise? Faced with this metamorphosis, he found an unexpected tranquility. He then placed his two tortoise paws together. Fire armor. As his spiritual energy surged, a massive layer of fiery armor quickly adhered to his body, perfectly fitting the contours of his tortoise form, leaving no part of him untouched, even his head. In this state, Chen Jing'an suddenly felt an extraordinary fluidity in his ability to cast fire-based spells, as if he was born of fire itself. To validate this notion, he pressed his palms together once more. Fire cloud sword. In an instant, two streams of crimson light descended upon his arms, forming two 7-foot-long fire cloud swords, each exceeding his previous mastery in length. Moreover, these swords seamlessly transitioned from ethereal to corporeal without imposing significant strain on his spiritual energy. This experience was markedly different from the temporary abilities he had gained when defeating the blood demon. Is being a tortoise truly this powerful? Chen Jing'an pondered, realizing he might have ascended to the status of a divine tortoise. With another thought, he exited the form of the crimson tortoise, returning to his human shape, appearing no different than before. Yet, deep within, he understood that a tortoise now resided in his heart. Chapter 62. The Zhao clan of the plains and matters of territory. Chen Jing'an had attempted several times to invoke the fire tortoise transformation, each time without diminishing effect. It seemed this transformation had completely fused with his insect-level metamorphosis, enhancing his overall spellcasting capabilities beyond the fleeting nature of spiritual blood. It could serve as a trump card in battles. This clearly indicated that the tortoise-shaped spiritual fire left by his sixth ant was no ordinary matter. When Chen Jing'an departed, he did not take the xian eagle with him, perhaps by a stroke of fortune shortly after his departure. The xian eagle unexpectedly advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Its size had more than doubled, and now with its wings spread, it could easily accommodate an adult cultivator upon its back as a mode of transport. Just in time, the triannual 100-house conference was approaching. By then, he could ride this xian eagle to attend. Currently, Yunwu County appeared tranquil on the surface. Yet the collusion between the Zheng clan and the demonic sect had become an established fact. With the impending demise of the Zheng ancestor, lurking monsters and demons could not refrain from scouting the area in advance. Chen Jing'an and the Chen clan had no capacity to interfere in such conflicts, nor was there any necessity to take risks. They simply sought to defend their modest territory in Qinghe County and land safely. The old man now possessed Xianxian heavy water, making it inadvisable for him to leave the confines of the clan's homeland, as he could focus on striving for the foundation establishment stage. Chen Erbwa was in charge of clan affairs, negotiating with the other three clans to form a united front against outsiders. In this tumultuous season, they would not accept any external forces entering Qinghe County, regardless of their intentions. The collective will of the four major clans had manifested into a series of protective barriers surrounding Qinghe County, ensuring that any disturbances were promptly reported. As for Chen Jing'an, bearing the military identity of the Demon Suppression Division, he could traverse between Yunwu County and Qinghe County, keeping an ear to the ground for news and discerning the shifting tides of circumstance, providing a basis for clan decisions. Until one day, a cultivator from outside Qinghe County presented a visiting card. Upon inspection, it bore the seal of the Zhao clan from Pingyuan County. Pingyuan County lies to the east of Yunwu County, a vast plain formed by several great rivers of Yunwu in their lower reaches. The visitor was a corpulent elder of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, named Zhao Duanqing, who was the Zhao clan steward. His visiting card was addressed to the Chen clan of Qinghe and bore the unique seal of a celestial clan, confirming his identity without doubt. Chen was stepped forward to greet him, while the reclusive elder called for Chen Jing'an, summoning the grandfather and grandson to attend together, a display of unity. Regardless of the visitor's intentions, they could not appear weak in demeanor. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Duanqing greeted them with considerable courtesy. Before offering his congratulations on the presence of a foundation establishment cultivator within their clan, he stated that peace could now be enjoyed throughout the county and beyond. His remarks clarified the purpose of his visit, aimed at Chen Lu-shu, yet remained somewhat ambiguous. After several rounds of cautious inquiry between the elder and Zhao Duanqing, the latter finally revealed, "I have come to discuss a matter of great importance, not to ascertain if this venue is appropriate." The elder, unable to discern the depths of Zhao Duanqing's intentions, regarded the Zhao clan with heightened scrutiny and replied, "I possess a secret chamber equipped with soundproof formations. Please follow me." Leading the way, the elder cast a glance back at Chen Jing'an, who promptly followed. Meanwhile, Chen Erbo remained behind, displaying a hint of wistfulness. Originally, he should have accompanied the elder to the meeting, yet now it was his nephew who took his place. Though he felt no jealousy, after all, Chen Jing'an had invested 50 spirit stones to achieve his breakthrough. He could not help but feel a slight sense of loss. Such shifts in status, as Chen Jing'an's strength grew, were ultimately unavoidable. In the secret chamber, Zhao Duanqing wasted no time with pleasantries. He turned to the two and pulled out a decree from his cosmic bag. Zhao Jincheng of the Zhao clan has attained the foundation establishment stage, granting the Zhao clan elevation to a foundation establishment celestial clan. The elder recognized the decree, recalling how they had also been granted celestial clan status through a similar document. It was said that the imperial jade seal bore the magical imprint of a golden core true monarch, rendering it impossible to forge. However, the decree Zhao Duanqing presented was evidently different. Not only did it mention the elevation to a foundation establishment celestial clan, but the decree's most crucial content regarding territorial grants was conspicuously blank. A decree without territory was utterly devoid of value. Is this genuinely issued by the Deqian Imperial Court? Zhao Duanqing seemed to perceive their skepticism and smiled as he began to explain. In the Imperial Edict, Zhao Jincheng, my clan's former patriarch and also my elder brother, fortuitously devised a means to acquire a foundational spiritual object known as the Haodu Sui, successfully achieving the status of a foundational cultivator. He took the initiative to report this to the Imperial Court, consequently receiving such a promotion edict. However, at present, all 36 prefectures of the Great Qian are governed, leaving no available fiefdoms for our clan's elevation, thus delaying our advancement. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an and Chen Xishan exchanged glances, each perceiving an element of surprise in the other's eyes. It is indeed understandable that every prefecture has its ruler, given that the number of foundational cultivators in this world certainly surpasses that of foundational celestial clans. Even with 72 prefectures, there would not be enough to go around. Over a century ago, the previous celestial clan of Yunwu Prefecture faced annihilation, leading to a fierce competition among various factions, ultimately resulting in the Zheng clan emerging victorious and seizing the ancestral fief of Yunwu. This is hardly a secret. Yet, the clandestine bestowal of titles by the Great Qian imperial family invokes a disquieting sense of foreboding. The reality of more monks than rice prevails. On the surface, the Great Qian imperial family adheres to the tradition of co-governing the realm with local celestial clans. However, behind the scenes, they have already identified replacements for these local clans, potentially more than one. It is difficult to fathom how many factions might be poised to exploit any discord sown by the imperial family, ready to take advantage of the situation. To say nothing of the multitude of eyes fixed on Yunwu Prefecture, should the Zheng clan fall. Ushering in a new foreign celestial clan may not necessarily be a boon. Zhao Duanqing observed the transformation in the grandfather-grandson duo. His objective had been achieved, and he continued. Now, if our Zhao clan were to scheme for a prefecture, should it succeed, with the friendship established today, if the nobility is willing to lend support, they could also reap benefits in the future, wouldn't you agree? Chen Xishan furrowed his brow slightly. Is your target Yunwu Prefecture? It is too vast. And Zheng Xuanzong is not an easy adversary. Our clan lacks the strength to supplant him alone. Zhao Duanqing shook his head, dismissing his assertion. Of course, it's not Pingyuan Prefecture either. The foundational cultivator of the main clan, there has at least 60 years left to live. If he fights desperately, my clan brother would not fare well. His consecutive denials nearly bewildered Chen Jing'an. You, a prominent clan from Pingyuan Prefecture, seek out a minor clan from Yunwu Prefecture. And yet your ultimate aim is neither Yunwu nor Pingyuan. Are you perhaps plotting to conspire against Chongping Prefecture, which borders both? This seemed absurd, as if they had traveled a great distance only to engage in nonsensical discourse. However, the elder's eyes flickered with realization, as if he had stumbled upon a certain possibility, and inquired, "Are you planning to carve out a new prefecture between Yunwu and Pingyuan?" Upon this statement, Zhao Duanqing's smile became genuine. Indeed, Brother Qishan is quite astute. Chapter 63. The Decree of Favor, Concealing Malice. After the elder's insightful prompt, Chen Jing'an finally grasped the Zhao clan's intentions. If no fiefdoms are readily available, they would create one anew. By appropriating portions from both Yunwu and Pingyuan prefectures, this new territory would serve as their fief. This approach is not without merit. Although it would inevitably offend the foundational celestial clans of both prefectures, it would not incite their ire to the point of destruction, particularly with the Meng clan of Pingyuan. Should that foundational powerhouse face utter annihilation, it would undoubtedly fight to the last to drag the Zhao clan down with him. However, if they merely annex a portion of territory, it would similarly foster enmity between the two sides. Yet, whether that Meng foundational cultivator would still be willing to perish in mutual destruction remains uncertain. The same logic applies. The fall of the Zheng clan would invite a division of their territory among various celestial clans. While it is true that the Zhao clan cannot consume the entire pie, they could certainly manage to seize a portion. Analyzing the situation, the Zhao clan's scheme appears feasible. However, the pressing question remains, would the great Qian imperial family permit them to disrupt the integrity of the fiefdoms? Each fief, if one were to speak bluntly, essentially cultivates an adversary positioned against the imperial family. The transformation of 36 prefectures into 37 signifies an increase in adversaries for the royal family. At this juncture, Zhao Duanqing articulated their plot, prompting the grandfather-grandson duo to voice their concerns. Addressing the prospect of establishing a new prefecture, Zhao Duanqing elucidated, "This matter was gleaned from several imperial relatives when my clan brother visited the capital seeking a title. It is said to be the intention of the royal ancestor to direct the emperor to issue a decree of favor, permitting an increase in the fiefdoms across the 36 prefectures. Our clan speculates that the downfall of the Zheng clan in Yunwu Prefecture may be the beginning of this process." Upon hearing the term decree of favor, Chen Jing'an began to ponder deeply. Is this not a variant of the Han Wudi's decree of favor? The version of Han Wudi's decree allowed princes to further subdivide their fiefdoms among their descendants, thereby diminishing the power of the feudal lords. However, the Great Qian's decree of favor appears to be contrarily oriented. The result of increasing subdivisions within a prefecture will objectively only amplify the number of foundational celestial clans. The ultimate outcome will be counterproductive, as the number of foundational celestial clans opposing the imperial family will rise. Of course, if one disregards this internal relationship, from the overall perspective of the Great Qian, it may indeed increase the number of foundational cultivators within its borders. But what is the purpose of all this? Is there an impending upheaval within the dynasty itself? Chen Jing'an racked his brain. However, given his lowly position, he lacked the qualification to know many matters. To attribute all these changes to external factors concerning the dynasty was already the limit of his reasoning. Soon after, he came to the realization that his own clan could hardly be considered a leading figure among the qi-refining celestial clans. Why would they concern themselves with the affairs of the nation? Even with a change in the royal family, how could it possibly affect them? Worrying over trifles. Qin Shishan turned to Zhao Duanqing and queried, "Our clan's strength is meager. We may not be able to offer much assistance." Zhao Duanqing immediately replied, "Brother Qishan, rest assured. I am aware that your clan is reluctant to intervene directly, so we can reach a temporary agreement. Should our clan succeed in establishing a new prefecture, I would ask that you bring the people of Qinghe County to pledge allegiance. In return, our clan would be willing to grant one county from Pingyuan to your nobility." Upon hearing this, Qin Shishan nodded, "I shall accept Brother Zhao's proposal." Chen Jing'an, overhearing his grandfather's words, displayed no outward reaction. In fact, he felt that both the elder and Zhao Duanqing were being rather hypocritical. One was bold enough to issue empty promises, while the other was willing to make insubstantial commitments. Though they appeared to have reached an agreement, such verbal exchanges could be easily retracted, unless the Zhao clan was willing to offer tangible benefits up front. This arrangement would remain merely a matter of speculation. Qin Shishan then inquired, "Might I ask if there are any other allies in Yunwu Prefecture besides our clan?" Upon hearing the word allies, Zhao Duanqing's expression twitched. He knew that this was merely a gentleman's agreement and could not be counted upon. Yet, Qin Shishan had the audacity to bring it up. Initially intending to brush it off, Zhao Duanqing reconsidered, realizing that this inquiry could very well be prophetic. And thus he chose to respond directly. "There are also the counties of Yanghe, Lingyi, and Yahe. I have already paid visits to them. Chen Jing'an, upon hearing this, recalled his colleague from the Demon Suppression Office, Qian of the Qian clan from Yanghe County. The 100-house conference was just around the corner. Upon their next encounter, a private discourse with him may be arranged. After all, they are but empty promises. Thus, they may very well unite amongst themselves. Subsequently, Zhao Duanqing took his leave. Once he departed, the smile on the elder's face faded. Were it not for the formidable backing of your sixth uncle, we would indeed be troubled at this moment. Chen Jing'an comprehended the gravity of this statement. The Zhao clan of the celestial lineage hails from a neighboring prefecture, and his visit could hardly escape the notice of the local Zheng clan, who are the undisputed lords of this territory. Imagine, during a time of existential crisis, finding one's own qi-refining clan exchanging glances with a powerful family from the adjacent prefecture. Such treachery is unforgivable. However, with the presence of Uncle Chen, as long as they do not recklessly intervene and provoke the sensitive nerves of the Zheng clan, it is unlikely that the Zheng would turn against them. Yet, the situation is markedly different for other celestial clans. For instance, the 3 counties of Yanghe, Lingyi, and Yahe, previously mentioned by Zhao Duanqing, have been dragged into this turmoil. Even if the Zheng clan refrains from immediate action, once they weather this turbulent period, it will be the 3 clans facing retribution. Chen Jing'an silently sympathized with them. Moreover, he had reason to suspect that the celestial clans of these 3 counties might merely be pawns in a larger game, while the true allies of the Zhao clan could be lurking in the shadows. He disclosed his connection with Qian, suggesting that should Qian venture to Yunwu County City, they could discreetly confer and align their testimonies. Zhao Duanqing's courteous demeanor concealed a heart full of malice. Should their accounts differ, it would be prudent to prepare for the worst. Initially, Chen Jing'an intended to leave it at that. If Qian did not travel to the county city, then the matter would be laid to rest. However, the elder clearly harbored other intentions. Given that the Qian clan possesses a legacy of artifact crafting, it would be wise to cultivate a friendship with them, perhaps even pay a visit. Since our clan is already burdened with debts, establishing a rapport with a clan proficient in crafting artifacts would yield benefits, both now and in the future. What do you think? The elder paused deliberately, as if hinting at something deeper. Chen Jing'an's focus shifted to the present and future, and he suddenly grasped the implication. If the Qian clan perseveres, his forthcoming visit would merely be a cordial acquaintance. However, if they falter, then when calamity befalls the Qian clan, their legacy of crafting artifacts might seek a new steward. Thus, this visit serves as a preliminary reconnaissance. In one moment, they are allies, and in the next, they are vultures ready to tear each other apart. This is the true nature of the immortal cultivation world. Chapter 64. Array Slaying Illusions, Encountering a Horde of Demons. A month later, the Demon Subjugation Office issued a notice for a gathering of 100 households. At that time, Chen Jing'an was instructing his eldest daughter, Chen Qingyan, in the art of swordplay. Since Aunt Lu had unveiled Chen Qingyan's third fire spiritual constitution, it effectively disclosed her possession of a spiritual root. Hu Xing'er's attitude had also shifted. She no longer insisted that Chen Qingyan behave like a refined young lady. On the contrary, she even proposed taking the initiative to train her in martial arts. However, Chen Jing'an firmly intervened, as Hu Xing'er was once again with child, rendering her the family's precious darling. To prevent his eldest daughter from igniting her mother's ire, Chen Jing'an took on the responsibility of her upbringing. In his eyes, there was no distinction between raising sons in poverty and daughters in luxury. Neither spoiled boys nor girls would find favor under his roof. A year hence, once Chen Qingyan's meridians fully developed, she would inherit the family's qi guiding techniques and enter the first layer of qi refinement, allowing her brother Chen Qingwang to accompany her in the ancestral craft of leaf worm harvesting. This was a skill to be passed down through generations. Every child of the Chen family with a spiritual root would be included. At this moment, Chen Jing'an held the official seal, which quickly drew the attention of his eldest daughter. She approached, curiosity etched on her face. "Father, what has happened?" "Nothing much," Chen Jing'an replied, playfully pinching her resilient cheek. "I must venture out once more. You stay at home and do not trouble your mother." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyan pouted, hands on her hips, indignant. "Father, why do you accuse me so?" The unknowing might be deceived by her aggrieved expression, but Chen Jing'an, having been her father for 5 years, could discern her intentions with a mere glance. "Do not play coy. If you behave well at home, I shall bring you something delightful upon my return. If you cause your mother distress again, I shall have to hire several embroidery maids to teach you embroidery, and you shall stitch 10 pieces each day." His threat proved effective, as Chen Qingyan gasped in disbelief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing pitiful. Her demeanor was such that one might mistake her for asking if he was indeed her father. Chen Jing'an jested with her for a while longer before calling over Chen Qingwang. instructing him to look after his younger sister in the coming days. Together, the siblings could begin to hone their ancestral skill of leafworm harvesting. Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an prepared the items he would take with him. He was bound for Yunwu County City, but the journey would take him through Lingyi County. It was here that the group of dark sorcerers led by Chen Qiong had committed heinous acts, annihilating the Zhang clan of the Qi-refining stage. Coincidentally, Lingyi County was also one of the counties embroiled in the Zhao clan's machinations. It was a case of misfortune piling upon misfortune, should the opportunity arise. He wished to investigate the circumstances in Lingyi County. Nevertheless, to be prudent, Chen Jing'an recalled his previous encounter with Zheng Rinkai, a man affiliated with the dark sorcerers. Lingyi County seemed to be afflicted by calamity. Should he inadvertently encounter trouble, he would need to prepare a contingency plan, including a spare set of clothing and ensuring his steed, the Crimson Celestial Eagle, was suitably adorned. After a thorough preparation, the Crimson Celestial Eagle was coated in black, its form evoking an impression of madness. Chen Jing'an himself donned dark attire, having used a disguise potion that rendered his visage fiercely intimidating. Once he was satisfied that no flaws were evident, he set forth. Half a day later, as Chen Jing'an rode the Crimson Celestial Eagle into Lingyi County, he had barely steadied himself when a deluge of arrows rained down upon him. At that same moment, the seed of his inner demons activated, dark gazes drawing into his pupils. This was one of the profound techniques of the illusory demon arts, the ability to dispel illusions. In short, it could shatter both his own illusions and those of others. With the dispelling of the illusions, an invisible force rapidly dispersed. In the next instant, the hail of arrows vanished, replaced by a figure clad in the garb of a demon cultist, their cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Both parties reacted simultaneously. The illusory demon arts. Chen Jing'an did not anticipate that shortly after his arrival, he would be targeted by an actual member of the illusory demon cult, and one whose strength was inferior to his own. Truly, one could not discern the hierarchy. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered across his disguised face, prompting the Crimson Celestial Eagle beneath him to sense his emotions, its wings flaring as it dove forward. The cultist, sensing Chen Jing'an's prowess, turned pale. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. However, Chen Jing'an would not grant him the opportunity to explain. It was irrelevant whether the man was a demon cultivator or not. Based on his earlier treachery alone, killing him would not be unjust. As the man saw Chen Jing'an approaching with lethal intent, he hurriedly summoned a spiritual talisman. Yet, before he could even channel his spiritual energy to activate it, the heart demon seed within Chen Jing'an's pupils began to manifest. In an instant, an endless array of illusions surged forth like an immense net, overwhelming the demon cultivator. Attempting to counteract this with the illusory demon art, the man soon found himself at a disadvantage. Blood began to seep from his eyes, and his internal spiritual energy began to collapse, threatening to plunge him into the depths below. You are merely at the 7th level of Qi training. How could you possibly? Chen Jing'an observed his wretched state, reminiscent of the backlash described in the illusory demon art. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that this so-called demon cultivator, despite his affiliation with the prestigious illusory demon sect, had not mastered his art to a greater extent than an amateur like himself. Engaging him directly resulted in his own demise. Without allowing the man a chance to struggle, Chen Jing'an transformed the earth shield into a bolt of black light that sliced through the air, decapitating the demon cultivator on the spot. He then reached out, retrieving the man's spatial pouch. Having just taken a life, Chen Jing'an's spiritual sense instinctively expanded outward, immediately detecting over 10 unmasked demonic presences converging from all directions, including one at the 8th level of Qi training. It was clear that escaping now would be futile. Unless he resorted to the 2nd-tier sword talisman bestowed upon him by 6th Ant, there was no pressing need for that. After all, he too had practiced demonic arts. Moreover, judging by the previous man's fate, he was even more deserving of the title demon cultivator than the late individual himself. Truly, the feng shui of Lingyi County was dire. Chen Jing'an silently lamented until the demon cultivators arrived before him. Among them were 3 at the 8th level of Qi training. The demonic energies emanating from 2 of them were of the same origin as his own, indicating they too practiced the illusory demon art. The remaining demon cultivators displayed varying degrees of strength and mastery over different demonic techniques. While they subtly encircled him, it appeared they had no immediate intention of striking. One of the 8th level illusory demon cultivators, sensing his aura, expressed surprise and inquired, "Have you fully cultivated your first heart demon seed?" Chen Jing'an, somewhat bewildered, responded in kind with the haughty demeanor of a demon cultivator, "Are you not?" As soon as he uttered these words, he felt an increasing number of gazes fixated upon him, not with hostility, but with admiration. Upon deciphering the meaning behind their stares, he found himself incredulous. "Are you all venerating me?" Ultimately, It was the earlier 8th level cultivator who spoke up, even offering him a respectful fist salute. Brother, you are indeed a formidable warrior. Indeed. Merely at the 7th level of Qi training, and yet you have completely mastered your first heart demon seed. Your future is boundless. For reasons unknown, the group of illusory demon cultivators began to lavish him with praise. However, Chen Jing'an noticed that while they spoke flattering words, they subtly distanced themselves from him, as if afraid of something. This scene felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of when he encountered suddenly deranged patients during his past life as a male nurse. Such individuals prompted not only normal people, but even medical staff to flee, for those suffering from mental illness acted recklessly. And one could hardly expect compensation for any harm suffered at their hands. So, had he been mistaken for a lunatic by this assembly of demon cultivators? At this juncture, Chen Jing'an finally grasped the situation. The cultivation of the illusory demon art relied on mental fortitude as sustenance. Theoretically, the deeper one delved into its levels, the lower the demon cultivator's mental acuity would become. Considering the reaction of the 8th level cultivator, it seemed he had inadvertently cultivated the illusory demon art to a level beyond what should be possible at the 7th level of Qi training. What a delightful misunderstanding. With a smile illuminating his face, he decided to test his hypothesis by deliberately edging closer to the 8th level cultivator. Sure enough, the 8th level illusory demon cultivator visibly recoiled, feigning calmness, yet his tone grew noticeably more urgent. Brother, feel free to speak your mind. Very well, Chen Jing'an acknowledged, understanding the importance of moderation. Pushing this cultivator into confrontation would yield no benefit for him. He directly inquired, what is your purpose here in Lingyi County? Are you unaware? Or have you not joined the sect? The 8th level cultivator replied with a perplexed expression, yet patiently explained. Did not the elder instruct us to assist the Zheng clan's celestial lineage? Once the task is complete, we can acquire spiritual stones from them. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an pondered. He was not concerned about revealing himself. After all, the rigid requirement for becoming a demon cultivator was mastering demonic arts, not merely joining a sect. It became evident that he had indeed practiced demonic arts, and to a degree that bordered on madness. This was not entirely detrimental. At least no one would suspect him of intentionally infiltrating the ranks of demon cultivators. They would only perceive him as someone who had yet to find their organization. May I join you? Chen Jing'an queried, gesturing casually toward the corpse of the illusory demon cultivator he had just slain. Even this waste had the qualifications. Surely, I am more than worthy. Though he merely intended to ask earnestly, his words conveyed a sense of threat to the assembled demon cultivators. The initial refusal they had prepared suddenly lacked justification. After all, in a certain sense, Chen Jing'an's mastery of the illusory demon art had surpassed that of every illusory demon cultivator present, including the 2 at the 8th level. Only a few at the 9th level might rival him. Was this not precisely what the Zheng clan's celestial lineage desired? Contemplating this, a smile crept across the man's face. If you are willing to join us, that would be splendid. Subsequently, their group descended into the county town below. Listen well, he instructed. The leaders have infiltrated the celestial lineage's inner sanctum, and they will deal with the troublesome elders. Our sole responsibility is to conceal our presence and ensure the townsfolk remain oblivious. Let me be clear, we are all here to earn spiritual stones. As long as we complete our tasks smoothly, we can leave with our rewards. Anyone who jeopardizes our interests will face our collective wrath. After outlining their objectives, they swiftly entered the town. Disguised as ordinary citizens, the demon cultivators dispersed throughout the streets and alleys of Lingyi County. No one wished to associate with Chen Jing'an, the unstable madman, leaving him isolated. This ultimately provided him ample time to contemplate the matter at hand. Clearly, through a series of fortunate missteps, he had unwittingly infiltrated a group of demon cultivators colluding with the Zheng clan's celestial lineage, becoming one of them. Though this diverged from his original intent, seeking information on the Zhao clan's celestial lineage, he had inadvertently engaged in the Zheng clan's dealings. Chen Jing'an recalled his previous encounter with Zheng Rinkai and the demon cultivators' joint actions. It seemed their target had indeed been Chang'e County. Now, it is the turn of Lingyi County. It is prudent to first ascertain their nefarious activities before devising a strategy for counteraction. Chen Jing'an intends to skillfully portray his role as a senile demon cultivator, for it is evident that Lingyi County has unmistakably transformed into a den teeming with demon practitioners. As merely a humble practitioner at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, it would be reckless to engage in some sort of espionage akin to a spy thriller, deliberately sabotaging plans and overestimating his own cleverness. Such actions would indeed imply a disregard for his own life. Ultimately, it is merely that those demon cultivators mistakenly believe him to be mentally deranged, while Chen Jing'an is fully aware of his own lucidity. Strolling aimlessly through the bustling streets of Lingyi County, he swiftly completed reconnaissance of the 3 major immortal clans. Unsurprisingly, the territories of these clans are already fortified with arrays, their external perimeters shrouded in enchantments. Apart from occasional fluctuations in the formations that might alert experienced cultivators, the impact on ordinary mortals is negligible. Logically, this situation does not necessitate the intervention of illusionary demon cultivators, unless, of course, the Xiang clan's targets are not the ordinary mortals residing in the county, but rather the mortals within the immortal clans. If that is the case, the scope of their undertaking is vastly more significant. In the presence of the mortals from the immortal clans, they would strike against their own cultivators, yet afterward demand that these individuals feign ignorance as if nothing had transpired. Achieving such an effect transcends mere deception. It is a thorough indoctrination. This thought sent a shiver down Chen Jing'an's spine, for he recalled that in Chang'an County, where Zheng Ren had previously ventured, the immortal clans there had likely already undergone a similar metamorphosis, with no signs of disturbance detected until today. Moreover, Chang'an County may not be the only place to have fallen victim to this insidious plot. What, indeed, do the Zheng family intend to accomplish? This is the first time he has so palpably felt the oppressive weight of the foundational immortal clans. The suffocating sensation, along with the predatory nature toward the lesser chi cultivators, is palpable. The Zheng clan and these demon practitioners move through their territories like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. Initially, Chen Jing'an had felt secure due to the presence of his sixth uncle, but now he cannot be entirely certain. If the Zheng clan continues unchecked, will they one day become so frenzied with bloodlust? Upon departing, he must devise some complications for them. They cannot be allowed to proceed unimpeded. At that moment, a signal was issued by the illusionary demon cultivators, with 3 designated locations corresponding to the territories of the 3 major immortal clans. He hastened toward one of these, the Jia clan. Upon his arrival, he observed the illusionary demon cultivators breaching the interior of the Jia clan through a fissure in the array. Without hesitation, he followed suit. At present, it seems that the only ones in Yunwu Prefecture untroubled by the Zhang clan's interference are the demon practitioners themselves. Bang! Chen Jing'an traversed the array and found himself within. Chapter 66. The Spoils of War and the Nature of the Tortoise. Separated by a mere layer of the array, the interior and exterior resembled 2 disparate worlds. As Chen Jing'an raised his gaze, he witnessed several demon cultivators simultaneously besieging an elderly cultivator. This individual, also at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, was wielding a bell-shaped magical artifact. Observing the interior of the immortal clan, he noted numerous corpses strewn about, alongside a group of dismembered cultivators who were being force-fed some form of elixir. At that moment, someone called out to Chen Jing'an, instructing, "You are responsible for those over there. First, erase their memories of today." Understood, he replied in a deep voice, swiftly approaching a group of 10 or so ordinary mortals, all of whom glared at him with palpable resentment. Chen Jing'an returned their gaze, and the seed of inner demons within his pupils activated rapidly, plunging the consciousness of the nearest individual into chaos, their expression becoming dazed and bewildered. This is also a remarkable aspect of the illusionary demon arts. Chaos, euphemistically termed. This state induces mental disarray. A brief duration can lead to memory loss, while prolonged exposure may render one an imbecile. The only lamentable aspect is that, at present, his illusionary demon techniques can only induce confusion in ordinary mortals. To affect cultivators, it would likely require the genuine application of foundational demon cultivation to achieve such an effect. Chen Jing'an is merely responsible for incapacitating individuals. The subsequent steps are already clear to him, having practiced the illusionary demon arts. This is yet another form of profundity, distortion. In simpler terms, it can create a brief memory lapse. However, the drawback lies in the necessity for the target to remain in close proximity to the illusionary demon cultivator for the effect to persist. Thus, Chen Jing'an perceives the Zheng clan's ambitions as grand. To entirely silence an immortal clan, they would need to embed several illusionary demon cultivators within the clan to maintain the distortion. From this perspective, it is likely that the previously afflicted Chang'an County still harbors active illusionary demon practitioners. If someone were to capture them on site, success would be all but assured. This could serve as an entry point. Without a doubt, it would undoubtedly burden the Zheng clan significantly. However, the specific individual tasked with this undertaking requires further deliberation, as there is a possibility of Zheng spies lurking in the shadows. He plans to wait until all settles before returning to Qinghai County to consult with the elder. After all, his family must remain untainted. Otherwise, the entire Qinghai County could face premature extermination. Once all the ordinary mortals of the Jia clan have been subdued, Chen Jing'an noted that the previously formidable 9th level Qi cultivator had also become one among the many disfigured, their fate uncertain. The assailants who had besieged him were all 9th-level demon practitioners. In comparison, even if it were Chen Jing'an facing such an onslaught, he would likely find himself on the brink of death. Subsequently, several demon cultivators convened, and before them stood another 9th-level cultivator. Devoid of any demonic aura, presumably a member of the Zheng clan, Chen Jing'an observed as he distributed a spatial pouch to each of the demon cultivators, before approaching the now disfigured immortal cultivator. From this, it becomes apparent that the Zheng clan's targets are indeed these immortal cultivators themselves. To acquire these maimed cultivators, they are even willing to expend substantial amounts of spirit stones to hire various demon practitioners. Are they intending to concoct some form of human elixir? Or perhaps to utilize them for their cultivation? Numerous speculations flashed through Chen Jing'an's mind. At this critical juncture, the only matter significant enough to warrant such upheaval is the breakthrough to foundational cultivation. In an instant, a flash of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. The devouring demon technique, could it be that the Zheng clan is secretly cultivating this method? The likelihood is considerable, yet Chen Jing'an finds himself perplexed. If they are indeed practicing the devouring demon technique to achieve foundational cultivation, how could they conceal this from the greater De Qian and the immortal sects? Not to mention, would these demon practitioners not connect the dots? Undoubtedly, if this matter were to come to light, the Zheng clan would find it impossible to redeem themselves. Even if they were to break through to foundational cultivation, many would be eager to hunt down a foundational devouring demon practitioner. For according to the records of the Demon Suppression Bureau, killing a foundational devouring demon cultivator would yield a genuine foundational elixir as a reward from the immortal sections. Generally, foundational demon practitioners instill fear in all, yet the foundational devouring demons are revered. If they have genuinely cultivated the devouring demon technique, it would indeed be fortuitous. Chen Jing'an couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude as he watched. Subsequently, this group of illusionary demons, who had come to lend a hand, lined up to receive their reward in spirit stones from the leader. In just a short while, he had earned 3 spirit stones. This pace truly ignited an impulse within him to forsake the righteous path. However, he had no intention of lingering any longer. Out of an abundance of caution, even the Crimson Immortal Eagle was instructed to act separately, ensuring no one would link him back to his previous infiltration within the demon faction. When all was settled, Chen Jing'an took flight on the Immortal Eagle, departing the scene. He followed the river for half a day before finally parting ways with the Crimson Immortal Eagle at this location. Chen Jing'an advised the eagle to find a safe place to conceal itself while he plunged into the water, transforming into a giant red tortoise, gliding effortlessly along the riverbed. To his surprise, once he shifted from human form to tortoise form, he felt an exhilarating sense of belonging as he swam along the riverbed. As if he had been born for this very environment, he committed the direction of Yunwu County City to memory. The entire Yunwu County sprawled along the banks of the Yunjiang and Wujing rivers, branching into various tributaries that formed counties named after the rivers. Thus, he could also reach the county city via the waterways. This revelation was yet another delightful surprise bestowed upon him by the 6th ant. However, it wasn't long before Chen Jing'an noticed other peculiar changes. It appeared that he had indeed developed certain instincts akin to those of a giant tortoise. As he observed the various fish of different sizes swimming past him, he found himself overwhelmed by an instinctive urge to take a bite. But the dilemma arose. These were live fish. Moreover, he was a human, not a tortoise. He chanted this to himself, attempting to suppress this strange impulse. Yet, hadn't he the sage Ming once said, food and desire are innate? As a human, it seemed only natural to indulge in a tempting morsel when the opportunity presented itself. Thus, Chen Jing'an seized a passing fish and swallowed it whole. Once he had taken the first bite, a second followed suit. He devoured fish as he swam, until he felt sufficiently sated, finally releasing a bubble of contentment. It was indeed a breach of decorum, yet the satisfaction was undeniable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he had truly adopted the habits of a tortoise, perhaps he could cultivate other demonic techniques using this tortoise form, allowing him to harness the tortoise's natural behaviors to replace the human aspects of his training. One could not help but muse. If this notion were to be realized, he would undoubtedly become a true paragon of demonic cultivation. Upon his return, he was determined to put this theory to the test. Chapter 67, Demon Suppression Officer. 100 House member emerges. A day later, Chen Jing'an emerged from the riverbank, 100 miles from the county city, shedding his disguise and entering the city with open confidence. At the Demon Suppression Division's residence, he navigated the hall with practiced ease. Clearly, he had arrived a tad late, as numerous colleagues had already gathered. Brother Chen, over here. Upon hearing his name called, Chen Jing'an turned to find the voice belonged to Xiwan, with Jiang Song beside him. Accompanying them was a short-haired woman, her demeanor sharp and her attire unassuming. Her cultivation level surpassed that of the two men, having already reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. As Chen Jing'an observed her, their eyes met. Jiang Song introduced, "Brother Chen, this is Xie Bingyan, a fellow cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refinement. She has accumulated enough merits to be promoted to a demon suppression officer." They exchanged nods, acknowledging one another. Xie Bingyan, not overly haughty, recognized that Chen Jing'an had not concealed his strength, standing at the same 7th layer of qi refinement as she. Moreover, she was a recognized progeny of the immortal clan. While she may not have been fond of idle chatter, it did not imply a lack of intellect. At that moment, Xiwan also took note of Chen Jing'an's cultivation fluctuations, his surprise evident. "Brother Chen, you've broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement?" Chen Jing'an nodded, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "I borrowed a sum of spirit stones from my family to purchase a dragon scale fruit and forcefully break through. Now, I carry quite a bit of debt." The implication was clear. He was financially strapped. Despite this, all three, including Xie Bingyan, regarded him with envy. Such was the privilege of being born into an immortal clan. Although he had borrowed the spirit stones, they were still envious, as they, as loose cultivators, found it difficult to even acquire such resources. Furthermore, Jiang Song and Xiwan recalled how Chen Jing'an had slain a notorious blood demon and seized a magical artifact from him. This alone could cover at least half the cost of a dragon scale fruit. Considering Chen Jing'an's own savings, it was likely that his situation was not as dire as he claimed. Perhaps he was merely short on funds. However, neither of them would be foolish enough to expose him. Chen Jing'an was part of their small circle, and his rising status would bring them some measure of benefit. Maintaining an appearance of harmony was all the more necessary. After learning about the dragon scale fruit, Xie Bingyan's attitude shifted slightly. She began to engage in conversation. Eager to build rapport, Chen Jing'an was also keen to forge a connection with her. After all, this individual had managed to accumulate the 200 merits required for promotion to Demon Suppression Officer, and even if part of that was through the sale of stolen goods, she had certainly dispatched more than a few demons herself. Such combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary 7th layer qi refinement cultivator. Even if she were to remain at the 9th layer of qi refinement without advancing to foundation establishment, she would still be a valuable ally. The four of them chatted for quite some time, but there was still no sign of Qianan. Chen Jing'an surmised that he might be too intimidated to show up. His suspicion proved correct. To be cautious, he feigned curiosity and inquired, "By the way, why hasn't Brother Qian appeared today?" It was Xiwan who answered, explaining, "Brother Qian is mourning the passing of an elder in his family and is currently occupied with the funeral arrangements, so he could not attend." This explanation seemed adequate, as attendance at the 100 House Conference was not strictly enforced unless an urgent matter arose. However, Chen Jing'an had already missed the Lingyi County meeting. He still needed to attend the Yanghe County Conference. Otherwise, he feared falling prey to information disparities orchestrated by the Zhao clan. Before long, the voice of General Zhao Yi resonated through the hall. "This 100 House Conference will be presided over by Lord Baihu himself, who will personally promote the newly appointed officers." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew solemn. It was well known that such regularly convened conferences rarely saw the presence of the Baihu himself. As the strongest force within the Yunwu 100 House, the Baihu was a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. The mere presence of such an individual commanded a natural reverence from the members of the Demon Suppression Division, akin to that of the weak towards the strong. Chen Jing'an was no exception. He hoped that this Baihu had indeed gleaned some crucial information, prompting his appearance at such a pivotal moment. Even if he could not intervene against the Zheng clan, he might at least provide some obstruction. Amidst the collective anticipation, a figure clad in a black and white robe, reminiscent of a Taoist priest, made his entrance. Though his features were unremarkable, he exuded a unique charm that seemed to overshadow any shortcomings. "I am the humble Taoist Luo Yin." As his words echoed, the cultivators below bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to Lord Baihu." Luo Yin refrained from excessive pleasantries and promptly announced the list of personnel promoted to the position of Demon Subduing Officer, with Xie Bingyan prominently featured. She donned the official robe of her new rank on the spot. Following this, the customary and enjoyable segment of the banquet commenced. However, with Luo Yin present and remaining silent, the attendees hesitated to begin. "All those above the rank of officer, please gather. I have matters to discuss. Those below may choose to stay or leave," he declared. Consequently, Chen Jing'an and his companions each received their share of spirit wine and delicacies, huddling together. Other soldiers also mingled with acquaintances, engaging in casual conversation. The topic of discussion among all was remarkably uniform: what instructions Luo Yin had imparted to the gathering of demon subduing officers. Chen Jing'an and his friends were no exception. Being part of the demon subduing division, they speculated whether such a grand maneuver indicated a large-scale demon hunting operation within Yunwu County. Chen Jing'an deemed this unlikely and impractical, as the demon subduing division fundamentally differed from the regular military forces associated with the Deqian court. Their pursuit of demon cultivators was primarily for the sake of accumulating spirit stones. It was implausible that they would engage in a life-and-death struggle with demon cultivators merely at the behest of the court and the 100 household offices. Of course, if one were sufficiently affluent and offered a generous reward, they might even be persuaded to eliminate an emperor for you. Unable to reach a conclusion, the trio transitioned to lighter gossip. Jiang Song whispered, "Not long ago, I visited Chongping County and caught wind of a rumor concerning Foundation establishment pills." Intrigued, the other two urged him to elaborate. "There is a rogue alchemist in Chongping County who has discovered the cave of a senior master and managed to gather the necessary herbs to refine Foundation establishment pills. The exact number of pills produced remains unclear, but he successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment stage himself and even has one spare, which he plans to sell publicly at the 100 house office in Chongping. I hear that several Foundation establishment clans from nearby counties are flocking to Chongping. The scene is quite bustling." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an felt a mix of emotions. The pursuit of Foundation establishment pills extended beyond mere qi cultivators like themselves. Those affluent Foundation establishment clans were also eagerly awaiting the pills to prolong their prosperous lives for another century. Shi Yuan remarked thoughtfully, "Chongping County is right next door. The Zheng clan will surely be involved. With so many Foundation establishment clans competing, surely the price of a single Foundation establishment pill will not drop below 10,000 spirit stones. You seem to be quite concerned." Chen Jing'an jested. After all, if he couldn't acquire a Foundation establishment pill for himself, he might as well indulge in sour grapes. Moreover, according to his uncle Lu, individuals with a fire spirit body like himself could explore alternative methods for breakthrough. Compared to his originally forced approach, this path, paved by predecessors, appeared far more feasible. Yet, for reasons unknown, Uncle Lu had refrained from conveying this information directly. Thus, Chen Jing'an resolved to consult someone well-informed. Although he was currently at the 7th layer of qi cultivation and might be mocked for his audacity, by the time he reached the 9th layer and inquired, he might not face ridicule, but before obtaining an answer, he would undoubtedly be subjected to a severe beating. Chapter 68. Returning to the Treasure Pavilion, Fire Elemental Bath. Before long, a group of demon-subduing officers emerged. Luo Yin and Zhao Yu walked at the back, not lingering but departing directly from the hall. Once they left, Chen Jing'an and his companions directed their gazes towards Xie Bingyan, the implication clear yet unspoken. Their curiosity was palpable, but none dared to break the silence. If the 100 house had instructed confidentiality, such inquiries would be rather presumptuous. Xie Bingyan smiled and clarified, "It's nothing of great significance. Merely that the 100 house has reached an agreement with the neighboring county's 100 house to rent a batch of demon-subduing officers, inquiring who among us would be willing to go." Hearing this, the trio exclaimed in unison, "Chongping County?" This time, it was Xie Bingyan who appeared surprised. "You all know?" "Of course. The Chongping 100 house is about to publicly sell a Foundation establishment pill. The fact that the alchemist chose this location suggests he is not concerned about potential deceit from the Chongping 100 house." Xie Bingyan's subsequent explanation shed light on the matter. It turned out that aside from collaborating with the Treasure Pavilion, the demon-subduing division could also provide auction services internally, ensuring safety, albeit with a significant commission fee. Given the rampant rumors surrounding the Foundation establishment pill, it was evident that the commission taken by the demon-subduing division would be considerable. No wonder they sought to rent the demon-subduing officers. With his doubts resolved, Chen Jing'an temporarily bid farewell to his friends and made his way to the demon-subduing division's disposal site. He had recently eliminated a phantom demon cultivator, and the contents of that individual's Qianxiaaudiobooks bag were now in his possession. Inside the bag were several spirit talismans for spirit stones, and a small vial of unfinished pills. Familiar with the process, Chen Jing'an easily located the elderly man with whom he had previously transacted. The old man recognized him immediately and greeted him warmly. "Ah, my boy, what treasures have you brought this time?" The blood demon puppet he had acquired from Chen Jing'an had only cost him 13 spirit stones, yet upon assessment within the Treasure Pavilion, it was valued at 60 spirit stones, being deemed a core material for crafting a mid-grade magical artifact with immense potential. The old man had reaped considerable benefits from this, leading him to anticipate Chen Jing'an's next offering. "This time, I have nothing particularly valuable. Please help me assess these items," Chen Jing'an replied. The old man nodded, expertly examining the spirit talismans and pills. "These talismans are rather crudely made. Considering our old friendship, I can offer you 5 spirit stones for them. However, these remaining pills are spirit awakening pills. There are 6 left in total, and I can give you 6 spirit stones for them." Chen Jing'an was taken aback. He hadn't expected the spirit awakening pills to be so valuable. One spirit pill fetching a spirit stone? That was the treasure pavilion's price. Selling to demon cultivators would likely yield even higher returns. He contemplated retracting his agreement, but remembering his current need for assistance, he decided against it. Might I inquire what the spirit awakening pills do? The old man, in good spirits, casually explained, you killed a phantom demon cultivator, right? Their magic practices can easily impair their minds, and this pill is meant to aid in restoring their mental faculties. By the way, please also sell this Chinquan bag for me. The old man swiftly placed 13 spirit stones on the table. Chen Jing'an promptly accepted them but did not leave just yet. Instead, he retrieved 3 dried leaf worms from his pocket and offered them to the old man. The old man immediately understood, having tasted the delicacy before. He was eager to take them all, but ultimately only received 2. Chen Jing'an kept one for himself. Elder, I won't hide it from you. My uncle recently returned from the celestial realm and mentioned that one of my descendants possesses a spirit body. The old man's eyes sparkled as he directly inquired, you seek methods for a spirit body to break through to Foundation establishment? Chen Jing'an nodded. Is there such a method available? Of course, the old man replied with a smile. The treasure pavilion has gathered various formulas for spirit bodies to attain Foundation establishment. However, they come at a price. Please, state your offer. Chen Jing'an, maintaining a courteous demeanor, replied, we are old acquaintances. I trust you won't take advantage of me. I'm willing to pay 10 spirit stones for the formula. Could we negotiate for a lower price? Young man, I am providing you with services beyond the usual business dealings. 10 spirit stones is already quite a paltry sum. The elder huffed, his demeanor reflecting mild dissatisfaction. However, Chen Jing'an was no longer a naive lamb. He recalled the elder's previous enthusiastic demeanor towards him and vaguely deduced his thoughts, responding with a smile, last time. When you acquired the blood demon puppet, I did not haggle. This time, I am simply not financially buoyant. Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance darkened. I loathe it when people attempt to coerce me with spirit stones. Chen Jing'an remained unperturbed. Then shall I return here to sell my treasures when I find something good next time? As soon as the words left his mouth, the elder's expression returned to normal, puffing on a dried leaf while exhaling clouds of smoke. Had you said so earlier, I would not have turned my back on you. What, then, is your offer? The elder gestured, still 10 stones. It is my principle not to lower my price, yet I can personally provide you with additional information. This proposition struck a chord with Chen Jing'an. Previously, he had acquired dragon fish blood from the elder, and although he had surplus, the advancement of his magical artifact was a veritable fact. To put it abstractly, the total bill was 20 spirit stones for the dragon fish blood, 1 spirit stone for the dragon fish blood, and 19 spirit stones for the knowledge of using the dragon fish blood. The truly valuable asset was, in fact, the elder's information. Chen Jing'an, pleased with this arrangement, produced 10 spirit stones for him and inquired about the fire spirit body. The elder crouched down, rummaging through his belongings, and extracted a handwritten manuscript adorned with the characters for fire. He began to explain, for those born with a spirit body, the method to break through, without consuming foundation-building pills, relies on medicinal baths to awaken the power of the spirit body, substituting for the effects of the foundation-building pills and facilitating the transformation of spiritual energy into magical power. The prescription for the fire spirit body is detailed herein. It is not difficult to find, but Chen Jing'an immediately perked up. He understood that this but was worth 9 spirit stones. The medicinal bath could indeed awaken the spirit body's power, yet the average individual lacks the physical resilience to endure such a bath. For your fire medicinal bath, the temperature is equivalent to multiple qi refinement practitioners simultaneously casting fire attribute spells. Imagine that. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's expression drastically altered. What difference was there from courting death? The elder smiled. To awaken the power of the spirit body is inherently a matter of life and death. Unless you can elevate your physical conditioning to the level of qi refinement 9th layer, only then can you endure it. Chen Jing'an was skeptical. It was not that he thought it too difficult. Rather, it seemed too simplistic. After all, if it merely required the practitioners to strengthen their bodies, then those born with spirit bodies could potentially complete the medicinal bath with sufficient effort. Surely, there were other thresholds. He voiced his doubts and promptly received an affirmative answer. Once you finish refining your body, you can simply await your demise. As long as your mind does not shatter and you retain your sanity after the medicinal bath, the foundation-building realm will beckon to you. Chen Jing'an remained unconvinced. Elder, how can one ensure their mind does not collapse? That depends on the strength of your spiritual consciousness. The elder replied with a smile, but such consciousness is determined at birth. Even within the royal family of Deqian, there exist no methods to enhance spiritual consciousness. Oh, by the way, the illusion demon technique you previously seized seems to enhance spiritual consciousness. but practicing such a malevolent art, you might have already met your end. He had thought these words might shatter Chen Jing'an's final illusions. Unexpectedly, the previously hesitant Chen Jing'an suddenly appeared unfazed. You mentioned the illusion demon technique. I am quite knowledgeable about that. As for physical resilience, following this line of thought, one need not necessarily refine their body in a conventional manner, right? As long as one could withstand the power of the medicinal bath, speed was of the essence. Their essay saying, all roads lead to the same destination. Chapter 69, A Request from Bingyan, Arrival at the Qian Clan. Chen Jing'an left the treasure pavilion with a face devoid of hope. His disheveled appearance made the elder contemplate returning the spirit stones, even questioning whether he had been too unscrupulous. Certainly not, for he had saved the life of the elder's offspring. The elder quickly regained his confidence. Through the mention of the celestial sect elder by Chen Jing'an, he deduced that he hailed from the Chen celestial clan, reputed for its ancestral graves emitting smoke over others' tombs. It was already a stroke of luck for such a mundane Qi refinement clan to produce one foundation-building cultivator, and to hope for another was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Truly pitiable, perhaps next time he should treat him with more kindness. Warned from the day's encounters, Chen Jing'an's mood only improved upon reuniting with Jiang Song and the others. Jiang Song, concern etched on his face, inquired, Brother Chen, what has transpired? Have you been reminded of something sorrowful? Chen Jing'an sighed, then spoke, by the way, I intend to visit Brother Qian in Yang'an County. My ancestor advised me to socialize more with those in the same jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Song, who had been considering organizing another group outing, was forced to abandon the idea. Moreover, the disparity in their current realms complicated matters regarding shared missions. How to distribute rewards was a pressing issue. Shall we divide evenly? It was manageable with few tasks, but with an increasing number, it would only serve to strain their relationships. The simplest solution would be for both of them to swiftly advance to the Qi refinement 7th layer, especially Jiang Song. If he remained stagnant, he would undoubtedly lose his leadership position within their small group. With this in mind, Jiang Song took the initiative in that case. I shall hasten my cultivation to catch up with you all. Ishihara shared a similar sentiment. However, the last remaining member, Xie Bingyan, turned to Chen Jing'an and said, I happen to have no plans to go to Chongping County. Having amassed some spirit stones, I thought I might visit the Qian family to look at magical artifacts. I would like to accompany you, Chen Daoyu, on this trip. Her proposal took Chen Jing'an by surprise, but given Xie Bingyan's considerable strength, she would not be a hindrance. And traveling together was indeed a viable option. The two departed the county city, making their way towards Yang'an County. At their pace, the journey would require a day and a half. Xie Bingyan proactively engaged him in conversation. Chen Daoyu, would it be presumptuous of me to accompany you? Chen Jing'an did not deny it, and politely replied, though I have only known Xie Daoyu for a short time, I trust Jiang Ji's judgment in discerning character. Your decision to do so certainly has its reasons. Though he spoke kindly, Chen Jing'an maintained his vigilance throughout. In his view, Xie Bingyan may not harbor ill intentions, but that was no justification for complacency. Aware of how such unspoken intentions could be off-putting, Xie Bingyan clarified, I sought this opportunity to spend time alone with you, Chen Daoyu, to propose a transaction. Chen Jing'an responded warmly, please, do go on, Xie Daoyu. I am now a demon suppression officer, and any future prospects for promotion or positions within the 100 households will be unattainable without assistance. Her tone softened, her gaze laden with meaning directed at Chen Jing'an. The implication was clear. Chen Jing'an found it difficult to avoid drawing conclusions of a more intimate nature, yet he was never one to think solely with his lower instincts. To put it bluntly, he was more akin to a merchant driven by self-interest. At least for now, Xie Bingyan's offerings, even when combined with her own, fell far short of enticing him. Certainly, it is also possible that he is merely indulging in his own sentiments. However, one thing is unequivocally clear. The transaction mentioned by Xie Bingyan is intended to endorse him as a member of the Demon Suppression Department. In simpler terms, that serves as his backing. Chen Jing'an's support comes from Yuan Ji. Even though their romantic entanglement may have diminished significantly after his induction into the Demon Suppression Department, there remains a modicum of face-saving obligation. He does not feel the need to cling tightly to this token of goodwill, should the price offered by someone be sufficiently enticing. Chen Jing'an would not hesitate to strike a favorable bargain. Yet, it is evident that Xie Bingyan is not a satisfactory buyer. Rather than confronting her directly, Chen Jing'an feigned a look of helplessness. The position within the 100 house is fiercely competitive, and even I have no clear direction. This statement reflects his stance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xie Bingyan's face, yet the two shared an unspoken understanding. As the conversation remained unvoiced, they managed to preserve a semblance of dignity. For the remainder of their journey, the two exchanged little in the way of conversation. Xie Bingyan, having failed to extract the desired outcome from Chen Jing'an, turned her ambitions towards the Qian clan. Although Qian may not possess the same qualifications as Chen Jing'an, he is evidently more malleable. Additionally, the Qian clan, with its lineage in artifact forging and the benefits of generations of cultivation, has amassed considerable connections through the trade of magical items. If she could secure the Qian clan's support, her prospects for advancement would be significantly enhanced. In Chen Jing'an's view, Xie Bingyan's actions are not without justification. It is akin to a cultivator lacking spiritual roots yearning for them. An ordinary cultivator striving for ascendance, wishing to progress further, bears no moral quandary in the eyes of outsiders. We are no longer children. In commerce, the failure to conclude a deal does not necessitate animosity. Yanghe County is home to 5 officially recognized qi refining clans. However, over half of the spiritual fields in the county belong solely to the Qian clan. Upon arriving at the Qian residence, they first identified themselves, and Chen Jing'an presented a letter of introduction penned by his grandfather. Before long, Qian, accompanied by another elderly gentleman in splendid robes, emerged. This man, also at the 9th level of qi refinement, bore remarkably muscular arms, suggesting that his strength stemmed not only from years of artifact forging, but also from significant accomplishments in body refinement. Upon seeing the two, Qian greeted them with a smile. He introduced, Brother Chen, Taoist friend Xie, this is my father, the current patriarch of the Qian clan. Chen Jing'an adjusted his address, saying, it is Master Qian. Your nephew has long admired your reputation. The elderly gentleman in splendid robes smiled, his voice booming like thunder. I am Qian Zheng. There is no need for flattery, young nephew, for your grandfather, Master Chen Dan, is renowned throughout Yunwu County. Today, as you honor us with your visit, I shall extend my hospitality. Soon after, Qian Zheng hosted a banquet for the two and summoned younger members of the Qian clan to join them. It was then that Chen Jing'an learned that Qian was the cherished late-born son of Qian Zheng, who had exerted a precious favor to secure Qian's induction into the demon suppression department. In truth, Qian Zheng was even older than Chen Jing'an's grandfather, approaching his centennial birthday in just 2 years. During the feast, the atmosphere was convivial, yet Chen Jing'an remained steadfast in his purpose for the visit, while Qian Zheng, seasoned and astute, led Chen Jing'an to a private discussion area post-revelry. Xie Bingyan requested that Qian escort her to her lodgings, having indulged in ample spiritual wine. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, creating a striking contrast to her typically frosty demeanor. Initially composed, Qian found himself increasingly unable to resist her subtle allure. Chapter 70, a bidirectional game of strategy and familial alliances. The matters between Qian and Xie Bingyan remained unknown to Chen Jing'an and Qian Zheng for the time being. Chen Jing'an openly expressed his intent, which pertained to the Zhao clan. This immediately captured Qian Zheng's attention. He remarked, when Zhao Duanqing visited Yanghe County, he only conferred with my Qian clan. This suggests that, in his eyes, our two families are not significantly different. Regarding Lingyi County and Yahe County, he continued, I am unfamiliar with Lingyi, but the Wu clan of Yahe County has a lineage that rivals ours and possesses considerable strength. For a century, they have collaborated with my clan to forge several identical magical swords, which are said to form a sword formation that is nearly impossible to break without foundational cultivation. Qian Zheng's words all but confirmed that the Wu clan had also attracted the attention of the Zhao clan. Meanwhile, Lingyi County had already been infiltrated by demonic cultivators, rendering any inquiries futile. Nevertheless, this served to validate Zhao Duanqing's earlier statements. If he were indeed only seeking to undermine the Zheng clan, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome, allowing for mutual non-interference. What remains to be feared is that these families have become marked prey in the Zhao clan scheme. If Chen Jing'an could contemplate this, Qian Zheng certainly could as well. Frankly speaking, such a game orchestrated by foundational cultivators from behind the scenes seldom sees qi refining clans risking their involvement while the outcome remains uncertain. Particularly for affluent clans like the Qian clan, the benefits they stand to gain do not justify the risks they must bear. Unless the Zhao clan is willing to offer foundational cultivation opportunities as compensation, the Qian clan understands that should they provoke the Zheng clan, they would face catastrophic repercussions. The Zhao clan's desire to bind them to their chariot does not guarantee they can afford such a price. Similarly, the Qian clan possesses their own rationale. With a foundational sect overseeing them, they can remain aloof. If the incentives provided by the Zhao clan fall short, they cannot persuade the elder to lead the family into peril. Thus, Chen Jing'an gambles, wagering that the Zhao clan will not part with foundational cultivation opportunities for the Qian clan. This would keep all parties aligned as prey, indicating that they would be targeted for extermination should the Zhao clan's attempts at recruitment fail. Conversely, if the Qian clan were to initially position themselves in opposition, they would have unwittingly walked into the intricate web spun by the Zhao clan from the moment they spoke. Likewise, should the Qian clan be innocent, then in Qian Zheng's eyes, Chen Jing'an could also be perceived as bait leading him into a trap. This is a dual, suspicion-laden game of strategy. The two locked eyes, and within mere moments, fatigue was evident upon their faces. Qianzhong, seasoned and astute, had weathered many storms. Chen Jing'an, having gleaned profound wisdom from the elder, was also capable of formulating a comprehensive perspective in times of peril. For a time, neither could claim superiority over the other. Ultimately, it was Qianzhong who sighed, breaking the stalemate devoid of resolution. As you surmised, the risks of colluding with them are too great for my clan. Moreover, rather than gambling on the Zhao clan, I would prefer to consolidate our familial strength to procure foundational spiritual materials, thereby retaining some control over our fate. Upon witnessing his willingness to share, Chen Jing'an responded warmly. Master Qian, I certainly trust you, which is why I took the initiative to visit. As a gesture of sincerity, I can offer you a piece of advice. Qianzhong raised an eyebrow. Pray, share it. Coincidentally, I also possess intelligence regarding the Zhao clan. We could exchange information. Chen Jing'an glanced around and lowered his voice. Do not approach Lingyi County. Upon hearing the words, Qianzhong's pupils constricted slightly, and Zheng nodded solemnly, stating, I shall remember your cousin's instructions. I have received another piece of information. To the west of Pingyuan County, numerous high-ranking practitioners from the Qi refining immortal clan have not made an appearance for quite some time. There have been sightings of practitioners from Lin County within Yunwu County. Chen Jing'an placed great importance on this revelation. The unusual behavior of the practitioners from Pingyuan County resembled the final piece of a jigsaw puzzle, perfectly completing the Zhao clan's disadvantage in the number of Qi refining practitioners. If they were the prey, then the practitioners from neighboring counties might well be the allies the Zhao clan had identified. This suggested that the Zhao clan might strike before the Zheng clan's downfall, and that they would do so without declaration of war. In an instant, Chen Jing'an felt a sense of urgency. They had yet to escape the shadow of the Zheng clan, and they were now potentially facing an attack from the immortal clans beyond the county borders. Qianzhong was equally distressed. The Qian clan possessed a legacy of artifact forging, akin to a golden goose, during such perilous times. They were likely to become a coveted target. Conversely, although the Chen clan was also on the extermination list, eliminating them would simultaneously attract the ire of two foundational forces, causing the Zhao clan to be on edge themselves. For the Qi refining immortal clans, it would be a catastrophic disaster. They were akin to a hot potato that most would prefer to avoid. As Qianzhong pondered, he surmised from the information disclosed by Chen Jing'an that Yunwu County likely harbored its own monsters and demons. This deepened his anxiety regarding security. With this thought in mind, Qianzhong looked at Chen Jing'an and was suddenly struck by an idea, an alliance. Although the overall strength of the Chen clan was inferior to theirs, they were shielded by a protective umbrella. As allies, they might not benefit from that protection, but the act of forming an alliance could bolster their own confidence. Even for someone like Qianzhong, who had lived for a century, it was the first time he felt that the annihilation of an immortal clan seemed imminent. The Qian clan must not perish at their own hands. Qianzhong's gaze settled on Chen Jing'an, recalling their previous exchanges. Had any step been omitted, they would not have achieved the current outcome. It was no exaggeration to state that the young Chen before him, aside from his innate strength, possessed all the attributes of a future leader of an immortal clan. In contrast, even the young heir he had painstakingly nurtured for decades might not have been able to navigate such treachery from foundational forces with the same finesse. Rather than solely valuing the alliance, he found himself appreciating Chen Jing'an as an individual. Thus, a spark of inspiration flashed through Qianzhong's mind. He turned to Chen Jing'an and said, given the circumstances, our two clans are now bound by fate. Chen Jing'an pondered these words and found no fault in them. Nodding in agreement, what you say is indeed true, Uncle Qian. Qianzhong delved deeper. Since we have broached this topic, let us solidify our alliance. What are your thoughts? Chen Jing'an was confident that even if the elder were present, he would not refuse an alliance with an immortal clan possessing a legacy of artifact forging. He affirmed once more, I can accept this on behalf of my clan. The alliance between their clans was a momentous occasion. The elder added, I believe it would be even more joyous to celebrate this good fortune. Qianzhong's sudden revelation left Chen Jing'an feeling somewhat perplexed. He sensed a hint of excitement emanating from Uncle Qian. This celebration of happiness typically implied a marriage alliance. Initially, Chen Jing'an thought Qianzhong intended to select a suitable young person from their clan, thus he did not dwell on it. Until Qianzhong spoke again. I have a daughter at the age of marriage. Would you be willing to become my son-in-law? This statement truly caught Chen Jing'an off guard. He had not anticipated that the joy Qianzhong referred to would pertain to himself. Furthermore, Chen Jing'an found himself not opposed to this prospect. After all, the women of the Qian family undoubtedly possessed some innate talent for artifact forging, especially Qianzhong's own daughter, who was of impeccable lineage. However, The issue lay in the fact that Chen Jing'an was an elderly man nearing a century. Having a son as young as 30 was already miraculous. Chen Jing'an was indifferent to whether or not the woman possessed spiritual roots. But it was unreasonable for Chen Jing'an to expect him to choose a partner who lacked spiritual roots and was also of advanced age. Given the nature of the matter, Chen Jing'an no longer concealed his thoughts, casting a more scrutinizing gaze towards Chen Jing'an. Chen Jing'an, wise and perceptive, immediately discerned his thoughts and chuckled, "Rest assured, my daughter is merely 18, possesses a virtuous disposition, and is of exceptional beauty." Chen Jing'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. He did not inquire further about the girl's parentage, as such questions might embarrass Chen Jing'an and jeopardize their prospective alliance. He maintained a respectful demeanor. "I am grateful for your esteemed consideration, Uncle Qian. Haha, I shall have my daughter seek you shortly. Await your address as father-in-law." The two departed the secret chamber. Shortly after they emerged, a panicked old servant from the Qian family hurried towards them. The servant whispered urgently in Qian Zhang's ear. Although Qian Zhang's expression did not reveal any significant change, his emotions appeared to be affected. It seemed to be no trivial matter. He issued a few instructions to the old servant before departing ahead. The servant then turned to Chen Jing'an, saying, "Young Master Chen, please follow me." "Very well." Chen Jing'an did not inquire further, but the visage of Xie Bingyan flashed through his mind. This woman, lacking a powerful clan's backing, had risen to the rank of demon suppression officer at the Qi refining 7th layer. Such a personality surpassed that of over 90% of men. She now required the connections of the demon suppression division. Just because she had not succeeded with him did not mean she would give up. If Qianan were to fall for her schemes, it would certainly underscore her capabilities. Chen Jing'an ceased his speculations. After all, if this were indeed the case, it would eventually come to light. If it were not, it would merely pertain to the internal affairs of the Qian clan. Knowing or not knowing would not significantly impact him. Before long, Chen Jing'an arrived at the courtyard Qian Zhang had arranged for him. Shortly after entering, he was served with spiritual fruits and spiritual wine. As he poured himself a drink, he suddenly sensed something. Raising his gaze to see a gracefully attired figure stepping through the door. Her appearance was reminiscent of a beauty from ancient times. Before he could speak, the beautifully clad woman placed her hands together over her chest, stating, "I am Qian Si, pleased to meet you, young Master Chen. You are the daughter of Uncle Qian?" Chen Jing'an's eyes glimmered with interest. He was not the type to think solely with his lower instincts, yet he was not the epitome of virtue either. Moreover, the person before him was soon to be his betrothed. Most importantly, this woman would not demand exorbitant prices like Xie Bingyan. Thus he would treat her with the seriousness she deserved. He shifted aside, gesturing for Qian Si to sit, and spoke. "You have come at your father's behest to discuss our union. I am not one to force a reluctant fruit from its vine. The hour is still early, so allow me to share my circumstances with you. Should you not take offense upon hearing my tale, you shall from henceforth be mine. However, if any reservations linger in your heart, now is the time for you to reconsider." Qian Si was intrigued. Having never before encountered the notion of a woman in an arranged marriage possessing the option to withdraw. "But if I were to retract my consent, my father would not agree. What would young Master Chen do with me then?" Chen Jing'an replied candidly, "I would still take you back. Yet I would not allow you to tarnish the decorum of my household. You shall continue to live in comfort, adorned in gold and silks. Provided you do not engage in any outrageous behavior, I can offer you a modicum of dignity." Qian Si nodded. "If that is the case, there is no need for further explanation, for my heart has already found its answer. Speak then. I desire not only the barest semblance of dignity, but so much more. It appears, my dear seer, that you are a forthright individual. Your husband is the same. Now, let me discern the particulars." As the sun reached its zenith, Chen Jing'an cast a contemplative glance at Qian Si beside him. It became evident that he was one who preferred gentleness over force. This incident had solidified his connection with Qian Zhang, as well as established an alliance between their two families. However, this so-called alliance, constrained by the distance between Yanghe County and Qinghe County, rendered a defensive partnership rather impractical. It would primarily focus on the exchange of information and the utilization of influence. Now that matters had reached this point, Chen Jing'an felt no longer an outsider. Recalling that Qian Si had arrived later than he the previous night, he sought to glean some insider knowledge from her. "Seer, I observed that my father-in-law seemed rather displeased yesterday. Do you know the reason behind it?" Upon hearing this, Qian Si's expression shifted slightly. She cautiously glanced outside before leaning closer to Chen Jing'an, whispering, "It seems to involve the demon-suppressing commander who came along with young Master Chen." Being entangled with Ngo, as a maiden yet unwed, Qian Si, even in the presence of her intimate companion, found it difficult to utter words that would mar her reputation. The modesty characteristic of young women urged her to preserve her untainted image. Chen Jing'an, unperturbed, offered her reassurance. While internally astonished at Xie Bingyan's audacity, this woman held nothing back in her pursuit, aiming to manipulate the Qian family's celestial lineage to fulfill her own ambitions. Choosing Qian En as her leverage, it was not the sole option available to her. She could easily have entrusted Qian En with the task and then proceeded cautiously. With Xie Bingyan's cunning, facing a naive celestial like Qian En was akin to a dimensional assault. Once she had molded him to her desires, she could enact her subsequent plans. This approach would yield the support of the Qian celestial lineage in a more gentle and sustainable manner. Yet, Xie Bingyan ultimately opted for a more radical path. The mere utterance of defilement signified a complete rupture. As a newly appointed commander of the Demon Suppression Division, she would have the backing of the division, both morally and logically. At this crucial juncture, the Qian celestial lineage would likely hesitate to provoke a conflict with the Demon Suppression Division, thus they would most probably concede. However, should Xie Bingyan achieve her aims through this method, she would irreparably alienate the Qian celestial lineage. This could be viewed as a form of overexploitation, yet it would allow her to reach her objectives with greater speed. Such is the perspective of the benevolent. Chen Jing'an was clear-minded about this matter. It bore little relevance to him. He refused to shoulder the consequences of Xie Bingyan's actions merely because she had accompanied him. That notion smacked of victim-blaming. To speak frankly, both he and Qian En had once been targets in Xie Bingyan's sights. Yet, he could unhesitatingly reject Xie Bingyan's sugar-coated artillery, distancing himself from the fray, while Qian En could not. Should he have preemptively discarded the artillery? Absurd. Chapter 72. Expenditures to avert calamity, redirecting the waters of misfortune. Having learned the details from Qianxi, Chen Jing'an continued to feign ignorance. By midday, he and Qianxi went together to pay their respects to Qianzheng. Son-in-law pays his respects to father-in-law, he declared, causing Qianzheng's previously furrowed brow to ease, as he gestured for Chen Jing'an to be seated, a smile spreading across his face. Seer is indeed my cherished daughter, this is beyond question. However, given the urgent nature of the situation, I shall not trouble your family to traverse such a distance. This evening, I shall invite Senior's birth mother to join us. We shall dine together as a family, thereby fulfilling the customary rites. Chen Jing'an nodded. Thank you for your understanding, father-in-law. I shall ensure that Seer is treated with utmost care. At this, Qianxi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet the focus of both men remained elsewhere. Qianzheng regarded his newly acquired son-in-law and remarked, "Since you have become my son-in-law, I would ask you to lend me your mind one more time before you depart." Chen Jing'an's expression faltered, as he sought to maintain his guise of ignorance. However, Qianzheng shot him a discerning look. "You rascal, having just won a beauty, you neglect your father-in-law? How am I to trust that the Chun and Qian families are now allies?" With Qianzheng's scrutiny, Chen Jing'an was compelled to speak plainly. "Father-in-law, you have stated that the situation is dire. In such times, it is best to avoid unnecessary troubles that could lead to financial loss." Qianzheng perked up his ears. Pressing for clarity, "You insinuate that I should align closely with the Demon Suppression Division?" "I did not suggest that," Chen Jing'an insisted, unwilling to elaborate further. While he did not wish to undermine Qianzheng's authority, he also had no desire to become an adversary of Xie Bingyan. If Qianzheng were to share today's events with her, any animosity she felt would surely shift toward him. Chen Jing'an harbored no fear of her, merely a desire to evade complications. After all, the path to his foundation breakthrough had become clear, and he saw no need to complicate matters further. Upon his return to Qinghai County, his sole focus would be to negotiate with the elder to temporarily sidestep the two looming threats, allowing him to concentrate fully on his cultivation. Unable to extract any further information, Qianzheng left with a scowl, observing his age and the stress etched upon his face. Chen Jing'an gleaned the unfortunate state of the Qian celestial lineage. With the younger generation lacking capability, it fell upon Qianzheng to take charge at his advanced age, a misfortune for the Qian celestial lineage. Yet, as an ally and an outsider son-in-law, this presented an opportunity for Chen Jing'an. His visit to the Qian celestial lineage was largely motivated by their legacy in weapon forging. However, by a twist of fate, he had become Qianzheng's son-in-law. This shift in identity meant that some approaches could be far less blunt and more nuanced than he had initially anticipated. In contrast to Qianzheng, Chen Jing'an's youth was his advantage. With Qianzheng's time running short, it was foreseeable that once he passed, the Qian celestial lineage's situation would plummet. At that point, Chen Jing'an could easily reverse roles, leveraging their forging legacy as a bargaining chip for their own reprieve. Such a strategy would not yield immediate results, but it would ensure a steady and sustainable resolution, preventing the Qian celestial lineage from self-destructing their own heritage. That evening, Qianzheng summoned Qianxi's birth mother, a woman appearing to be in her 30s. They shared a simple meal together, marking the completion of the marriage rites. After the meal, Qianzheng pulled Chen Jing'an aside and stated, I have finalized matters regarding Xie Bingyan. From this day forth, she shall be Qian'an's partner. I am aware of your strong convictions, and should she attempt to seize the leadership of our clan in the future, you, as her son-in-law, must not remain a mere bystander. Otherwise, you shall be the one to suffer. Chen Jing'an comprehended the implication of these words, which essentially urged him to engage in a contest with Xie Bingyan, a classic strategy of driving wolves to devour tigers. However, he did not refuse. After all, the future is unpredictable. Who knows? The currently troublesome Xie Bingyan might someday be as easily vanquished as a mere finger's push. If that moment truly arrives, Chen Jing'an would not mind embellishing his triumph, as today's words from Qianzhong would serve as a basis for his actions. The following morning, Chen Jing'an set off with Qianxi, while the entourage accompanying her would depart shortly thereafter. He intended to hasten his journey to avoid any encounter with Xie Bingyan. As they traversed a dense forest, the Xian eagle, which had been waiting, soared into view. The three of them hastily made their way back. After 3 days, they finally arrived in Qinghai County. Chen Jing'an first introduced Qianxi to his parents, and then arranged a residence for her, instructing Yuan Fong to prepare her living necessities in accordance with the standards for a secondary wife. Once these tasks were accomplished, he hurried to the residence of the elder and recounted his experiences, omitting only the details of his cultivation of demonic arts, instead presenting it as an account of witnessing the use of breath-concealing talismans. After hearing Chen Jing'an's rich experiences, the elder succinctly summarized the situation. Firstly, the Zheng clan of immortals was secretly colluding with demonic cultivators to annihilate the immortal clans within the county. Secondly, the Zhao clan of immortals had allied with the local cultivators from Lin County, preparing to strike against the indigenous immortal clans. Based on these 2 points, along with Chen Jing'an's mention of Chongping County's impending sale of foundational elixirs, the elder deduced another issue. He noted that the auction in Chongping County would attract numerous foundational immortal clans, which also implied that many demon-suppressing officers would be dispatched elsewhere soon. This was advantageous news for the demons. Chen Jing'an nodded in agreement. The withdrawal of some forces from the Demon Suppression Division would allow both factions to act more freely. With his 6th uncle present, they would not be the first to suffer, yet they could not guarantee complete immunity. Qin Shishan perceived the underlying meaning in his words and affirmed, "This information is derived from your own investigations. You must have formulated a strategy during your journey. I shall heed your counsel before making a judgment." Chen Jing'an did not decline. He had a preliminary plan in mind, but its feasibility required further validation. The elder would serve to identify any gaps. He reasoned that rather than defending against both sides, it would be more prudent to incite them to conflict amongst themselves. Ultimately, the Zhao clan's desire to seize territory in Yunwu County would result in them slicing into the Zheng clan's interests, which inherently bore conflicting interests. The elder, upon hearing this, relaxed his brow and inquired with a smile, "How do you intend to provoke them into open conflict?" While the Zheng clan might tolerate an assault on the county, they possessed untouchable taboos, particularly concerning collusion with demonic sects to harm the immortal clans. Seeing the elder's confidence, Chen Jing'an felt bolstered. "We are a small household without the ability to reach celestial ears, but the Zhao clan possesses such means. Once the Zheng clan becomes aware of this, if they wish to distance themselves, they will have no choice but to deflect the blame back. Otherwise, they will face retribution from the Demon Suppression Division and the court." The elder, upon hearing his plan, displayed a look of satisfaction and remarked, "If you can conceive such a strategy, I am reassured. With you in the Chen clan, even if no foundational cultivators emerge in the future, we can still ensure a stable inheritance for 60 years. What pleased him most was that Chen Jing'an not only identified the problem, but also devised a solution. This approach, which allowed for both offense and defense, ensured that even if the immortal clan encountered unforeseen difficulties in the future, as long as Chen Jing'an remained, the clandestine forces of the immortal clan could continue to function, anchored by him as the ultimate core. However, the elder was puzzled by one thing. He believed Chen Jing'an's plan was sufficiently comprehensive, making it difficult for him to suggest any enhancements. Yet this lad maintained an air of humility, as if seeking guidance. Was he merely fishing for compliments? Contemplating this, the elder casually asked, "What do you perceive as lacking in your plan?" Unaware of the elder's expression, Chen Jing'an earnestly replied, "The execution remains a concern. Relying solely on myself, I cannot ensure the dissemination of rumors while extricating myself from the situation, which is a critical flaw." This insight took Chen Qishan by surprise. Reflecting on Chen Jing'an's experiences, he recalled that before joining the Demon Suppression Division, the lad had never set foot outside Qinghai County. Yet, he had single-handedly become the foremost cultivator in agriculture for the family. In terms of connections, Chen Jing'an indeed lacked somewhat. Chen Qishan had not considered this angle before. as his nurturing of Chen Jing'an had kept him within the family fold. Their daily interactions were confined to the 4 prominent immortal clans within the county, forming the entirety of their perceived world. Now, Chen Jing'an's words prompted the elder to realize that keeping him sheltered within the family might not be the best approach. This oversight had indeed been his. Nevertheless, it was not the right moment for him to venture out and make connections. The elder explained, connections can indeed be inherited. As long as you master a particular skill, others will seek you out. I am an alchemist, you are my grandson. If you can learn the art of alchemy, the connections I hold will eventually become yours. Chen Jing'an raised an eyebrow and replied, I shall do my utmost. However, this particular situation is somewhat tricky, and I am concerned about potential pitfalls. This matter can be entrusted to Jing'an's master. Are you referring to the talisman master? Yes. He has traveled across various counties in his youth and has interacted with people from all walks of life. He knows how to remain uninvolved while ensuring the information spreads swiftly. Today, the elder seemed somewhat uncharacteristic, his words not aligning with his usual demeanor. Chen Jing'an pondered the elder's previous remarks, slowly gaining insight. The elder was not lacking in confidence. Rather, given his unhurried demeanor, he had likely engaged in such endeavors himself and might even be an expert in this field. Now, he intended to involve the talisman master. On the surface, it appeared he was merely trying to leverage the talisman master's connections. However, from his perspective, this could also be seen as a form of guidance. The distinction between immortal clans and rogue cultivators lay not only in the accumulation of resources, but also in the individuals within the immortal clans. Within an immortal clan, each member is an independent entity, and even factions within the clan might quarrel over interests. However, outside, they all bear the label of the immortal clan, representing it collectively. It was necessary for him to shift his mindset accordingly. He alone did not encompass the entirety of the immortal clan. The elder, noticing Chen Jing'an deep in thought, smiled and asked, let me inquire again, where shall we head next? First, to my elder uncle, Chen Jing'an replied with clarity of thought. I shall have my elder uncle summon my second cousin, who will then inform the talisman master and request his assistance. That is the right approach. The elder expressed with satisfaction. The immortal clan is not solely comprised of you and me, and the future of the immortal clan should not rest upon a single individual. The relationship between an immortal clan and its members should be mutually supportive. If benefits were only one-sided, it would become a burden. Chen Jing'an nodded, understanding that his grandfather's words were indeed wise counsel for navigating the relationship between the individual and the immortal clan. Especially, it is imperative to engage the individuals of the celestial lineage. Otherwise, one might toil away like an old yellow ox, while others merely await to reap the rewards. Setting aside his own self-satisfaction, this approach would ultimately render the practitioners of his own clan ineffectual, cultivating a host of idlers who merely consume resources without contributing. At that juncture, the celestial clan would indeed become a burden unto itself. Coincidentally, Chen Jing'an detests burdens above all else. He cast a glance at his grandfather and once more bowed deeply. I have received your teachings. Chen Jing'an nodded in acknowledgement and, while en route to the main residence, elaborated on his thoughts. Your second cousin is the heir to Brother Huang's legacy and is destined to inherit his connections. Having undergone this experience, he will grasp the significance of such ties. Once we secure these connections, they shall belong to our family. He refrained from mentioning an additional point from a paternal perspective. The main residence holds the network cultivated by the talisman master, and should the family fail to produce any foundational cultivators in the future, both Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an would find their status elevated by this very network in the eyes of the main residence. This serves as Chen Jing'an's compensation for the main residence's inability to oversee the practitioners. As for the other branches, they too are of the old man's bloodline, and he harbors his own calculations. Even the third branch, devoid of practitioners, is set to receive one of the family's 2 hereditary official posts, the county magistrate or the record keeper, to provide them with a means of sustenance and stability before the old man's passing. He believes that his final wishes will carry weight with Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an. As long as they do not oppose, this plan can be realized. The two found Chen Dabo, and soon everything proceeded according to plan. Upon returning home, Chen Jing'an recounted the entire sequence of events to Chen Jing'an, ultimately presenting his proposal. Chen Jing'an is also a member of the Celestial Clan. Although he resides at the Huang residence, he too will return to the clan once the talisman master passes. He would not refuse such an opportunity to earn merit. He has recently achieved the 5th level of qi refining. Among the younger generation, only Chen Jing'an surpasses him. Following him are Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an, both at the 3rd level of qi refining. The former has diligently followed in Chen Jing'an's footsteps, laboring earnestly in agriculture, presenting himself as someone receptive to guidance. As for Chen Jing'an, he boasts the highest starting point among his peers, thanks to his father, Chen Jing'an, a practitioner. And he is now not far from the 4th level of qi refining. In comparing himself to them, Chen Jing'an's greatest advantage lies in his mastery of talismanic arts, augmented by the tutelage of the talisman master. These two aspects bestow upon him unique competitive prowess. He does not aspire to catch up to the increasingly formidable Chen Jing'an. Rather, he seeks to maintain his position as the second among his peers, sufficient to provide a favorable environment for his future descendants. Without delay, Chen Jing'an sought out the talisman master, acquiring the channels of instruction, including locations, codes, and prices. In essence, the entire process was meticulously detailed. As long as the requisite spirit stones were provided, there would be no fear of exposure. They approached the individual responsible for disseminating rumors, imparting the prepared content to him. The Zhao clan of the celestial lineage seeks to dominate Yunwu County and has discovered traces of the illusionary demon sect in Xianxia County. Although the statement is fundamentally false, two segments of it hold truth. Initially, Chen Jing'an intended to incorporate elements regarding the practitioners of Lin County into the rumors. But not wishing for Qianzhang to connect the matter back to him, he opted instead for the relatively obscure Xianxia County, known only to the two of them. The rumors were set in motion. Next, they awaited the entrance of two actors. Chapter 74. The Power of Rumors, Entering the Realm of Flesh Refinement. By the riverbank of Qinghai County, Chen Jing'an leaped into the water, swiftly transforming into a giant tortoise, gliding through the currents. Even in his form as the fire tortoise, his size was inconsequential against the vastness of the river, akin to tossing a small stone into the sea. A single stone may not fill the ocean, yet it could potentially overturn a vessel many times its own size. The rumors released by the Chen family, fueled by the expenditure of 20 spirit stones, rapidly spread from a few scattered cultivators to dozens of others, and then to an even broader audience. The Zheng clan, possessing vast connections and whose minions already wreaked havoc within Yunwu County, swiftly caught wind of the news. The term illusionary demon sect in Xianxia County struck at the very heart of the Zheng clan's vulnerabilities. Almost instantaneously, the information returned to the Zheng family's stronghold in Yunwu County. Coincidentally, Zheng Xuanzong was attending an auction for foundation building pills in Chongping County, accompanied by Zheng Aolong. At that moment, the head of the family, Zheng Renhai, received this news and made an immediate decision. The feasibility of the original plan became secondary. The urgent priority was to extricate their family from this situation, lest they risk self-immolation. With Zheng Renhai's intuition, he sensed that the sudden dissemination of rumors was a deliberate ploy orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives, maneuvering from behind the scenes. The adversary's choice of such a roundabout approach could stem from two possibilities. Either they desired to sow discord within the Zheng clan and strike them down decisively, or they lacked the strength for a direct confrontation, resorting instead to underhanded tactics. Yet, Zheng Renhai had to concede that this covert strike had penetrated deeply and accurately. Even he dared not take chances, instead redirecting attention towards the Zhao clan. It was paramount that he uncover the identity of the instigator behind this scheme. A fierce glint flashed in Zheng Renhai's eyes as he swiftly issued orders. One group was dispatched to Chongping County to summon the ancestors back, while another was sent to Xianxia County, tasked with tearing apart the facade of tranquility they had previously crafted and initiating an internal investigation into how the information had leaked. The final group was assigned to track down the whereabouts of the Zhao clan practitioners. Should they be discovered, regardless of their state, they were to be apprehended. As these waves of Zheng clan experts departed, Zheng Renhai felt the need for further security. He called upon two peers, both formidable practitioners at the 9th level of qi refining. One was Zheng Renkai, and the other Zheng Renxiang. Publicly, they stood as heads of two branches within the Zheng clan, each having faced failure in their attempts to break through to the foundation building stage. However, only a select few within the clan were privy to the truth. Both had now delved into demonic practices. Zheng Renhai regarded the two and spoke. The plan has changed. The clan can no longer provide you with practitioners. You are to lead your teams to the Chun family in Qinghe and the Qian family in Yanghe, demanding they clarify the Zhao clan's intentions. Should they resist, act decisively. As for the Wu family in Yaxin County, their 8-door sword formation is formidable. I shall request the ancestors to intervene. Zheng Renkai and Zheng Renxiang did not object. Upon receiving their orders, they swiftly departed. Although they practiced demonic arts, as long as they refrained from overtly showcasing their powers, outsiders would remain oblivious to any discrepancies. Beneath the waters of Qinghe, Chen Jing'an sought to validate his earlier conjectures by selecting the only technique among his existing demonic arts that bore relevance to body refinement, the shadow demon technique. This art was originally intended for stealth and assassination, yet it did not imply that shadow demons were merely fragile beings susceptible to a single strike. On the contrary, ordinary assassins strike once, and if their blow fails, they must retreat. Yet, the shadow magic cultivator, as an assassin among the demonic practitioners, possesses an all-encompassing enhancement in both survival and resilience. The female demon practitioner who perished at the hands of the Chun clan's ancestors practiced the illusory demon technique. Had it not been for her abilities being precisely countered by the black calamity within Chen Jing'an's gourd, which neutralized her powers in an instant. Capturing her would have proven exceedingly difficult. Chen Jing'an aspired to activate the powers of his spiritual body through medicinal baths, aiming to break through to the foundation establishment stage. To achieve this, he needed to enhance his physical strength. Presently, within the Chun celestial lineage, there exists an orthodox method for body refinement. However, the inherent characteristics of body refinement dictate that making significant advancements in this regard is not necessarily less challenging than cultivating qi, yet it undoubtedly consumes more time. Ultimately, those who refine their bodies may easily find themselves manipulated by practitioners wielding spells, akin to a kite on a string. Unless one possesses abundant resources, treating spiritual materials as sustenance, body refinement, is often a grueling choice that may lead to self-destruction. In light of this, Chen Jing'an had no desire to revisit the arduous path of body refinement at his age. Fortunately, he had the option of demonic cultivation. Even though the illusory demon technique required the sacrifice of one's own eyes for practice, such a measure was only taken in dire circumstances. Being fundamentally human, using humans to cultivate would inevitably skew one's mindset and influence self-imposed rather than inherent to the demonic arts. One might fear that even a born demon lord could falter under such circumstances. This distortion of mentality is irreversible, and caution is never excessive. However, should it devolve into a conflict among tortoises, he would feel no pressure. The notion of those not of our kind must be slain embodies the perspective of a rational individual. Humans consume turtles, and turtles consume humans. Ultimately, this is distinct from cannibalism. Chen Jing'an steadied his mind and began to channel the techniques of the shadow magic. Instantly, shadowy lines spread across the vibrant red shell of the turtle, soon overtaking its intricate patterns. Following this, an unprecedented hunger surged within him, as though he would faint if he did not consume something soon. Thus, the fiery shadow shot forth from beneath the water like a rocket. Chen Jing'an could not comprehend what he was witnessing. All aquatic plants, fish, and turtles within his line of sight were unconsciously devoured by him. Gradually, as the hunger subsided, he felt a return to rationality. Chen Jing'an once again examined his transformation and executed the shadow magic. Soon, a dense layer of shadows enveloped his entire being. Resembling a radiant black light forged from steel, the river water flowing over him appeared to darken as well. Have I successfully completed the skin refinement? Chen Jing'an pondered uncertainly. The realms of body refinement do not possess the clear-cut grading of qi cultivation, focusing instead on a layered approach from the exterior to the interior. Certainly, there exist body refiners at the foundation establishment level. However, within the qi cultivation phase, body refinement is commonly categorized into 3 stages: skin, flesh, and bone. Chen Jing'an's current accomplishment in skin refinement encompassed the entirety of the 1st to 3rd levels of qi cultivation, yet achieving this would require years of dedication. His successful advancement indicated that his alternative approach was indeed viable, enabling him to transform the notion of mutual destruction among humans into a conflict among tortoises. The only caveat remained. Before the next practice session of the shadow magic, he must prepare ample river delicacies. Otherwise, succumbing to that insatiable hunger might lead him to lose his rationality. Chapter 75. The Arrival of the Zheng Clan's Envoy, a Summons for the Thief. Chen Jing'an dispelled his turtle form and reverted to his human shape. He appeared somewhat taller than when he had departed, a testament to the efficacy of the demonic body refinement. One could say the results were immediate. Nonetheless, Chen Jing'an understood that typical body refinement would not yield such drastic changes. Even demonic cultivation would not be the exception. Otherwise, the pinnacle of body refinement would inevitably culminate in monstrosity. This was his first encounter with the illusory demon technique, and coupled with the innate foundation of his body, the effects were particularly pronounced. Future advancements would likely not be as striking. Furthermore, both his consumption of fish and the demonic practitioner's consumption of humans would ultimately face the same dilemma: spiritual energy. In the early stages of demonic cultivation, one could initially rely on humans as sustenance to ascend to the realm of practitioners. However, as one progresses, the significance of mortals diminishes, and those with spiritual power become the true resources for demonic practitioners. This may not be entirely detrimental. Otherwise, if demonic practitioners could advance solely by slaughtering mortals, the world would long have been devoid of humanity. Chen Jing'an's consumption of fish and turtles would, in the end, also require spiritual fish and spiritual turtles. The river in Qinghe County occasionally yielded spiritual creatures, albeit such occurrences were rare and often intercepted by the small families residing along the banks. Serving as one of their limited means of acquiring spiritual resources, Chen Jing'an found no need to contend with them, for the meager spoils would hardly suffice to satisfy his needs. Within Yunwu County, the true abundance of aquatic resources lay in the two major rivers, the Yun River and the Wu River, both under the control of the Zheng clan. Chen Jing'an intended to seek sustenance from these rivers in the future. After all, the Zheng clan could only regulate surface activities, prohibiting other celestial clans from encroaching and allowing only their own kin to fish. However, they had no control over the depths below. As long as he refrained from reckless actions and managed to discreetly procure enough resources to fulfill his body refinement, he could cease his efforts. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed his cousin Chen Jing'an hurrying toward him. "Jing'an, what has transpired?" Chen Jing'an, visibly anxious, replied. "The head of the Zheng clan's fourth house, Zheng Rinkai, has arrived for a visit. Second uncle is currently receiving him, and grandfather requests your presence as well." "Understood." Chen Jing'an pondered briefly and surmised the likely motive behind Zheng Rinkai's visit. This individual was probably not inclined toward confrontation, as they too were currently in a state of confusion. After all, to ensure the potency of the rumor, he had amalgamated various fragmented pieces of information. If the Zheng clan sought to unmask the true culprit behind the scenes, they first needed to clarify the differing sources of information. Not to mention, the fact that he had infiltrated Lingyi County as an illusory demon practitioner was virtually unprovable. Upon entering the main hall, Chen Jing'an observed Zheng Rinkai seated in a position of prominence, prompting him to greet him with cupped fists. "Greetings, fourth master." Zheng Rinkai scrutinized his cultivation level, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. This scrutiny was not solely directed at Chen Jing'an, but rather aimed at all potential candidates within Yunwu County that could threaten the foundation establishment stage. The Zheng clan maintained a separate list for such individuals. However, Chen Jing'an appeared particularly troublesome to Zheng Rinkai for two reasons. First, his close relationship with Uncle Chen Lu and the fact that one of his sons had been adopted as a foundation establishment disciple. Second, the ambiguity surrounding his association with Yuan Ji of the Demon Suppression Division. These factors made Zheng Rinkai cautious. At least for now, he had no desire to sever ties with Chen Jing'an, as maintaining a facade of civility was the hallmark of a cunning fox. Zheng Rinkai wore a cordial smile. "Jing'an, you did not visit during your last trip to Yunwu County. Zhonghui mentioned he had not hosted you well. Make sure he compensates for that next time." Chen Jing'an chuckled politely, deflecting the conversation. He had already resolved not to attend the next 100-house conference. Zheng Rinkai would not make a special visit again for such a trivial matter. Moreover, having now become the brother-in-law of Qianan, he even had to address Xie Bingyan as sister-in-law. A subsequent encounter could only lead to awkwardness. Consequently, Zheng Rinkai left behind Chen Jing'an and Chen Xishan, inquiring about the intentions of the Zhao clan in their presence. The grandfather and grandson had prepared for this moment, their aim being to ensure that Zheng Rinkai remained oblivious to their prior arrangements. This was sufficient. Thus, without hesitation, they divulged the entirety of Zhao Duanqing's dealings, omitting even a whisper about the decree of mutual benefit, for such matters were impossible to conceal. Furthermore, hiding it from the Zheng clan held no significance, as they possessed no readily available foundation-building cultivators. Unless the Zheng clan had completely lost their senses, they would not regard them as a hypothetical adversary. Upon learning of the circumstances, Zheng Rinkai was taken aback, his expression swiftly turning grave. The revelation signified that the Zheng clan had transformed from hunters on the chessboard of Yunwu County into prey on a much larger board. Zheng Rinkai envisioned a pack of formidable forces, equal to his own, sharpening their blades and approaching with the intent to dismantle them. Although he maintained a composed exterior, even the slightest shift in his breathing did not escape the notice of the grandfather and grandson, who sensed his unrest. The disclosure of this information bore both positive and negative implications, while it could instill a sense of crisis within the Zheng clan, thus diverting some attention away to fend off external forces. It could also drive them to desperation. Yet, as mere pawns on the chessboard, this was the most viable path they could discern for their survival. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Zheng Rinkai's regard for the Zhao clan intensified considerably. This was no longer merely about expelling foreign forces. It also bore the significance of a warning to the tiger in the mountains. Should the Zhao clan extend their reach, they would meet with a severing of their hands. Otherwise, the Zheng clan might not even survive until the expiration of their ancestors' term. A palpable sense of danger emanated from Zheng Rinkai, fleeting yet intense. However, as a seasoned demonic cultivator adept in two forms of dark arts, Chen Jing'an could ascertain that Zheng Rinkai too practiced demonic techniques. Moreover, the aura of his dark power was notably domineering, undoubtedly of a caliber beyond the ordinary. One that even Chen Jing'an had not encountered before. He dared not probe too deeply. Then, Zhang Renkai rose, casting his gaze upon the two. The Chen clan has always been a pillar of our lineage. The Zhao clan harbors ulterior motives. Do not be swayed by their allure. Chen Xishan promptly affirmed. The roots of the Chen clan lie in Qinghe County. We shall never conspire with outsiders. Zhang Renkai found satisfaction in this declaration. Yet, he understood that these previously haughty and now obsequious Qi refiners would not act without tangible benefits. As the Zhang clan currently required their assistance, he pondered briefly before speaking. Our clan shall reward those loyal to us. The Zhao clan's intentions are nefarious. Upon my return to the clan, I will request our ancestor to issue a decree against the bandits. Any who valiantly repel these external marauders will receive rewards in spirit stones. Chen Qishan detected the sincerity in his words and readily agreed. Rest assured, Brother Zhang, I will inform the other 4 families of this matter. Zhang Renkai nodded slightly and then departed from Qinghe County. In the near term, he likely would not return. Unless, of course, the testimonies from the Qian clan contradicted those of the Chen clan. In that case, his next visit would be one of annihilation.